and Wheeling as well. And check it out online, too, schultzford.com.
Hey, it's Donnie Football. Did you take Awaken 180 up on that challenge to drop 40 by the 4th? If you did, congrats. You've reached your goal this week. Pretty smooth sailing, huh? 40 pounds in just weeks. If you haven't started yet, what's stopping you? The results speak for themselves. Me, I shaved off 45 pounds and hit my target in just 10 weeks. Chris Muller, 9 pounds in his first week, 35 overall. Paul Alexander, Paul Zeiss, all of my friends that have set their Awaken 180 goals have reached them. 100% success rate. Here's the deal. Set a real tangible goal. You watch the pounds drop off weekly. I was clocking at around 5 pounds per week. Do the math. How much weight are you looking to lose? Whatever it is, bring that goal to Awaken 180 and crush it like we all did. Hit up awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800 right now to book your post-4th of July consult, the official weight loss program of the Pittsburgh Penguins.
Have we been tricked, burdened with debt, and made to feel like we have no other options? And with prices skyrocketing all over the country, credit card debt, medical bills, and other unsecured debt that were once manageable now feel impossible to pay back. So how do we fix it? With accredited debt relief. You can consolidate your debt into one affordable monthly payment, which could save you hundreds of dollars a month. No matter if you have $25, $50, or even $100,000 of debt, a debt specialist can create a personalized plan customized to your budget. Accredited debt relief has helped over 300,000 Americans to get out of over $1 billion of debt. And you could be next. With an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau and thousands of 5-star reviews, Accredited Debt Relief is committed to helping those who feel tricked get out of the never-ending cycle of debt. Call 866-491-0944 to start your free consultation today. That's 866-491-0944. 866-491-0944. Program and services not available in all states.
Hey, yo, need a timeout?
Strike 3, you're out.
Slide into that Odyssey app. Hit the pause button and score with Wehner 107.3.
Cause girls is players too.
Follow Wehner 107.3 on that Odyssey app. Ain't got it? Download Odyssey now. It's free. Just search AUDACY.
Play ball. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the early morning show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tuck in Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Good morning and welcome. Nice to be with you this morning. Hump Day. It's Wednesday. My name is Nicholas Harry-Callis. And this is the Fan Early Morning Show. It's for the average Joe when the average Joe wants to shop like a pro. The average Joe can go to CGR Wholesale, our Fan Early Morning Show sponsor. Pirates lost yesterday, 7-4. The St. Louis Cardinals. They're going to play again same time as yesterday, 6:40 tonight. You can listen right here on The Fan, you know. As always, flagship home, the Pittsburgh Pirates. This one was frustrating for a whole bunch of different reasons that we'll get to. Penguins schedule was released, and they play the Rangers, the Red Wings, and the Hurricanes in the first month of the season. There's some tough opponents right away, but also some common Eastern teams that they usually play are in there, so it's not that foreign. We can talk about that if you have an opinion on the schedule. Kyle Dubas not exciting fans too much with some of the moves that he's made so far, so we'll get more into that. It seems like some small deals over time, or in the first day of free agency, just some little small deals. First, he says we're going to go get younger guys and faster guys, and then he kind of backpedals. Like, actually, we're going to do our best. We're going to do what we can. Yeah. All right, we'll get to that. Don't worry. All things to talk about this morning. Penguins and Pirates, they're the big ones in the news right now. So if you want to call, you can. 412-928-9370. Give me a call, and we'll talk. 412-928-9370. You can also talk to me on X. That's at Callas_33. That's CALLAS_33. I also have a hot dog eating contest coming up. And the Bowser Theater is now a source. It hasn't been before. It's now a source on our video stream. So this is going to be legit. You know, I was confused for a moment. I was like, are we doing this live on the air? And it looks like we're doing it live on the air. The hot dog eating contest. So 10 minutes. I think 100 hot dogs are being supplied. How much can we eat in that time? Me, Donnie Football, Austin City Limits Bechtold, intern Dom, Sean, don't call me Seth Meyers. I think we're all in it. And Donnie and I are working together this morning, and I don't know how that's going to go. It seems we're the two favorites for this hot dog eating contest, but I still want to beat him because that's $500. That's $500 that I could have for eating hot dogs. I'm not eating a single thing at all today. Nothing. I know Chris Muller was talking to me on Friday. He said, you got to eat something. You want to expand your stomach. I know my body well enough. I mean, you know, sometimes I deal with lactose intolerance and other stuff, and, you know, we go too much into detail about that. But I think when I eat that food, like, I feel real heavy, and I don't want to feel heavy for this. I want to go in there like, you know what, I absolutely need a meal. I need to eat something, and that's when I'm at my best. So maybe I'll have, like, an apple juice or something like I usually do in the morning. Just going to skip the Pop-Tarts, skip the oatmeal shake. I'm not doing any of that. Just going to go just with some liquids, and then we'll see. It's a lot of water too, though. That'll help. A lot of water to drink. So yeah, that's happening. Hot dog eating contest today for $500 among the producers of 93.7 The Fan. Donnie and I are working together this morning. I haven't seen him. He texted me though around 4:30 this morning, and I haven't seen him. I think he's either preparing in the back or he's not here yet. But if he's preparing in the back, I think he's just in a habit because the studio is open. He can just prepare in here like Crowley and Doran usually do. So that's whatever it is, though. But no, I'm excited to work with Donnie and just to have a friendly moment here where I can't see him, so I can just hope he's not listening. But because we're competing today, and I don't want to be too nice, but it's nice working with Donnie. I met him first at the Waynesburg University sports announcing camps, and he was my counselor. And I looked up to him then, and I still kind of look up to him now. It's nice that it's interesting just to think like that was in 2016, and now it's 2024. We're 8 years past when we first met, and now we're both doing Pittsburgh sports radio things at the best 93.7 The Fan. So that's just a nice humbling moment there. It's nice to see, nice to work with him, and it's nice to see us both doing the thing. So it's cool. Now, in terms of the hot dog eating contest, I want to crush him and all the other producers for that matter, as much as I like all of them on a regular basis. Dom DiTomaso is somebody that I'm not actually a huge fan of right now because this dude was saying that, remember last year, and I have not let this go. Last year, this man said that it would be better for the world if I were sacrificed to aliens because, you know, they could be satisfied faster by eating me. We all know what that means. Yeah. Okay. And then Dom tried to eat that giant fast food meal and couldn't do it. Couldn't finish it. So in terms of him having chances here, I mean, maybe he's gotten a year to practice. That's whatever. But what, you know, I'm not buying it. I'm not too confident in that. That's just interesting. I mean, he said that before. He couldn't handle the big man's meal. And now he's trying to talk smack on X. Sean's been very quiet. That's kind of scary. Although when I mentioned on the air about a week ago when Pony called us, I said, or Pony called me a couple weeks ago. I said Sean's an underdog, and Sean texted me back and along the line said, "Are you serious? What?" So he's just kind of flying under the radar. Austin Bechtold, City Limits, just seems happy to be here. And he's like, oh, I could probably down 3 or 4. And I'm just like, yep, that's awesome, man. Yeah, happy you're here too, man. Donnie's the one I'm most concerned about, though, if I have my eyes on a swivel, my head on a swivel. And he's the one I'm most concerned about because he's a very kind man. And I don't want to insult him, but I think I'm going to beat him. So, hot dog eating contest today, 3 o'clock during the PM team. That's something to look forward to. 4th of July is here. I mean, it's here. This year is zipping by very quickly. We're in July already. And 4th of July is tomorrow. And the All-Star break's right around the corner for Major League Baseball. And that's usually my first indicator. I don't know if I've ever talked about this on the show before. But the All-Star game for baseball was always the indicator for me that summer was starting to come to an end. Because, you know, I would watch the Home Run Derby all the time. I'd watch the All-Star game. And then I'd think, nothing exciting is going to happen until the playoffs start in October for baseball. And by that time, I'll be back in school. Now, what's awesome is that now I work at a great place, 2 great places, as a matter of fact, and there is no summer vacation. Well, I can't say that. I can take a vacation if I want to, but I haven't. I'll have to get that scheduled soon. But there's no big break. There's no 3 months that you're off anymore. So everything's just kind of been clumped into a routine for me, and it's a little different now. So, I mean, it feels a little different, but before I remember I'd always be just terrified because I knew after I'd watched the All-Star game in baseball, once July hit, it's like, summer's almost over. This is rough. And then August was just terrible because I tried to salvage every day before the end of the month came around and we had to report back to school. So, yeah, enough about me. Let's talk about the Pirates. 412-928-9370 at Callas_33, CALLAS_33 on X. Talk to me about hot dog eating contest too if you want, if you're interested. I see a lot of people are invested and a lot of people are giving their opinions. So talk to me about anything. Pirates, Penguins schedule coming out. What they're doing in free agency so far. The fact that I don't think still that they've come to terms with Sidney Crosby yet. Whatever side's holding up that end of the deal. I'm hearing that the Penguins did reach out. Maybe Crosby's on vacation. Maybe he isn't interested in an extension. Oh my, let's speculate. And then the Pirates lost in a tough way. 412-928-9370. And again on X at Callas_33. I listened to the post-game show for Pirates yesterday. Dan Zangrilli was hosting, and Dan Zangrilli highlighted this clip, which I actually think is interesting too. Derek Shelton did a pregame. He did a pregame press conference. He wanted to address the media before the Pirates started this series against the Cardinals. He could really afford to because it's your home ballpark. You can usually do whatever you want to. Sometimes it's a little harder to arrange media when you're in an away ballpark, but you're home. A bunch of people got to hear him speak on yesterday, on Tuesday, and this is what he said about the homestand.
Yeah, well, I think the divisional games carry more weight now just because we played less of them and because of the fact that everybody is bunched up. So I think that really plays. And then the Mets are playing about as well as anybody in baseball. I mean, since J.D. Martinez got there, they've played about as well as anybody in the National League. So it's going to be an important stretch for us. I mean, we just have to continue to figure out ways to win games. But the divisional games, because there's less of them now, are very important.
Okay, so Derek Shelton says division games are important. And I've got an important stretch, too, here, because we're all clumped up. That's awesome that he has that mentality, and he's saying the right things. That's the right thing to say right there. We have to win these games. We have to find a way to win. I will not necessarily beat up here today on Mitch Keller, but 5 earned runs over 5 innings is not really going to get it done. But if you look deeper into this, Jack Suwinski came through big. He was 3 for 3. Had that big 3-run home run to get the Pirates back into it. That made it 6-3. They cut the lead in half. Then McCutchen followed that with a home run. So it was 6-4 at one point. They were coming back. But the other 2 times that Jack Suwinski got on base and Yasmani Grandal batting last in the order, 2 other times that Suwinski got on base, grounds into a double play. Went over for 3, accounted for 5 of the outs. that were recorded in this game. 5. It just didn't feel like for the majority of the team that the urgency was there. I mean, you got hits sprinkled around here and there. Rowdy Tellez was 1 for 2 when he was in. But like, man, look, I mean, like, it's annoying that you hear the coach say, "Yeah, let's try to play up to these games because they're important," and then you have your catcher ground into 2 double plays and make 5 of the outs in the game. That's not great. Reynolds is playing in July now. He went 0 for 4. I saw a statistic that he bats around 200, or he's batted around 200 the previous 2 seasons that he had a hot June. Yesterday was not inspiring. I know it's early. But the Pirates have an opportunity. It's not gone yet. It's going to be gone with every day that passes from this point forward. But they have an opportunity. They are clumped in the standings right now with other teams. And they're playing the team right now that has the 3rd wild card spot. And with that win, actually, now it's the 2nd wild card spot. The Cardinals are now 2nd. Padres have lost 2 in a row. That helps the Mets out because the Mets are now a game back. Pirates are 3.5 back now. This series is so important. They're not going to sweep it now, so that's not great. They could still win it, but this is a golden opportunity. Then they play against the Mets. They have to do what Shelton said and buckle it down. But he's got to not just say it to the media. We all already knew how crucial it was. So he's asked that question, and he gives the right answer to the press. But a losing effort was then displayed. It's not great. It's very annoying. And I'm annoyed this morning. I try not to get too frustrated because I like to keep it mellow on this show. But I am frustrated. I'm disappointed. 412-928-9370. I got this caller on the line now who wants to talk. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, my name's Kurt. I'm in the car.
Okay, go ahead. What's on your mind?
You know what? I didn't hear you mention this. I mean, they just seemed kind of disinterested last night, but the umpire wasn't helping. That was the worst officiating I've seen behind the plate in a while, and Shelton didn't say a thing about it. He stayed up there on the steps and looked at his note card, didn't say a word. So, I mean, it was just a lackluster effort all the way around.
Okay, thank you for the call. Appreciate your opinion. Unfortunately, I mean, the Pirates aren't in a position to complain about the officiating, though, because it can't always be the officiating here. And they were within 2 runs at one point. And Keller, there was a catcher's interference in the 4th inning. It was kind of freaky. And it was one crooked number scored in this game, so it's not like it was terrible all throughout. 2 in the 3rd, 4 in the 4th. He ended up getting through 5. Pirates did the thing, though, where they only score in 1 inning, and that doesn't help. How many runs are Kyle Gibson in his start, 5 innings, 5 hits, 4 earned runs. Okay. So they got 4 off Kyle Gibson in 1 inning. Or he was responsible for the 4 runs given up. The Pirates didn't do anything against the bullpen. So I'm not going to blame the officiating here. I know we love to blame umpires sometimes. Sometimes they're critical and crucial calls. I don't think this was one of those times. Maybe it was a bad game all around. Okay. Being bad can still lead to consistency if you're bad in the right places or bad in the same places. I'm not blaming the officiating. I appreciate your call and your perspective, though. That's fine. But I'm not going to blame the officiating here. That's not what we're doing here. It's this is a case where I'm more worried about them being seeming disinterested, seeming like, hey, this isn't. It doesn't look like they're playing with urgency at all. Listen to this quote again, because, that's why I'm going to get frustrated now, and I really don't want to get frustrated. And I'm not mad at you. I'm just expressing my feelings right now, because the Pirates are close, and they're closer than they've been in years to making the playoffs. We would hit July and it would be like, man, shucks. Who can they develop? Who can, what are they going to get in the draft? Or who did they get in the draft? And why is that important? And the future is not this year. That's why it's just frustrating, because they have the opportunity. They've got a lot of their prospects in the majors now who are doing great. And they've invested a healthy amount of money in support for this team. And you hear the manager say this. Here it is again, one more time, 30 seconds.
Yeah, well, I think the divisional games carry more weight now just because we played less of them and because of the fact that everybody is bunched up. So I think that really plays. And then the Mets are playing about as well as anybody in baseball. I mean, since J.D. Martinez got there, they've played about as well as anybody in the National League. So it's going to be an important stretch for us. I mean, we just have to continue to figure out ways to win games. But the divisional games, because there's less of them now, are very important.
They did not play like they were important games. They just did not play. And they're playing in PNC Park. They're at home. They didn't play like it was an urgent game. It was a game where they could capitalize on playoff ground. It's great that he held a press conference. It's really cool that he said the right things. That's great for Derek Shelton. Why didn't the team play like the game was as the game was described as its importance? That was a weird sentence. Why didn't they play up to his words, is what I'm trying to say. Why didn't they play up to what he said? Why didn't they play as hard as they could based on what he said? How important this next stretch of games is. 412-928-9370. One more call before I go to break. Good morning. What's your name?
Rob from Chicago. Morning, Callis.
Oh my gosh, you're first time early morning for me, aren't you?
Well, I'm always I'm an early morning guy. I'm gonna sit out.
You never called me though. That's what I mean.
It's been a little while.
Okay, what's up?
Anyway, I think that the Pirates are succeeding ahead of schedule, and they just don't want to mortgage the future. And I don't see why they don't start giving up a few prospects now for an outfielder to jumpstart this thing. I want to like Shelton. He's a likable guy, but he runs the Pirates like a summer camp. Everybody play ball, we'll break at lunch and have bologna and Capri Sun. And, it's just there is no sense of urgency. There'd be some more drastic changes made.
Yeah, Rob, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. No, I appreciate that perspective. He's running it like a summer camp. I like that. Yeah, I want to like Shelton, too. I want to like all these guys. Ben Cherington's reputation was real exciting when he came here. He was the one that tried to make the Red Sox a winner and seemed to construct 2 winners in his tenure. He wasn't there for the second one, but you could argue that a lot of his decisions led to those players being on the team that won that championship. Absolutely. I want to like these guys. Shelton. First-time manager, real exciting. Seemed like he had a good spirit. There ain't any spirit right now. I don't care about that either. This isn't a slight to you, Rob. I mean, I like you. You're fine. I'm not with the ahead of schedule group here too. I mean, they're in it right now. That's all that matters. I don't care if they're ahead of schedule, and they haven't talked like they're ahead of schedule. So if they're not saying they're ahead of schedule, and they're playing like they can compete, and they've got to do something to separate themselves. They must. I'm not worried about them being ahead of schedule. The 2017 Yankees weren't worried about being ahead of schedule. They had a bunch of great prospects that weren't expected to do as well as they did. Aaron Judge being one of them hit 52 home runs, and that team made it to the American League Championship Series. I'm not worried about them being ahead of schedule. Now, their offense isn't as good, and they're not as well-rounded of a team as that 2017 Yankees team, so that analogy isn't necessarily fully translated. But my point still stands. They've got enough talent, and they're in it. The National League is very competitive this year, and they're in the thick of it. They've been dismissed from the playoff conversation year after year here recently. And now they're within striking distance. They're going to be facing 2 of the teams that are right in the thick of it this month, to start this month. And that first game, they look like they're not ready to play. So I'm not having that. Rob, I appreciate your perspective and I get it. But I'm not doing the ahead of schedule thing. They're fine, they're capable, they can do good things. And I expect that. I think you all should expect that as well. My name is Nicholas Harry-Callis. I'm well overdue for a break, so we'll see how long the second segment is, but stay with me. I'll be talking more or less next. This is Nicholas Harry-Callis, Fan Early Morning Show, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Fan Early Morning Show for the Average Joe, presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe can shop like a pro.
I'm Bridget Condon with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. Dolphins wide receiver Tyreek Hill is set to earn just under $20 million this season on the last year of his deal with guaranteed money. Speaking with KPRC2 in Houston, Hill said he's excited to be a part of the old wave of receivers getting paid, but after seeing some of the deals done this offseason, he said, quote, I'm 30 years old, also looking for a new deal, so very, very excited to see where I fit into that category. People were caught sleeping on the Bucs last year, and linebacker Yaya Diaby expects a similar wake-up call this season. Diaby told Rhett Lewis, quote, I just feel like a lot of people are asleep on Tampa's defense, but I feel like this year we're going to really wake a lot of people up. And Cardinals offensive tackle Paris Johnson Jr. joined the insiders this week and says his ultimate goal is to be the best tackle in the game. Arizona plans to move Johnson to left tackle in his second season with the team. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
As you know, summer is right around the corner, and for most people, that means more activities, more golf, more biking, more of whatever you love to do. But if you're dealing with aches and pains, your more could become less. This is why I'm here to tell you about Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that helps fight pain naturally. For instance, I was sent Relief Factor to try, and I've been taking it every single day. I'll tell you what, I feel the difference every day. You see, instead of masking your pain, Relief Factor's formula is designed to help reduce or even eliminate it. It's 100% drug-free, and it's been a game changer for so many people. So let's get after it this summer. Let's feel good. Let's do more of the things that we love to do. Don't let pain keep you down. Give Relief Factor a try and save on your first order. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Help fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. These products and statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In Leedsdale, Borough, crews checking reports of a vehicle fire on Village Drive just off Route 65, Ohio River Boulevard, around the Quaker Village Shopping Center. Meanwhile, the Cordell and Cordell traffic cam showing us that the HOV lanes are now open alongside the Parkway North. Parkways east and west mainly steady into their respective tunnels. No problems on Route 28 from Harmer to the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
As you know, summer is right around the corner, and for most people, that means more activities, more golf, more biking, more of whatever you love to do. But if you're dealing with aches and pains, your more could become less. This is why I'm here to tell you about Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that helps fight pain naturally. For instance, I was sent Relief Factor to try, and I've been taking it every single day. I'll tell you what, I feel the difference every day. You see, instead of masking your pain, Relief Factor's formula is designed to help reduce or even eliminate it. It's 100% drug-free, and it's been a game changer for so many people. So let's get after it this summer. Let's feel good. Let's do more of the things that we love to do. Don't let pain keep you down. Give Relief Factor a try and save on your first order. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Help fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. These products and statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Hey, Pittsburgh homeowners, to build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/steal.
Serious savings at your local Parmar store. Dan's angrily reminding you to download the Parmar Stores app and save big. Get 3 cooler beverage items with your Parmar Rewards card and get 10 cents off per gallon of gas. And remember, if there's not a Parmar store near you now, there will be soon.
Listen to every MLB game live.
In the deep left center field, it is high, it is far, it is gone.
Stream minor league affiliates.
The Midwest League home run leader.
And watch the best baseball highlights and look-ins on MLB Big Inning. MLB At Bat is your all-in-one live baseball subscription for only $3.99 per month.
Deep left field, it's gonna go. Alvarez ties the game.
Subscribe to At Bat within the MLB app today. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Get ready to unleash your potential this season. Your Monroeville Pure Hockey store has inventory of the top gear arriving from now through year-end. Pure Hockey, your ultimate hockey headquarters.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's the Chevy Summer Drive at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Today, it's going to cool off a little bit from yesterday. I don't lie, maybe not. High of 90 today, low of 66. It's going to cool off later in the week, though, and there's some rain tomorrow and Friday expected. High of 85, low of 71 for tomorrow. 45% chance of rain. That's fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. And I ranted myself out of time. So, whoops, that's okay. All right, Donnie Football is going to join in next, and he's going to steer the Fan Morning Show this morning. So we're looking forward to that, aren't we? Yes, we are. Donnie Football is next with the Fan Morning Show right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Protect your car from bugs, UV rays, and rain, and keep it shining all summer with savings on unlimited washes. New members who sign up for Wet Go Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. If you're planning a vacation, don't let burglars throw you a curveball. Defend your home with Guardian Protection and travel worry-free. Visit guardianprotection.com/fan. Experts at UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute are pioneering new, minimally invasive heart surgery techniques, including robotic surgeries, which means less pain and shorter recovery times. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Tired of the same old beer? Try Stone Buenaveza, imported all the way from San Diego. Stone Buenaveza is a Baja-inspired Mexican-style lager, made with just a touch of sea salt and real lime. Stone Buenaveza is ultra crisp, easy drinking, and perfectly refreshing. Everything a lager should be. In the native tongue of the San Diegoans, Buenaveza means good beer. Stone Buenaveza is available wherever good beer is sold. Ask for it by name. Buenaveza. Cheers.
Introducing Lumi for Men, and we named him Mando. I'm Dr. Shannon Klingman, the inventor of Mando Whole Body Deodorant for pits, packages, and feet, because we all know our pits aren't the only place we get odor. Mando Whole Body Deodorant is different from anything you've ever tried before. It stops odor before it starts, powered by our acidified technology. Mando controls odor anywhere you have it. My patented whole body deodorant formula has over 200,000 five-star reviews. And because Mando has a 60-day stink-free guarantee, you can try Mando risk-free. Give Mando whole body deodorant a try today and smell like the stink-free man you were intended to be.
There's a special offer for listeners. Use code 1515 and get an extra $5 off a Mando starter pack that comes with a solid stick, cream tube, 2 free products of your choice, and ships free with code 1515. Go to shopmando.com, code 1515, for an extra $5 off a Mando starter pack. That's shopmando.com, code 1515.
This is attorney Craig Fishman. Injured? Our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. Call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. Shenarovich, and Fishman. We got your back. not your wallet.
Thanks for calling 1-800-GOT-JUNK. This is Sarah. How can I help?
I've been thinking.
What have you been thinking about?
I decided I should declutter more often because it's an important part of a balanced and healthy life.
Have you ever noticed that 1-800-GOT-JUNK has a question mark at the end of it?
Yes, I have noticed that.
We make junk disappear.
All I have to do is point.
All you have to do is point.
Can you come right now?
We're on our way.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Hi, it's Steve Mann. Have you heard the commercials for the Mark Patrick Stop Smoking seminars? And they said only $49.99 and it could work for you. So I thought, that's not even a week's worth of smoking. So I went. And guess what? It did work for me. You know, my friends and family are still amazed. I quit smoking. I didn't have cravings, anxiety, or weight gain. Listen, I don't know how it works, but I know it works because I'm living proof, and it's 100% guaranteed. So what do you got to lose? I'll tell you what you got to lose. A very bad habit.
Join Mark Patrick seminars and stop smoking without cravings, irritability, or weight gain. Early bird special, only $49.99 guaranteed. Don't just cut down, but stop smoking once and for all, or your money back. Seminar 8 p.m. on Monday, July 8th at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel, Pittsburgh in Greentree, or 8 p.m. on Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center on Rhode Island Road in Churchill. Registration 30 minutes before seminar. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com. That's markpatrickseminars.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
It's the City of Pittsburgh Independence Day celebration. Enjoy free family activities, musical entertainment, fantastic food, and more at Point State Park July 4th, beginning at 4. Check out the Family Fun Zone, music, veteran wellness corner, plus festivities across the river along the North Shore. The main attraction, fireworks, begin at 9:35 p.m. Tune to 100.1 FM for the Fireworks Bonanza Mix from TJ the DJ. Presented by People's Natural Gas and brought to you by Red Ribbon Soda, Pittsburgh's Pop and Save a Lot. Details at 937thefan.com.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal, as well as 4 out of 4-star rankings on Charity Navigator. You can join their squadron today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In Leedsdale Borough, crews on the scene of a vehicle fire on Village Drive, just off Route 65, Ohio River Boulevard. Watch for possible slowdowns there. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam showing a little bit of heavy traffic on the inbound Parkway East between Edgewood, Swissvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Route 28 remains mainly steady from Harmer to the north side, while the Parkway West a little bit heavy into the Fort Pitt tunnels, and the Parkway North's HOV lanes are now open. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's the City of Pittsburgh Independence Day celebration. Enjoy free family activities, musical entertainment, and fantastic food at Point State Park on July 4th beginning at 4 p.m. This year's downtown celebration includes the Clearview Family Fun Zone, Sargent Electric Solar Stage, and Truly Veterans Wellness Corner. Stop by the new People's Food Truck Corral for a delicious dinner or snack, and the day's main attraction, Fireworks, begins at 9:35 and is heard exclusively on 100.1 FM KDKA Radio. For details, go to 937thefan.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Donnie Football, Harry Callis with you this morning on the eve of Independence Day. Adam Crowley on paternity leave. Doran Dickerson, I believe, on vacation. I'm not sure where. I don't know if he ventured off anywhere. Do you know where he went? Or is he just at home, Harry?
He's cooking meats. He's just at home.
He does
time off.
He does love putting those videos out there, and I got to say it is very impressive. I am often a fan of what I see from our pal Doran Dickerson.
And your former intern, now I guess part-time guy here, loves to look at Doran's meat and focus on that more than your show sometimes, it seems. Yes.
Wait, I must have missed something there. What happened?
You didn't see that? Oh, my gosh. Doran and Dom got into Dom D. Tommaso. They were going back at it, back and forth, because when there was one day Doran was cooking, and it was after our shifts, obviously, since the afternoon Doran's smoking meats and grilling meats, and Dom is commenting during the PM team show on Twitter, and so Doran said, "Stop looking at my meat." And that became a whole thing, yeah.
Oh, that's pretty good.
It is.
I wish I would have caught that in real time, but now I'm happier that this happened, because the line that you just spit out of my former intern Dom D. Tommaso, who will be taking part in the inaugural fan-producer hot dog eating contest later, which we will talk about plenty this morning on the show. You saying he loves to look at Doran's meat. One of the better lines we will probably hear all day. So this is my maiden voyage on the fan morning show, at least as a host. There was one time last year, it was the Backyard Brawl, where you and I flipped spots, Harry, as did the hosts of the show.
I don't think so.
No?
No, wasn't it the other way around? We still produced the same shows. I just produced for...
No, I produced in the morning.
Did I produce the afternoon?
I believe.
Boy, man, this year is. What day was it?
It would have been
like Friday.
Yeah, it would have been.
Austin would have been working back then.
Oh, okay.
We used to be on the Monday, Wednesday, Thursday rotation for me. He did Tuesdays and Fridays.
Okay.
So no, it was not me.
Okay, so there's where the confusion pops up. I mean, they did have you guys playing musical chairs for a while, so yeah, I couldn't remember if it was you in that spot. But yes, I mean, I produced for Chris that day leading up to the Backyard Brawl, because Doran and Adam were live in Morgantown. I forget where they were even at. I want to say Permanis, maybe, in Morgantown.
I don't remember.
Ahead of that game. But it was not Harry that was producing that afternoon. It was City Limits, who is now the full-time guy for the midday show with Joe Starkey. And you, Harry, are now the full-time fan morning show guy. I haven't gotten to officially congratulate you on air, so I wanted to do so.
You're very kind.
All three guys now across the board, former Waynesburg University Yellow Jackets.
We've created a monopoly. We're talented, Donnie. This is amazing.
Well, the second part up for debate when it comes to being talented, but it is that is pretty cool to me that there are so many Waynesburg people not only in the building. I mean, it spreads more than just the fan. The three now full-time producers. It was just me for a while. I was like chief producer of the whole staff, because they had you and they had City Limits, just kind of doing your thing until they officially made you guys full-time. But now all three of us, I was class of 18. You were class of 20 or 21?
21.
And then Limits was what, class of 23?
22, I want to say.
Okay, so we were all separated by a few years.
Mm-hmm.
I never coexisted with City Limits, which is Austin Bechtold.
Well, he's a Havsy. He transferred in. He transferred the year after I graduated.
That's right. He was a Robert Morris guy beforehand.
Yeah.
We've had a couple of those in our day also swing through, like start out somewhere else, come in afterwards.
I have an ex who went there. I'm not a fan.
No.
Colonials. For that only reason. No, I'm sure it's a great school.
My mom graduated from Robert Morris. So
okay, so that redeems it then a little bit for me, yeah.
They also had one of the coolest college basketball moments, I think, of the last 15 years. Their upset of Kentucky.
What year was that?
In the NIT.
Oh.
I want to say 2011, without pulling it up right now.
I wasn't watching college basketball back then.
No?
I was 12.
Man. I guess you're not that, like, you're younger than me by a chunk of years, but you're not that much younger than me. Like, I hear things that intern Dom will bring up, or my new intern Sonny Gray. Like, we will bring up things that happened. Like, think about Pittsburgh sports 15 years ago. What a great spot we were in. Like, the Steelers had won the Super Bowl. The Penguins had just won the Stanley Cup. Now, the Pirates were bad, but
they were historically bad.
Yeah, there were.
John Russell was the manager.
Yes, he was. There were at least, like, glimpses, I think, like, McCutchen had debuted.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like the debut of the Pirates' future star. We maybe didn't know it right then and there, that the man would win MVP, help bring relevance back to baseball in Pittsburgh, but there were glimpses there. Pitt football had a great season. That was Doran's big year in 08-09. Pitt basketball had a great year. They nearly made the Final Four. Maybe should have. They lost in the Elite Eight to Villanova. So Pittsburgh sports were in a great position. And whenever we prep for the show in the afternoon, what we like to do back in the fan lounge is toss on old games to kind of revamp some of those memories. We were throwing on all the games of that Stanley Cup final series between the Pens and the Red Wings in 09 when the Pens got redemption and beat them. And our intern, Sonny Gray, is back there, and he has no recollection of that series.
Yeah,
I was 13 going on 14 years old at the time. He was apparently like 3.
Wow.
Like 3 or 4.
That's that'll happen.
Because I think he's 20, I want to say, like just turned 20. He's freshly 20 years old.
Yeah.
That's a feel-old moment for me.
Yeah, I've had a few of those myself, too. Just, we're getting old. I mean, I can remember the times. I mean, I was talking about this during the early morning show. I'm like, Donnie and I were once, he was my counselor at camp.
Yes, I was.
And now we're doing radio at the best place you can do radio, sports radio. So, man, I've noticed this, too, because you're kind of still firmly in millennial land. And I'm between the years where, like, the millennial and the Gen Z blends. And I can tell you that I've noticed that, like, all the people older than me, like, you notice one specific group of traits about them. Chill, still kind of into things that are, I guess, nostalgic now or classic, And then, it's like when I was going through school, and then you'd get to the younger guys who are very antsy and animated and techie. And I'm just in the middle of that because I get both sides. I'm like, yeah, I get it. I'm a little antsy, a little out there myself, but I'm also like, I know when to be chill, and just so like I get both sides of it. But I'm feeling that now because like I've gone through enough like levels where I'm like, man, like this is not a coincidence. I think it's a generational gap, and I'm just stuck in the middle because I'm in the generation that I don't even know what they call us. Like it's the millennia Zs or whatever.
Stuck in the middle with you,
yes.
Steelers wheel.
I mean, yeah, no, I was born in '98, so like the Gen Z gap was from like '96 to 2000. So I'm in no man's land. I'm one of those people.
So I am in the last year of the millennials. 95 was the final year, and I'm October of 95. So I'm like as late as you can be. Okay, so this chart says that 96 is the final year of millennials. Yeah, you are in Gen Z or iGen. I guess that is a play on the iPod era. From 97 to 2010 is what this says. And then Generation Alpha is what we're in now. I mean, that's kind of a cool name. I'm a little bit jealous of Generation Alpha. I don't think these kids that are like 14, 15 years old now should be considered Generation Alpha.
I don't think they are. I think they're still Gen Z. When did Alpha start?
Says 2010 to 2024.
Oh, my gosh, Donnie.
By birth year.
So what, Gen Z only lasted 10 years?
They all seem to last like 13 to 15-ish years. Now, some went a little bit longer. The self-proclaimed greatest generation, probably where, your grandparents may have been born on the tail end of that. Your great-grandparents definitely born in the midst of that. That was 1901 to 1927. The silent generation from 28 to 45. The baby boomers, which we hear all about, 46 to 64. Generation X is 65 to 1980. Then the millennials come in from 81 to 96. Gen Z, 97 to 2010. And Generation Alpha from 10 to 14.
Well, that's sad. I thought I was a millennial, so I guess they've firmly put that one in there.
Yeah, I'm looking at a site called parents.com, so I don't know if it is the most...
Man, they got a website for everything now.
Yeah.
Parents.com. I think that I don't know who exactly defines the generations, but I think you go to different sources and you'll see different years for that stuff, which is why... I've related to social media posts before where people have been like, hey, we don't know what we are, because it could be anywhere from 97 to 2000, so... I always just put myself in between. I don't want to be a Gen Zer. I don't feel like I'm associated with them. I feel like I'm more millennials.
Yeah, I feel like given the year you were born to, you probably are, like, you're pretty much as close to either one, like, just depending on how you see yourself. Like, you are right on the tail end of what millennials are.
I can identify however I want. Is that what I hear you saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I feel like you were born at the, tail end of one and the very beginning of the next one.
I'll tell you what, though. I wondered when I was younger, I'm like, why does this matter? But I'm telling you, from, understanding, the behaviors of people and, the tendencies of people that I've been around, no, it's legit. Because you have different people with different interests in different periods of time. So I think it is a worthwhile study and a worthwhile measurement of time and of people, because I believe in those age brackets and those separations now, just because I'm in the middle of it, and I see the different tendencies and interests of people who were born from that time versus the people who are younger than me versus the people who are older than me.
Now, along those lines, this is the Fan Morning Show pre-show. Now this is normally what you guys do during the pre-show.
Sports.
It's just kind of random, correct? It's like our hodgepodge of nothingness at the end of our show.
Yeah, but nothing sports. And you touch sports a little bit, but that's okay.
Okay, sorry, Harry.
Slight party foul. But it's
okay. Along those lines, are you somebody that follows the zodiac signs? Do you know what sign you are, and do you feel like you fit into?
What am I? I am a Capricorn. So the one X from Robert Morris, speaking of which, we'll tie this one back in, was very big on astrology and told me all about why we're compatible based on our signs, because we were both Capricorns. I'm born in December. I was born in December. She was born in January. So we were in those lines of that sign.
So you're a late December then, you're around Christmas.
Yeah, December 29th.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Yes, you're the animal for Capricorn is the goat. So that's a good one to have.
I'm a goat.
That is a good one to have.
I can say that. Yes.
I am on the tail end of this too. I'm October 22nd. The final day of the Libra is October 23rd.
Ooh.
I was nearly a Scorpio.
Oh, my. Wow.
I never really got into those signs. I would have to, click and read about each one to know off the top of my head what.
You should try it. We have time. I know Capricorns apparently are outgoing and joyous and always positive, and I would say that is an accurate representation of myself. What does it say about Scorpios?
Let's see here. Oh, come on. It's not giving me this.
Oh, darn.
Hold on.
Look it up, Donnie's sign.
Scorpio.
Or no, wait, no, you're not a Scorpio. You said you're a Libra. I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm a Libra.
Look up the Libras. You were almost a Scorpio.
Yes.
Sorry.
All right, let's see what the traits are here. Oh, now I got to click on each one. This
too much.
See,
too much time.
This stuff is just a pain in the ass, I think, Harry.
This is stuff that you can get away with, though, on the pre-show. That's what we do. A bunch of nonsense. Crowley would do the.
Wait, here I found something
Okay.
on Libras. So they are the strengths of a Libra: cooperative, diplomatic, gracious, fair-minded, social. Weaknesses: indecisive, avoids confrontation, will carry a grudge, self-pity. I feel like I'm not all of those. I would say, like...
Read those weaknesses again.
Indecisive, avoids confrontation.
You do avoid confrontation. That's
So I definitely fall into that one.
You do try to be nice all the time. I don't think I've ever seen you angry.
Will carry a grudge.
You carry grudges, Donnie?
I don't think so.
No.
I mean, you would have to like really wrong me for me to carry a grudge.
Are you holding any against anyone right now?
No, I don't think so. Not you, Harry.
Only you can. Well, I'm not. I haven't met anybody in the world, not just me.
No, I wouldn't say I have a grudge out against any individual. And then self-pity is the next one.
Do you pity yourself?
Maybe at times.
Think your life could be better? You think you could make some better decisions in life?
I do think about that like a lot, but I mean I don't think back to many situations and think like, wow, I really screwed up here. Like, I mean, everybody has them here and there.
Or like sometimes do you go, hey, self-pity, that could be anything. It's like, hey, my life is tough and I have it rough all the time. You ever think that?
No. I mean,
You're great. English. You are gratuitous for your life then, is that right?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I feel like I always try to at least stay on the positive end and think like, okay, it could always be worse. It could definitely be worse than what it is right now.
So Donnie doesn't pity himself. Perhaps he's just too nice of a man. That's all we figured out here.
I do think I fall into the strength category with a couple. Cooperative, diplomatic, gracious.
I like that word, diplomatic. You are diplomatic.
Fair-minded and social.
Donnie's for the people.
I do think they have it right for me there. So maybe these horoscope people are onto something. The zodiac sign people.
Astrology.
Yeah. Maybe they're onto something there. I dislike violence, injustice, loudmouths, and conformity.
You dislike justice?
Injustice.
Oh, injustice. Okay. Yeah, no, that's great. I mean, and it sounds like you too, so there you go.
All right, Harry. Well, that was fun. That was my first fan morning show pre-show. Now we will get into my first actual fan morning show.
Yay! Let's do it.
All right, Harry. Do we have a break that needs to be played here?
Nope. Just a 15-second legal ID, and then we move.
All right. That's perfect, Harry. Let's do it. Fan morning show.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
And pitch home, swinging a ball blasted out to right and deep. And Connor Joe sizing it up. It's going to be 10 rows back. Long home run for Alec Burleson. A 2-run home run. And St. Louis leads 2-0 in the third. 1-2. Swung on, hit high in the air, deep left of center. Sawinski on his horse towards the notch. And it's gone. An opposite field grand slam for Nolan Gorman. And the Cardinals lead 6-0. That was a mighty, mighty wallop by Mr. Gorman. Wow. Pitch is swung on, unloaded, out to deep right center, and Jack Sawinski, it's a 3-run home run that's on its way to the river. What a blast for Sawinski. And now the Pirates right back in this ball game. It's 6-3. The pitch hit in the air, right field. Late break for Carlson, but now he's underneath it. He'll make the catch, and the ball game ends there. It's the Cardinals got out to a big lead, and they held it. They win game one. 7-4, the Cardinals win it. Post-game show to follow right here on the Pirates Radio Network, presented by IC Light.
It is the Fan Morning Show, brought to you by Guardian Protection on 93.7 The Fan. Donnie Football, Harry Callis With you this morning, I'm filling in for Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson. Crowley on paternity leave. He didn't just have a baby, by the way. He and his wife had one months ago, but he was able to use up the rest of his paternity leave. That initial paternity leave came around the beginning of the new year. Doran Dickerson just hanging out and smoking some meats that apparently my former intern, Dom DiTommaso, is quite interested in. We will talk more about meats later on. We have a big hot dog eating contest here at the Fan this afternoon. And the man behind the glass this morning, Harry Callis, is absolutely the favorite going into that. But we will take a look at the rest of the combatants as well as this morning goes on. I am with you until 10. The midday show, Joe Starkey, Paul Zeiss, I think both of those guys are in. I'm never really sure this time of year. They come your way after that from 10 until 2. I want to start with the Buccos. You heard the calls there from Joe Block last night. The Pirates losing 7-4 to the St. Louis Cardinals. So St. Louis now 44-40 on the season. The Pirates are 40-44. It's a lot of fours to get in there. Ryan Helsley closed it down for the Cardinals. We will get into their bullpen in a minute because it is one of the best bullpens in baseball, and I'm lucky to have somebody like Harry behind the glass this morning because I know baseball is his area of expertise. Mitch Keller last night, not his best work. You heard in the call there a grand slam from Nolan Gorman in the game. Keller went just 5 innings last night, 99 pitches for him, 5 earned runs, 6 total runs allowed. He struck out 5, all on 9 hits. Pirates bullpen, the work that they did. Fleming pitched a scoreless inning. Luis Ortiz allowed 1 run in 2 innings of work. Dennis Santana, I don't know why I said Diego Santana. 1 inning, no runs. He struck out all 3 guys he faced. A lot of pitches thrown, but again, getting all 3 strikeouts. Kyle Gibson got the start for the Cardinals. He allowed 4 earned runs in 5 innings of work. He is now 6-3 on the season. He struck out 8 Pirates hitters in the win. And we mentioned that Cardinals bullpen. King, Fernandez, Romero, Helsley pitched last night. No runs allowed. They have been one of the best bullpens in all of baseball. We knew that was a strength going into the series. They proved it last night. Gibson got them through 5 innings. And, Harry, I thought it was kind of their bullpen, in a way, I think a little bit reminiscent of what the Pirates had about a decade ago. They got their own little shark tank in St. Louis. And even though it seems like a time where the Cardinals may be a little bit down. We know last year was the first time in about a quarter century that the Pirates finished ahead of them in the standings. St. Louis was in last place in 2023 in the NL Central. They are right back to being a team that finds themselves in a playoff spot. Now, Milwaukee kind of on the verge of running away with the division. But here's St. Louis yet again. 44-40. They've been one of the best teams in baseball, honestly, after the first month of the season. They find themselves in a playoff spot, and their bullpen has just been lights out.
They always seem to spend the right amount of money and develop the right amount of talent. They've just struck that balance. And while they haven't won World Series because of it, they're consistently good year after year. And you got to give them a little more credit, too, because they finished last season. And Ollie Marmol, their manager, was scoffing at the Pirates when the Pirates would beat them, and it was annoying. But they weren't last all season, and they weren't, down in the basement of the league. I mean, they do the right thing, it seems, all the time. Now, sometimes you got to take a little more risk to win the World Series, but if we're talking about them just being consistently a contender, they do everything they need to do to be a consistent contender every season.
I have thought for basically my whole life. Last week I was saying it a lot, how the Braves, at least in the last decade or so, they've been one of the premier organizations, I think, in Major League Baseball. If you stretch it out to my whole life, which is over 25 years and nearly 30 years now, St. Louis has been that team. Like, I can't think of many times in my viewing life either, maybe not so much as a baby, as a toddler, where the St. Louis Cardinals have been a bad baseball team. They are almost always finding themselves right around the playoffs. If they don't make the playoffs, they still have a pretty good season. And then I think of years like 2015 where the Pirates are historically good in the modern era of their history. They win 98 games. St. Louis wins 100. Like, St. Louis was always the bugaboo of those Pirates teams from a decade ago that had that great 3-year run. The Cardinals every single time found themselves ahead of the Pirates. Like, they are for me, like the gold standard of Major League Baseball. Not that they win the World Series every year or anything. Not even that they've been the most successful team championship-wise in the last quarter century or so. They just always find themselves in the right place.
Yeah, remember the one-game playoff was, too, the wild card game? That was quite an experiment. Pirates have gotten really unlucky, and I'm not one to sympathize too much with them. But yeah, when the National League Central was the most competitive division in Major League Baseball, the Pirates finished second to this team. It's very sad. The Cardinals didn't do anything, though, in the playoffs. They got bounced in the first round. Makes me think of the Steelers. They got bounced by the Cubs.
Yes, they did.
I believe, yeah.
That was the Jake Arrieta run.
Yep.
I believe. We were still in the midst of that.
And they fizzled out against the New York Mets of all teams to miss out on playing in the World Series. But, no, they're in it, and they're tough. And they do seem like, see, I don't know. I don't want to say that they were the bugaboo of the Pirates. They're like the bugaboo of the entire National League Central. They're just consistently good and always in it. Don't want to specify it to the Pirates, but the Pirates have just gotten unlucky because when they've been really good, every other team in the division's been really good. And then when the divisions become weak, the Pirates have also kind of met that weakness. Just kind of like it's kind of like this season. The Pirates are just kind of hanging around where they need to be. They're not pushing forward and distinguishing themselves.
Yeah, and I feel like St. Louis, they always have guys who, and I understand that batting average is kind of an old school stat, but I still like to look at that. I still like to look at on-base percentage. I get that maybe they're a little bit more old school for the analytic crowd that we have in 2024, but they always just have random dudes who are really not superstars. Most of the time they are young, pretty unproven players. It just seems like more often than not, their guys work out, their guys play well. The Pirates, it's the opposite. Like, it's almost a guy slipping through the cracks if he plays well. Just look at their lineup at a glance yesterday. Like, just going off average and on-base percentage, Mason Wynn, their leadoff guy, a rookie. He was 2 for 5 last night. He's hitting .288. His on-base is .332. Burleson had a home run. He's hitting .280. The on-base is .313. Contreras, now I know he's been around the block, but he's having a nice season. He's hitting .261. The on-base is .389. Really, two of their disappointing players. Now, Arenado has been better as of late. He's hitting around .260. Paul Goldschmidt only hitting .227. And he is, maybe past his prime, but is one of their more, star-studded players in the lineup. Donovan hitting .270. The on-base is .340. They just always seem to find random dudes that just play well no matter where they are in their careers. They could be guys that are young, up-and-coming players, prospects that they have, or dudes that are on the tail end. Matt Carpenter's hitting around .250.
Yeah, he's on his swan song tour.
This is somebody that we did have to worry about years ago. And think of the guy last night who hit the grand slam, Nolan Gorman. He's hitting just .192. He hits a grand slam against the Pirates.
He has 16 home runs, though, now, I believe.
Yeah,
so that's just how the power dynamic is in this day and age.
Yeah, so they have guys who maybe they're not even hitting well average-wise, but they have something going for them. I feel like the Cardinals, more than like any organization, seem to get a little bit lucky with that, and the Pirates are usually on the opposite end of what we see. Think of those names. Again, I'll bring up the big series that the Pirates would have with St. Louis 10 or so years ago. Like the Colton Wongs of the world would be just terrors to the Pirates. John Jay would just
what a name that is.
Yeah, would just dominate the Pirates every time they would play, or at least it felt that way. I don't have his career numbers against the Buccos pulled up in front of me, but it felt that way.
Remember when Albert Pujols was on the Cardinals as well?
Oh my! Well, I mean, he's just in another category. I think I'm pretty sure he has more home runs than any visiting player in PNC Park history.
You would be correct.
Yeah, I don't know what that number is, but I
saw his final home run of his career. I was at the game in October of 2022.
I may have been at that same game, Harry.
Really?
It was like
I saw our guy Joe Smeltzer there too.
Harry, I believe it was the same game. It was like a Monday night.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, and it was like what, home run number 704?
704. I forget now.
Okay. Yeah, we were at the same game. That's quite a little discovery. Coming up, we'll get into the Pirates offense a little bit. I thought Greg Brown said something quite interesting yesterday. He joined Pony and Muller, as he always does, around 4 o'clock on Tuesdays. It was actually around 4:15 yesterday, but he had quite the interesting statement before his little hit was done, and that garnered some traction on social media. Also, a Pirate with a huge game yesterday. The average still below the Mendoza line. We'll get into that coming up next. First, Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. It is the Fan Morning Show right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates lost 7-4 yesterday to the St. Louis Cardinals in the first game of 3 in the series. Game 2's tonight at 6:40. If you want to listen, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Coverage starts at 5:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show hosted by Dan Zangrilli. And the Pittsburgh Penguins' schedule for 2024-2025 was released, and their first game of the year is going to be October 9th. Or the first game of the season, rather, is going to be October 9th against the New York Rangers. For more Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The Fan Beer of the Month for July is Old Thunder Brewing's False Kingdom IPA. And the charity is Partners for Quality.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, or you just don't like us, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds, which could be life-changing. I mean, you could put that money towards that zero-turn lawnmower you've always wanted. And after using its edge-shaping technology to meticulously sculpt the face of the Mona Lisa into your grass, you'll become the undisputed king of Saturday morning lawn care, leaving your neighbor and sworn enemy Gary to question his place in the delicate neighborhood ecosystem. And it's all because you could save money switching at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Raid wants to know, what would you do if you could confidently face every day knowing you and your loved ones are protected? Would you sing along to your favorite song at the top of your lungs? Turn off the GPS and let your heart do the guiding. Go to the drive-thru and order one of everything. Feel the buzz of confidence of knowing you are protected with 65 years of insect science in your hands. Raid. Protection for everyone.
The preceding message has been made possible by Bell's Oberon American Wheat Ale. It's officially Oberon season. America's definitive wheat beer is made with only the finest wheat malt, hops, Michigander water, and Bell's signature house ale yeast. Oberon is easy drinking and refreshing, citrusy and slightly hazy, sunshine in a glass. Oberon pairs well with baseball, softball, golf, other sports, picnicking, tailgating, and sitting by the pool. Look for it wherever good beer is sold. Reach for the sun with Bell's Oberon. Cheers.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Dead battery on America's birthday? America's #1 battery destination is here to help. AutoZone has free battery testing and charging at every store, and batteries starting at just $79.99. With our 4th of July sale, we have savings to help you red, white, and do any other jobs you've been putting off. It's everything you need to get back on the road at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Clouds and sun today, the high 89.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices on everything for back to school, even technology. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Hi, welcome to Staples. Hi, my son's teacher emailed his back-to-school list. He needs crayons and a comp book for every subject. Okay, no problem. With Staples Hot Deals, you'll find super low prices on hundreds of items for back to school. Oh, now they're saying he needs folders and glue. You got it. And markers? Of course. Oh, geez. Can we get a card, please?
Save big on back to school with Staples Hot Deals. Right now, 24-pack Crayola crayons and comp books are only 50 cents each at Staples. Ends 8/24, in-store only, limit 30.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up! And call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
This is Zach Gale with Honesty Sports Minute, sponsored by Napa Silent Guard Brakes. Tyrese Maxey's a budding star. Joel Embiid is a top 5 player, but with all the wear and tear on his body, you don't know how many elite years he has left. We know Ben Simmons and James Harden didn't work in Philly, and Daryl Morey knew he needed to make a big splash this offseason and did so by landing Paul George. And a trio of Embiid, George, and Maxey puts the Sixers in as good of a position as they've ever been in since Embiid became the face of the franchise. I'm Zach Geld.
Looking for a way to elevate your engine's performance? Start with Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. It provides faster oil flow for hot and cold temperature protection in the harshest driving conditions. Regular use can help your engine run cleaner and longer by defending against sludge and buildup, improving overall engine performance and fuel efficiency while increasing the time between oil changes. Make the switch without slowing down. Feed your ride Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. Available now at Napa locations nationwide.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us, too, in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
The day before the Independence Day holiday morning rush underway. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam with a look at the Parkway West. It's heavy now approaching the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East starting to line up at Edgewood Swissvale. Route 28, the Parkway North, pretty much up to speed. Out of the South Hills on Route 51, Sawmill Run Boulevard, you'll experience traffic light delays at the key intersections heading for the Liberty Tubes. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Paige and her entire Awaken 180 team want to wish everyone a happy and healthy Independence Day week. Having a party this week? Make it better by finding your free recipes at Awaken 180 on all social media channels.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
One of the TVs in here, I have MLB Network on, Quick Pitches on, which is really the only, I feel, baseball highlight show we have anymore. Now, Harry, I know you grew up just a few years after me, but Baseball Tonight was awesome.
Yeah, I never really got around to that one.
Oh, man.
A little too old for me. Do you recognize this song, by the way, real quick?
No, is this one of the ones you, like, mixed a rap to?
Yeah.
Do you just have all of these? Is this like, what all the beds for the show is?
No, just 3 of them. But Doran said I could do that. He said it would be cool. And then I made it happen.
Donnie Football, Harry Callis with you this morning on 93.7 The Fan. Anyway, the highlights that we're playing were the Reds and Yankees. The Reds beating the Yankees last night 5-4. So Cincy just a half game behind the Buccos at this point in the season. I want to get your take on this, Harry, and you out there can give your take as well at 412-928-9370. Do you ever get a little bit jealous? You see what Ellie De La Cruz does and think that should be our Cruz, that should be O'Neal Cruz, or do you think the gap there is closer than what it seems to be?
I think it's closer than what it seems to be. Ellie's not that great. He just has 1 or 2 really good games, and then he goes back into a slump. Oh, excuse me. Wow. Goes back into a slump. Yeah, no, I think that the gap's closer. I think that they're much of the same. I think he had a big game yesterday, but that's not what he does consistently, so I'm not jealous at all.
Yeah, so he does lead the majors in strikeouts. 84 games in, he has 111 strikeouts. He also leads the majors in stolen bases. He has 40. He is going to be at least a 20-40 player, probably a 30-40 player. And, I mean, think, we're halfway through the season. He has 40 stolen bases. You know, who knows what he can end up with there. And home runs, he's going to be right around 30. He's going to be upper 20s, if not 30. He's hitting 15 points or so higher than what Cruz is hitting right now. And, again, I know that's not the end-all, be-all.
How many home runs does he have again?
He has 14. Cruz has 12. Unless his baseball reference page is not up to date from last night.
I'm not. I didn't know myself there. I wanted to make sure.
Which I don't think it is. So he would have 15 home runs. Because it has his last game is June 30th, not last night against the Yankees.
Okay.
So 15 home runs for Ellie De La Cruz, and he has he had a triple last night as well. So that's number 6 on the season for him. His OPS plus going into last night was 126. Cruz going into last night was 104, but O'Neal Cruz went 0 for 3 in that game against the Cardinals.
I'm pretty confident. I don't know if you remember last season, but the Reds were on a hot streak, and Ellie De La Cruz was exciting, and they were pushing all the right buttons. And they went on a 10-game winning streak, and they were like second, I think, in the NL Central, and they were on their way to a playoff spot. And then Ellie De La Cruz stopped hitting, and the pitchers on their team really started to waver. And then they lost 10 in a row later in the season to get themselves out of contention. And I love that. So they were living and dying on how well he was doing in the lineup.
Do you think that if O'Neal Cruz started to heat up, the Pirates could see something similar to that? I feel like they could. I feel like there's no point this season where there's much of a risk of them losing 10 games in a row. I think there's something there that you can see them winning 10 games in a row, but I think that their starting pitching is just too good right now compared to last season, to where I don't see them going through major dry spells like we saw in 2023.
No, they've got a bunch of stoppers, which is great. Although Paul Skeens has pitched and then they've ended up losing games, which is concerning. Hate that. But no, I mean I don't see them going on a streak one way or the other. I mean I really think unless they make some major additions, they're going to be in that same spot all year. And I've been maintaining this opinion a bit lately. I think that the Pirates their trajectory is based on how well O'Neal Cruz does. I mean, you see they have better chances of winning, and they do win many of the games that he hits a home run in. And when he's performing well and he's batting in the middle of the lineup, the Pirates do better. The only problem is that when he's not hitting and when he does dumb things in the field, they're more susceptible to lose. It's not rocket science, but I mean, that's just what I've observed is that they really rely on him to produce. And when he does not hit, they're not winning games. He's one of the people they rely on. I'm scared of Brian Reynolds, too, for that same reason. Because when he hits, they really do well. And when he doesn't, I hear he's batting 200 in the Julys after his last 2 Junes. That's scary to me. Those two guys really got to hit. And if they don't, it just seems like the Pirates win less.
Yeah, historically, Brian Reynolds, very good player in June and subpar player in the month of July. So we have to hope that he doesn't, completely boomerang after what he accomplished last month, which was a great one for him. He had a 25-game hitting streak come to an end just the other day. Comment made by Greg Brown yesterday during the PM team. He joined around 4:15, and I thought one of the last things he said caught my attention, and it has caught the attention of the people. This is one of those graphics we put out there, Harry, that Craig would be happy about. A lot of impressions on this, baby. A lot of impressions on this. Brownie yesterday saying the bottom line is the Pirates' greatest chance of improving offensively is currently on the Major League and AAA roster. Listen, I love Greg. I've grown up listening to Greg doing Pirates games. I just can't fall in line with this. I can't agree with this. Say what you will about the coaching, but I feel like if they are in the thick of things as we get closer and closer to the trade deadline, I'm not saying they have to get the top guy available, but I do not think their best chance of improving the offense is currently on their Major League roster or on the AAA roster. I mean, AAA, first and foremost, the pitching in AAA has been awful this year. I think the ERA is a full run or so higher than what it is in Major League Baseball, and we've seen examples of guys getting called up that after they mash the ball in AAA for maybe a month or so at a time, they come up here and they look lost. See Davis, Henry for that. Also G1 Bay, a good example of that. But Henry Davis is completely lost. Now his rehab has been stalled due to issues with concussions, but that's also very concerning as a side note, especially given the position that he plays. But this really caught the attention of some people out there, and, you saw people jumping all over Greg for towing the company line and what have you. I have to respectfully disagree with what Greg said there. Their greatest chance of improving this offense, maybe their best players, if it is Brian Reynolds, if it is O'Neal Cruz. I mean, hell, you could even say Andrew McCutchen, who hit another home run last night. He now has a dozen on the season. That's not their best chance of improving the offense with what comes after that. If you go out there and even get a moderate bat, I don't know if Jazz Chisholm is the answer. I happen to think he's a little bit of an overrated player. However, you put him in this offense, and it's a game changer. I mean, perfect picture to paint of that. Jack Sawinski last night, a career game for Sawinski. 3 for 3, a 3-run home run, and he's hitting a whopping 180 on the season. He was hitting 168 going into last night's game. Like, he has been a very difficult player to watch. He still occasionally has that power stroke. He has 7 on the season, but he is somebody that has to heat up in a big way in the second half because going into the year, you accounted for this guy to hit probably 20 home runs. And somebody as naive as me thinking that Henry Davis could hit 15 to 20 home runs. Henry Davis barely has 15 to 20 hits on the season. That's how bad the man has been. In fact, he does not have 15 to 20 hits. He has 13 hits in 29 games this year. And I thought the guy would hit 15 or 20 balls out of the ballpark. Silly me to think a former first overall pick could do that. 412-928-9370 if you want to join the conversation. Coming up, we have quite the event going on this afternoon at the Fan. We'll get into that a little bit. Also, take a look at the pitching matchup tonight at PNC Park. And then in a little bit, the first edition of Questions with Callis before we get to the 7 o'clock hour. Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. It is the Fan Morning Show on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Penguins schedule was released. The Penguins play the New York Rangers in the first game of the season on October 9th. The Penguins will also see the Red Wings and the Carolina Hurricanes in the first month of the season. And the Pittsburgh Pirates, they have a game tonight at 6:40 against the St. Louis Cardinals. Coverage starts at 5:45, presented by Pella Windows. It's game 2 of the 3-game series with the Cards at PNC Park. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
His brother-in-law is playing hockey with Mr. Larson, and you can count on me waiting for you in the parking lot.
I got to be honest, my heart would be going a little bit, especially if I thought the guy could kick my ass if I get out into the parking lot after thinking it's a done deal once the locker room
he's got weapons.
nonsense.
He's got sticks and skates and whatnot.
Exactly. That would make me nervous.
He just has a skate in one hand and a stick in the other.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's.
Looking for a way to elevate your engine's performance? Start with Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. It provides faster oil flow for hot and cold temperature protection in the harshest driving conditions. Regular use can help your engine run cleaner and longer by defending against sludge and buildup, improving overall engine performance and fuel efficiency while increasing the time between oil changes. Make the switch without slowing down. Feed your ride Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. Available now at Napa locations nationwide.
DQ presents Picture This. Picture the DQ freezer, home to all the Blizzard flavors of the past. Picture it opening to bring back the salted caramel truffle blizzard for a limited time. Picture that salted caramel truffle blizzard in your hands. It's all yours. No, really, it's all yours. This treat is too good to share. Everyone will have to get one for themselves. Hurry in to get this flavor before the DQ freezer closes. DQ, happy tastes good.
It's the great taste of Germany right here in the Bird. Hopper House Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant starts with a wide selection of traditional beer brewed right on site, with seasonal selections every month. And during these hot months, pick up the Hopper House 32-ounce crowlers all month long, great for vacations, weekend outings, or get-togethers. Hopper House Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant in the South Side works. No matter the occasion, everyone loves it at our house.
Are you struggling with bad feet? Here at the Good Feet store, we hear a lot about foot pain, but we also hear about back, knee, and hip pain. I'd like you to hear what Kelsey, a kinesiologist, has to say about the Good Feet Arch Support System.
As an exercise specialist, I've seen all kinds of things that people try to put in their shoes to get out of pain. What I really like about the Good Feet system is that they support all 4 arches in the foot.
So did you know you had 4 arches in each foot? Most shoes and inserts only support 1. Maybe that's the reason all the remedies you've tried in the past just didn't work.
When the foot's placed in the ideal position, everything else up the kinetic chain works better. You have better balance, more energy, you're going to feel better. Being able to move freely and out of pain means everything to me, and good movement starts with the feet.
Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet Arch Supports are HSA and FSA eligible. Come in for a free test walk today.
We all know there's an advantage to playing at home, being the home team. LGKG has been your home team for personal injury cases for over 90 years. We know how to present your case. We know what works. We know how to win in Western Pennsylvania. Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from GetGo Cafe and Market. The summer barbecue favorites, smokestack pulled pork sub or sandwich, and the Roadhog rib sandwich are back. Download the GetGo app today to order and get free tots. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
I'm at a smoothie bar asking people if they'd switch smoothies with me for $574.
Oh, I'll switch.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
That's a headache.
Nope, it's painless.
Oh, so it's easy money.
Yep, check Allstate first and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Celebrate July 4th with savings at Lowe's. For a limited time, save on the essentials you need to make your garden pop for summer, like Miracle-Gro 25-quart potting mix. Get 2 bags for just $16. And get up to 40% off, plus save an extra $50 on every $500 you spend on select major appliances. Hurry, these deals won't last long, because Lowe's knows summer savings. Valid through 7/10. Miracle-Gro excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Appliance savings vary based on purchase amount. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for more details. While supplies last.
Hi, Discover. It's Jennifer Coolidge, and your cashback match has inspired me.
Great. We love doubling the cashback you earn at the end of your first year.
I'm doubling everything now. I'm double dating. I'm double dipping.
Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Look at your cup holder. It's empty, and you're feeling thirsty. Head to a nearby convenience store and fill it with a Pepsi Zero Sugar, Mountain Dew, or Starry. Grab a delicious, refreshing Pepsi for the road.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Big time event going on this afternoon right here in the offices of Odyssey Pittsburgh and 93.7 The Fan. We have a theater in here that we will hold station and company events in, the Bowser Theater. We just had a few weeks ago like our Odyssey Pittsburgh Awards show, awards assembly, whatever you want to call it, in that theater. We've had live music performances in that theater as well in the past. That will be the site for the inaugural fan producer hot dog eating challenge. 10 minutes time, just like what you see on the 4th of July at Coney Island. So big of an event right now, as we are just mere hours away. We're, about 8.5 hours away, roughly? My math might be off.
It's morning, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
It'll be at 3 o'clock.
3 p.m. It will be live on our video stream, which you can find on our YouTube page or at 937thefan.com. Harry Callis, the man behind the glass with me this morning, is absolutely the heavy favorite going in. I've had a few people pick me. I feel like that puts a little bit of added pressure onto me. One of them being Bob Pompiani. But Callis, have you heard the promo yet that Steve Wilson put together by request of Andrew Filipponi? Well, for the folks that have not heard it, we're going to play it anyway, because I think it is some of Steve Wilson's finest work.
On Wednesday, July 3rd, a new tradition is born. It's the first annual fan producer hot dog eating contest. These men have trained tirelessly for the glory that comes with this elusive prize. Green jackets, Lombardi trophies, Stanley Cups, all pale in comparison to what these pillars of nutrition and physical fitness are vying for. The prestige that comes with being the best hot dog eater at 93.7 The Fan among the producer's staff. 10 minutes, 100 hot dogs. Harry Callis, Little Austin, Tommy Football, Intern Dom, Sean Randy Myers, Seabird, Seth Lundy, and more. We crown a champion July 3rd. History will be made right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Harry, I feel like you have some pressure on you because you know you're the favorite. I think you've embraced the role of the favorite here.
Do I know I'm the favorite, or does everybody just have confidence in me?
Oh, I think you know.
That would make me the favorite by definition.
I think you know you're the favorite because of something you said last week.
It's eating. It's eating hot dog. Yes. And I'm large, and I'm in charge. I did say that. Pony was baiting me for some confidence. So you know what? I gave it to him.
I do think that you are the favorite going into this.
Why should I feel any pressure? I am large, and I like hot dogs, and I'm not going to eat anything all day.
Well, because I feel like if you're not the guy that comes out on top here, then people are going to be surprised. Like,
why do I care what people think, Donnie? I don't care what people think.
That's a good way to view things.
Now,
but I don't know. It might be your cohorts on the Fan Morning Show that are regularly on this show, Adam Corrali and Doran Dickerson. What if they're disappointed in your performance, Harry?
They won't be disappointed. They know I'm going to do my best. Doran just wants me to be confident, and I'll be confident for him. Now, would you rather me be confident? Or, listen to this. This was Austin yesterday with Zeiss. Austin City Limits.
Oh, you found it good.
I found it. And listen to this. Would you rather me be large and in charge, or would you rather hear this?
But I should be able to eat 3. If I don't eat 3, I will be truly disappointed in myself because I ate 3 at the Pirate game at Dollar Dog Night not too long ago. So I should be fine with it.
What are we doing? 3. The guy's like, I'm happy to be here. I'm going to eat 3. Yay.
Because I had 3 at Dollar Dog Night a few weeks ago.
He's confident on the wrong side. Yeah, I'll eat 3. Yeah, 3's going to cut it. Get out of here. Come on now.
I don't know if 3 assures him a spot out of the cellar.
Doesn't it really doesn't?
I mean, I think it'll be a battle between Bechtold and Dom for. I mean, I'm going off just their stature really, but if Austin is saying I think I can eat 3 in 10 minutes time, and I've seen Dom do an eating challenge or 2, and it has not ended very well for him. He has to go about it with a different strategy.
Dom's gonna do one of 2 things. Dom is gonna look really good for putting together an effort, or he's going to look really dumb again. So you remember last year Dom said, yeah, Cal should get eaten by aliens, because the aliens will get satisfied faster. And I was like, really? And then he tried to do that eating challenge, and I tweeted at him, and I said, the man makes fun of the big men, but can't eat the big men's meal.
Oh, I remember. I remember. That was a very good comeback on your part, too.
Yeah. So now, again, he could either put in a great effort and look really good, or he'll flame out again and look just awful, and hopefully he'll never be invited back to another one.
I witnessed that performance in person. He did I believe it was called the Mark Zuckerberg McDonald's Challenge. And listen, I know that it may look like a lot of food to somebody of Dom's stature, but to fellas like you and me, Harry, and this is even me speaking post my Awaken 180 journey, I think you and I are putting down that amount of food pretty easily.
Yeah.
He was in a lot of trouble early. And
I'm not endorsing it's healthy for you, but it's, once in a while you can put it down.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
can put it down.
He was like way too confident going in, and he felt like he could go at it like the tortoise instead of the hare, and he found out very quickly how much trouble he was in. It was not a fun sight. So yeah, that we will talk more about that as the morning goes on. A big event among the fan producer staff this afternoon.
I got audio too. We can play later of Zeiss realizing that his 2 favorite picks from yesterday are not in.
Yes,
in the competition.
We will have to give the injury report on that later on. Coming up, the first rendition this morning of Questions with Callis before we get into the 7 o'clock hour. It is the Fan Morning Show. Donnie Football with you on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates play tonight after losing yesterday by a 7-4 final score. The Pirates are falling further out of the wild card race, and the Cardinals have now moved into the second wild card spot in the National League. Tonight's game 6:40, just like yesterday. If you want to listen, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
And the
Morning Rush gets a bit more crowded. This report brought to you by WetGo Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam looking at the Parkway West, where delays are starting right around Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East are putting on the brakes at Wilkinsburg. Then it's bumper to bumper from Edgewood Swissvale to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Route 28 remains up to speed. So does the Parkway North from I-79 down to and across the southbound Veterans Bridge. A little heavy on the northbound side of I-79 in the construction zone from Clever Road up through the S-Bends. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Protect your car from bugs, UV rays, and rain, and keep it shining all summer with savings on unlimited washes. New members who sign up for WetGo Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45-plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11. Tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Gerken Roofing and Contracting and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Pennsylvania One Call System, and Allegheny Hospital and Physical Medicine. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Introducing Lumi for Men, and we named him Mando. I'm Dr. Shannon Klingman's brother, the inventor of Mando Whole Body Deodorant for pits, packages, and feet. Because we all know our pits aren't the only places we get odor. Mando Whole Body Deodorant is different from anything you've tried before. It stops odor before it starts, powered by our acidified technology. Mando controls odor anywhere you have it. Her patented whole body deodorant formula has over 200,000 five-star reviews. And because Mando has a 60-day stink-free guarantee, you can try Mando risk-free. Give Mando whole body deodorant a try today and smell like the stink-free man you were intended to be.
There's a special offer for listeners. Use code 555 and get an extra $5 off a Mando starter pack that comes with a solid stick, cream tube, 2 free products of your choice, and ships free with code 555. Go to shopmando.com, code 555, for an extra $5 off a Mando starter pack. That's shopmando.com, code 555.
Head to the mountains to win big and have a blast at the Casino at Nemacolin. Newly renovated, the Casino at Nemacolin features 26 table games, 500 slots, and new high roller lounge for the bold. Tickle your taste buds at the Royale, the new dinner restaurant, or stop by the bar for a bite to eat. Dining is available 7 days a week. On Friday and Saturday nights, stop in for live music with no cover charge. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Must be 21 and over with ID to enter the casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Do you know what the scariest sound to hear on a factory floor is? Silence. That means something somewhere broke. Production has stopped, and now you're paying your workers to wait while the team troubleshoots and tries to fix the problem. Finally, there's a proactive way to reduce equipment downtime, thanks to MaintainX. MaintainX is the asset management system that brings your maintenance downtime to zero. MaintainX lets you build preventative maintenance schedules, manage work orders in real time, and access the data you need to make better decisions. Downtime equals death in the production world, so make unplanned downtime a thing of the past. Try MaintainX for free. Control the daily operations of your business and transform your maintenance program by going to maintainx.com. That's maintain in the letter X.com.
Your bathroom's got to go, the vanity's decayed, and toilet's really old. The bathtub's giving way, give Bath R Us a ring. Call morning, noon, or night. You do not have to wait to get your bathroom right.
Call Baths R Us for your free estimate and enter to win our Christmas in July $15,000 bathroom remodel with an additional $1,500 off plus low to no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate or go to bathsrus.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show. Listen, please. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Donnie football in for Crowley and Dickerson this morning on the eve of Independence Day. Harry Callis still working diligently behind the glass. And This was something we did during the Fan 5-Alarm Marathon.
Mm-hmm.
I had Harry Callis go head-to-head with Austin City Limits Bechtold in the, 1 a.m. hour, I believe, that morning. And we enjoyed it so much, I decided we're going to have another go-round with trivia with Harry Callis.
Thank goodness. This is exactly what I wanted to do this morning.
This, my friends, is called Questions with Callis. We have 3 different segments in 3 different categories this morning.
Okay.
To end multiple hours on the show.
You're not trying to make me look silly, are you?
We will start with history.
Okay.
Harry, your first question here. Who is the only U.S. president to resign from office? I'll give you this clue.
Richard Nixon.
You got it.
Yeah, that one.
You got it, Harry. Good job. I was going to give you the clue that he gave the double. Oh, I just hit the mic here. The double peace signs out the door. Number 2, Harry. Former President Bill Clinton, not to be confused with Bill in Clinton. That is once called 93.7 The Fan. Former President Bill Clinton was in hot water for having sexual relations with an intern. Name that intern.
Monica Lewinsky.
Oh, Harry, you're on the ball.
Yeah.
You came ready to go this morning. Harry Callis, 2 for 2.
Bam.
China is the most populated country in the world, Harry. What country is in second?
Ooh. I feel like America would be the trick question there. Russia.
Incorrect, Harry.
Okay.
I think they're around the top 10. The United States is 3. India is what we were looking for there.
I wouldn't have gotten that one.
In the 2000 presidential election, there was controversy over voting. What state ultimately decided the electoral vote?
Florida.
Harry, you're on the ball.
Yeah.
3 for 4. We have just one more for history. And you have really showed me something this morning. I should have known after you got the Archduke Ferdinand question right.
I'm pretty
about
good
a month
with history.
ago.
I mean,
I'm trying to think what other history questions I had at that time. Oh, the one that really got everybody was the Confederacy.
but I had half of that right.
Jefferson.
Jefferson Davis.
Yes, sir. Final one for history. What was the period of time between 1920 and 1933 that prevented the distribution of alcohol in the United States?
Read that first part of the question again.
What was the period of time?
Was it Prohibition?
Yes, it was.
There you go. Okay.
Harry, what
I
a
thought
run.
you were going to say the Roaring 20s, but yeah, okay.
No, Prohibition, the answer. Folks had signs that said, "We want beer."
Yeah.
What a time that must have been. Imagine if they tried to do that now.
My great-grandfather ran a speakeasy.
Oh, yeah?
There's still a tab of people that didn't pay up.
From what, like 1925?
Mm-hmm. There was one in Lawrenceville he ran. Yeah.
What was the name?
I don't know.
That had to be some type of time right there. Running the speakeasies, under the radar, just boozing it up.
I don't know if it had a name. You just kind of showed up. It's like, oh, this one in here. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Like, you didn't want the advertising to be out there.
No. The brand needed to be as bland as possible.
And people just got away with not paying their tabs?
Yeah. Made a lot of money, though, overall. I guess we could go collect, but, you know.
What was your great-grandfather's name? First name. You don't have to give his full name.
Michael.
Oh, okay. I would have thought. I feel like back then, like, everybody was just named, like, Joe or John or Jack. Harry, I would think.
The O'Toole family. They've had a list of Patricks and Michaels throughout history.
Oh, they're Irish.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to mess with the Irish, man. If you owe the Irish money.
So I'm part Irish. That makes me an alcoholic, and part Greek, which makes me large as I am now.
You don't want to really mess with the Greeks either.
Nope.
Maybe you should go collect.
No need. It's fine.
You could break some fingers of like
hello, give me your money.
Great grandchildren, or hell, maybe I don't know. Who knows? Maybe the guys, maybe the people are still alive and they're like $1.15 or something. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. It is the Chevy Summer Drive, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. We will let KDKA take care of that. Coming up, want to get into the Steelers a little bit. I'm going to name my top 5 Steelers breakout candidates for the 2024 campaign. We also have tickets to give away next hour. Brett Michaels, he's coming to Star Lake in under 2 weeks. You're going to want to get in line for that at 412-928-9370. That's the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. It's Donnie Football in for the guys on the Fan Morning Show, 93.7 The Fan.
Good morning. It's going to be a hot one out there today with highs near 90 degrees. I have Pittsburgh's daily high at 90 degrees. If we get there, it'll be the 6th 90-degree day of the year. Morning temperatures are near 70, with noon temperatures expected to already be in the mid-80s. There's a rain and storm chance later on today, with isolated storms starting up as soon as 4 this afternoon. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
No matter how large or small your digging project may be, no matter how urban or rural, you must always call 811 before any digging project. 811 is our national one-call number, alerting your local utility companies to come out and mark any lines they have near your dig site. So before you do this or this, make sure you do this. For digging projects big or small, make the call to 811. Brought to you by Common Ground Alliance.
Do summer projects your way with 4th of July savings from the Home Depot. With free delivery on over 2 million items, you can make the most of summer grilling and dig into gardening. Plus, get same-day delivery on thousands of products like power tools and storage to tackle any last-minute garage project. Summer your way with 4th of July savings from the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Order select and stock items by 4 p.m. subject to availability.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all the Steelers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Time's a ticking to get that house on the market. But like your realtor told you, you gotta clear out all that junk first. Book us online. 2menandajunktruck.com.
Where 2 rivers converge, a 3rd emerges. Stronger and more united than ever before. And a community, hard as steel, built over generations, rises for the new day ahead. Vibrant, dedicated, innovative. Today, we have a chance for a brighter future right here in Pennsylvania. U.S. Steel and Nippon Steel coming together as one. U.S. Steel's partnership with Nippon Steel means no layoffs, means no plant closures, means $1.4 billion in new investments for the future. And best of all, it means U.S. Steel's headquarters will stay right here in Pennsylvania. Built for innovation, built for Pennsylvania, built for generations to come. The U.S. Steel and Nippon Steel partnership is the future of American steel.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild and Soak Zone with over 40 family-sized rides and attractions like Splash-tastic slides, wave pool, and the Lazy River of Soak Zone. Get the best deals on tickets and passes now at idlewild.com.
Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Don't let costs keep your child from hitting the ice. Visit our website, assistedgoals.org, to learn more and apply today. Together, we can break down the barriers and keep the love of hockey alive. Not in need, but love the sport and want to pay it forward? You can also donate online at assistedgoals.org today.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Big problems on the Parkway East. This report brought to you by Scandinavian Design. The Cordell traffic cam spying an accident now. This is on the inbound Parkway East at the ramps to Monroeville and the Turnpike. Looks like traffic is only getting by in the right lane past the incident, but you can expect those heavy delays. Once you do get by it, you're going to be in line again at the interchange for Wilkinsburg down toward the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Parkway West, your delays at Parkway Center, and Route 28 remains up to speed, so does the Parkway North. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Scandinavian Design.
Don't miss 4th of July savings at Scandinavian Designs. Save up to 60% on select Nordic-inspired furniture and decor. Shop our Cranberry location or shop online at ScandinavianDesigns.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Don't touch that dial. It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
You heard Steve Wilson there. It is the Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection. Donnie football in for Crowley and Dickerson this morning, the eve of Independence Day. Harry Callis is behind the glass. We will have Ray Fittipaldo join us around 8 o'clock, John Wehner at 8:35, and then former NFL General Manager Doug Whaley joins us from 9 to 10. Don't know what happened there, Harry. That was almost an absolute emergency. I drank some water before we came back, a very delayed, wrong pipe scenario.
Well, I burped on the air earlier when I was talking, so it happens. It's morning, Don.
Well, you're just getting ready for the hot dog contest today at 3 o'clock.
So it seems.
You got to open up some space for that. We will also have tickets to give away in a little bit at 412-928-9370. And I will give you the directions for that as this segment goes on, because I want to dive into the Steelers here and give my 5 breakout candidates for the Steelers in 2024. I joined Brian Batko yesterday on his Chipped Ham and Football podcast through the folks over at the Post-Gazette. We drafted our 5-man teams of Steelers breakout players. Now, did I get every player I wanted? No, because there was another guy making selections, and that was the great Brian Batko of the Post-Gazette. It was his show. So who would my 5 be if I was solely picking? If nobody else was selecting any players, who would just my power rankings be of 5 breakout players? I had the first pick in said draft, and you can go check that out again from the people at the Post-Gazette. It is the Chipped Ham and Football podcast, myself and Brian Batko from yesterday. My first pick was Keanu Benton. And I know that he may be a trendy pick for something like this. I think he's the future of the Steelers' defensive line. Cam Hayward is getting a bit long in the tooth. And even though he can still play at quite the high level given his age in the mid-30s, we aren't even 100% sure that he will end his career with the Steelers. And you can't circle him as a player, even at his age, to say, this guy, you look 5 years down the line, he will be on the Steelers roster, he will be a key member of this defense. Larry Ogunjobi is not the future. Guys like Isaiah Loudermilk and DeMarvin Leal, they are closer to out the door than in the door. They seem to be fringe cut guys going forward. Leal, I had pretty high hopes for. He got some notable snap counts in his rookie season. That diminished last season. And there were games down the stretch when he was a healthy scratch. That is not a good sign. So Benton, besides Hayward, is really the only guy we can say with 100% certainty will be on this roster week 1 of 2024. That we know will jump into the future and be a key component. I mean, yeah, Monty Adams will be on the team. But what if they find that Larry Ogunjobi isn't really worth the contract? Now, I would think with the money coming his way, he will be on the team in week 1. But when they look to the future, the next couple of seasons, Benton really the only guy you can say for certain. And again, I know he's the common pick here, but I expect a nice jump from him after what we got as a rookie. He wasn't really the shiny toy of the 23 class. You had Jones, you had Porter, you had Washington. But he has turned into a very nice prospect for the future. So Keanu Benton is my first. Number 2 is Joey Porter Jr. And he better break out this season because I don't love where the Steelers are at with corner. I don't think Dante Jackson will be quite as good as some people are expecting. I think it's a bit of an overvalue with him. I don't think it's fair to throw a lot on the plate of Corey Trice, given his history. He's a 7th-round pick. He has good size. He has great size. But the injury history is a concern to me. We have no clue what we will see from Cam Sutton or when we will see Cam Sutton, even though people assured me that he would be great. So I guess I shouldn't be worried. But no, he's absolutely a question mark, in all seriousness. I think Porter has the makeup and the potential to be a great player. I really enjoyed watching what he did last season. I think if he plays the whole time, he doesn't just become a starter midway through the season. If he starts from day 1 or maybe week 2 or week 3, I think he had a real case for Defensive Rookie of the Year. I mean, he still finished as a finalist. I think it was a great rookie season for Joey Porter Jr. But he is now the man at corner. He is the number 1 guy for the Steelers. He has to put wide receivers on an island. So the pressure is on him to break out, and I actually think he will. I think we will see more very good or great things from PZ Jr. in 2024. The third guy is somebody we have been waiting for to break out since he got drafted. Everybody saw that 40 time and they fell in love. That right there should tell you who I am talking about. It is Calvin Austin III. Sometimes, though, it's just a John Ross situation. The fastest guys are not always the best. I'm not going to say this guy is quite to the level of Dree Archer, but he certainly needs to show me more, a lot more. And I assume I'm not alone in that assessment. We've only heard about the potential of his game. We did not see him as a rookie due to injury. Last year we saw a long touchdown against Vegas and the jet sweep touchdown against Cincinnati. And that was it. We will see him shine in minicamp. We will see him shine in training camp out at St. Vincent. We will see him shine in preseason games. But we got to see him shine more in the regular season. But even with the question marks at wide receiver, I think he's probably best fit as a wide receiver 4. But things are wide open for him right now to show everyone what he's all about. Pun intended. My number 4 selection, another second-year player, the first-round pick from 2023, that is Broderick Jones. I'm putting a lot of faith in the Steelers to make sure this guy is on the field. I don't think that will be a problem. I'm also putting a lot of faith in them that he has played in the correct position. That could be a problem. It took until I was in my late 20s for the Steelers to take left tackle seriously. I'm not saying they haven't had good players there. They have had some pretty solid players there. Think of guys like Marvell Smith, Max Starks, Alejandro Villanueva. They've had good players there. I'm not denying that. They haven't made it a priority. None of those guys were first-round picks. And in fact, the last one, Villanueva, was a converted wide receiver / tight end and was the beneficiary of Mike Munchak's coaching. I think Jones can be a great left tackle of the future. So plug him in there. Let him do his thing. I thought he shined in that spot last year against Baltimore. He only got one true game at left tackle. He played majority of the second half of 2023 at right tackle. But let him be the flag bearer of that offensive line for the next decade plus. By the way, that's not the last I will be talking about the Steelers' offensive line this morning. My 5th and final pick for Steelers breakout candidate in 2024 is Pat Freiermuth. I think this is a big season for him. It's an important season for him. And Brian Batko has said this both on his airwaves, on these airwaves, on his airwaves, on his podcast, and also in his writing, that he believes that it is a contract year for Freiermuth, and he is in line for a contract extension before the season even begins. He hasn't been bad in his 3 years, but I wouldn't say he's been good as a former second-round pick. I do worry about his health. He tends to miss some games. It's also hard for me to blame anyone who existed in this offense the last few seasons, given the play of the quarterbacks and the coaching of the coordinator. 7 touchdowns as a rookie in 2021. That was the final season of Ben Roethlisberger. 732 yards on 63 grabs in 2022. But last year was a true downer in year 3, in what is normally one of the most important years of a professional's career. He collected nearly half of his season yardage in a single game against Cincinnati. He had just 308 yards on the season on 32 receptions and a couple of touchdowns in 12 games. But I think the installation of the Arthur Smith offense, it benefits the tight end. I think it could benefit multiple tight ends. Darnell Washington I considered here. The concern can come with Russell Wilson and his defense of throwing to the middle of the field, which he only did 5.8% of the time last season, which was dead last in the National Football League. But something will have to give, at least a little bit. An offensive coordinator that loves the middle of the field or a quarterback that hates it. I thought about including George Pickens here. I actually picked him with my final selection of the draft that I did with Brian Batko on his podcast, which, again, you can go back and listen to when you get the chance. But I also wondered if I was cheating a little bit with that selection. George Pickens has back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons to begin his career, despite being in an offense that included a terrible coordinator and bad quarterbacks. So I could say he will be a breakout star and expect him to go for 1,500 yards in the process with a revamped game plan and better quarterback play from either Russell Wilson or Justin Fields. I want to hear from you on this, however, and you have a chance to win tickets to a big concert coming up in about 10 days' time. 2 tickets to see Bret Michaels on Saturday, July 13th at Star Lake. All you have to do, call in, tell me your Steelers breakout star in 2024, and state your case. 412-928-9370. Your Steelers breakout star in 2024, and have a defense for it. 412-928-9370. The best call will be seeing Bret Michaels with Chris Jansen at the Pavilion at Star Lake next Saturday, July 13th. 412-928-9370. You can also hit us up on the fan text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. It's Donnie Football in for the guys this morning on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Some sources through reports have said that Joshua Palacios is going to get called back up from AAA and be on the Major League roster for tonight's game against the Cardinals. Pirates lost the first game of the series yesterday by a 7-4 final score. Game 2 of the series, same time as yesterday, 6:40. And if you want to listen to the game, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show is where our coverage begins at 5:45. That'll be hosted by Dan Zangrilli. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Tuesday and every Tuesday at noon, tune in for the Derek Shelton Show as he talks all things Buccos live all season long.
I think we're on the way up. There's a lot of young talent.
The Derek Shelton Show is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist and Pennsylvania One Call System. The Derek Shelton Show every Tuesday at noon on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
You know 84 Lumber for their lumber yards, but did you know they have an in-house kitchen and bath design studio at their Bridgeville and Mars locations? At 84 Lumber's design studio, the goal is to bring your vision to life by crafting a design that integrates your home with your lifestyle. 84 Lumber is passionate about quality materials and outstanding customer service. Whether you're remodeling or starting fresh, trust 84 Lumber for expert guidance every step of the way for your project. Visit the Bridgeville or Mars locations to meet with an expert designer today or visit 84designstudios.com. Visit 84designstudios.com.
Ready for all those summer get-togethers? Fill up your grocery basket at Giant Eagle. Their Deals for Days program features more than 1,000 deals on your favorite items. Barbecue parties or graduations are easier to plan when you buy at Giant Eagle. Learn more at gianteagle.com.
Clouds and sun today, the high 89.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half.
9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring today. Robert Half is here to help. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com today.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Hey everyone, it's Boomer Esiason here. Superchargers, headlights, and more. With over 122 million parts, eBay Motors has everything you need to maintain your vehicle and level it up to peak performance. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, your part is guaranteed to fit your ride every time or your money back. Stay on your game, all with the parts you need at the prices you want. It's easy to bring home huge wins. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. You know, I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. You know, basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Attention talcum powder users. Have you had ovarian or gynecological cancer? A proposed $8 billion plan will pay those who believe they got sick from using talc products like Johnson's baby powder and shower to shower. Johnson & Johnson maintains its products are safe. You have until July 26, 2024 to vote to accept or reject the plan. For more information, visit officialtalcclaims.com or call 888-431-4056. Paid for by LLT Management, LLC.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute. Klay Thompson's time with the Warriors is over. LeBron James is on the phone trying to land Klay, but the four-time champ plans to sign with the Dallas Mavericks. It's a good move for Klay, and going to Dallas puts him in a better position to win another championship, but now all eyes are on the Warriors to see how they'll put Steph in a position to win another title again before he calls it a career. I'm Zach Gelb.
Save on O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner. Get 2 cans of O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner for just $8. Valid in-store only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
While retinitis pigmentosa takes Mark's vision, his family gives him hope, whether at the family business or at home with his wife and sons. He knows he's not fighting alone. For 50 years, the Foundation Fighting Blindness has funded research into treatments and cures for blinding retinal diseases, providing hope to people with vision loss. And for Mark, winning the fight means being there for his family. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Help us end blinding diseases at fightingblindness.org.
Is your vehicle stopping like it should? Does it squeal or grind when you brake? Don't miss out on summer brake deals at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Big trouble on area roadways. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. An overturned tractor-trailer blocking a portion of the ramp from Route 22 to the inbound Parkway East. That, according to our Cordell and Cordell traffic cam, traffic only getting by in the right lane. Once you do get by it, you're going to be in line again at Edgewood Swissvale. Meanwhile, a vehicle fire partially blocking the ramp from the Russellton-Creighton interchange to inbound Route 28. Watch for delays there. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Paige and her entire Awaken 180 team want to wish everyone a happy and healthy Independence Day week. Having a party this week? Make it better by finding your free recipes at Awaken 180 on all social media channels.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Football Talk on the Fan is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Donnie Football in for the guys this morning on 93.7 The Fan. Just released my top 5 breakout candidates for the Steelers in 2024, and you have a chance to go home with 2 tickets to see Bret Michaels at the Pavilion at Star Lake, Saturday, July 13th, 10 days away. Call in right now, 412-928-9370. Give me your Steelers breakout star in 2024, and the best call is going to see Bret Michaels with Chris Jansen in 10 days' time at Star Lake. My 5, Keanu Benton, Joey Porter Jr., Calvin Austin III, and Pat Freiermuth. I really thought about putting George Pickens on that list, but I wondered what a breakout season for Pickens would look like. Now, I got some pushback last week. Pickens did not make the top 20 list according to CBS Sports. And when I threw that out there, did he get snubbed I thought maybe he could have fit into that 18 to 20 range. And I basically got told he has not done anything yet. What has he done to put himself in the top 20? Somebody called in and said he's made one circus catch in his career. I didn't really agree with that. I mean, the man has had back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons, and it's been in one of the worst offenses that has been present in the National Football League. So state your case. Steelers breakout star in 2024, 412-928-9370, and you could be seeing Bret Michaels next Saturday night at Star Lake. We will start with Ezra. What's up, Ezra?
Hey, what's going on, Donnie? I love the Keanu Benton pick. I agree with that. But I'm going to go with Cam and Minka, especially Minka. I know to say Minka having a breakout year is, that's an exaggerated thought, but, he's been a shell of himself, the last season. And now that we have Patrick Queen, we got the Elliott kid, I think this is Minka's 5-6 interception season. I just can't see him not having an all-pro season, just because of the acquisitions and what we've done.
Yeah, I think that's bold, Ezra, and I appreciate the call. Our guy Ezra calling in from Atlanta. I think it's a bold call. I don't hate the pick of Minka Fitzpatrick. I think, like you said, though, maybe it sounds a little bit exaggerated. He would have to have a monster year for this to be his breakout. I mean, it's hard for me to say that a multi-time All-Pro player has not already broken out and established himself around the league. Mike is next. What's up, Mike?
Hey, how you doing today?
Good.
My breakout player is actually Justin Fields. And the reason I say that is because there's going to be a significant injury to a quarterback in the league. We're going to trade him away and end up with a high draft pick that'll be the ceiling for the following year.
Mike, where are you? I know you're calling from the truck, but are you in the Pittsburgh area?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to put you back on hold, Mike, so stick with us because I like that call of Justin Fields. I told Brian that yesterday. And, Mike, I don't know if you have listened to the Chipped Ham and Football podcast, but if you did, thank you. I mentioned to him yesterday after I picked George Pickens during our draft of the breakout players, I brought up Justin Fields. And I said that would be a name for people to consider. However, you just don't know for sure how much he will play in 2024. It all depends really on what we see from Russell Wilson. So Mike is on hold. He is in the running to see Bret Michaels. Rob is next. What's up, Rob?
Hey, so I kind of agree with the Justin Fields thing because the breakout player is going to be someone we don't have high expectations for. And my breakout player is Roman Wilson. We don't have that wide receiver, too. He's going to fill that role, and he's going to give us some very, very adequate and high-level work at that position.
Rob, I'm going to keep you on hold, assuming you're also in the Pittsburgh area. You are calling in from your vehicle as well. Roman Wilson having a breakout year would be very nice. Putting some expectations on a rookie, but you said it there. I thought you put it well, saying that it has to be somebody who we don't have very high expectations on. It kind of comes out of nowhere. So, in a way, I agree with you on that. And if Wilson does turn into a key player, then I wouldn't say it fixes their issue at wide receiver. I still think there is a void there for the complement of George Pickens, but it certainly won't hurt if Roman Wilson is the breakout guy. So Mike and Rob are in queue. Let's see what Brandon in Wheeling has to say. What's up, Brandon?
What's up, boss? Hey, first-time caller, long-time listener. I got a bold take here for breakout player of the year.
Let's hear it.
There's so many times our center is snapping the ball. It's going over our quarterback's head. It's rolling back to him. It looks like a 5-year-old's playing center. Look, Zach Frazier from West Virginia, breakout player of the year. He's going to lead us into the playoffs. That offensive line is going to be better. Jalen Warren and Najee are going to be running the ball down people's throats. Arthur Smith loves the ground and pound, baby. Let's go Mountaineers. Let's go Steelers.
Brandon, are you somebody that knows that I have an affection and a love for the center position?
I don't, but now I do, baby. Let's go. Here we go. Q Renegade, baby. 12 wins and a playoff spot. Let's just win the AFC North. You know what I'm saying?
Brandon, I'm going to put you on hold. A very positive vibes morning, the eve of Independence Day. And you know what, Harry? I mean, the man went straight from my heart by picking the center out of West Virginia, Zach Frazier. I have a soft spot for centers, given that was the position that I played in my day. Brandon is going to find himself going to Star Lake next Saturday to see Brett Michaels and Chris Jansen. So, Brandon, please stay on hold. Once we go to break here, our guy Harry Callis will get your info, and we will send you on your way. So, Brandon is going to see Brett Michaels next Saturday at Star Lake. You can still join the conversation at 412-928-9370 if you want to share your Steelers breakout star in 2024. Coming up, want to get into one of the Independence Day activities that I'm not a huge fan of. We have another rendition of Questions with Callis coming up at the end of this hour. He went 4 for 5 in the history portion of Questions with Callis. Very good stuff from Harry. Ray Fittipaldo, Steelers reporter from the Post-Gazette, will join us at 8 o'clock. John Wehner, former Bucco and current Pirates broadcaster, joins us just after 8:30. And then Doug Whaley, the former NFL general manager, is in with us for the entire 9 o'clock hour. Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. It is Donnie Football in with you this morning on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates play tonight at 6:40 against the St. Louis Cardinals after losing yesterday 7-4 in the first game of 3 in this series. Cardinals are now a half game up on the third wild card spot, so they're no longer at the bottom of those, and the Pirates inching backwards in the standings. Right now they're 3.5 back of the third wild card spot in the National League. Those two teams are going to play again tonight, 6:40, same time as yesterday. If you want to listen, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Coverage on The Fan starts at 5:45, presented by Pella Windows. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream, powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Catch 2024 NFL Walter Payton Man of the Year, Cam Hayward, host Doran Dickerson, and many more celebs smashing softballs for charity at the 4th annual Three Rivers Celebrity Softball Game, presented by the Corey Firm at Wild Things Park, Saturday, July 13th. Tickets are available now.
It's the great taste of Germany right here in the Bird. Hopper House Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant starts with a wide selection of traditional beer brewed right on site, with seasonal selections every month. And during these hot months, pick up the Hopper House 32-ounce crowlers all month long. Great for vacations, weekend outings, or get-togethers. Hopper House Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant in the South Side works. No matter the occasion, everyone loves it at our house.
Thanks for calling 1-800-GOT-JUNK. This is Sarah. How can I help?
I've been thinking.
What have you been thinking about?
I decided I should declutter more often because it's an important part of a balanced and healthy life.
Have you ever noticed that 1-800-GOT-JUNK has a question mark at the end of it?
Yes, I have noticed that.
We make junk disappear.
All I have to do is point.
All you have to do is point.
Can you come right now?
We're on our way.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
No one likes a bully.
That's why it's important to step up, stand up, and speak up against them. I'm Larry Kelly.
I'm Joe George.
Western Pennsylvania guys, injury attorneys from LGKG. We don't get pushed around.
As our client, you won't either.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Thinking about getting a home security system? Right now, homeowners can unlock a free security camera from Guardian Protection, Pittsburgh's hometown security company, with the purchase of a monitored security system that Guardian will professionally install at no additional charge. Get 24-hour protection and effortlessly control your home with our app. Visit GuardianProtection.com/fan. That's GuardianProtection.com/FAN. Limited time offer. New customers only. Terms apply.
Join Mark Patrick Seminars Lose the Weight, Stop Smoking Early Bird Special, $49.99. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel Pittsburgh and Greentree, or Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center in Churchill. Weight loss 5:30 p.m. Stop Smoking Seminar 8.
Save on O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner. Get 2 cans of O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner for just $8. Valid in-store only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This summer, click into easier yard cleanup with same-day delivery from the Home Depot. Click into clearing overgrown grass or weeds with effortless gas-like power. And click into the convenience of a battery platform compatible with over 250 tools with the Milwaukee M18 Fuel Trimmer, now for just $199. Click into power with 4th of July savings now at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Order select and stock items by 4 p.m., subject to availability.
Is your vehicle stopping like it should? Does it squeal or grind when you brake? Don't miss out on summer brake deals at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-973-7809 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-973-7809. That's 800-973-7809. What do you have to lose? Call 800-973-7809. Again, 800-973-7809.
It's the dog days of summer. Baseball is in full swing. And unfortunately, so is your work schedule. Stay connected to your local team, even while you're working hard, with your favorite station on Odyssey.com. Get the best in local sports talk. Listen live or jump back to what you missed with Rewind. It's all here, all just a few clicks away. And I'll tell you something, it makes the workday go that much faster. Listen at work. Visit Odyssey.com today to get started.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show.
Listen, please.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
.93.7 The Fan and the Pittsburgh Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball and softball showcase. Parents and coaches, send an email to us at youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team, and 93.7 The Fan may make a stop to your field. Details at 937thefan.com. All brought to you by Century 21 Fairways Real Estate. Donnie, football in for the guys this morning. On the eve of the 4th of July, Doran Dickerson is playing with his meat, and Adam Crowley is on paternity leave. Do you think I could have worded that a little bit better, Harry?
I don't think he's playing with the meat. He's just cooking meat. But your intern,
intern Dom is looking at his meat.
He may be gazing at Doran's meat, for sure. That'd be more accurate, yeah.
We were talking Steelers there for a little bit, gave my 5 breakout players of 2024, but Independence Day is upon us. And, Harry, I feel like this is a hot topic every time we get around these summer months, and especially 4th of July, because that is the big one for this activity. That is fireworks. This is a take that I've gotten behind for a while, starting really as a kid, then into my teenage years, and then it exacerbated by my time spent covering minor league baseball for 2 seasons. Fireworks do very little for me, I have to say. They're pretty to look at, but I'm a believer in the thought of if you have seen one big fireworks display, you've seen them all. So I don't completely block them out. I don't shield my eyes from fireworks. I mean, I'm sure I will take them in tomorrow night. But it's impossible to do that in Western Pennsylvania between Memorial Day and Labor Day, and sometimes even later.
I don't know. I think that are there Memorial Day fireworks?
I think people set them off. I don't think there's really scheduled.
Are we talking about watching a show or actually lighting fireworks yourself?
Well, I mean, a little bit of both. I mean,
okay.
I
don't care to light my own fireworks. I'm not a sparklers guy. I think that's all dangerous, and I think people that do that are kind of dangerous. And
I agree.
And you see those stories.
You get your hand blown off or something, fingers
Yeah.
blown off.
I think that seeing fireworks is enough of a rarity. Like, there was really only one season that you get, like, a good time for fireworks. I've actually seen them on New Year's Eve, too, one year. It was warm enough, and they did it for New Year's Eve in downtown. But, like, they're such a rarity that I appreciate the show and watching them when I can. I will not light any myself at all.
So, I mean, I'm sure I will see them tomorrow. I will be up around Mount Washington at one point or another tomorrow. And for baseball games, if I'm there as a fan and I know that fireworks are the promotion, I sneak out of there before they really get going. That's like my version of beating the traffic.
Okay.
Kind of like leaving a concert before you get to the encore, which is actually something I did last night. I attended the Red Hot Chili Peppers show at Star Lake.
So you and I have a bit of a different perspective then. I don't think I've ever been to a fireworks show at PNC Park, one of their post-game fireworks shows. So that's something I might have to do. Haven't been to a concert either, by the way. I think we've talked about that before.
Yes, we have. I mean, I'm not a huge concert goer.
Me neither.
I need it to be a band or an artist that I really like.
But like Bethel Park had a fireworks show this weekend, and we were covering it for TV, but also like just watching it and being there. I'm like, yeah, this doesn't happen every day. This is cool. Not that it's nothing I've never seen, but I still appreciate the show in time because I think it's such a rarity, you know.
I think I got jaded by it from the 2 years spent in minor league baseball too, because it was.
Oh well, yeah. I mean, you'd be there.
It was very frequent.
Yeah.
I mean, and it wasn't even like I was doing 150 or 162 games. You know, it was affiliated baseball, but it was your back when they had the low level of single A ball, like your short season single A baseball, where they played about 80 games or 85 games, I think it was.
Mm-hmm.
And probably 2 or 3 times a week you were getting a fireworks show.
Well, then, yeah. So then you've got a bit of a tainted perspective there. You know what I never understood either? The Pirates have set off fireworks during home runs on day games. That I've never understood.
Yeah,
you
it's
just
tough
hear
to
the
see.
Ba-doom, ba-doom, boom, you know, but you don't really see them, yeah, because it's daylight. So that I've never understood. But a nice fireworks show to celebrate a holiday, sure. Leave it to the professionals. Give me the big fireworks. I'm good with it. I don't trust everybody that tries to do it at home.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's always like that person in your neighborhood that was like that family that set off fireworks. Like in mine, I had a neighbor down the street from me who I've brought up on the air before. Funny enough, his name is Steve Miller, not the same guy that's in the band or has the band. But Steve was always awesome dude. I mean, I love the guy. I mean, I wish I was still his neighbor, but he was always that guy. He would get a ton of fireworks, and this was before you could even buy them in PA. like before you saw like the Phantom fireworks stores and all the other ones that were around. He would go to like Ohio or West Virginia, buy a bunch, and then 4th of July, he was just setting those babies off. I would always steer clear. I would watch them. I'd be at their house, but I'd let him handle all that. I wasn't getting anywhere near that stuff because I'm like you, Harry. I'm a little bit worried about what could happen if something goes wrong.
I see people on Facebook too, and they might be nuts. I mean, I saw this one post, I think last night or this morning, where this person reposted something that said, reasons to and to not call 911 on the 4th of July. And in the to not call 911, it was like, you know, if your wife thinks the fireworks are too loud, if you find debris in your yard. And I'm just like, if there's debris in my yard, yeah, of course. That's not what, you don't set off fireworks in the neighborhood. If you get debris in my yard, I'm going to be mad.
You calling 911 on the debris?
Okay, probably not. No, I'm probably not going to, you're right. Probably not going to call 911. But I'm going to be frustrated. I think it's a public disturbance on any day. There are fireworks shows set in public to be done safely. I don't need that in my neighborhood.
Yeah, I think there's a thought there that, like, you should clean up after yourself, like one of those type deals.
Yes. I should not have to suffer the debris in my yard because you wanted to set off fireworks in your backyard. I hope that doesn't make me sound like a crotchety old man. But, no, I mean, I would be upset about that if that happened.
You should be standing by your window either tonight or tomorrow night or both. And if you see, like, a single, like, piece of debris from fireworks fall in, you just storm out your door and go after your neighbor.
Perhaps. I mean, I hear loud noises. I think some people in my neighborhood, Starkey's in my neighborhood too, by the way, so that's
really.
I don't know if he does anything.
Man, this
like
is
that for the 4th of
quite
July.
the neighborhood.
Yeah, we found out when I was in class with him at Waynesburg. He was like, "Where do you live? Pittsburgh. What city? What area? Green Tree. What road?" And I was like, "Oh," and he was like, "Oh my gosh!" And I was like, "Yeah." So there you go.
Yeah, there's that saying when people say, "There goes the neighborhood." I think that's the neighborhood they were talking about. 412-928-9370. If you want to join the conversation. Coming up, our next little rendition of questions with Callis. Ray Fittipaldo coming up at the top of the hour. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. It's Donnie Football in for the guys on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Oopsie. Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. Pirates play tonight, 6:40 against the St. Louis Cardinals. Coverage can be heard right here on 93.7 The Fan, beginning at 5:45. Also, reports say Josh Palacios is going to come back to the Major League roster. He's going to play in this series against the Cardinals. And the Penguins had their 2024-25 schedule released yesterday, and it seems they're going to start the season playing the New York Rangers on October 9th. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Cruised on the scene of an earlier overturned tractor-trailer accident. This is partially blocking the ramp from Route 22 to the inbound Parkway East. Traffic very heavy getting by in the left lane past the scene. In the meantime, crews are in Wilkinsburg taking care of an earlier accident at the intersection of Penn and East Swissvale Avenues. Further delays on the Parkway East inbound at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Route 28 is heavy between the 40th and 31st Street bridges toward the north side. Parkway West at the top of Green Tree Hill. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number 1 Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
In 1776, President John Adams predicted July 4th would be celebrated with fireworks across America. Well, Phantom Fireworks has been perfecting backyard celebrations for 50 years. Phantom has over 1,200 locations with every type of fireworks available by law. Our fireworks are brighter, louder, and the safest your family can buy. Phantom Fireworks, lighting up backyards of America from coast to coast. Visit your nearest Phantom Fireworks store today. Click fireworks.com for showroom specials, coupons, and a location near you.
Chris Muller here, fresh from the Awaken 180 open house at their new location in Mars, and let me tell you, the vibes, absolutely electric. And what really blew me away was meeting listeners who've shed 30, 40, 50 pounds or more, and they were thanking me and Donnie. It gave me a new perspective on what it really means to share our success stories. Feels like we're changing lives because we are. And I also realized something huge. Keeping the weight off wasn't just a phase for them. It was a total lifestyle overhaul. Like this one listener, she was inspired by her husband who lost 50 pounds with Awaken 180. She didn't even think he needed to lose it, but after she saw his transformation, she went for it and dropped over 45 pounds herself. That's incredible, right? The real kicker for me was seeing how the Awaken 180 coaches interact with clients. They're reviewing results, planning next steps. It's more than motivation. It's a personal connection. They're genuinely invested in our success just as much as we are. Working with Awaken 180 feels like teaming up with a friend because, well, you are. Team up at awaken180weightloss.com.
Okay, the hot summer months. You got to get to Schultz Ford and get that great deal. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling. And how about always online at schultzford.com? They have a gigantic selection of inventory, everything that you want for this summer. Hey, how about a Bronco? Take the top off, cruise around. Mustang, convertible, great summer car too. And maybe you're going to the beach. What about an Explorer? That gets it done for you. Great family car to, get all the way down to the beach and back. So again, those great locations and always online at schultzford.com. The customer service cannot be beaten. You go into Schultz Ford, you are treated like family all the time at all the locations. Again, Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, now in Wheeling as well. And check it out online too, schultzford.com.
Your bathroom's got to go, the vanity's decayed, and toilet's really old. The bathtub's giving way, give Bath R Us a ring. Call morning, noon, or night. You do not have to wait to get your bathroom right.
Call Baths R Us for your free estimate and enter to win our Christmas in July $15,000 bathroom remodel with an additional $1,500 off plus low to no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate or go to bathsrus.com.
Okay, picture this. It's Friday afternoon when a thought hits you. I can spend another weekend doing the same old whatever, or I can hop into my all-new Hyundai Santa Fe and hit the road. With available H-Track all-wheel drive and 3-row seating, my whole family can head deep into the wild. Conquer the weekend in the all-new Hyundai Santa Fe. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. Hyundai, there's joy in every journey.
Ready to unleash your full potential this season? Then head to Pure Hockey. We've got inventory of the top gear arriving from now until year end. So don't miss your chance to score the best selection of sticks, skates, and gear for on or off the ice. At Pure Hockey, you'll also experience industry-leading personalized skate fittings with the newest in advanced 3D scanning technology. So get ready to dominate in the newest skates for the season. Plus, our rewards program is unbeatable. Head to your Monroeville Pure Hockey store plus 2 other nearby locations and start earning today. Pure Hockey, your ultimate hockey headquarters.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show. Listen, please. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Donnie football in for Crowley and Dickerson this morning, the eve of Independence Day. Ray Fittipaldo joins us in a few minutes, but quickly we have the second edition of Questions with Callis. And our guy, I got to give him a ton of credit. Harry Callis was great in his history run-through of Questions with Callis. 4 out of 5. So he is shooting 80% right now, a very good percentage, a high percentage for Harry Callis. One turn through. This is the pop culture edition of Questions with Callis. Callis, I start you with one from about 40 years ago, from the 1980s. What was the first music video ever on MTV?
Video killed the radio star.
Oh, Harry.
I learned that at Waynesburg.
A man after my own heart here. You were really red hot this morning. I'm very impressed. Vanessa Hudgens, the fiance of former pirate Cole Tucker, starred in what movie series in the 2000s?
Movie series?
Yeah, there was like a series of movies. There was like 3 of them, I think.
This is tough. I pass. I don't know.
High School Musical.
I never saw those.
Really?
Nope.
I think I saw the first 2.
They're big time, though. I'll give them that.
Sarah is going to be very upset with you, Harry, about that one. That was right in her wheelhouse. She's a big defender of the Disney movies.
Oh, I'm sure they were fun. I've just never seen them. I mean, that's fine.
The Hawk Tuah girl has been viral for the last couple of weeks, Harry.
Mm-hmm.
What is that female's real name?
Oh, I've seen it, but I forgot to remember. Haley?
You got the first name.
I don't know her last name.
All right, I'm going to give you half credit there.
Okay.
Haley Welch is her name, so you get a half point there. I believe the young lady's name is Haley.
That's what I meant.
Next one. Who is the late mother of Prince Harry and Prince William? And I'll say this, her death came under some pretty suspicious circumstances.
Diana.
Princess Diana. Another hitter for Harry Callis. Final one for pop culture. Right now working with 2.5 out of 4. This New Jersey-based television show infamously ended by cutting to black while Don't Stop Believing by Journey was playing.
Jersey Shore?
No, I love that pick, though. Jersey Shore.
New Jersey-based show?
Yes.
End it. I don't know.
The Sopranos.
Nope, never seen that one either.
Oh, I highly recommend that one, Harry. Still a pretty good round for you.
I got legitimately half. 2.5, right?
Yes, 2.5 out of 5. I'm still impressed with you through the first 2 rounds. We will have one more edition of Questions with Callis coming up next hour. Coming up in a few minutes, the legendary Ray Fittipaldo from the Post-Gazette will join us. We will also chat to John Wehner next hour in about 35 minutes. Then Doug Whaley joins us for the entire 9 o'clock hour. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. It is Chevy Summer Drive. Up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Today, high of 90. Tomorrow, high of 85 and a chance of rain for your Independence Day. It's Donnie Football in for the guys on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000. I tried to make payments.
The IRS wasn't satisfied with Eric's efforts, so they came after him full force.
They're coming to put a lien and a hold on all my income, my home, my car. I was just overwhelmed at what to do.
Then Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, and their team of expert tax professionals took care of Eric's problem.
I owe $15,000, and now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Take Eric's advice.
If you have a tax problem, you need to call Optima Tax now.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-709-7022. 800-709-7022. 800-709-7022. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Need parts fast? O'Reilly Auto Parts has fast. Need them now? We've got now. No matter what you need, we have thousands of professional parts people doing their part to make sure you have it. We're O'Reilly Fast. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
4th of July closing in, and you love America, so you want to celebrate. And you need beer to celebrate. You need beer. So the best prices around are at Hampton Beer Outlet. So go there. Miller Lite 24-pack cans, $19.99. Make Ultra 24-pack cans, $19.99. Yuengling Traditional Lager 24-pack cans, $17.99. And Busch Light 30-pack, just $19.99. So for all your July 4th party needs, drive a little, save a lot at Hampton Beer Outlet. That's Route 8. In Hampton.
If you live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Butler, or Beaver counties, guess what? You're eligible to join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Great rates, including their ultra-competitive HELOC product at just 3.99% for 6 months. Terms and conditions at AllegiantFCU.org.
Hey, Pittsburgh homeowners. To build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel City.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still some trouble on the roadways. This report brought to you by WetGo. Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Crew still on the scene of that earlier overturned tractor-trailer in Monroeville. It's partially blocking the ramp from Route 22 and the Pennsylvania Turnpike to the inbound Parkway East, resulting in some heavy delays on those feeder ramps as you get by in the right lane past the scene. Once you do get by it, you're going to be jammed again at Wilkinsburg on that inbound Parkway East to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Parkway West, you're stacked near the top of Green Tree Hill, while the Parkway North is heavy from Shaler Waterworks to the north side, and an earlier accident still tying up the intersection of Penn and East Swissvale Avenues in Wilkinsburg. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Protect your car from bugs, UV rays, and rain, and keep it shining all summer with savings on unlimited washes. New members who sign up for WetGo Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45-plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection.
Let's do this.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection. Donnie Football in for Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson this morning. A little bit over halfway through this one. I believe Joe Starkey and Paul Zeiss come your way after this. I'm never really sure who is on or off. It's golf season for those guys. So it is always tough to predict. Harry Callis with me behind the glass. Right now, we go out to the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. That is where we find the great Ray Fittipaldo from the Post-Gazette. Ray, before we get into Steelers chatter, our fan producer hot dog eating contest is this afternoon at 3 p.m. So that includes myself. It includes Harry Callis. It includes City Limits. It also includes a handful of the part-time guys as well. Little intern Dom is in the mix. We have a couple of guys that work sometimes on the weekends and evenings. Where are you feeling the betting odds go? I feel that Harry is your favorite going into this.
Yeah, I mean, Callis has to be, minus 500, maybe like even money, right? Yeah. I think it'd be an upset if Callis did not win. But, hey, maybe you could pull it off, Donnie.
I'm hoping. I mean, I'm gonna get like a nice long workout in after I'm done this morning, and then come back here around 2:30. Hopefully the appetite is built up. But yeah, I agree with you, Ray. I think that Harry is the man to win this thing this afternoon. Have you ever taken part in any sort of hot dog eating contest?
I have not, but are these odds on like the sports books? Can you like go to Vegas or
we tried, Ray,
to the casino? Yeah, there you go.
But there's $500 at stake too, so that's added incentive for me. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Pony has put a $500 prize up for grabs here. So the motivation is certainly there. Ray, I was on the Chipped Ham and Football podcast yesterday with one of your PG brethren, Brian Batko. We did a draft of Steelers breakout players in 2024. I had the first selection, and I went with Keanu Benton. Why do you think that was a good or bad selection on my part?
No, I think it's good. If you look, Donnie, at the age of that defensive line, I think they have to give more playing time to Keanu Benton in the sub packages. And I understand that they kind of eased him into things as a rookie. They do that with all of their rookies. But if you remember at the end of last season, and I think Mike Tomlin or Terrell Austin repeated it again a few weeks ago, he's got a chance to be a dominant football player. Tomlin and Austin are both on the record saying that. So I'm with you. If you want to look at the defense, we could probably talk a lot more about skill guys being breakout players because that's where the stats are going to be. But I think that's a great pick. I think Keanu Benton only had 1 sack as a rookie. If he plays in sub packages this year, and you would think, with Cam Hayward being 35 years old, that he would even see a little bit more playing time than he did last year. I think those numbers can go up to 6 or 7, even 8 this year if things break the right way.
I feel like you can't say with confidence that really anybody besides Benton will be on this team in like 2 to 3 years' time. Like, I feel like Ogunjobi will be out the door. Hayward is a question mark either with another team or due to retirement. Loudermilk and Leal, they are 2 fringe guys to just make the roster at this point, year in and year out. Loudermilk more so because he's been around since 2021. Monty Adams is like a nice complementary player, but he's not a long-term answer. Then you have people like Dean Lowry, Braden Fehoko, who will probably go back and forth from the practice squad. I feel like Benton's the only guy that I'm confident in saying will stick around for a minute.
Yeah, I think unfortunately for the Steelers, Donnie, I know you follow the draft like I do. They're just not coming out at that position like they used to. So when the Steelers do rebuild this line, they might have to do it through free agency, or maybe this coming draft will be better than this past draft. But yeah, for the 2024 season at least, they're going to have to get by with their aging unit there. I will say one thing about Leal. Austin said this a few weeks ago. He is in better shape than he ever has been. So it's a 3rd-round pick. There's talent there, but for whatever reason, he hasn't been able to, to break out just yet. But if he can get it together, that would be huge for this defensive line. It's his 3rd year. It's kind of put up or shut up time. And if there's one guy you want to watch, maybe not be a breakout player, but maybe be a guy who comes in and surprises a little bit, I'll go with Leal.
Ray, when you think of other breakout type guys, somebody else that I brought up talking with Brian, a player that we've been waiting to break out, but also wondering at the same time, are the expectations just too high based on what we saw this guy do at the Combine? I mean, you look at a player like Calvin Austin III, and he had a couple of highlights last year, and by a couple I mean a couple. He had like 2, and he's been somebody that has looked good in practice. He's looked good out in Latrobe during training camp. He will look good in the preseason, but he really hasn't been much more than another Mr. August type player. Like, what do you think it will take for him to shine through? I mean, there's really there's an opening here at receiver.
Most definitely. And, if you look at Calvin Austin, he's 5'8". He's slight. He's probably only 170, 180 pounds. If he's going to be a guy who contributes more this year, he's going to have to be that catch and run guy. Get it to him in short spaces and let him see if he can run after the catch. He is not going to be a guy that you're going to run downfield on intermediate routes and expect him to be a possession receiver. He had that one nice deep catch against the Raiders last year, but asking a guy who's 5'8" to go up and get 50-50 balls deep, I don't think you're going to have much success doing that. So He's probably misused a little bit in the Matt Canada offense. Of course, he missed his rookie season because of the injury. So I view him in a little bit different light than Leal, but kind of similar too. Year 3, give him a little bit of a pass for that rookie season injury. But, if Austin is going to do something with his football team, you would think it would be this year. And hopefully Arthur Smith has a plan for that. I think they could use him. I don't, view him as a number 2, Donnie, but I think maybe as a 4 or a 5. Yeah, I think he can contribute this year and, put up some better stats than he did last year.
George Pickens was left off the CBS rankings of top 20 wide receivers. I didn't think it was necessarily a complete snubbing. I thought he could have fallen into maybe somewhere between 17 to 20, maybe 18 to 20. What do you think it will take for him to break into that barrier?
Yeah, Donnie, I say it all the time. He's the Steelers' number 1 receiver. I'm not convinced that he's viewed around the league as a number 1 receiver. So, he had over, 1,100 yards last year. It was a good season. But a lot of that came with big plays late in the season. So I just think people on the national level kind of want to see more consistency. Can you be a guy who goes out there every single week and gets 5, 6, 7 catches, close to 100 yards, between 80 and 120 every single week. So that consistency is probably the thing that's holding him back. Again, I hate to keep going back to Matt Canada, but, I think he was probably a little bit of a victim, of Canada's inability to craft good game plans and to call good games. So, hopefully with Arthur Smith, we could see even more out of Pickens. But I'm with you. I wouldn't consider that a snub at all. I think he's a guy who is still developing. And I think, honestly, leadership and maturity, all those things play into your image around the league. And I think that's probably an issue with some people out there as well.
Do you think any or all 3 of the main tight ends could see a little bit of a breakout in their own right with the new offense?
Yeah, Freiermuth, obviously. I think he was somewhat of a breakout player as a rookie, with all the success he had in the red zone. But I think he's a talented pass catcher. And, Arthur Smith uses his tight ends. Looking at this roster and right now kind of the opening at number 2 receiver, you could see a guy like Freiermuth get a lot more targets than he did with Canada as the OC. I go back to what happened, Canada's last game, when Mike Sullivan and Eddie Faulkner crafted their first game plan, it was obvious they wanted to get Freiermuth involved, and they did. I don't see why you couldn't do that. Not every week he's going to be your number 1, but I'm sure 4, 5, 6 times a season, he's going to have matchups that you can take advantage of. And I think Smith is obviously more competent than Matt Canada, so I would expect that to happen this year.
Pro Football Focus ranked the Steelers' offensive line 9th best in the National Football League. I feel like the potential is there, but it seems like just that right now, a lot of projection and potential. So where do you come down on that ranking?
Yeah, now I'm assuming, knowing Pro Football Focus and the way they grade Dan Moore, I'm assuming they're projecting Broderick Jones to be the left tackle and Fautanu to be the right tackle.
Yes.
Yeah, so, you look at Sam Law, who had a good year. He didn't give up a sack. James Daniels is solid. So other than left tackle and Moore being replaced, the only other question mark would be, does Zach Frazier come in as a rookie and play well, or do the Steelers have to get by for a little bit of the season with Nate Herbig as the center? I suppose, that could maybe pull the Steelers down a little bit. Top 10 offensive line, I'm not too sure about that going into the season, but I would say top 15. And if things go well, if Fautanu is the real deal, if Jones looks a little bit better on the left side, then yeah, I could totally see that happening by the end of the season.
Ray Fittipaldo, Steelers insider from the Post-Gazette. Thanks for taking the time this morning, Ray.
All right, Donnie, have a good day.
There you go. Our guy, Ray Fittipaldo, one of the best in the business. Harry, you got to be feeling really good after that. He put your odds at -500 to win the hot dog eating contest.
Do you know Mosley did a sample with me, too, on Friday?
I did know that. Yes.
He said he was impressed. We're not going to reveal the time. He actually didn't tell me either because he wanted a bunch of surprises to be had. But he said that the sample size was a good one.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you hear about those small sample sizes and you get too caught up in it, but
I downed 4 very quickly. Mm-hmm.
I mean, the last time I did something like this was I did the Andrew Whitworth double stack challenge. It was 8 double stacks in 30 minutes time. I got through 5, almost 6 of them in about 10 to 12 minutes, and then it took me almost the rest of the time to eat the final 2. Now, double stacks bigger than your standard hot dog, so that has me feeling.
With cheese on it too?
Yeah, it had everything on it.
Okay.
Yeah, everything was on there.
I don't know why nobody's asked me to do any eating stuff though yet. I mean, no, you deserve to do eating stuff, but I'm just confused as to why they weren't like, you know what, Callis, might be a good thing for you to try too.
I'm kind of surprised by that too. 412-928-9370 if you want to join in on the conversation. Give us a call or shoot us a text. The fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I asked Ray Fittipaldo that question there at the end about the Steelers' offensive line being ranked in the top 10 from Pro Football Focus. We'll get into that a little bit coming up next. John Wehner joins us in about 20 minutes' time. It's Donnie Football in for the guys on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates play tonight at 6:40 against the St. Louis Cardinals in the second game of 3 in the series. Pirates lost yesterday 7-4. Mitch Keller gave up 5 earned runs in his start. Jack Swinski had 3 hits on the day, had a big 3-run home run to get the Pirates back in it, but they could not complete the comeback. Coverage on the Fan starts for the Pirate game tonight at 5:45. That coverage will be started with the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show hosted by Dan Zangrilli. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Paul Alexander every Saturday at 7 a.m. for Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Paul will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Moon Golf Club, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hickory Heights, Slippery Rock Golf Club, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, and Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
It's Marty with an old house. We need windows. We're going to Universal Windows Direct. Why? Best in the business. Why? 0% financing for 60 months. Why? Buy 2, get 2 free. Amazing. 412-545-6003. Universal Windows Direct.
Universal Windows Direct.
Getaway Bar and Grill, located on the backside of Brookline. Every Saturday, enjoy $3 Blue Moon 16-ounce drafts and Blue Moon light cans. Getaway Bar and Grill, 3049 Sussex Avenue off McNeely, just on the backside of Brookline.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Do you know what the scariest sound to hear on a factory floor is? Silence. That means something somewhere broke. Production has stopped, and now you're paying your workers to wait while the team troubleshoots and tries to fix the problem. Finally, there's a proactive way to reduce equipment downtime, thanks to MaintainX. MaintainX is the asset management system that brings your maintenance downtime to 0. MaintainX lets you build preventative maintenance schedules, manage work orders in real time, and access the data you need to make better decisions. Downtime equals death in the production world, so make unplanned downtime a thing of the past. Try MaintainX for free. Control the daily operations of your business and transform your maintenance program by going to maintainx.com. That's maintain and the letter X.com.
The wait is over. Dell Technologies Black Friday and July deals are live. Check out incredible savings on select laptops and more, like the XPS 15, powered by Intel Core processors. The XPS 15 brings you the perfect balance of power and portability, plus stellar visuals and immersive sound. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to exceptional tech and electronics, plus free shipping on everything. Don't miss out on Black Friday and July savings at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
DQ presents Picture This. Picture the DQ freezer, home to all the Blizzard flavors of the past. Picture it opening to bring back the salted caramel truffle blizzard for a limited time. Picture that salted caramel truffle blizzard in your hands. It's all yours. No, really, it's all yours. This treat is too good to share. Everyone will have to get one for themselves. Hurry in to get this flavor before the DQ freezer closes. DQ, happy tastes good.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. There was a 0.0% chance Donovan Mitchell was going to stay in Cleveland, according to any NBA pundit. They were off by 100%. Mitchell signed a 3-year max extension on Tuesday, remaining a Cavalier. Despite all the commentary, it would not happen. Mitchell had been mostly quiet on the matter, but actions speak louder than words. And he showed that action on Tuesday as the Cavs keep their man. I'm Bart Winkler.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their valuable tools, but to protect their professional reputations. For pros, the WeatherGuard badge makes a statement about what drives them. It says, "Bring it on. Been there. Done that. We've got your back," without saying a word. And the folks at WeatherGuard, they're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. See what it means to be driven at weatherguard.com.
COVID-19 has cast a spotlight on the stark inequalities that drive poverty. The poorest communities in the U.S. and around the world are suffering the most. Oxfam believes we can put systems in place to protect health and livelihoods in the future if we work together with dignity and compassion. Learn how you can help offer safety to the most vulnerable and fight for a more resilient future at oxfamamerica.org. Sponsored by Oxfam America.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Number of problems still plaguing the morning rush. This report brought to you by Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine. Call for neuropathy treatment today. We had that earlier overturned tractor trailer partially blocking the ramp from Route 22 and the turnpike to the inbound Parkway East, causing some heavy delays there. Once you do get by it, you're going to be in line again at Edgewood Swissvale to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Accident in the Homewood section of the city, the intersection of Thomas Boulevard and North Braddock Avenue, and an earlier accident in the final stages of clearing in Wilkinsburg at the intersection of Penn and East Swissvale Avenues. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill. Route 28 heavy from the 40th Street Bridge toward the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
There is treatment for neuropathy. I'm Dr. Dawn Spalla. At Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine, we treat neuropathy patients daily. No drugs, no surgery, just relief. Call 724-224-2224 for a free consultation in our Sarver or Brackenridge locations.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Listen to the Joe Starkey Show every Wednesday. That's today to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contest run every Wednesday through Friday at 12 noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. Donnie Football in for Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson this morning. A thank you to Ray Fittipaldo. We will be joined by John Wehner in about 10 minutes' time. Wanted to talk about the Steelers' offensive line getting praise from Pro Football Focus. An article put out there at PFF.com from Zoltan Bude ranking all 32 offensive lines, and the Steelers coming in at number 9. Not just in the AFC, in the entire league. The only teams ahead of them, the Detroit Lions, rightfully number 1, Philadelphia number 2, Indy number 3, Cleveland at 4, the New York Jets at 5, Atlanta is 6, the Chiefs number 7, and the Buffalo Bills at number 8. Who did the Steelers just beat? The Dallas Cowboys and Chicago Bears at 10 and 11. I know it's a projection, and it's a projection-based business sometimes, and especially with Pro Football Focus, that is how it goes. But I think that a lot of it is happening with this unit in general. PFF is also going along with the notion that the Steelers play all of the right guys, as in not playing Dan Moore Jr., who had a 51.8 overall grade last season with a 33.2 pass blocking grade. That is not good. That is actually quite bad. The pass blocking, one of the worst out of any starting offensive lineman in football. So if they continue to have Dan Moore start, this will not be a top 10 unit, especially by their metrics. But I think a call made by anybody around the league would tell you that it is not a top 10 unit. What do we already know about the Steelers' offensive line? Well, all we can say is that they have a really solid guard tandem with Daniels and Sayamalu. Broderick Jones played out of position last season at right tackle instead of left. Do I think he can be a good right tackle? Sure, absolutely. But I think he can be a great left tackle. That's the difference. The other two positions should be held by rookies, but we won't know until closer to the season if those guys will have the jobs. The right tackle should be Troy Fautanu. The center should be Zach Frazier. But what if it is Dan Moore and Nate Herbig, or one or the other? Then that ain't a top 10 offensive line. That line will suffer at least one position, I can almost guarantee you. I think it is a unit that has a ton of potential, especially if all three of the young guys work out. I mean, you have 3 offensive linemen who are in year 2 or earlier. You have 2 rookies. You have Fautanu and Jones at tackle. You have Frazier at center. That could take you well into the years of 2030 and beyond. I have big expectations for what both tackles can do. Maybe that's naive of me, but they are both first-round picks. I believe Zach Frazier will be very solid in the middle. And I've already said I like the guard play a whole lot. And they have a great group leader in Isaac Sayamalu as well. And it seems like they have also drafted their next guard of the future with Mason McCormick. And this will likely be the final season for James Daniels in black and gold. I, for one, think no matter what, unless he somehow comes back on the very cheap, I think James Daniels will be elsewhere next season. He will do his service in Pittsburgh and then move on. But a top 10 offensive line right now, I don't think so. I think that's a whole lot of projection being made. Top 10 offensive line at season's end, I absolutely think that group can be there. What did PFF say about it? Well, here's the little write-up by Zoltan. The Steelers spent back-to-back first-round picks on offensive tackles and then selected center Zach Frazier in the second round of this year's draft. Those investments should pay off soon, and the team already got solid play from its guards in 2023. Isaac Sayamalu, who Pittsburgh signed as a free agent last year, put together a good 2023 season after some initial struggles and finished the year as the 12th highest graded guard in the NFL. Again, good guard play, Seumalo and Daniels. I think Seumalo is a really good guard. I think Daniels is a really solid one. Promising young players on the bookends, both tackle positions. I think Broderick Jones is a great athlete that could be a great tackle. I think Troy Faltanu, the same thing. And I don't know if Zach Frazier will be a perennial All-Pro, but I think he will be really solid for the next handful of years. Maybe not to the level of greats in Steelers history. You know, maybe not like Mike Webster or Dermontti Dawson or Marquise Pouncey, but I think a lot closer to the level of Jeff Harding's than, let's say, a Sean Mahan or Justin Hartwig or Lord Kendrick Green. 412-928-9370 if you want to join in. Coming up next, John Wehner, former Bucco and Pirates broadcaster John Wehner joins us in a few minutes. He is brought to you by Allegiant Federal Credit Union. Shape your future. Visit AllegiantFCU.org. That is in a few minutes right here on the Fan. First, Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Pirates broadcaster John Wehner joins us next. It's Donnie Football with you on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates have a game tonight against the St. Louis Cardinals, 6:40 scheduled start. If you want to listen, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage starts at 5:45, and that coverage is presented by Pella Windows. Reports are saying, too, that Joshua Palacios is getting called up, and he's going to be on the Major League roster for this series against the Cardinals. And the Pittsburgh Penguins' 2024-2025 schedule came out, and they're going to play the New York Rangers on October 9th for their first game of the season. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Time's running out on those crazy window deals. You've seen them, right? Buy one, get 17 free. Well, that's where Pella is different. No gimmicks, no tricks, just unmatched quality. With Pella, what you see is what you get. Durable, energy-efficient windows. So why put your money and faith into a company whose promotional offer sounds too good to be true? Right now, get 10% off your entire project and no payments for 12 months. Call 855-77-PELLA. PellaPittsburgh.com.
Crowley here. The dog days of summer are here. It's gonna get hotter. Sullivan Super Service wants your home to stay cool and comfortable. That's why my friends at Sullivan are encouraging $55 AC checks. And for every AC check booked, Sullivan will donate 10 pounds of dog food to the Humane Animal Rescue Shelter. Schedule your $55 AC check with Sullivan today. You'll help your AC work better this summer and support your furry friends. Visit SullivanService.com. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Join Mark Patrick seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking. Guaranteed early bird special $49.99. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel, Pittsburgh and Green Tree, or Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center in Churchill. Weight loss 5:30, stop smoking seminar 8.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild and Soak Zone with over 40 family-size rides and attractions like Splashtastic Slides, Wave Pool, and the Lazy River of Soak Zone. Get the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western PA.
It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal, as well as 4 out of 4-star rankings on Charity Navigator. You can join their squadron today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Hey, it's Donnie Football. Did you take Awaken 180 up on that challenge to drop 40 by the 4th? If you did, congrats. You've reached your goal this week. Pretty smooth sailing, huh? 40 pounds in just weeks. If you haven't started yet, what's stopping you? The results speak for themselves. Me, I shaved off 45 pounds and hit my target in just 10 weeks. Chris Muller, 9 pounds in his first week, 35 overall. Paul Alexander, Paul Zeiss, all of my friends that have set their Awaken 180 goals have reached them. 100% success rate. Here's the deal. Set a real tangible goal. You watch the pounds drop off weekly. I was clocking at around 5 pounds per week. Do the math. How much weight are you looking to lose? Whatever it is, bring that goal to Awaken 180 and crush it like we all did. Hit up awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800 right now to book your post-4th of July consult, the official weight loss program of the Pittsburgh Penguins.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show. Listen, please. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
If you smell what The Rock is cooking.
Wehner, deep left. Look at this. Steve. Oh, my goodness. He's done it. Native Wehner. Unbelievable. It is unbelievable. He's done it in his home ballpark. John Wehner.
That's not The Rock stuff. That's Rocky stuff.
That is unbelievable.
The Rock says.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Donnie Football with you this morning. Looks like we are corralling The Rock, and I get the thumbs up from Harry Callis. John Wehner, brought to you by Gutter Helmet. For a limited time, enjoy up to 35% off Gutter Helmet. No money down or payments for 1 year. Conditions apply. John Wehner, Pirates broadcaster, the former Bucco himself, with us here on 93.7 The Fan. John, I got to start the same way I started with Ray Fittipaldo about a half hour ago. We have the inaugural fan producer hot dog eating contest this afternoon, and Harry Callis, the pretty heavy favorite to win this thing. I don't know if you know all of the fan producers here, but he's got to be the guy to beat, I think, at 3 o'clock.
Well, he sounds like he can throw him down. I'm going to need some photos. I need to see some physique, although, what's his name? Chestnut's not a very big guy, and then they have the one girl that's kind of tiny that can throw him down. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you kind of have a name for it, like Donnie Football. You know, it sounds like you could throw him down. By the way, why don't you transition? You can't transition to, like, Donnie Baseball and Donnie Hockey?
I guess I could. Now, I mean, hockey I'm not very well versed in. Baseball, though, I feel like I'm stealing from Don Mattingly if I do that.
Yeah, I thought of that. How many can you throw down? You got to throw down like a good 20.
I mean, I'll be happy if I get into like double digits around a dozen. I mean, I see, like, I'm trying to think, like, right now, like, once I'm in that spot, how many I could actually do in 10 minutes. Like, I'm not going to do the traditional way that, like, Chestnut and Kobayashi and those guys do it, where they dip it in the water and everything, and, you know, there are just liquids flying everywhere. Maybe if I fall behind, I should go to that method. Have you ever done a hot dog eating contest of some sort?
No, I mean, I can eat. I mean, when I was younger, I could eat, and I'd like to say that I'd be able to throw down at least a dozen. But nowadays, yeah, I'm not that big an eater. I mean, I'll get a big plate of food thinking, oh, this is going to be great, and I don't finish. But, yeah, I don't know. I couldn't do the soggy. I'm not a big fan of bread. I couldn't do the soggy bread.
Yeah, me neither. That's tough for me. Like anytime I have like a sub or a sandwich and the bread gets soggy, it's tough.
Yeah, I like a toasted roll more so than anything soft.
Yeah, I'm fully on your side there. John, a game 1 loss to the Cardinals last night, 7-4. St. Louis, Harry and I were talking about this early in this morning's show. They always find a way to just have a good team or a solid team or a team that finds themselves in the playoff picture. I know last season the Pirates finished ahead of them for the first time in about a quarter century, and that very well may be an outlier. It doesn't really matter who's on their team, who's managing the team. They're 44-40. They're in a playoff spot, and yet again they get the best of the Pirates last night.
Yeah, they have a way of finding guys. Usually there's a guy that comes up from the minor leagues that you never heard of that ends up, helping them in a big way. Or, they've picked up a couple starting pitchers off the scrap heap, and Lance Lynn and Gibson last night, and you don't. There's nothing that you love about them, and they've struggled some in their careers, and then they go out there and. They seem to get better when they're with the Cardinals. And the lineup, you look at their lineup, I mean, of course, Goldschmidt and Arenado are, potential Hall of Fame guys, but they're in the twilight of their career. And then you look at around them, there's not a lot. It's like Donovan and Gorman, and they all seem like they're like kind of the same guys. But they seem to find a way. That ball Gorman hit last night, I don't understand it. It's a backdoor curveball. Most guys don't even swing at that, let alone hit it 420 feet the other way. I mean, it's something else. But, yeah, they have a pretty good formula over there. They seem to develop well. They seem to be pretty good as far as what they find on the free agent market, and they kind of get into that environment and figure it out. So I don't know if it's the instruction. I don't know if it's scouting, if it's the culture or what it is, but the Cardinals always find a way somehow to put a pretty good team out there.
Yeah, Gorman, another good example. He's hitting under 200, but 17 home runs this season as we approach the All-Star break. Going into this series, we knew that the bullpen was a strength for the Cardinals, and they showed that off last night. Their formula was basically get Gibson through 5 innings, have the lead, and then let those guys take care of it. They did. Helsley closed it down for his 31st save of the season. This bullpen almost reminiscent of the Shark Tank from about 10 years ago.
Yeah, that's always important too. I think when you have a lead going into the after the 5th, the later innings, to be able to throw up zeros. And it looked like we had a chance to maybe make a little comeback there after the Sawinski homer and the McCutchen homer. You're thinking, okay, here we go. And then they bust into that bullpen, and they got guys down there. And I think most winning teams do. They have a bullpen that shortens the game, and they certainly do it. Helsley, I mean, he's not real flat. He throws hard. Every time I see him pitch, it seems like he's all over the place. He gets into 3-ball counts. I mean, he threw Oliveras a 3-1 slider like a foot outside. I mean, who does that with a 3-run lead and gets away with it? But he did. I mean, I know they didn't like it. They thought it was a check swing. But, yeah, that's a great formula to win ball games. You get enough starting pitching where you have a lead through 5, and then you have enough guys in that bullpen to shut it down. And certainly, it's not the first year they've done that either. So it's one of those things. They always seem to find those bullpen arms.
Andrew McCutchen with home run number 12 last night. I know it's a good thing for him individually that he's having a nice season here so late into his major league career. 12 home runs. He's among the team leaders. But is it a good thing when you look at the entire team, the entire roster offensively, that Andrew McCutchen is again one of their best offensive forces?
Yeah, that's a great point, because when we saw the first 3 weeks or 4 weeks of spring training, we're like, again, spring training always seems to fool you. And we're like talking, we might have 20 homers from every position. And, you know, you feel like a dummy for now halfway through the season thinking that there might be, maybe 3 or 4 guys that are on pace for 20. And so, but, you know, Andrew, it's amazing. I mean, you can't teach bat speed, and he's obviously always had elite bat speed, and it's great that he's still able to produce at his age. But you're right. You know, I was thinking Cruz would be closer to 40 this year with a healthy year, and what's he at 13? He's, you know, you're hoping he gets hot. You penciled Jack Sawinski in for 20, maybe 30 plus. You know, with what he's done his first couple of years, and you know, for me, he's probably the biggest head scratcher on the club because of, you know, the inconsistencies and, you know, how bad he started this year. And, you know, hopefully last night will get him going, because you penciled him in for 25 plus for what he's done his first couple of years. You thought that Ke'Bryan Hayes was going to continue driving the ball and hitting the ball at the ballpark like he did the last couple of months last year. You know, that hasn't happened. We need to get him going. Hopefully this gets, you know, Sawinski, for me, with what he did last night, I don't know, the 3 hits, and he was on the fastball. And that's the thing for me. If he's hitting off the fastball, that was like a one-handed swing he hits into the river. I mean, he has incredible power to where if he can just make more contact, especially with the fastball, I'd rather him be more aggressive charging the fastball and swing and miss at breaking balls than to be as passive as he is sometimes. You know, he takes a lot of fastballs for strikes, you know, especially with 2 strikes, it seems. And him turning around a fastball last night and one-handing it 450 feet or whatever the heck it was is what he's capable of. And, you know, we get more of that, and you get more from Cruz. You get Hayes going. Tellez has kind of been there. Reynolds has been there. McCutcheon's been there. All of a sudden you have a pretty good lineup. But so many of these guys have gotten off to such poor starts, especially with the long ball, and we've struggled all year with runners in scoring position. So the only way you combat that is by hitting the ball at the ballpark. And so we won the other day off a couple of homers. We got back into the game last night with a couple of homers. We need more of these guys being more aggressive up there and hitting the ball at the ballpark.
Pirates broadcaster John Wehner. John, thanks for taking the time this morning.
All right, Donnie Baseball. Good to talk.
There he goes, John Wehner. Hey, you know, the one of the things I love about Wehner, and I'm sure that we have multiple guests that do so, he's a religious listener to 93.7 The Fan. Harry, I don't know if you remember around Memorial Day. I think it was Memorial Day. I was hosting in the afternoon, and Dom was producing for me that day. And earlier, like that weekend that had just passed, he was running the Pirates board, and Greg Brown had a very difficult time saying his last name. I think he got something mixed up. Maybe he wrote it down wrong. He was saying T. DeMasso, like just the reversal of his name, not D. Tommaso.
Uh-oh.
And I later found out that John Wehner was listening to that entire segment where we were kind of poking fun at Brownie for struggling to say his name, and he said he was just cackling in his car listening to us. Like, he loved every second of it.
Well, that's great. Thanks, John.
Great dude, John Wehner. 50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Doug Whaley joins us in 10 minutes or so for the remainder of this Fan Morning Show. Coming up next, the final round of questions with Callis. That is just in front of us here on the Fan Morning Show on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pittsburgh Penguins' schedule was recently released, and they're going to open next season with a game against the New York Rangers on October 9th. Also, the Pittsburgh Pirates, they're in midseason right now, and they're playing the St. Louis Cardinals tonight in Game 2 of a 3-game series. Starts at 6:40. If you want to listen, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. And reports have come out saying that Joshua Palacios is going to get called up soon, so he should be present for at least one of the games in this series, if not the remaining 2. For more Fan Headlines, go to 93.7thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In Monroeville, crews Crews still working to clear that earlier overturned tractor-trailer accident, partially blocking the ramp from Route 22 and the Turnpike to the inbound Parkway East. Have slowdowns on 22 inbound back to Old William Penn Highway. It's also backing up onto the mainline Turnpike as well. Once you do get by it, you're going to be in line right around Edgewood, Swissvale to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Accident in Forest Hills, the intersection of Digital Drive and Route 30 Ardmore Boulevard. They've cleared the earlier accident in Wilkinsburg on Penn Avenue at East Swissvale Avenue. Parkway West, you're still jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Route 65 traffic light delays at the McKees Rocks Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their valuable tools, but to protect their professional reputations. For pros, the WeatherGuard badge makes a statement about what drives them. It says, "Bring it on. Been there. Done that. We've got your back," without saying a word. And the folks at WeatherGuard, they're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. See what it means to be driven at weatherguard.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Sounds like you heard about a July 4th sale. It's a great chance to red, white, and do that job you've been putting off. Like an oil change with full synthetic motor oil. Right now, you can get 5 quarts of Pennzoil Platinum with an STP Extended Life oil filter for just $34.99. Save on oil, wash and wax, and more this weekend at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Tired of the same old beer? Try Stone Buenaveza, imported all the way from San Diego. Stone Buenaveza is a Baja-inspired Mexican-style lager made with just a touch of sea salt and real lime. Stone Buenaveza is ultra crisp, easy drinking, and perfectly refreshing. Everything a lager should be. In the native tongue of the San Diegoans, Buenaveza means good beer. Stone Buenaveza is available wherever good beer is sold. Ask for it by name. Buenaveza. Cheers.
35% of crash deaths in Pennsylvania involve drivers under the influence. Drunk, high, buzzed, wasted. Whatever you are, don't become a statistic. Make a plan to get home safe. Designate a driver, ride share, or stay the night. Be safe, PA. Visit pendot.pa.gov/safety for more. Substance use disorder treatment is available. Call 1-800-662-HELP or find a treatment facility at treatmentatlas.org. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Iron Rock Tap House in Greensburg is a unique local eatery and bar that focuses on delivering the highest quality food, expertly prepared and served in an elegant yet casual atmosphere. Iron Rock now has the outdoor patio open for dining or just kicking back for a cocktail. Make Iron Rock Tap House the place to stop before or after Black and Gold training camp. Check them out at ironrocktaphouse.com or give them a call for reservations at 724-725-4000. Come and see what everyone is raving about.
Do your dress shoes, casual shoes, boots, and even your sneakers hurt? And are you starting to wonder, isn't there any shoe out there that'll get rid of my foot pain? Well, maybe you don't need a better shoe. Maybe you need better support in your shoes. That's where the Good Feet store can help.
When I went to the doctor and got diagnosed with plantar fasciitis, he told me that I could only wear sneakers. So there went all my summer collection of shoes and all my dress shoes I couldn't wear. It was just too painful, too much foot pain every day. I wanted to take off my shoes as soon as I got home every day. But as soon as I got my arch supports from the Good Feet store, I have no foot pain whatsoever, and I can wear any dress shoe that I want.
Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. Summer sandal season is here, and Good Feet fits in all your summer shoes, even flip-flops. Come to the Good Feet store today.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrated integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Back to more of the Fan Morning Show.
In the morning, y'all.
With Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
So let's get rolling.
Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Another edition, the final edition this morning of Questions with Callis. Donnie Football with you on the Fan Morning Show, in for Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson. Harry Callis behind the glass. Harry, you have impressed me so far this morning. In the history portion of Questions with Callis, you went 4 for 5. In the pop culture portion of Questions with Callis, you went 2.5 out of 5. Now we go to a sports category.
Well, this is really the one, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
40 years ago, Harry, the 1984 Summer Olympic Games, this U.S. gymnast took home 5 gold medals.
Not a clue. I don't know.
Mary Lou Retton.
Name sounds familiar. Probably why.
I'm pretty sure she's from Wheeling. I think she's actually somewhat local.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
All right, Harry, we're 0 for 1 on the sports.
Very good.
Not as strong of a start as we were in history or pop culture.
Nope.
The United States men's soccer team lost to who on Monday to end their Copa America run?
This was recent.
Yeah, it
Like-
was
like
it
2
was
days
2
ago.
days ago.
I'm not paying attention to soccer. Come on now. Jeez. Canada.
No, Harry, it was not Canada. Uruguay.
Yeah, 'cause
Uruguay.
I'm going to pull Uruguay. Yeah.
I don't know how the hell to say it. I never know. I never know if it's an or a your. We got Doug Whaley in studio. He'll be joining us in a few minutes until 10.
You want to say it? It's Uruguay, Uruguay. I don't know. Whatever you feel comfortable.
Yeah,
saying.
it's always tough for me because I have the Yinzer accent, so it's.
Well, I think you just put the winner. Yeah, that's how you can announce it. The winner of the game, and the U.S. was the loser.
All right, Harry, we're 0 for 2.
Yep.
Bronny James was drafted by which team in last week's NBA draft?
The Lakers.
There we go. We're back on the right track. I was hoping you'd get that one, Harry. It was all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a... No, I'll do the hot dog one here first, and then I'll get to a baseball one.
Okay.
Joey Chestnut is facing off with an old rival this year in a Netflix special around Labor Day in a hot dog eating contest, a one-on-one battle. Name that rival.
Is he all right back there? that was a strange grunt.
No, because I know, and they've talked about it, but I don't recognize his name enough to pull it out of my head. Sokatanu something? No.
Well, he's more known for his last name. If you just give me the last name, like he mostly goes by his last name.
I don't know.
Kobayashi.
Yeah, didn't. That's right.
Harry, we're struggling on the sports.
Where's the baseball question?
Here comes the baseball
Come
question.
on now. Come on.
20 years ago, the 2004 Home Run Derby took place at Minute Maid Park in Houston. Lance Berkman lost in his home ballpark. Who beat him in the final round? I'll give you a clue. It was a former MVP. So it wasn't like a random guy winning.
Well, I mean, former MVP up to that point, or MVP in his career?
I believe he had won the MVP like a year or two prior. Like right around that time.
I don't think Pujols won an MVP by that time.
He was playing in the American League.
Son of a gun. What, Ken Griffey Jr.? He was hurt by then. I don't know. Don't tell me. I'm running out of time. Alex Rodriguez.
Miguel Tejada.
Wow.
The 2004 winner of the Home Run Derby.
Tough.
Harry, just a 1-for-5 effort there on the sports. I was really impressed by the hot start you had in the
when you throw the Olympics and Uruguay at me and a hot dog eating contest, that's not really your conventional sports now, is it?
I thought the hot dog one you would get. I mean, you're getting revved up for our own hot dog eating contest at 3:00.
I don't care about the national guys as much, though. Joey Chestnut won every year. Everybody knows that.
You better have a better showing at this contest, buddy. That was poor. That was absolutely atrocious.
Gosh.
We got Doug Whaley in studio. We'll take a break, and he will be with us for the duration, the final hour of the Fan Morning Show this morning. First fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. Visit Sun Chevy on Washington Road in McMurray or at sunchevy.com. High of 90 today. High of 85 tomorrow. Chance of rain on your Independence Day. It's Donnie Football in for the guys on 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code WAVE to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WAVE for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code WAVE for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, Crowley here. Let's talk about pickles. Are you in a pickle? Not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle. That's right, with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They are a platinum certified contractor with Atlas shingles, plus all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas shingles and a lifetime Scotch Guard guarantee against black streaks. Don't wait. Call the pickle today, 724-515-5551. Callthepickle.com.
What a perfect day for a small business loan. Wouldn't you say so, Robert?
Absolutely, David.
And they're off. Right away, Big Bankarama has disqualified the loan.
Yeah, sadly, that is just all too common.
What's this? Suddenly, Owners Bank, the bank made for small business owners, pulls ahead.
Big banks don't even look like they're trying.
And Owners Bank approves the loan in record time.
Faster business loans, lines of credit, and small business credit cards. We move faster. Owners Bank. All business, no BS. Owners Bank is a division of Liberty Bank. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
My friends at Craig Galka Roofing stand behind their work. They've been in the business for well over 30 years. And here's something unique. Craig has never asked for a down payment. What does that mean for you? It means they'll complete the job to your satisfaction before you pay a dime. That's how confident they are in delivering top-notch craftsmanship and results. Craig Galka Roofing is all about quality from start to finish. When you reach out to them, you receive excellent customer service that sets the stage for the whole project. Their team works with precision and care, ensuring your roof is built to last. And Craig's reputation speaks for itself. That's why they've earned the trust of so many satisfied customers over the years. So if you want peace of mind with your roofing project, give Craig Galka Roofing a call at 412-664-7679 for a free, no-obligation estimate. estimate. You can also visit CraigGalkaRoofing.com. Licensed and insured, Craig Galka Roofing is where the details make the difference.
Phantom Fireworks, lighting up backyards of America from coast to coast. Visit your nearest Phantom Fireworks store today. Click fireworks.com for showroom specials, coupons, and a location near you.
You make the world fun. Faygo makes it pop. Visit MakeTheWorldPop.com to register for prizes delivered directly to your door. Come back weekly for your chance to win. Don't forget it's Faygo time at your local Giant Eagle location. Visit them for weekly specials.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Jason Mackey. I love talking sports with you, but I'd like to talk to you about where I got my start, Westminster College. I was a student athlete on the Titans baseball team and graduated with a degree in broadcast communications. It's a place that means a lot to me. Not only did I learn from great professors, I got hands-on experience in media that prepared me for the career I have today. 300 beautiful acres in New Wilmington, just an hour from Pittsburgh. 98% of students receive financial aid. Visit westminster.edu to learn how real experiences lead to real success.
You know, it's called spring cleaning for a reason. You don't want to be clearing out that junk in July. Enjoy a clutter-free summer and book us online. 2 men and a junk truck.com.
Tired of rising food prices? Start saving with deals for days at Giant Eagle and Market District. Enjoy low prices on more than 1,000 of your go-to grocery items store-wide. Dive into deals for a limited time at your local Giant Eagle and Market District.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Accident blocking the right lane in the outbound boulevard to the Allies at the ramp from the crosstown. Watch for delays around that. We also have that earlier overturned tractor trailer still blocking the ramp from Route 22 in the turnpike to the inbound Parkway East. That's causing heavy delays. Have an accident in Squirrel Hill, the intersection of Shady Avenue and Waldron Street, and one in Forest Hills on Ardmore Boulevard at Digital Drive. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's Wednesday with Whaley, brought to you by CGR Wholesale Roofing and Siding Supply Center, Tri-State Office Furniture, Saloni's Italian Bakery, Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm, and St. Barnabas Health System.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, and it is Wednesday, and it is just after 9 o'clock. We are with you until 10. Wednesdays with Whaley, Doug Whaley, is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business. Former NFL general manager Doug Whaley with us until 10. And, Doug, we were just talking off air before we got back on here. And I did want to start with this because you were somebody that has worked in NFL front offices before. And I know the NFL is a different beast because the roster sizes are huge. And, you know, you kind of went through all of the other expenses that an owner may have. But we were just getting into how ludicrous the money is in the NBA. LeBron James, who in the argument of greatest player ever,
no doubt,
at his sport, you know, he can basically set the price wherever he wants to. I understand that. I just found it funny. He talked about wanting to take a pay cut this offseason so the Lakers could kind of load up around him. 2 years, $104 million, the max deal. $52 million per year is a pay cut we're looking at. That's ludicrous money.
He's a martyr. He is. They're going to put him up there as one of the sainthoods of NBA by taking only $52 million. But it just shows you how much money is in pro sports. And if you look at the sports, I think the minimum salary for a first-year NBA player, last time I checked, was around either close to $2 million or a little over $2 million. And you equate that to, I think, NFL, you're talking high 8s, low 9s. But the point I'm trying to bring up to is everybody always talks about player salaries. Oh, when is enough too much, enough too much. you got to understand, owners are businessmen. They're paying these players to make money. They're not paying them to lose money. And when you think about it also, when you talk about a LeBron James, there's still, I think, 11 other players that they're playing. They're paying coaching staffs. They're paying administration staff. They're paying scouting staffs. They're paying marketing staff. There's sponsorship. There's ticketing. They have so much overhead, but they're doing it and still making money. So when you think about player salary, always put in the back of your mind, these businessmen aren't paying these salaries to lose money. They're making money off of them. So how much are the owners making? And then that's when we got into the numbers compared. So you got 12 in the NBA. In the NFL, you have 53 on the active roster. You have 12 on the practice squad. And any IR guys up to, I think, 90, you still have to pay. So they got a heavy debt load. But, again, they're covering it really nicely and putting some ducats in their pockets.
Yeah, it is wild to me, some of the money we see get thrown around the association for sure. I mean, obviously the roster size is so much different between the NBA and NFL, but man, that is huge money. And we were even saying, like, there are guys that will sit on the bench. They'll be like 10th, 11th, 12th guys off the bench that pull in like $9 million a year. They'd be like some of the highest paid players in the NHL.
No doubt. And the guys, like you said, that you'd be like, who? What? Unless you know, and another thing that was interesting, and just looking at the NBA draft, I was just looking at the top 10, and 5 out of the top 10 were all international players. So this is starting to become, the NBA is starting to be almost akin to the NHL, where you have a great international presence in the NBA, and 2 of the top guys now are international in the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
Luka Doncic and the guy from Denver,
Jokic.
Yeah. So the Joker. So, and then you talk the Greek Freak. So this is starting to become, and that's where, and we'll equate it to football, that's why you see this major push for international games. They not only want to because they've really maximized the revenue streams here in the U.S. So what they're doing is, the only ones we haven't, let's start building that international audience. What will start really making it take off is now that they're having these international games and starting putting grassroots football programs in foreign countries, so little kids can grow up not only playing the sport, but loving the sport and watching the sport. And then that's where I'd say maybe 10, it's starting to trickle in now. You're starting to get some international guys coming over for college and even high school. But I'd say maybe 10 years from now, you're going to have some guys getting drafted from maybe international leagues because they've grown up playing the sport, not only just watching it, but playing it.
So you think it'll maybe not reach the level that we have seen in hockey, baseball, or basketball, but you think there will be an influx of some international talent in the NFL in the next decade or two?
Oh, I think so, no doubt about it. And like I said, there are guys now coming over to go to high school for their last year or even college. There's an international program that the NFL has where they're getting these international guys from different sports to come in and start learning sports, which is it's difficult. Because if you haven't grown up in a sport, it's just the little instinctive things that you've been doing since 6 years old that come with that sport that it's hard to learn and train for when you're an adult, when you're 16, 17, 18. You can be strong, fast, athletic and everything, but if you don't know how to cut the right way, because a lot of guys, when you look at football players and you see like a running back or somebody with their ball slip, they're cutting off their inside foot. And if you haven't cut so many times, you know, I can't cut off my inside foot. I lose my base. I got to cut off my outside foot. But those are the type of just intuitive things that you learn playing over and over and over again. But if you throw a rugby guy in there just right off the bat, yeah, he's, like I said, he's going to be big, strong, fast, physical. But just those little things about the sport he just doesn't have because he hasn't played it. That's why with this influx of international games and programs that the NFL are doing, setting up a camp in Africa so they can teach players from a young age and bring them up that way. So, yes, I do believe within the next 10 to 15 years you'll have, won't be first rounders, but you'll have some 6th, 7th, maybe even 4th round guys from international programs getting drafted.
Coming up, Doug, I want to get into maybe some breakout players for the Steelers in 2024. We'll take a look at where the offensive line checked in according to Pro Football Focus. Maybe some other rankings. It is list season after all. We're in the middle of summer. We're less than a month away from training camp, but we'll have that coming around on the other side. Fan Text Line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. It's Donnie Football in for the guys here on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates play tonight at 6:40 against the St. Louis Cardinals in Game 2 of the 3-game series. Pirates lost yesterday 7-4, though Swinski had a 3-run home run and a 3-hit day. Andrew McCutchen homered as well. Mitch Keller gave up 5 runs in his start. Game time today, again, 6:40, Pirates-Cardinals. They're going to play, again, in Game 2 of the 3-game series. If you want to listen, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our live coverage starts with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show at 5:45, hosted by Dan Zangrilli. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Following every game.
Here's the 3-2. Called third strike.
Don't miss the Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Reaction Show. Post-game sound from the clubhouse. Our reaction and your calls after each game.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Raise the Jolly Roger.
Don't miss a second on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Summer. What's not to love? Well, maybe not the scorching temperatures. Every day can't be 75 degrees with a breeze. So I went to Kohl's and stocked up on looks that'll keep me and my husband cool all season long. I got 20% off already great prices on linen dresses, cute jumpsuits, and comfy polos. Plus, I saved $15 because I spent over $75. And I earned Kohl's cash. So bring on the summer heat. We're ready to weather it in style. All thanks to Kohl's. Select styles. Offers end July 7th. Some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
4th of July just around the corner. It's time to celebrate, and for your celebration, you need beer, so you got to get to Hampton Beer Outlet for the best prices around. Miller Lite 24-pack cans, $19.99. Mick Ultra 24-pack cans, just $19.99. Yuengling Traditional Lager 24-pack cans, $17.99. How about that? And Busch Light 30 packs, just $19.99. So for all your 4th of July party needs, just drive a little, save a lot at Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8. In Hampton.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild and Soak Zone with over 40 family-size rides and attractions like Splashtastic Slides, Wave Pool, and the Lazy River of Soak Zone. Get the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
Summer's on, and so are the deals at Target's 4th of July sale.
Let's go.
Celebrate with 30% off 12 packs of soda when you buy 3 with Target Circle. Or get Doritos chips on sale, 2 for $6.
I love it.
Then make it a party with sprinkles. Select favorite day treats dressed in red, white, and blue are 20% off with Target Circle. And save even more. We've lowered prices on many summer faves like Up and Up Sunscreen, Tillamook Ice Cream, Honest Kids Juice Boxes, and more. Target's 4th of July sale ends Saturday. Restrictions apply.
I love it.
Celebrate July 4th with the hottest deals at Lowe's. Right now, get 2 select 2 or 2.5 quart red, white, and blue annuals for $10. And buy 2, get 1 free on select paint and exterior stain via Lowe's gift card rebate. Shop these deals before they're gone because Lowe's knows summer savings. Valid through 7/10. Annuals offer in-store only. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. Paint. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for details while supplies last.
People talk about trailblazing, but how do you really blaze a trail? With all-terrain tires, tubular roof rack, a lifted suspension, and a rugged build that craves adventure. This is the off-road unlocked. Find your path in the Nissan Pathfinder Rock Creek.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Relief Factor, the natural way to fight pain. We're in for a full slate of baseball on the day before the 4th of July, but not one of these games is starting before 6:40 p.m. Eastern. There's just one day game on Friday at Wrigley. It's a huge missed opportunity with baseball fans off of work and clamoring for baseball. This should be a layup week where you can showcase your sport. Rob Manfred, holiday week or not, it's time to give us day baseball every day. I'm Bart Winkler.
They say health is wealth, and I could not agree more. That's why if you or somebody in your life is living with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor. And I'm telling you, I can feel the difference. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that helps fight pain naturally. Naturally. Now that's a big deal. Developed by doctors. Relief Factor's unique formula of ingredients all work together to help support your body's response to inflammation. Instead of masking pain for a couple of hours, Relief Factor actually helps reduce or even eliminate your pain for good. Whether it's neck, back, joint, or muscle pain, if you're looking to feel better, live better, give Relief Factor a try. In 3 weeks, you will know if it's working because you'll feel it. For instance, I was sent Relief Factor to try, and I've been taking it every single day. I'll tell you what, I feel the difference every day. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Save on your first order. Don't let pain tell you how to live. Fight back naturally with Relief Factor. These products and statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Glimmer of hope toward the end of the morning rush. This report brought to you by WetGo Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. They've cleared that earlier accident, reopening the right lane to the outbound boulevard of the Allies near the Crosstown ramps. Meanwhile, we still have an accident in Squirrel Hill, Shady Avenue at Waldron Street. Also, we do have that earlier overturned tractor trailer still partially blocking the ramp from Route 22 to the inbound Parkway East. Still have some heavy traffic on the inbound Parkway East. You're jammed in Wilkinsburg, Parkway West at Parkway Center. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Protect your car from bugs, UV rays, and rain, and keep it shining all summer with savings on unlimited washes. New members who sign up for WetGo Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45-plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Donnie Football in for Crowley and Dickerson this morning. Harry Callis behind the glass. Former NFL general manager Doug Whaley in studio with us until 10. Wednesdays with Whaley from 9 to 10 every single Wednesday. Doug, wanted to get into potential Steelers breakout players in 2024. I talked about this a couple of hours ago on the show. My number one guy, and, we can talk about a few different guys. You don't have to just go with one name because I gave a whole list of 5. But my number one pick was Keanu Benton in 2024. I just feel like the way that the defensive line is structured, he's one of the only guys I think we can count on this year and even into the near future. I mean, who knows the future of Larry Ogunjobi? Cam Hayward getting long in the tooth. We don't know if he will even finish his career as a Steeler. Guys like Loudermilk and Leal are question marks. Like, Monty Adams is a nice backup player, nice depth player. But, Benton seems like somebody who came onto the scene under the radar last year, and he's ready to take a little jump.
I think you're right, and I think not only that he has a chance to, they need him to. He is somebody, and for all the reasons you talked about, there's really no one behind him, and the people that are there, Hayward's getting older, long in the tooth, and if he wants to, and the way he plays, he needs to be spelled some if you want him to be around for 2 or 3 more years. And then if you look at Ogunjobi, you just can't count on the guy. You cannot. I mean, think about it. They parse out his practice reps. He's only practicing so many times a week, if at all. And then when he gets into the game, he's not been that difference maker, that tone setter that they thought that he was going to be. So I totally see that, and it's really a preview of the future. Can he be the stalwart on the defensive line, knowing Cam is starting to get long in the tooth, and you can keep him around if Benton steps up and he plays more in the sub. So instead of Hayward playing 90% of the snaps, have him get down to 85 to 80%. So it produces longevity for Cam, but also gives that alternative for the defensive line, and then gives them a chance to next year in the draft, okay, we at least have 2 guys. Let's start drafting, maybe start doing it like they did the offensive line the last 3 years or last 2 years with 2 first-rounders and a second-rounder. Now let's start switching it to D-line, and that's where you start gaining traction when you're talking about roster building. You've concentrated on offensive line. You should be set there for a long bookend tackles and a center. And those are the 2 positions on the offensive line you want to solidify. Your edges and in the middle. In the middle, people are saying, why center? Because center, even if you have a veteran quarterback, he can help take some of that mental taxation off the quarterback by helping making the line calls, identifying the mic, sliding to the threat of pressure that way. So the quarterback can be freed up to look past the front line to the second and third levels of coverage and see in that way, or a check to make sure the wide receivers. So you're set there. Now you can switch it to the defensive side of the ball. You have to replenish that defensive line. And for this conversation, my breakout player is Nick Herbig, because now you can put that, you can have a 3-man rotation when you're up by a score or 2 scores, and just have them, the dogs just let loose. And then you can do a lot of different things with that. You can have Nick Herbig and the 2 outside guys and have Herbig in the middle and just kind of do the roaming deal where you never know where he's coming from. So then that will elongate Watt's career and help Highsmith. So when you get those 3 guys in there and you're up, that's like Aroldis Chapman coming in, closing the deal right there.
Yeah, I like Herbig a lot, and he is somebody who had one of the bigger defensive plays last season. He had the biggest defensive play against Seattle in a game that was a must-win. He had the sack fumble that, even though the Steelers were in the lead at the time, it was a way for them to protect that lead and end up winning the game. I also just wonder, their last few seasons, or I guess their last few years of drafting that Omar Khan and Andy Weidel have taken over, they've made me very excited about the future because of how they have decided to build things or try to build things. And we know that Weidel has the background with being an expert in the trenches. So that's where, you said they built the offensive lineup, now maybe jump to the defense. They've also seemed to focus a whole lot on just overall athletes. Mm-hmm. Like, I don't know how much you look into the relative athletic score, that RAS number that you see a lot of people put out after every prospect gets selected, but they have seemed to really focus on that in the last couple of drafts. And one of those guys that I think panned out now due to injury concerns, but if he ends up panning out, it could be in a big way. Peyton Wilson in college was a monster. He has the ACL concerns because he doesn't have them, and the Steelers were able to get him at the end of the 3rd round.
And you look at it this way, and there's one thing when you start evaluating talent, you put things in categories, and one categories are things you can't teach. And things you can't teach are size, speed, and athleticism. Everything else can be coached up. And instincts, you can't teach those things. And those 4 things you cannot teach. So when you start looking at how they are evaluating talent, and you said it right, they're first looking at athletes with size and speed. And those things, and there's a saying, speed wins, size wins, speed and size dominate. So that's their thought process, and especially when you start looking at the trenches. Let's get big, athletic guys that are tough, and as I always say, junkyard dogs. And that's what you see with the 3 offensive linemen they've drafted the last 2 years, and that's where I think they're going to start doing it in the defensive line. And it all depends on if this draft coming up, I haven't looked at it, is defensive line heavy or what. I don't know. I know this much. The only thing I've seen is it's not very quarterback friendly.
Yep.
So we'll see. But the thing I really like about the front office is they have a plan. It's not, oh, let's do this. Oh, well, that didn't work out. Let's do this. This is how methodically we are going to build this roster from the inside out. We're going to take our time. We're going to be diligent, but we have a plan, and this is what we're going to do, and they're executing it.
Going back to Benton for a second before we get into where the offensive line ranked as a whole. I feel like he wasn't like the shiny toy out of that 23 class. Broderick Jones was the first-round pick. They got Joey Porter Jr., first pick of the second round, so the Steelers were able to have their cake and eat it too, in a sense. Then they get Darnell Washington after Keanu Benton, but I think a lot of people were just enamored by the size of Darnell Washington. So Benton just kind of flew under the radar and, again, popped up, had a really solid rookie year. I think people expect him to make a big jump, as I obviously do, that since he's my number one breakout player. Do they kind of look at him and maybe think that they have another version of Javon Hargrave on their hands?
Yeah, I think so. And that was the one thing I was a little worried about with Benton. I thought he'd be a run stopper, and I didn't see that pass rush ability. And in this league and in the NFL today, you're really playing base maybe 25 to 30% of your snaps on defense. So I was kind of saying, unless he develops in that pass rush mode, how much playing time will he get? So that's where I'd like to see, and it seems, and I may be wrong, and I hope I'm wrong, but I do like to see, I've seen some development on his pass rush, which is exciting, and it has to be because, again, you're not going to be up against a lot of teams like the Steelers offense where they're going to be running, where you're going to be in base so much. So he's got to keep progressing on that pass rush stage. And that's where I think he went under the radar because everybody's thinking, oh, you got this Wisconsin defensive lineman that are run stopper, that how much is he really going to produce in the league because of the way, not from his ability, it's just the way the game is played today.
Coming up, Doug, we will talk about where the Steelers' offensive line ranked in the Pro Football Focus Power Rankings. Also, we'll look at where some other guys may have ranked in lists put out there from NFL publications in this offseason. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. It is the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates and Cardinals play again today in Game 2 of the 3-game series. Game time, same as yesterday, 6:40. If you want to listen, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan at 5:45. That's when our coverage begins, and it's presented by Pella Windows. Joshua Palacios in reports and through some sources in those reports. Apparently he's being called up from AAA to play in the majors for the Pirates during this series. And the Pittsburgh Penguins schedule, that came out recently, and first game of the season 2024-2025 will be Penguins and Rangers on October 9th. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now this message from Doran Dickerson.
Dunkin's dropping a new kind of energy, introducing Sparked Energy by Dunkin'. It's energy for the fun of it. Available in 2 full-on delicious flavors, Berry Burst and Peach Sunshine. It's what you need when your afternoon needs you to get going. Participation may vary. Limited time offer. America runs on Dunkin'.
I'm Ryan Horvat with BetQL. College football is right around the corner, and this year in the Big Ten, I like Nebraska to surprise some people and go over 7.5 wins. It's year 2 for Matt Rule. They have a 5-star quarterback, and their defense is legit. They bring back 7 starters. It's the same Tony White 3-3-5 defense, and last season they improved, giving up 111 yards and almost 10 points fewer than they did in 2022. This season, I think they win at least 8 games. I'm Ryan Horvat. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL, and download the BetMGM app today.
Celebrate July 4th with the hottest deals at Lowe's. Right now, get 2 select 2 or 2.5 quart red, white, and blue annuals for $10. And buy 2, get 1 free on select paint and exterior stain via Lowe's gift card rebate. Shop these deals before they're gone, because Lowe's knows summer savings. Valid through 7/10. Annuals offer in-store only. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. Paint. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for details while supplies last.
How many Rock and Roll Hall of Famers have been on the Talk is Jericho podcast with me, Chris Jericho? Well, gee, let's see how many I can name off the top of my head. Metallica, Kiss, Slash, and Duff from Guns N' Roses, Angus Young, Brian Johnson from AC/DC, Chad Smith from the Red Hot Chili Peppers. You want more? I got so many more, but I'm all out of time right now. So come rock with me, Chris Jericho, on Talk is Jericho. Listen to and follow now on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Yes, Brian, I am having an affair with your brother, but we're in love. What do you want me to say?
I want you to tell me how I can get an auto loan.
Wait, what?
You know, auto loan. How can I get one?
Mm-hmm. I feel your confusion. Let's use it in the scene.
Yeah, cool. But the loan?
I don't know. I'm your acting coach. I drive a 2001 Miata. You should talk to Clearview.
You have auto loan questions. We have the answers at clearviewfcu.org. Clearview, clearly different.
Starting a home improvement project? Before you build a deck, plant a tree, or put up a fence, remember to call 811. Professionals from underground utilities like Peoples will mark your lines with flags so you can dig safely. Whether you're doing the work yourself or hiring a professional, calling 811 before you dig is free for homeowners. And it's the law. Call 811 3 days before you dig to keep you and your family safe. Peoples, an essential utilities company.
When your drain is clogged, you need help. We have the training and equipment to solve your problems fast, over bridges and through tunnels. Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 50 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, we're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let our family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County.
Summer's here, and Tri-State Office Furniture is turning up the heat. Discover new deals and inventory to create an office that inspires your best work. Free design services to customers, 45 days of free storage, so your furniture is ready when you are. Plus, project management services ensure a hassle-free upgrade and handles every detail from delivery to installation. Stop by the showroom, visit online at tristateofficefurniture.com, or give them a call, 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
Join Mark Patrick Seminars Lose the Weight, Stop Smoking Early Bird Special, $49.99. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel Pittsburgh and Greentree, or Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center in Churchill. Weight loss 5:30 p.m. Stop Smoking Seminar 8.
The preceding message has been made possible by Bell's Oberon American Wheat Ale. It's officially Oberon season. America's definitive wheat beer is made with only the finest wheat malt, hops, Michigander water, and Bell's signature house ale yeast. Oberon is easy drinking and refreshing, citrusy and slightly hazy, sunshine in a glass. Oberon pairs well with baseball, softball, golf, other sports, picnicking, tailgating, and sitting by the pool. Look for it wherever good beer is sold. Reach for the sun with Bell's Oberon. Cheers.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Social media's biggest loser, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. I have a feeling that may be City Limits or Intern Dom today around 3:15 Eastern Time. The fan producer hot dog eating contest taking place today on the eve of Independence Day.
Can I play the clip for Doug?
Oh, yeah, you should. I think Doug would enjoy that. Doug Whaley in studio with us. Donnie Football, Harry Callis behind the glass. Play the clip, Harry.
Oh, no, wait a minute. Oh, the program froze. Okay, we'll revisit it.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, we can talk about that before we finish things up, because it is a big event this afternoon that'll take place in our Bowser Theater, and the live stream, our YouTube live stream, and the 937thefan.com video stream will be live on the spot. Josh Roundtree will be doing play-by-play. He sent me a picture earlier. He got one of those hats that the actual guy at the hot dog eating contest in Coney Island wears. So, yeah, we'll dive into that before we finish things up this morning. But Doug, Pro Football Focus put out a ranking of all 32 offensive line groups in the National Football League, because that is what we get into once we are in this time of year. We're not quite the training camp, but there's really not, it's the dead period of NFL.
Yeah, of too much
the rare time, the rare 4-week period where there's not much going on. So it is list season. And the Steelers came in at number 9 out of the entire league, not just the AFC, but the entire league. I understand that it is a projection and potential-based business sometimes, especially with PFF. I mean, I would love to see them at that spot at the end of the season, but right now I just can't put them that high around the league.
The only reason I could say where I could see this actually coming to fruition is because I think they're basing it a lot on how Arthur Smith is going to have the offense play. And it's going to be more of a run-centric offense, play action, which is going to help the offensive line. You played offensive line, and you know well as I do, offensive linemen love to run block. They love to go forward. They love to say, that's my guy, and I'm going to move him from point A. One of the best speeches, Hall of Fame speeches, was from Russ Grimm. And he said, there was no greater feeling of joy than moving a man from point A to point B against his will. And that's what offensive linemen like to do. That's the type of offensive lineman, if you think about their mentality, that the Steelers have brought in, and that's what the offensive scheme that Arthur Smith's going to employ. So I could see them projecting it to be around that 9th and 10th. Right now, though, like I'm with you, right now, a little too early. We got to, on paper, it looks good. These guys look good, but you still have to perform. We're not paper champs. No one's, and everybody wins the offseason, but you have to perform on the field. And with these young guys, you're going to have some highs and lows. You want to try to make it as consistent as possible, and the best way to do that is to get them, put their hand in the dirt, and have them firing off and being just physical.
Speaking of running the football, a few weeks ago, CBS Sports put out a ranking of top 20 running backs in the league. I forget what the entire list was, but I know that Christian McCaffrey, obviously, number one, Derrick Henry, number two, who is now in the division with the Ravens. And one guy with the Steelers made the list, one guy did not. Jaylen Warren checked in at number 20, and Najee Harris did not make the list of top 20 running backs in the NFL. I thought that was very interesting. I've been a Jaylen Warren guy, but, I mean, I can also say that I think with both of these guys, less is more out of them. You know, people like the whole thunder and lightning kind of comparison. I've actually drawn the comparison. I don't know if Harris is – well, actually, no. I would say it is a fair comparison. I've drawn the comparison to what the Chargers had a handful of years ago with Melvin Gordon and Austin Eckler.
I was thinking the same thing, and that's where, when you, like you said, less is more for those. So the two actually become one. And I think it's okay to say, hey, we have two running backs, and they both bring something different to the table, but they both produce at a high level at what they're asked to do. And you don't have to say one's better than the other. It's a complementary situation that works for the offense. And I'm excited to see how Arthur Smith is going to deploy those two. I would really like to see them both in the backfield at the same time. You know what I mean? Throw some stuff out there like that. So is it going to be a run play? Is it going to be a pass play? Who's going to get the ball? So I think that's the type of instinctive and just out there, outside of the box thinking that Arthur Smith may bring out. I'm hoping he'll bring to the table this year.
I think they could get really creative with things, especially in the red zone. We know Russell Wilson was really good in the red zone last season. Justin Fields was actually pretty good in the red zone too. And I've brought this up with a couple of different people. I just feel like they have a couple of good athletes in the backfield. They also have some huge targets. I mean, think of Freiermuth and Pickens for 1 and 2. Darnell Washington, to me, like, he's got to be a player you target in the red zone. He's a monster of a human being.
So think about this, and I was just saying it, 22 personnel, 2 running backs, 2 tight ends, 1 wide receiver. You got Pickens out. So defensively, they're going to go base. They may even go heavy in the red zone. So heavy means extra defensive linemen, probably 2 less DBs, extra linebacker. So you have Darnell Washington, Pat Freiermuth, Pickens, and then the 2 running backs. Attach Darnell Washington, split Freiermuth out there, Pickens out there, and then put the 2 running backs in the slot. There's going to be a mismatch. Something as simple as that puts the onus on the defense to either call a timeout or hope and pray that one of your linebackers can cover Freiermuth. Your DB will be on, and it might most likely, if it's not a corner, it's going to be a corner that can force the run because they're thinking it's going to be run in the red zone, or a big safety. Who's going to win that battle? And then you have 2 linebackers on those 2 running backs. One of those running backs is going to win. Most likely, both of them. So you can create mismatches by just personnel groupings that are going to help, I think, the Steelers, especially in short yardage and red zone area.
Do you think they should experiment with Justin Fields on the field at the same time as Russell Wilson?
Why not? I look at it this way. Anything you can do to put stress on the defense, and more importantly, have that defensive coordinator stay up at night, and then last piece of that, take practice time away from them going against the regular offense to say, oh, we got to practice with Justin Fields and Russell Wilson on at the same time. Oh, we got to practice against, 22 personnel in the red zone. What are we going to do? So that takes time away from practice time, so they're not all focused on, okay, Russell Wilson and just 11 personnel. That's all we have to worry about. So, yes, I think they should do it, and they should do it often.
A few more minutes with Doug Whaley coming up. We will preview our big event this afternoon at the Fan. That's coming up in a few minutes. It's Donnie Football in for the guys on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates and Cardinals play today at 6:40. If you want to listen, you can. Right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 5:45. Also, the Pittsburgh Penguins had their schedule released yesterday, and they're going to play the New York Rangers on October 9th in the first game of their 2024-2025 schedule. For more Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
The Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews have cleared the earlier overturned tractor trailer, reopening that ramp from Route 22 to the inbound Parkway East in Monroeville. However, now we have an accident off to the side on the inbound Parkway East. It's just past the Brinton Road overpass, and that's causing slowdowns back toward the Forest Hills on-ramp and remains heavy down to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway West, you're jammed near Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway North as well as Route 28, both having cleared out. And we still have an earlier accident being cleared at Homewood on Thomas Boulevard at North Braddock Avenue. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
His brother-in-law is playing hockey with Mr. Larson, and you can count on me waiting for you in the parking lot.
I got to be honest, my heart would be going a little bit, especially if I thought the guy could kick my ass if I get out into the parking lot after thinking it's a done deal once the locker room
he's got weapons.
nonsense.
He's got sticks and skates and whatnot.
Exactly. That would make me nervous.
He just has a skate in one hand and a stick in the other.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's.
They say health is wealth, and I could not agree more. That's why if you or somebody in your life is living with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor. And I'm telling you, I can feel the difference. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that helps fight pain naturally. Naturally. Now that's a big deal. Developed by doctors. Relief Factor's unique formula of ingredients all work together to help support your body's response to inflammation. Instead of masking pain for a couple of hours, Relief Factor actually helps reduce or even eliminate your pain for good. Whether it's neck, back, joint, or muscle pain, if you're looking to feel better, live better, give Relief Factor a try. In 3 weeks, you will know if it's working because you'll feel it. For instance, I was sent Relief Factor to try, and I've been taking it every single day. I'll tell you what, I feel the difference every day. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Save on your first order. Don't let pain tell you how to live. Fight back naturally with Relief Factor. These products and statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Where two rivers converge, a third emerges. Stronger and more united than ever before. And a community, hard as steel, built over generations, rises for the new day ahead. Vibrant, dedicated, innovative. Today, we have a chance for a brighter future right here in Pennsylvania. U.S. Steel and Nippon Steel coming together as one. U.S. Steel's partnership with Nippon Steel means no layoffs, means no plant closures, means $1.4 billion in new investments for the future. And best of all, it means U.S. Steel's headquarters will stay right here in Pennsylvania. Built for innovation, built for Pennsylvania, built for generations to come. The U.S. Steel and Nippon Steel partnership is the future of American steel.
Oh, O'Reilly. engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free and provides a report with solutions based on over 650 million vehicle scans verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we can recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. When plumbing problems strike, you need someone you can trust. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi, and you need the plumbing experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. McVeigh staff of skilled technicians are here to fix leaks, clear clogs, repair your water heaters, stop that running toilet, or clear that sewer line. You can count on McVeigh to deliver honest, reliable, quality workmanship at a fair price. Whatever the plumbing problem, save the day. Call McVeigh. McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, the local plumbing experts you can trust. Call McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, or visit McVeighPlumbing.com.
We've been an institution in Newcastle for 90 years, and now our offices canvass all of Western Pennsylvania. I'm Joe George. Known for integrity and doing what we say we'll do, LGKG injury lawyers are different from the other firms. Visit LGKG.com or call me. LGKG, your home team.
Download the Parmar Rewards app today for some big gas and grocery savings. Dan Zangrili here to tell you that loyalty has its rewards at Parmar stores. Remember, if there's not a Parmar store near you now, there will be soon.
With T-Mobile, you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Because nobody likes having to choose. It's like getting romance and sci-fi.
Jane, I love you. Also, I'm a robot.
Or being a dog person and a cat person.
Who wants a treat? Who's a good boy?
Or like being an extrovert and an introvert.
Woo! This is so fun! I can't wait to go home.
At T-Mobile, you don't have to choose. You can get the benefits you want and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. See how much you can save with our savings calculator at T-Mobile.com/switch. Plus, when you switch, you can keep your phone, and we'll pay it off up to $800.
Via virtual prepaid card in 15 days. Qualifying unlocked device, credit, service, and timely redemption required. Card has no cash access and expires in 6 months. See T-Mobile.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
$50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. A few more minutes with us, Donnie Football, Harry Callis behind the glass, Doug Whaley in studio with us. Doug, today is a big event for the producers here at 93.7 The Fan. It is the fan producer hot dog eating contest on the eve of Independence Day. 3 p.m. It'll be on our live YouTube stream, also at 937thefan.com. Harry Callis goes into this as a pretty heavy favorite to take home the trophy. Also a $500 prize courtesy of Andrew Filipponi. It doesn't seem like some of the other producers in the building have aspirations all that high. This is what we heard yesterday on the midday show. This was Austin City Limits giving his projection of what he expects to do this afternoon.
But I should be able to eat 3. If I don't eat 3, I will be truly disappointed in myself because I ate 3 at the Pirate game at Dollar Dog Night not too long ago. So I should be fine with it.
You want that guy on your team, Doug?
The look on Doug's face was priceless.
I mean, at least lie and make it believable. Jeez, pump your chest. Go out fighting, man. 3. Come on now.
Maybe I know he's a tiny guy in stature. Maybe double that though. Maybe
unless
give yourself
unless
6.
he's pulling the okey doke, trying to disarm you guys. Like, don't even think about city limits. He's only thinking about 3. He doesn't have it, and he's going to come in and crush 13.
What do we think about that thought, Harry?
Reverse psychology.
I think I know Austin well enough by now. I don't think he's lying.
He's a truth teller.
Well, no, that's just one of those things he wouldn't lie about.
Harry got a real kick out of that this morning when we were talking about it. 3 hot dogs being the goal set.
Or Zeiss, too, was funny yesterday. He gave his favorites, and then they're not participating. And he didn't know.
Yeah. It's two guys who
does
won't
that
be.
surprise you about Zeiss?
No, it doesn't, but it's not. It's funny nonetheless.
No doubt.
Yeah, he gave two guys that will not be in attendance for it.
So what about is there like a belt or a crown?
We have a little trophy.
Okay,
yeah,
trophy. I
yeah,
got
we
you.
have a little trophy, and then Pony is giving $500 to the winner.
So is it going to be like the Stanley Cup? You get your name etched in it, and you get to hold it for a year. And then,
I guess so. Yeah, I don't know if
and then you could take it and party with it. You got to take pictures with it.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I think we should do that, Harry. That sounds like a good idea.
No doubt.
I like it.
Well, Doug, this was a lot of fun. This last hour flew by
No doubt.
very quickly. Harry, thank you, as always, for your great work. A thank you to Ray Fittipaldo and John Wehner, as well as the callers who chimed in this morning. My maiden voyage of hosting the Fan Morning Show was a very good time. Maybe I'll be back in the future if those guys are both out at the same time and same place. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. Visit Sun Chevy on Washington Road in McMurray or sunchevy.com. High of 90 today, tomorrow for your 4th of July. High of 85 and a chance of rain. Coming up, it is Joe Starkey and or Paul Zeiss, and they will be with Austin City Limits. Donnie Football signing off on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Another day is here, and you're ready for it. What to wear? Check. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Check. Planning for what's next and how to save for it? That's where Bank of America can help. For your financial to-dos, Bank of America has experts ready to help get you closer to your goals. Get started at one of our Greater Pittsburgh Region financial centers or 24/7 in our mobile banking app. Find a location near you at bankofamerica.com/talktous. What would you like the power to do? Mobile banking requires downloading the app and is only available for select devices. Message and data rates may apply. Bank of America N.A., member FDIC.
Join Mark Patrick Seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking. Guaranteed early bird special $49.99. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel, Pittsburgh and Green Tree, or Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center in Churchill. Weight loss 5:30, stop smoking seminar 8. Dunkin' dropped a new kind of energy, introducing Sparked Energy by Dunkin'. Available in Berry Burst and Peach Sunshine. Order ahead on the Dunkin' app and get a medium Sparked Energy for $3 in July. Fruit flavored. Contains 0% fruit juice. Caffeine from caffeine and guarana. Participation may vary. Limited terms apply.
Ready for all those warm weather get-togethers? Fill up your grocery basket at Giant Eagle. Giant Eagle's Deals for Days program features more than 1,000 deals on your favorite items, so you can save more on what you like most. Barbecue parties, graduations, communions, they're all easier to plan when you buy a Giant Eagle. These low prices are available for a limited time at your Giant Eagle and Market District. So save today. Find more information on Deals for Days at gianteagle.com.
It's July 4th week. You want to celebrate. You need beer, so you got to get to Hampton Beer Outlet for the best prices around. Hi, it's Crowley. Miller Lite 24-pack cans, $19.99. Mick Ultra 24-pack cans, $19.99. Yingling Traditional Lager 24-pack cans, $17.99. And Busch Light 30-packs, just $19.99. The best prices around, the best customer service. For all your July 4th party needs, just drive a little and save a lot at Hampton Beer Outlet. That's Route 8 in Hampton.
A stacked July at Wild Things Park continues July 5th through the 7th with weekend fun and high-level baseball. Enjoy fireworks, Jimmy Buffett night with a Hawaiian shirt giveaway presented by Coons Floor Sanding and Finishing, and Superhero night with a Kids Coin Bank giveaway presented by Chrome FCU and a Blueprints Kids Eat Free Sunday.
I had a CT scan that found that I had a 1-inch tear in the inner lining of my aorta. I knew that I needed to go to a UPMC surgeon.
UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute has performed more than 20,000 heart surgeries in the last 5 years.
If not for the care of the UPMC health team, I would have missed the birth of my grandsons. I wouldn't be here to share the memories.
Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to learn more.
I'm Kelly Burris, a partner at Cordell & Cordell. For over 3 decades, Cordell & Cordell has been on the front lines of family law. Divorce is more than just a legal process. It's a life-changing event that can impact your future, finances, and your relationship with your children. You've worked hard to build a life you're proud of, and you deserve a legal partner who will work just as hard to protect it.
Offices in downtown Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Kelly Burris, licensed in Texas and Oklahoma only. Online at CordellCordell.com.
It's the great taste of Germany right here in the Bird. Hopper House Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant starts with a wide selection of traditional beer brewed right on site, with seasonal selections every month. And during these hot months, pick up the Hopper House 32-ounce crowlers all month long, great for vacations, weekend outings, or get-togethers. Hopper House Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant in the South Side works. No matter the occasion, everyone loves it at our house.
Thanks for calling 1-800-GOT-JUNK. This is Sarah. How can I help?
I've been thinking.
What have you been thinking about?
I decided I should declutter more often because it's an important part of a balanced and healthy life.
Have you ever noticed that 1-800-GOT-JUNK has a question mark at the end of it?
Yes, I have noticed that.
We make junk disappear.
All I have to do is point.
All you have to do is point.
Can you come right now?
We're on our way.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Ahoy, mates! Prepare to embark on a daring voyage to victory with our fearless crew. With our black and gold spirit guiding us, we'll conquer any challenge that comes our way. And just like our indomitable spirit, Pella windows stand as beacons of strength and resilience in every home. Crafted with quality and precision, they're the true champions of durability. Right now, get 10% off your entire project. No payments for 12 months. Proud supporters of Pella quality and the unwavering black and gold spirit, PellaPittsburgh.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Last morning rush before the holiday not ending so well. This report presented by Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine. Call for neuropathy treatment today. Inbound Parkway East, an accident on the ramp from that inbound side to Rodi Road. Watch for delays as a result. We also have an accident off to the side on that inbound Parkway East past the Brinton Road. Overpass delays there from Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Parkway West are jammed between Carnegie and Greentree down to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
There is treatment for neuropathy. I'm Dr. Dawn Spalla. At Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine, we treat neuropathy patients daily. No drugs, no surgery, just relief. Call 724-224-2224 for a free consultation in our Sarver or Brackenridge locations.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's the Fan Morning Show, the Joe Starkey Show, or the PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment? Great guest? We've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app. Search 93.7 The Fan and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11, tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Gerken Roofing and Contracting and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Pennsylvania One Call System, and Allegheny Hospital and Physical Medicine. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
I'm Austin Bexel with your fan headlines. 7-4 the defeat for the Pirates against the St. Louis Cardinals last night. First of 3-game series. Not a good start for Mitch Keller. 5 innings, gave up 9 hits, 6 runs. 5 of them were earned. Did not walk anybody, but did strike out 5. It was a Nolan Gorman grand slam in the top half of the 4th inning that really put the Cardinals out in front, where the Pirates couldn't come back. Alec Burleson scored the first runs of the game in the top half of the 3rd on a 2-run home run, but Pirates got a couple back. 3-run shot by Jack Sawinski in the bottom of the 5th. He went 3 for 3 on the day, and Andrew McCutchen followed with a solo home run to center field for his 12th of the season in the bottom of the 5th. Donovan singled to add another run in the top of the 7th for St. Louis to win it by 3 runs. Jared Jones will pitch today for the Pirates. 6:40 first pitch in Game 2 of the series. Miles Michaelis will pitch for St. Louis. 5:45, North Shore Tavern leadoff show right here on 93.7 The Fan, hosted by Dan Zangrilli. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. It's time for the Joe Starkey Show with Paul Zeiss.
It's Joe. And this is the Joe Starkey Show. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
What a wonderful day. July 3rd, 2024. And I'm here with my friends Paul Zeiss, City Limits, and IT. Intern Trent, a man of very few words but high character. City Limits is in a hot dog eating contest today. Paul and I are going to play lots of golf the rest of the summer.
The morning show guys were giving us a hard time.
For what?
You, because...
Who are the morning show guys?
I mean, whoever was on today, Donnie
Football
and Callis
and Harry Callis.
They're giving him a hard time because he said he can only eat 3 hot dogs.
Yeah, that's not going to get you a win, not even a place or a show.
What I said is I know I can eat 3 hot dogs.
How many
not
are you
like
shooting
my
for?
Complete limit. I'm putting no limits on the hot dog eating contest.
I like that, city
one.
limits.
But
and what else, Paul?
But they were getting on me because I picked
2 guys who aren't in it.
Well, you gave me the list.
I thought that they were in it.
That's
I wasn't
what I mean.
told until
he gave me the list and told me who to pick from.
Until Dom texted me a correction that Charlie Borges and Joel Nelson are not competing today. I thought they were. By all accounts, last week they were. Late dropouts.
Why no Nelly?
Party.
Well, both of them are Nelly. Why no Charles Borges or Jolie?
I don't know. I asked Charlie Borges, and I can't remember what he told me, and I have not reached out to Joel. I'm taking Dom for his word.
Who's the favorite in this thing?
It's got to be Callis or Donnie.
How many guys are in it?
It's Callis, Donnie, myself, Sean Myers, and I think Seth Davis.
Who's
Not
that?
to be confused with Reese Davis.
Who's Seth Davis?
He's a promo guy.
Oh, Cornelius?
Yeah, with the glass. I don't know. You call everybody different names. What about T-Bird?
Yeah, that's Cornelius.
T-Bird might be
Cornelius,
in it too.
the little skinny guy?
Yeah, Cornelius.
Oh, he's an underrated. He might be an underdog to win this thing. That guy. Paul, he has a pool of anger down there that's deep. He starts eating.
Seth.
Yeah, little Seth.
There's some anger there.
Oh, yeah.
I wouldn't have known.
Well, you wouldn't because he's always happy, but that only indicates that he's also angry. I think he may win this thing, IT. He might win it.
Well,
what if IT jumps in?
What's the over-under on the winning number of hot dogs?
I think somebody said it at Callis for 12.5 or 13.5.
No way.
Yes.
And
he's not getting
How
that.
much time does he get?
10 minutes.
There's no chance.
Now, can you just inhale the thing?
If you want, but it's not like it's going to be like it's not going to be like the hot dog contest that you see on ESPN.
What are the differences?
Because there they soak the buns.
Yeah, in water.
So they can just basically
disgusting.
So they can just slide it down their throats. They don't even really eat
That's
it.
not happening today. And
Right.
if it does,
Today it sounds like
I commend you for whoever does it because it won't be me.
Yeah.
Well, why are you in it to win it? You shooting for 6.5 hot dogs?
If I can tell that other people are struggling and I have a real shot at it, I'm going for it.
See, Paul, that's a big key. Is it one round, one shot
One
only?
round.
All right, and what's the placement? Where are you placed in this thing? That's the whole key to it.
Placement in terms of what?
In terms of where you go, or you're all doing it at the same time?
Yeah.
Oh.
So I'll know how other people are doing
You'll
it.
get a sense of
So
it, yeah.
if
I'd
I'm
line
at
up
like,
next to
But
Harry.
I'm just saying,
if I'm at like 3 and
it
Callis
sounds
is
like
at
they're going
7,
yeah.
or Donnie, then
It sounds like they're going to be the hot dogs are going to be cooked out back or something.
yeah. They're
Who's
gonna be
cooking
cooked,
them?
They're going to be grilled.
Some hot dog
And
company.
brought in.
So at the end of the day, you have to eat basically like hot dogs normally, like you would eat them. This isn't like the contests where they soak the buns and they're soaking wet and they just slide them down their throat, which is how they're able to do it. That so if that's the case, where you actually have to chew it a little bit and eat it in a traditional way,
Yeah.
nobody's getting 13.
No.
In 10
Do you
minutes,
have to eat a bun?
you have to eat the bun too.
Nobody's getting 13, not even
you
Harry.
have to eat the bun, too, right? Hey, Rivers.
Limits. Attention in here, please. Who are you talking to? We're in the middle of a show.
I'm talking to Jack Kilgrove. He's here for orientation today.
Well, tell him hello and pay attention to the show, for God's sake.
What is he doing orientation for?
What's he doing Oh, my God. This thing's gone off the rails early.
He's here to check things out.
Do you have to...
He's here to officiate the hot dog eating contest.
You have to eat them one at a time with a bun?
Yes, one at a time with a bun. I'm sure you could eat them two at a time, but I don't know if anybody's going to do that.
That might be an excellent strategy. A double-decker bun and hot dog. You get 2 in 1, 2 for 1. Paul, I'd be doing that. How big are the hot dogs?
You have to eat the bun, right?
Yeah, you have to eat the bun. Pony tweeted out a picture of the hot dogs. They look normal size, maybe a little bit larger than a normal hot dog.
I would stick the hot dog. What if you eat 2 hot dogs and 1 bun? No count? That's not 2?
No, that's not 2.
So 1.5?
What would be hilarious if Pony's tricking us all and he buys foot-long hot dogs?
Well, good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Very proud of you, City Limits, just for entering the contest. Are you, Paul?
I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't. I don't think I could do it.
Does Harry eat 11 of them? Over under 10.5 for Harry?
Maybe 11.
Has Harry mentioned how many? Does he have a record just from a picnic, family picnic or something?
Well, how about Malsey gave him 4 hot dogs the other day when Malsey was doing the morning show.
What, is it practice? Did Malsey have a whistle on? He was running Harry through drills?
Malsey timed him and thinks that the race is wide open, according to Pony and Muller.
He underperformed in practice. Maybe he's a game day player. Could be a game day player.
I'm just saying, 11, 12, 13 in 10 minutes. Eating them the traditional way, that's a lot.
So my strategy is just to not eat any of the pizza today, thanks to Slice on Broadway. Maybe 1 slice.
Yeah. Oh, I wouldn't. No, don't. What?
No
don't
slices
do that.
at all?
No,
well,
no slices.
Muller tried to tell me to eat some food beforehand.
Yeah, because
he's
sabotaging you. He wants Harry to win.
Right. So I'm just not going to eat anything and then just eat on an empty stomach.
Yeah, Donnie, that's what I meant.
You shouldn't do it on an empty stomach, though, I don't think.
So then I should eat something.
No, you might be right.
So then I
should
eat 1 piece.
You know what? Coat your stomach with olive oil. That's what I did one year before drinking on St. Patrick's.
How did it work out for you?
One of those,
poorly.
Okay.
I wound up naked.
Eat one of those garlic knots.
Okay.
That'll get something in your stomach so that you won't be completely... You have to have a little bit of something in your stomach.
Well, again, my over-under is set at 2.5. And I feel like if I can't hit 2.5, if I can't eat 3, significant disappointment in my mind.
I get the feeling that IT, from the look he just shot me, wants me to go back to how I wound up naked after doing a shot of olive oil
I'm
on
also curious.
St. Patrick's Day. IT, am I right about that? He says yes.
Man of few words says sure.
None in this case, just a head nod.
Just sure.
No, I'm not going to go into that story.
How was the...
What? Paul?
What's the most food you've ever eaten in a mass food eating competition or just...
Well, I've never been in a competition. See, I got a tiny and very sensitive stomach. I told you, there's at least once or twice a month where I have to leave this show to go have more blowouts than the 07 Patriots, right? So I'm like 6 pieces of pizza maybe, something like that. I'm not a prolific...
Young? See, the reason I have the same problems you have with stomachs, and part of it is because I used to have those kinds of eating feats like these guys.
Mine were more drinking feats, I would say. Like the unnatural act of drinking, trying to drink a case of beer, something like that. Like nobody would... It dawned on me at one point that nobody would sit down and try and succeed in drinking 14 glasses of milk or 14 bottles of Diet Coke. You'd be sick, right? If you did that?
Yeah.
So how is beer different? It's just weird.
It is true. I guess because, I don't know. I'm not sure. That's a very good point.
Isn't it a good point?
If you sat and drank 14 Cokes, you'd be really sick.
Right.
But if you drink 14 beers, you're just a little bit tipsy. Depending on what, you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, so tell me, how was your day at
Laurel?
At Laurel Valley Golf Club.
Wonderful. I met a guy named Ed Garofalo, one of the 3 nicest men on earth that I've ever met, right up there with Jerry DePaula and Marc-Andre Fleury. And then there was a guy named Doug and a guy named Lauren. kind of like Lauren Brisbois. Brisbois, remember that defenseman?
Well, that was good. And how did you do? Did you feel like you ate it?
I did pretty bad. We're supposed to get my caddy. We had caddies out there. I'm going to give you a number for a guy named Kyle, legendary figure. He saw me at my best and worst, Paul, and you know what it's like when I'm at my worst. I almost threw all my clubs in the lake, but I didn't at one point. I tried not to be.
That's an upset.
Yeah, I tried not to be outwardly angry because it's such a nice course. So instead, I sulked and went back to the cart and sulked at various times, which everybody got a kick out of. But it was fun. I think I shot an even 100. I couldn't approach. My drives were great. My approaches were horrible, and my putting was not very good. But I took solace in parring 3 holes. I parred 3 holes at Laurel. That's not bad, is it?
That's not bad at all. I did better. I played yesterday at Birdsfoot. We actually got some going low content out there, for our going low show.
How'd you do?
My putting is so embarrassingly bad.
So's mine.
The course is in great shape. That course is unbelievable. Really, it's one of those courses that's up 28 there, way up there, so you kind of forget about it. You know? But it's a great course. But my putting was such an embarrassment. I feel like I'm going to get to the green from now on and have someone else putt.
Pay them. Yeah.
Just pay whoever else is playing with me. Just say, listen, why don't you putt for me? I mean, I can't tell you the number of holes. I told you on Saturday I hit the ball better than I've hit it for 3 years. When I played with my buddies on Saturday. So I wanted to see, okay, is it still translating? And yesterday I hit the ball. I didn't hit it as well as I did Saturday, but I hit it really well. But I can't tell you the number of times I was on the fringe or right above the, right in front of the green and 2.
Yeah.
And took a 5 or a 6. Just embarrassing.
I think I set a record the other day. Where was it? Old Stonewall. It must be their record for 4 putts in a single day. I'm somewhere. There's a plaque of me somewhere up at Shakespeare's or whatever the name of that place is there. There he is, the record for 4 putts in a single day.
I mean, I hit the green on one of the par 3s and took a 5.
I know the feeling. Yeah. I do know that. I do know how bad that is because I just did it.
So I think I shot like 93.
Yeah.
I really hit the ball like I should have shot like an 85. But that's how bad I was putting.
Putting's part of the game. Paul, we have a pirate mystery. We opened today with a pirate mystery.
Oh, boy.
What is happening here? Noah Hiles and others report last night accurately that the Pirates are expected to recall Joshua Palacios from AAA Indy prior to today's game against the Cardinals. However, writes Hiles, the Pirates' plan was put on pause after a series of factors Tuesday night. The team was prepared to make a move but reversed course. So, what is happening here? To me, it sure looks like Jack Sawinski having one good game has caused this promotion to be put on hold. And if I know Ben Jerrington and the moves that he makes and the mindset he's brought to this job, Jack Sawinski probably just bought himself a month because he had one good game.
Right.
Is this guy, Jerrington, going to sit here and watch this, not help the team get to the point at the deadline where they are contending and then say, well, what am I supposed to do? They didn't show me they did enough. I believe you wrote about this, Paul. And that's my fear right now. So now we're going to wait on Sawinski because he had a good game? Is that the idea? Then send somebody else down.
And if that's the
then
case,
trade somebody else. Get rid of somebody else. DFA somebody else. I don't care what you do. What are we doing here with the Pirates? What are we doing?
Well, that's the whole point. If that's the case, it's absurd. If that's the case, and again, we don't know that to be the case, but it sounds like, it seems surely like that, and what was the way it was reported? Well, certain circumstances changed.
Now, if it's a trade for a real player, then I'll abruptly change course with my opinion.
Do you think that's the case?
No.
That's the problem. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the biggest problem of it all. Because to me, if you really look at it from afar, I mean, it's such a horrible, horrible optics, or whatever we call it. Optics, right? It really is. Terrible.
Jack Sawinski is still batting like 183. Look at the lineup last night. This is just on repeat here. I'm sick of talking about it, but we have to keep talking about it because it feels like, you know, it almost feels like they don't want us to talk about it. You know what I mean? They don't want people to talk about it. All they want is patience and internal improvements and what's the other one that I'm getting real sick of? There's another Pirate saying that I'm tired of, but I can't remember. Last night's box score. All right, you have O'Neill Cruz batting third. He shouldn't be batting third in any major league lineup right now. Connor Joe's your cleanup hitter. This guy has been cast as you know, Mickey Mantle in this lineup all year. You know, he got off to a good start. Great. He's still he's Connor Joe.
Right.
Then we have Olivares pinch hitting for Tellez and getting 2 at-bats. He's horrible. His last extra base hit was a month and a half ago. And then the bottom of the order is just tragic. Brian Hayes, Sawinski had a good game. Great. And Grandal, who is so bad at the plate. He's down to 174. He makes what's his name look like Johnny Bench. Who's the guy they had in last year they had to get rid of because he couldn't hit?
Austin Hedges.
Yeah, him. Austin Hedges. Man, I'm tired of watching this. And there was something particularly annoying about seeing the Cardinals come in here, having come off just one bad season.
Right.
And now they're going to make the playoffs again, I bet. They have that look about them. They have that Cardinal look about them. And Ben Cherington just sits there and does nothing. He doesn't even call anybody up because Sawinski had a good game. Is that the reason here? Thoughts? Right. Your thoughts?
I mean, I look at it as the same way as you. I was talking about this yesterday, and it gets a little old for me. It seems like, and I said this to you on Monday, they're trying to run out the clock.
Yeah.
It seems to me like they are.
He's in the 4 corners.
Okay with the idea that, well, if we just kind of hang around and we're in the same position at the trade deadline, we'll be able to make the case to our fans, well, we don't think this is the year to do it. We don't think this is the year to do it. You know what I mean? And as a result, and you would have been really depressed, Joe. You'd have been really depressed yesterday when Destiny's Child was on with us.
Yeah.
And he was talking about how
I was just going to mention that. I was listening.
He expects Aroldis Chapman to maybe be traded. Right. Perez to be maybe traded. Gonzalez to maybe be traded.
Yeah.
That would be so depressing.
I think that Destiny's...
And he's like, and he put a spin on it like, well, you know, it would be like sort of selling off some assets, getting more assets in so that you can make a run next year.
Yeah.
Who wants to hear that?
Nobody. Although I think that Destiny's Child, who's rapidly becoming a legend, can we get that to play low in the background? There we go.
Say my name, say my name. No one
Keep this while we talk about Destiny. Your introduction yesterday was tremendous to Destiny's Child. He's really good because I think he actually does reflect what the Pirates are thinking. But then when he delivered his opinion, Destiny's Child, I just completely disagree. When he says this is not the year because who knows if they'll even get in. They don't have a good enough lineup. No, here's the situation. Once you get to the playoffs, if you get there, and granted it's a big if, but if you get there, you have a chance to win series. It's a different sport in the playoffs. It's all about pitching. It's all about how do I win a short series. I don't have to worry about this other crap about, saving my bullpen and all this BS.
Right.
It's about putting Skeens, Jones, and Keller out there and winning series. And they have a chance this year right now And more to the point, for the 8 billionth time, if you're not in a position where you can dip into your prospect pool for even one really good prospect to bring back a hitter, even a rental hitter, years of control. That's the other phrase I'm tired of. I just thought of it. Well, you have to get years of control. No, you don't. You got to get a good hitter. And if you're not in position where you can jettison one really good prospect to help your cause this season, then you've done a horrible job of building up your farm system over 5 years of tanking.
Well, and that's the whole point, too. With all the parameters that they have, how in the world are they ever going to be able to make a trade?
Exactly.
We need years of control, but we also need lower salaries. Plus, we also need the person to be, younger. And we also need the person to have a certain F war or something like that. And, you know what I'm saying? It's
and we might not make it. So, we can't
trade
a little
our
too
own.
risky here.
We don't want to trade our own guys because they might become really good.
The franchise will survive if you trade Brandon Ashcraft. Is that his name?
Braxton.
Same thing. Is that his brother who pitches in the majors?
No, they're not related.
Mitch Jebb. That's right. Or even
Sotomayor or whatever his name is.
Solomedo, yeah.
Solomedo.
You take one guy. None of them are clinches to make it, by the way. And you parlay him into a hitter for the rest of this season and take a run at it. Guess what? You still have Skeens, Keller, and Jones for several years. All 20-somethings. Keller is still a 20-something. As the backbone of your rotation, you have Bubba Chandler, if you don't move him, coming in next year. And then you backfill with whoever, the next Bailey Falter or Bailey Falter himself. Come on. What are we doing here? They need not to be in the business of hoarding prospects anymore. They should have enough where you barely notice if one leaves.
Well, that's the thing they're going to do, though.
I know.
I'm starting to believe that
and that's what Destiny's Child
is right.
Yeah.
I'm starting to believe that he's probably onto something.
Destiny's Child is a prophet, I think.
It was funny when I asked. I asked Shelton. I said, "Well, if you Destiny's Child's got it all figured out for you."
What did he say?
He started laughing. He said, "Well, I'm glad to hear that. I have to talk to him later to find out, all the answers to the questions we have."
I mean, he might be right. And you know what? In the end, if your bullpen is healthy and you trade, let's say, Aroldis Chapman, I don't think that's the end of the world either. Right. That's fine. Because if it's designed, as Destiny's Child told you yesterday, to make a bigger deal in the offseason. It's never a bad thing to accumulate prospects with an eye toward making your team better. The Padres got rid of Josh. I'm sorry. God bless me. The Brewers got rid of Josh Hader a couple of years ago, and everybody was up in arms in Milwaukee. But one of the prospects they got back was parlayed into Contreras, who's a great player, an all-star. That's how you do business here.
Right.
In a market like Milwaukee, which is virtually the exact same as Pittsburgh. So if you have Bednar back and healthy, Holderman pitching great, Majinski, Berecki, Nicholas has had moments, guys like that. You put Perez or Gonzalez back in the bullpen, and you want to trade Chapman? Okay, I get it. Your hopes aren't down the drain because of that. But the idea...
But don't you think it would be a really, really, really bad look to trade him?
Not necessarily, because I still think your bullpen could be just as good. And he's been a little mercurial himself. Who's to say he's not headed for another either injury or another period of blow-ups? You know what I mean, Paul?
Well, true.
I don't know. I'm just saying that one in and of itself wouldn't crush me. As long as you're bringing in another deal, maybe somebody who can bolster your lineup.
But I think the biggest thing is he would be like the biggest chip that you would trade. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, I would have to see what here's what I always say. I have to see what it looks like when it's all said and done. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If they don't get a couple of guys that are legitimate major league hitters, at the trade deadline, then I will basically say that they basically punted on the season. But even if they trade a guy like Chapman or even a Perez, if they go out and get people that are, get a couple of guys back that are good hitters, well, they can overcome those guys. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. I mean, it's just this. We're going to talk to the Noah Constrictor next. What happened here? Palacios is on his way. Sawinski has one good game, and that changes. Is that the reason, first of all? And secondly, is that a good reason? I mean, aren't you tired of this out there? And doesn't it especially hit home when the Cardinals come to town, rejuvenated, re-energized? Those Cardinal colors walking in here and beating your ass in game one. And you just know you have that pit in your stomach like, oh, my God, the Cardinals have sunk for 1 year, and now they're rising up again ahead of the Pirates. Is that what's going to happen this season? Maybe it doesn't. But, man, it's sure inching in that direction. And now if the Pirates lose today, they're 5 games below. The lowest they got was 6 games below. It feels like they're teetering here. It feels like they're teetering, and like you've said, it almost feels like they'll be okay if they teeter off to the point where they don't have to make a big move.
Right.
Or aren't pressured to make a big move.
Well, that was one of the things I wrote in my column the other day, Joe, where I said basically, unless the Pirates do what they did in 2018 before the Chris Archer trade. If you remember in 2018.
Yeah.
Right before the trade deadline, or there was like a 20 or 30-day span there where they went crazy and won a bunch of games and really forced Neil Huntington to make a deal. If they don't do that here, I don't think there's going to be, much going on at the trade deadline.
I think what people here hate the most is the idea that you're not in the fight. It begins with the payroll, and then it gets down to things like just waiting around while this pop gun lineup gets destroyed all the time. I think people hate that more than anything.
Right.
And that's why when you get an ass kicker like an A.J. Burnett or a Paul Skeens or even a Jared Jones walk into your clubhouse, it lifts you. It's like the kid that keeps getting beaten up and now he's got one of the football players on his side, the strongest kid in the school.
Right.
You get tired of that. And I think fans hate that more than anything. They hate just sitting there doing nothing while you're getting your rear ends kicked in. Like, you want to be part of the fight. And even if they go out and get a rental and the guy that they trade becomes a star and the rental flops, I still go back to the Chris Archer trade. At least they did it. At least they tried. It was horrible, but at least they tried.
Yeah.
And that failure shouldn't keep them from trying again.
But again, they're only going to do it if they feel like they're legitimately fully in the race. And if they don't...
And how do we define that? How should they define that?
I would say you're 3 games out, you're in the race.
Yeah, me too.
You know what I mean? But I guarantee you they're going to play all kinds of games. And here's the other thing that they're notorious for. The ask was too much. We couldn't give up, an extra prospect to make it happen.
Very curious situation here with Palacios apparently going to be recalled and then suddenly not, and you can't help but say, all right, because Sawinski had a good... So what would be, all right, you want to see if Sawinski gets hot? How about any one of 5 other guys that you could get rid of and sort of reconfigure your team? I don't know. The whole... What about Olivares? What is the attraction there? Can somebody please fill me in on that, Paul?
I don't understand it at all. Not at all, actually.
Has his last extra base hit was June 26th, and he plays almost every day. He hasn't had as much as a double since June 26th, and they roll the guy out there in some form every single day. I don't blame you if you're a Pirates fan and you feel like you're going crazy. Like when you see the lineup, wait, is that happening again? Are they just going to sit there and do nothing? I don't blame you if you're feeling like you've gone nuts here. So get rid of him and bring up Palacios if that's the case.
Right.
Hopefully they're working on a big trade, and that's the reason why. Let's ask the Noah Constrictor. Noah Hiles coming up next from the Post-Gazette. We'll ask him also about the progress of Henry Davis. I'm curious what the plan is with Skeens moving forward as far as saving innings and things like that. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. It's Off the Top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. We're going to have not only Noah Hiles, who else is on the show as we prepare for the hot dog eating contest later? City Limits.
We got the General at 10:55. We got Jonathan Bomboli at 11:05.
Talking about the Penguins plan, yes.
And Help Me Dan, Mr. Zangrilli at 1 o'clock.
It's a banner show. That's JP Roofing. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Have you seen this Mason Rudolph lookalike at Wimbledon, Paul?
No, Who is it?
I don't know. I don't know what his name is. I just looked up, and he looks just like Mason Rudolph. I used to like make plans around watching Wimbledon 30 years ago when it was Connors and Borg and McEnroe and Lendl and Arthur Ashe before that and people like that. It felt like appointment viewing, and I'll tell you what ruined tennis for me was the technology. Where we reached the point where it's serve, end of point, serve, end of point. You got guys serving 800 miles an hour.
Yeah.
I lost it. Maybe that and a combination of lesser personalities.
Well, there's that, but I mean, I think a big part of it for a long, long time, men's tennis in this country just was ravaged and fell way behind.
Yeah.
There was a point where what was his name? John Isner? Or was that his name?
I don't know. I had lost interest by that point.
Maybe it was Matt Isner. Something Isner. And he was our highest rated player. You know, highest rated American player in the world tennis rankings. And he was like in the 30s. Like there was a point where we literally had like 3 guys in the top 50. Now, it's gotten better. It's John Isner, but it's gotten better from the standpoint of this. I'm looking at the rankings right now. We have 3 guys, 12, 13, and 14, but still we have nobody in the top 10.
Alcaraz, whatever his name is. He looks like Mason Rudolph. Check this out.
I'm saying we have nobody in the top 10, but we do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 from 10 to 30.
And I couldn't name any of them.
So we are in better shape, believe it or not, now than we had been maybe 5-8 years ago when men's tennis here was dead.
It felt like even when it was good and they had great players, they had no personalities, though, in recent decades.
We've had, but I think, like, who was our last great player? Pete Sampras?
Probably. I don't know. I can't talk tennis anymore.
And then for a while there, you got to remember, what was my man's name that just dominated? There was 2 of them.
Americans?
No, the 2 top tennis guys.
Oh, Federer and
Roger Federer and
the other guy.
The other guy.
What's his name? City Limits.
I have no idea.
Nadal.
Nadal, and then
Rafael Nadal.
And who's the guy that the not vaccinated guy that
Novak Djokovic?
Novak Djokovic. So you had Djokovic?
Novak Djokovic? Are you kidding me?
That was his name.
He's the no vaccine guy, and his name is Novak.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable, City Limits.
But you had him, between him, Federer, and Nadal.
Yeah.
I mean, I would be willing to bet that they for the last 15, 18 years probably have won just about every single major.
Probably. We got to get to the Noah Constrictor. Text line brought to you by Edgar Steiner & Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. It's 10:36, time to stop blindly paying those increasing auto and home insurance premiums. Contact the Buell Insurance Agency in Gibsonia. See what they can do for you. Up next, Noah Hiles on this pirate mystery.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
7-4 loss for the Pirates against the Cardinals yesterday. Not a good start for Mitch Keller, but did keep his streak alive of going at least 5 innings. Give up 9 hits, 6 runs, 5 of them earned. No walks, 5 strikeouts in the loss. Kyle Gibson, 5 innings for St. Louis with 4 runs allowed. Home runs from Jack Sawinski, 3-run shot in the bottom half of the 5th. And Andrew McCutchen, a solo home run, bottom half of the 5th inning for his 12th of the year, provided the Pirates offense. Jared Jones will start today, 6:40 first pitch. Our coverage on The Fan begins at 5:45, presented by Pella Windows. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
It's the dog days of summer. Baseball is in full swing. And unfortunately, so is your work schedule. Stay connected to your local team, even while you're working hard, with your favorite station on Odyssey.com. Get the best in local sports talk. Listen live or jump back to what you missed with Rewind. It's all here, all just a few clicks away. And I'll tell you something, it makes the workday go that much faster. Listen at work. Visit Odyssey.com today to get started.
Jump into summer this month with Sun Chevrolet and the Chevy Summer Drive with plenty of great incentives through July 31st. 2024 Silverado LT Crew Cab, up to $7,500 in rebates with Chevy Loyalty, GM Trade Assistance, and a Costco membership. Must currently own a 2010 or newer Chevrolet model. Must trade in a 2010 or newer car or truck. Must be a Costco member as of April 30th this year. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevy has so much more in the lot right now, especially a great selection of the 2024 Chevy Trax. And remember, Sun Chevy carries all major brands of tires, custom wheel packages, and a full line of GM accessories in their parts department. But the biggest benefit of all, their people. Over 500 years of combined experience serving their customers. They'll keep your GM vehicle looking and running like new. Or shop their online catalog at sunchevy.com. Visit Sun Chevrolet on Route 19 in McMurray, 5 miles south of South Hills Village, and at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevrolet. Find new roads.
If you owe $25,000, $50,000, even $100,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, you may be feeling overwhelmed, filled with anxiety, even embarrassed. Well, stop. That's right. Stop. It's not your fault. Life happens. People lose their jobs, get sick, get divorced, and many other things that can lead to financial stress. So, don't feel bad about it. Do something about it. And join the over 300,000 people who worked with accredited debt relief to pay off their debt. A company with an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. They're here to help people just like you. Get out of debt faster and feel the relief that comes with financial freedom. So stop delaying. Make the call to learn how much they can save you. Time and money. There's no pressure, no obligation, just a call. Call 877-272-8115. 877-272-8115. That's 877-272-8115. Program and services not available in all states.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Sounds like you heard about a July 4th sale. It's a great chance to red, white, and do that job you've been putting off. Like an oil change with full synthetic motor oil. Right now, you can get 5 quarts of Pennzoil Platinum with an STP extended life oil filter for just $34.99. Save on oil, wash and wax, and more this weekend at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Dead battery on America's birthday? America's #1 battery destination is here to help. AutoZone has free battery testing and charging at every store, and batteries starting at just $79.99. With our 4th of July sale, we have savings to help you red, white, and do any other jobs you've been putting off. It's everything you need to get back on the road at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Around here at Wrangler, we are all excited for spring. The longer days, the warmer nights. When you've got your pick of shorts and jeans, either works just fine. Blue skies, open roads. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Get Bosch Pure Vision wiper blades, buy one, get one free at O'Reilly Auto Parts, in-store only. We'll install them for free at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there. Open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. The July 4th hot dog eating contest won't be the same this year. Joey Chestnut won't be there. He's won it every year since 2016. But maybe this is a good thing. If you love this sort of thing, the July 4th tradition was getting a little predictable. Chestnut is the GOAT, but the sport, if you want to call it that, probably needs a new star. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Around here at Wrangler, we are all excited for spring. The longer days, the warmer nights. When you've got your pick of shorts and jeans, either works just fine. Blue skies, open roads. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Attention, are you or a loved one suffering complications after taking Ozempic or Wegovy? These medications may be linked to serious gastrointestinal illnesses. If you've been hospitalized and diagnosed with gastroparesis, chronic vomiting, deep vein thrombosis, or experienced intestinal blockage requiring surgery, you may be entitled to significant compensation. Call 888-900-LAW-1 today for a free consultation. That's 888-900-LAW1. Paid for by Tort Defenders. Tort Defenders is not a law firm and does not provide legal services.
Around here at Wrangler, we are all excited for spring. The longer days, the warmer nights. When you've got your pick of shorts and jeans, either works just fine. Blue skies, open roads. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Your bathroom's got to go, the vanity's decayed, and toilet's really old. The bathtub's giving way, give Bath R Us a ring. Call morning, noon, or night. You do not have to wait to get your bathroom right.
Call Baths R Us for your free estimate and enter to win our Christmas in July $15,000 bathroom remodel with an additional $1,500 off plus low to no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate or go to bathsrus.com.
Hardworking men need hardworking deodorant. Introducing Lumi for Men, and we named him Mando. I'm Dr. Shannon Klingman, the inventor of Mando Whole Body Deodorant for pits, packages, and feet, because we all know our pits aren't the only place we get odor. Mando Whole Body Deodorant is different from anything you've ever tried before. It stops odor before it starts, powered by our acidified technology. My patented whole body deodorant formula has over 200,000 five-star reviews. And because Mando has a 60-day stink-free guarantee, you can try Mando risk-free. Give Mando whole body deodorant a try today and smell like the stink-free man you were intended to be.
There's a special offer for listeners. Use code 600 and get an extra $5 off a Mando starter pack that comes with a solid stick, cream tube, 2 free products of your choice, and ships free with code 600. Go to shopmando.com, code 600, for an extra $5 off a Mando starter pack. That's shopmando.com, code 600.
In 1776, President John Adams predicted July 4th would be celebrated with fireworks across America. Well, Phantom Fireworks has been perfecting backyard celebrations for 50 years. Phantom has over 1,200 locations with every type of fireworks available by law. Our fireworks are brighter, louder, and the safest your family can buy. Phantom Fireworks, lighting up backyards of America from coast to coast. Visit your nearest Phantom Fireworks store today. Click fireworks.com for showroom specials, coupons, and a location near you.
Summer's on, and so are the deals at Target's 4th of July sale.
Let's go.
Celebrate with 30% off 12 packs of soda when you buy 3 with Target Circle. Or get Doritos chips on sale, 2 for $6.
I love it.
Then make it a party with sprinkles. Select favorite day treats dressed in red, white, and blue are 20% off with Target Circle. And save even more. We've lowered prices on many summer faves like Up and Up Sunscreen, Tillamook Ice Cream, Honest Kids Juice Boxes, and more. Target's 4th of July sale ends Saturday. Restrictions apply.
I love it.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
Very curious pirate situation. Reports from the likes of Noah Hiles, a.k.a. the Noah Constrictor, last night indicating that Josh Palacios was headed up from AAA Indianapolis, where he's been performing. The outfield in Pittsburgh has been beyond hideous. It's been embarrassingly bad and basically killing the Pirates' season, or contributing to it anyway. And all of a sudden it wasn't happening. And it's hard not to draw the conclusion that because Jack Sawinski had one good game, that killed the promotion of Palacios. Noah, welcome aboard. You're on the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline. Look at him, Paul. He looks like $1 million, doesn't he?
Oh, as always. For sure.
Look at that guy. Are we on to something here? Why did this happen, Noah?
Well, I mean, I think your theory certainly makes sense. What I've been told was a couple of separate pieces of information came into play Tuesday evening that led to this decision not being completed. I learned of their desire to promote Palacios during yesterday's game. I waited to report it after the game, just, to confirm everything. And once it was reported, that report was confirmed by someone from a different outlet who has different sources than me. So it was pretty established that this was something they planned to do. But for one reason, or for multiple reasons, I should say, according to what I've been told, that plan changed Tuesday evening. I learned this morning that the club no longer intends to make any moves prior to Wednesday evening's game against the Cardinals. So what exactly led to that change? I can't say for sure. But
use your imagination. What could it be?
Right.
What could it be?
Right.
Other than Sawinski finally having a good game, what are some other possible explanations in your opinion?
I don't know. I mean, my bigger question was, if this was something they were considering, why wouldn't they have just made this move Monday during the off day? That would have probably made just as much sense, right? That way you don't give the opportunity for these separate pieces of information to come to the forefront. But I mean, two guys have options in the Pirates outfield right now, Sawinski and Olivares. You're not going to demote Olivares because he's been your second best outfield bat over the past month. Whereas Sawinski, since being recalled from AAA prior to yesterday's game, had a 43.5% strikeout percentage, was hitting under 200. And, that 3-hit game he had yesterday, that was his first 3-hit game of the season. So it certainly does seem that Sawinski's performance Tuesday night played at least a part in the decision to delay or pause, I should say, Palacios's recall.
Well, if that's true, that is the absolute most silly thing I've ever heard. Because as you said, they had an off day on Monday. They could have made the move on Monday. If it really is just that simple, well, we're going to give you one last chance to show us. And then in one game he has 3 hits, and all of a sudden now he's going to be here for another month. Then that would be a terrible way to do business. Nevertheless, the larger issue to me is, what will it take now to get somebody like Palacios up, or somebody, even Peguero, somebody like that to come up, given the fact that, as we continue to talk about, there's 4 too many outs in this lineup.
I wouldn't discount the idea of Palacios still being recalled this homestand. I think that, maybe, and again, this isn't official, but if the Sawinski performance Tuesday night played a factor in their decision, then perhaps they're just waiting to see what happens next. And if he continues to put together good at-bats and produce good results, then that might confirm that they want to keep Jack around. But what I don't think has really been brought to the forefront since all of this transpired was, prior to yesterday's game, I asked Derek Shelton, hey, you guys sent Sawinski down to AAA to fix some stuff. He was only down there for a week and was recalled because of an injury. Did you guys hope to get him a little bit more time in AAA? And Shelton said yes. He said sometimes plans are altered due to, a need. They had to expedite his time in AAA to bring him up because Bay went on the IL and Michael A. Taylor went on the paternity list, and they needed a guy who could play center field. And he's been on the team since then. So the fact that that was even admitted shows that, yeah, they probably do want to get him more opportunities in AAA to develop him. And I don't think that necessarily changes after one game. I think that maybe they just saw something that they hadn't seen in a long time from him Tuesday night, and they want to give him a couple more games to see if he can piece that together before sending him back down.
Or maybe they're looking for him to bolster his trade value. That thought just occurred to me. And if that's the case, all right. If you can get a great week out of Jack Sawinski in order to put him on the table, then I guess I could buy this. But in the meantime, Noah, we're talking to Noah Hiles from the Post-Gazette. He's on the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline. The 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. In the meantime, what are they waiting for? Like, what's the point with Edward Olivares? What are they paying him? $1.3 million. This dude is a terrible defender, and he doesn't hit for any power. He hasn't had an extra base hit, Noah. Do you know when his last extra base hit was? Do you have a guess on that?
It wasn't in June. I know that. He had
No, it
13 hits in
wasn't.
June. They were all singles.
No, it wasn't. It was May 16th against the Chicago Cubs. I'm not talking homers. I'm talking extra base hits. No, I'm sorry. May 26th against Atlanta. And his last one before that was about a week earlier. I mean, this is ridiculous. If you consider yourself a contender, they have two of the worst players in baseball this season. Sawinski and Michael A. Taylor are two of the worst players in all of baseball this season. Then you compound that with Olivares not doing anything, with Connor Joe slumping now for a month and a half practically. Like, what is Ben Cherington waiting for here?
I can't answer that because I'm not Ben Cherington, but I would look at the schedule right now. And you look at this 10-game stretch that they just began yesterday. You got 3 against the Cardinals, well, 2 now. You've got 4 against the Mets. You've got 3 against the Brewers. That gets you to the final series before the All-Star break, which is against the worst team in baseball. I feel like by the time you get to that series in Chicago, you're going to have a really good idea of what this team's going to look like, or the mentality of this front office, especially for the remainder of the year. I mean, you got an opportunity now with these 9 games now remaining to make up some substantial ground, not only in the wild card race, but in your division race. You're playing the 2 teams ahead of you in the NL Central standings, and you're also playing the Mets, who are ahead of you in the wild card race. If you put together a winning record and you make up some ground, then I think that tells the front office, hey, we definitely are a team that needs to add. This is a team. Look at what they just did. They came out with a winning record against the division leader and 2 of the hottest teams in baseball over the past month plus. So that's what I think they might be waiting to see here, Joe, is how this goes over these 10 games. If they can scrape together 6-7 wins out of their next 9, then that's going to be enough for them to say, okay, they showed us they can compete against the best teams in the National League, or teams that are playoff caliber in the National League, and it's time to add to the roster. Or on the flip side, if they don't perform and they stay 5-5 or go under 500, they're going to fall further out of this thing, and it might be a scenario similar to what my pal Destiny's Child painted on these same airwaves 24 hours ago.
How amazing is it? That would be absolutely amazing to me. I mean, if you're 3 or 4 games out and you decide that you're not in the race, what are we even doing anymore here? I mean, as we've talked about, and I'm not attacking you, I'm attacking this mentality from the Pirates, if this is where they're going to go with it. You basically what you're saying and what you're doing here is you're telling your fans that basically, to wait 1 more year. Next year, you know what? We're going to do it next year. Well, next year you're not guaranteed to have Jones, Skeens, Keller all healthy and, pitching at a really high level like you do this year. It's like you got to go. You got to go when you got when you've got the 3 big guns going. That's when you got to take your shot, isn't it?
I mean, on paper, it's not the worst thing in the world if this team has a slight improvement and doesn't make the playoffs, but it wins more games than it did last year, and you get a successful rookie season of Jones and Skeens under your belt. But to your point, Paul, I mean, I think the frustrating thing will be if this club doesn't make the playoffs this year, you're going to be able to look back and say, okay, but they could have. They could have. They lost a lot of very winnable games that could have been victories had a couple of moves been made, just a little bit more of an investment. If they were just a little bit more aggressive or better in the offseason, they might have made the playoffs. If they had just maybe promoted a couple of guys a little earlier, or were quicker to pull the plug on certain players a little earlier, maybe it wouldn't have had to be until next year. And again, this whole season, it's still got a whole second half, so we don't know what's going to unfold. But if it does end up being a case where they end up selling a couple of assets at the deadline and start preparing for 2025, 2024 is always going to be looked at as a year where some people can make a legit argument that this could have been a playoff team if they were just a little bit more aggressive toward adding on to areas that were a clear area of need.
Paul, may I engage the Noah Constrictor in a game of free association?
You can.
It's got to be a quick one, Noah, because we have the general on the line. So one-word answers, maybe a yes or no if possible. You ready?
Yeah.
Henry Davis, when is he going to be back?
August.
Andy Rodriguez will play some form of professional baseball this season.
No.
Andy's still a catcher despite the Tommy John surgery.
Yes.
Pirates are totally convinced Nick Gonzalez is their long-term answer at second.
No, not totally.
Pirates will trade for Luis Robert or a similar player before the deadline.
Absolutely not.
Destiny's Child said Aroldis Chapman might be on the trade block. Will they trade him?
Potentially.
Will they trade Gonzalez? I'm talking Marco.
Higher likelihood of that happening.
Perez.
Similar boat.
McCutchen will be back next season.
Highly likely.
Back issues are a legitimate excuse or explanation for the complete lack of production and the disaster of a season that Ke'Bryan Hayes is having.
Legitimate excuse.
Skeens will skip some starts coming up here to save innings.
Maybe one or two.
Skeens will be an all-star.
Yes.
Thank you, Noah Constrictor. I have no further questions. Goodbye.
Goodbye, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Bye-bye.
He's a legend, isn't he, City Limits? The Noah Constrictor?
He's the man.
Let's go to the general, speaking of legends. Jeff Patton, General Patton, Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Your chance to win Starkey's Card of the Week every Wednesday right around noon at our 937thefan.com contesting page. General, your Card of the Week. Let's guess on that. Paul, you got a guess?
Well,
It's a tough one, ain't it?
Give me 1 second here. Hang on.
City Limits, you can jump in if you like. Anyone? IT?
Let's go with... Wow. Let's go with...
I'm going to go with...
LeBron James.
I'm going to go with Bronny James. Limits?
Can I go with Bryce James, the youngest brother who's in high school? No, let's go Matthew Tkachuk, the Stanley Cup winners.
General, what do you got?
Gentlemen, good morning. I'm just glad I'm not limited to one-word answers.
No, you're not.
I gave you no chance this week. Because it was a slow week in current sports, I went to a part of the business that I love, which is commemorating sports history. And 62 years ago today, the great Jackie Robinson broke the color barrier in the Baseball Hall of Fame, inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame. It's always a great day to get the great Jackie Robinson's baseball card. I got a 1961 Baseball Scoops Jackie Robinson card.
That is awesome.
Well, that's really nice. Yeah, obviously.
It's one of the cooler cards we've given away. It's different. It's vintage. And it's a different side of the business. You know, a lot of the business is now speculation about who's going to be great. There's no doubting how great Jackie Robinson was as a human being and as a baseball player.
Well, a book that I periodically go back and reread, because I think it might be the greatest sports book ever written, is The Boys of Summer by Roger Kahn, about those old Dodgers teams and then what became of those Dodgers players later in their lives. So a lot of the book is about, and I'm sure, Paul, you've discovered this in years of covering athletes, the challenges, sometimes the emptiness of trying to live a normal life after a career in sports, especially when you're a great athlete.
Right.
It is such a great book, and it also really, from the eyes of a beat writer, who saw Jackie Robinson every day, the chronicling of all the racial tensions at the time and discussions between Roger Kahn and Jackie Robinson about what Roger would write in the newspaper the next day. Like, did Jackie Robinson want this stuff in the paper, or would it only make it worse for him? All those kinds of things, all depicted in that book. It's an unbelievable book, General.
I often think if I could have been at one sporting event, what would it have been? And I think of 3 or 4 days that Robinson played, and they get votes for. Would have been great to be teleported into time to watch those events. That's for sure.
Me too. I've told Paul here. My dad grew up in Brooklyn. He used to sneak into Ebbets Field, and he said he's never seen anything like it in sports. When Jackie Robinson was on third, and everybody knew he was going to try and steal home. So the whole place was standing, and he did it anyway. Without an element of surprise, that dude would steal home.
That's one of the days I wish I was there.
Thank you, General.
Oh, you're welcome. I think your listeners will enjoy this card. You guys enjoy the 4th.
Appreciate it, man. Happy 4th.
Absolutely. You know, I've done this show now for about 4 months or something.
Yeah.
What exactly happens now with this card?
This card is now up on our website, or will be, and people can log in for a chance to win it. There's a contest. Basically.
Oh, okay. So now, does he make more of these cards available to purchase or something?
I don't think so. I think it's a one-time up on the website.
See, I was confused.
Somebody's going to win it.
I was confused 2 weeks ago, or last Saturday. A friend of mine texted me that he was at Cranberry Castle or whatever, with a whole bunch of people for the card of the week. So that's what I was wondering. Like, do they make more of them available?
Interesting. I don't know.
To purchase?
We'll have to ask the General on that one.
Exactly.
But I know they have a lot of great events at the Card Castle. And I also know that when I walk in there, it's like walking back into my childhood. It's unbelievable. Literally millions of cards and all kinds of other memorabilia, sticks, bats, photos, autographs, everything you could ever imagine. It's like a wonderland of sports memorabilia. Anyway, fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's the Chevy Summer Drive at Sun Chevrolet. Up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. High of 91 today, with sunny skies. Up next, Jonathan Bomboli on the Penguins. I wrote this morning, the ruse of this alleged rebuild. This ain't a rebuild. They're paying people all kinds of money to be good hockey players, and if they live up to their paychecks, and that would include the head coach, by the way, this should be a good team. I mean, is it asking too much for Erik Karlsson and Chris Letang to be really good like they're supposed to be? For Rickard Rakell to score goals? For Crosby and Malkin to be good? For their $27 million goalie to live up to the talent level that had him get 2 All-Star bids already in the last 4 years? This roster's designed to win now. Forget about this soft rebuild crap. How about everybody play to their potential? And how about the coach find a way to do that, to get them there? Let's talk to Jonathan Bomboli about that next.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
I'm Austin Bexel with your fan headlines. The Penguins signed defenseman Sebastian Aho yesterday to a 2-year contract, not to be confused with Carolina's Sebastian Aho with the same name. It's a 2-year deal that goes through the 2025-26 season with an average annual value of $775,000 per season. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, The
RE/MAX Heritage on William Penn Highway in Murraysville handles all residential and commercial real estate in the eastern suburbs of Pittsburgh. Whether it's Murraysville or any Westmoreland County community, RE/MAX Heritage has got you covered. RE/MAX Heritage is the most trusted name in real estate. Nobody in the world sells more real estate than RE/MAX. RE/MAX Heritage are the professionals that excel in the process of your purchase of a new home or selling your current home. Contact them at 724-519-7505.
Tired of the same old beer? Try Stone Buenaveza, imported all the way from San Diego. Stone Buenaveza is a Baja-inspired Mexican-style lager, made with just a touch of sea salt and real lime. Stone Buenaveza is ultra crisp, easy drinking, and perfectly refreshing. Everything a lager should be. In the native tongue of the San Diegoans, Buenaveza means good beer. Stone Buenaveza is available wherever good beer is sold. Ask for it by name. Buenaveza. Cheers.
Hey everybody, it's Andrew Filipponi. Do you want to protect your car from bugs, UV rays, rain? Keep it shining all summer with savings on unlimited washes you need to get to WetGo. New members who sign up for WetGo Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited for an even faster, higher quality wash. Find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
This is Chris Muller with a message from Paige and her entire Awaken 180 team. They want to wish all our 93.7 The Fan listeners a happy and healthy Independence Day week. Having a party? Find your free recipes at Awaken 180 on all social media channels.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Do your dress shoes, casual shoes, boots, and even your sneakers hurt? And are you starting to wonder, isn't there any shoe out there that'll get rid of my foot pain? Well, maybe you don't need a better shoe. Maybe you need better support in your shoes. That's where the Good Feet store can help.
When I went to the doctor and got diagnosed with plantar fasciitis, he told me that I could only wear sneakers. So there went all my summer collection of shoes and all my dress shoes I couldn't wear. It was just too painful, too much foot pain every day. I wanted to take off my shoes as soon as I got home every day. But as soon as I got my arch supports from the Good Feet store, I have no foot pain whatsoever, and I can wear any dress shoe that I want.
Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. Summer sandal season is here, and Good Feet fits in all your summer shoes, even flip-flops. Come to the Good Feet store today.
It's time to start saving with deals for days at Giant Eagle and Market District. From the everyday essentials to your must-have branded favorites, Deals for Days has low prices on more than 1,000 items across the store. Don't delay. These discounted prices on your go-to groceries will only be available for a limited time. Learn more about Deals for Days at GiantEagle.com or dive into savings today at your local Giant Eagle or Market District.
Tired of hearing scary ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. We may be able to significantly reduce and even eliminate what you owe to the IRS. Taxpayers should know. Huge savings are now being made available through the Fresh Start program that can drastically reduce the amount you will owe if you qualify. Even if you haven't filed your taxes in years or are facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, or under audit, we can help. We've earned over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today. To see what savings you may qualify for, visit us online at TRA.com or call us at 800-511-0379, 800-511-0379. Again, that's 800-511-0379. Tax Relief Advocates, real solutions for real people.
It's the great taste of Germany right here in the Bird. Hopper House Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant starts with a wide selection of traditional beer brewed right on site, with seasonal selections every month. And during these hot months, pick up the Hopper House 32-ounce crowlers all month long, great for vacations, weekend outings, or get-togethers. Hopper House Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant in the South Side works. No matter the occasion, everyone loves it at our house.
Do you know what the scariest sound to hear on a factory floor is? Silence. That means something somewhere broke. Production has stopped, and now you're paying your workers to wait while the team troubleshoots and tries to fix the problem. Finally, there's a proactive way to reduce equipment downtime, thanks to MaintainX. MaintainX is the asset management system that brings your maintenance downtime to zero. MaintainX lets you build preventative maintenance schedules, manage work orders in real time, and access the data you need to make better decisions. Downtime equals death in the production world, so make unplanned downtime a thing of the past. Try MaintainX for free. Control the daily operations of your business and transform your maintenance program by going to maintainx.com. That's maintain and the letter X.com.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Par-Mar store. See for yourself. Download the Par-Mar stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrili reminding you that if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
With a 90-year reputation, LGKG is known for its highest standards and ethics among injury attorneys. I promise you, we're different from the others. Fighting for the little guy is what we do. I'm Joe George. Find us at lgkg.com as we expand into Pittsburgh. LGKG, your home team.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
I'm Austin Bexel with your fan headlines. Pirates lost last night 7-4 to the St. Louis Cardinals. This is the first of a 3-game series against St. Louis, who's currently second place in the NL Central. The Pirates are third, now 4 games under 500 at 40-44 overall. Jared Jones goes to the mound tonight for the Pirates. 6:40 first pitch. Miles Michaelis will toss for St. Louis. 5:45 is where you find the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show with Dan Zangrili right here on the Fan. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. The Cardinals hold the second wild card in the National League. San Diego holds the third spot, just separated by a half a game. Pirates are 3.5 games back of San Diego, 4 games back of St. Louis. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Here we go. The Joe Starkey Show. The biggest in the game. On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Some very odd happenings. Maybe not the happenings themselves, but the interpretations of what the Penguins are doing, what their GM is saying, what people around them are writing and saying. I'm just flummoxed here because to me, I guess if you want to say the Penguins have pivoted, like Kyle Dubas put it last week, from their philosophy of many, many seasons, I guess they're now in the business of accumulating draft picks instead of relinquishing them. Okay. I don't see that as a dramatic shift in philosophy. They got a second-round pick attached to Kevin Hayes, but they got Kevin Hayes. To me, that's the headline there. They just picked up a guy who's 32 years old and who's coming off just 2 seasons ago at 18 goals. And seems to be, somebody you're gonna need to produce, and who should be expected to produce. They're said to be in pursuit of Vladimir Tarasenko, who's 32 years old, and he's a top 6 winger. So we can talk all we want about pivots and philosophy and a soft rebuild and all this crap. The bottom line is they got a roster that's built to win now, and if the players who are being paid handsomely and who have some pedigree play to their pedigree and their paychecks, they should be pretty good. I feel like I'm living in Alice in Wonderland here.
Well, we were talking about this yesterday, Paul and I, that Crosby and Malkin have played 82 games, every game the last two seasons, and they've missed the playoffs in both.
Right. Okay, so how about Raquel plays to his pedigree? How about Rust has a good year? How about Drew O'Connor advances? How about role players like Achari and Eller and Hayes and these guys? How about if they just play to what they're supposed to play to? How about if Letang and Carlson play to their salaries and their talent level? How about if the $27 million goalie plays like an all-star? It's not like he's never done that before. And you know what? If Kyle Dubas wants to scrap it and start a total rebuild, then we can start talking about that word, the R word. In the meantime, they're built to win now. See, here's the thing. If you don't subscribe to that philosophy, that they're built to win now, then what you're setting yourselves up for is low expectation. I almost think that's what they want. That's what Kyle, don't hold us to high expectations. Why not? Why shouldn't we? Is Bomboli ready?
John, while he's doing that, can I just say this?
Yeah.
What was our guy's name from Penn Trafford? John, right? With the vending machine guy?
Oh, yeah, John the vending machine guy.
He just cost me another 5 minutes of my life that I'll never get back because two of the damn three machines didn't work. And the one, you put your credit card up there and it spins and spins and spins and spins and spins for like 20 minutes.
Did you attack it again?
No, I didn't. I don't want to. Now that everybody knows that I have the propensity to shake them and kick them, I can't do it anymore. I don't think you get the message. Right. He didn't get the message. Clearly. They didn't.
John?
I am now I'm going to bring snacks in because I can't rely on these machines. We actually shoot back a little bit. Now we're the playground bully. Get a life. Exactly.
The more advanced we get, the worse the product
The machine.
is. Yet another example of this. Jonathan's perfect for this. Jonathan, you ever been in a violent confrontation with an inanimate object, such as a vending machine?
I mean, maybe, but I think I've heard a stat that there are like more Americans killed by vending machines than sharks in a given year. So just be careful. That's all I'm saying. You don't want to get too violent with them. All of a sudden, they tip over. You're trapped underneath one. That's no place you want to be.
Paul, you could be in danger.
I could, but these ones, they don't move. You know what I did down there? I even tried to there's little antennas for the Wi-Fi,
right?
So that the credit card machine can work. I even tried moving them around a little bit, maybe try and put them in a different position a little bit up there.
My God, this is like 1950s television.
Right, exactly. And then
where you try to adjust the antenna, or did you put tinfoil up there?
That's what I was going to say. That's my next move is to go down to Giant Eagle and get some aluminum foil and come back and put it on the thing. What are we talking about?
Jonathan, did you grow up with the type of TV where you had to walk up and change the channels, that type of thing?
Oh, absolutely. And I grew up in Greensburg, so like your channels, how well they came in depended on like where the signal was from. So like we could get channel 4 really well. Channel 11 was okay. Channel 2 was downtown. That was like to Greensburg. That was tough. The station that came in really well was the religious station out of Wall. We got
exactly.
That still clear, man. We saw Mother Angelica. It was practically HD.
It was 3 channels plus 2 on the other little switch, like PBS and something else, right? We had 5 channels
UHF,
growing up.
yeah.
UHS, right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's get to the Penguins. Jonathan Bomboli of the Trib is on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline. He's been around this team and a very astute hockey observer for a long time. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. What is Kyle Dubas trying to do? Is it doable?
That's a good question. Is it doable? Maybe. Is what he's trying to do? Is he able to do that? Sure. I think what you're sort of underselling in the discussion of whether this is a rebuild or not is for a GM. Right now, he's in a position where he's trying to acquire prospects and draft picks. And for a GM, that's sort of the definition of whether you're rebuilding or winning now. Are you acquiring prospects and draft picks, or are you sending out prospects and draft picks? And he's not in the position of sending out prospects and draft picks. So to him, that feels like, he's not going to use the word rebuild, but that feels different. Being in the business of adding draft picks is different. But as far as how that impacts the product on the ice, I mean, the Gensel trade was a rebuilding type of trade, right? I mean, you moved an all-star for a couple of prospects who are like almost NHL ready. That's like a rebuild on the fly kind of move, because a regular rebuild move would be you move Jake Gensel for first-round picks and 18-year-old kids. But that's not what the Penguins did. They moved them for Ponomarev and Koivunen, who are like NHL-ready guys. So that was sort of like
and Jonathan, I would add, they moved him for a player who makes almost $5 million and is a pretty good hockey player. So it was partially a hockey trade.
Yeah, and if you sort of look ahead and realize you were trying to get rid of Riley Smith, getting Michael Bunting was absolutely critical, because if you didn't have him, the left side, your left wing depth chart would be super thin. So having Bunting, but also having Bunting is the kind of thing that's rebuild on the fly, not like tear it down rebuild. So that move fits perfectly with the kind of stuff that Dubas is talking about. But then the stuff that's happened more recently, it doesn't make as much sense to me. Like the idea of, you bring in Hayes, he replaces Jeff Carter, plays like a similar role, and he's 6 or 7 years younger and probably a little more productive. I guess that's fine in and of itself. But the fact that you got a second-round pick for taking him on, you get a second-round pick for Riley Smith, but the second-round pick is in 2027. So, that player is going to play in the NHL in 2031 or 2032. Everybody's retired by then. So that's the part, the rebuild on the fly means you get assets that are close to helping your NHL team. And that's not what the Riley Smith deal did. I guess it's sort of what the Hayes deal did, because he can come in and play a regular shift for you. But here's the thing. To me, the most pressing thing to me is if you want to rebuild on the fly, you got to play some of the kids. But if you look at the lineup of this team, what kids are going to play a significant role? What players under 25 are going to play a significant role for this team? I don't know. Jack St. Ivany is your third pair right defenseman. Anybody else? You got anybody else for me? Puustinen, I guess, is like a third line wing. So that's the youth movement, is Puustinen and St. Ivany? That doesn't
maybe O'Connor. O'Connor's good. Yeah.
Right. So, hey, if the lack of depth on the left wing is solved by playing, Koivunen in the top 6, then hell, man, that's a rebuild. Let's go. But as it stands, that's the part that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Like, if you're doing the soft rebuild, you got to play some of the kids. You can't be playing, the guys that you signed, the Beauvilliers of the world. I like him. He was good with the Islanders, but that's not a rebuild. That's a try a different cast of characters around Crosby and Malkin, which is what they've done for the last 15 years. And I'm okay with that, but it's not different.
Well, I think one of the things that, and I wrote about this the other day, one of the things that's frustrating is, had they a few years ago just committed to let's really rebuild, and I understand why they didn't. And I've heard all the discussions about Crosby wants to be with Malkin and Letang and all that other stuff, but I feel like we would be through to the other side of it now, to the point where we'd have Crosby, a team built around Crosby with a lot of younger players. And maybe even the young kid, the goalie, getting ready to legitimately start playing in his first full season, where he played last year some. To me, it feels like they've wasted 2 or 3 years of this rebuild, and now the way they're going to try and do it, it could drag out for another 2 or 3 years.
Well, I think that's a real fundamental question. We're seeing it with Tampa Bay right now and Steve Stamkos. And the question is, how much sort of loyalty and sentimentality do you think should be involved in this team building process? And a lot of people say none. They say you got to be ruthless. So, in 2018, you should have got rid of Letang and Malkin, started your rebuild. And like you said, you'd be on the other side of it right now. You'd be well on the other side of it right now. That's like 5-6 years ago now. So there are people who think that. Be ruthless. Hey, thanks for your contributions, Evgeny, take a hike. I personally don't feel that way, because I think this is an entertainment business, and I think that you want to keep those guys around. Like, I think what Tampa did to Stamkos, they did him dirty. That's a guy who played 1,000 games in their uniform, brought them 2 Stanley Cups, and they said, you know what we're going to do? We're going to lowball offer you and sign Jake Gensel instead, and good luck, here's a gold watch. And I don't go for that, man. I think that there's absolutely room for that sentimentality. This Penguins team right now, led by Crosby, Malkin, and Letang, if fans had the mindset to do this, they could rally around their 3 generational players who brought them 3 Stanley Cups, who are now underdogs. I mean, they are, because they're older, and no one's going to pick them to even make the playoffs, let alone make a run in the playoffs. The people could rally around their 3 generational players who've been around forever, and it could be that would be like a heartwarming sports story. People will not do that. They'll take shots at Malkin every chance they get. They'll yell about the coach being fired. But it could, if you looked at it a certain way, you could say that these 3 guys that are our guys and have been for almost 2 decades, they now are the plucky underdogs. Let's get behind them. That would be fun. But instead, we're not going to have fun in the winter. We're going to have complaining about every little thing. And I guess that's just sort of the nature of being a fan. But I could write a script. I could write a script that would be a real heartwarming tale. That's all I'm saying.
John, but wouldn't you rather win or be in the conversation to win? See, here, I get what you're saying. And maybe 18 or 19 would have been too soon to pull the plug on that thing. But 21, started thinking about even 22, now you'd be 2 years removed from it or whatever. I don't know. I think I definitely, feel what you're saying. And, you look across the river to the Pirates, and they have the Andrew McCutchen thing going on, and there's a lot of reasons why he's there that have nothing to do with baseball. I get that. But I also think at some point, man, don't you want to move forward and try and get back to winning cups again?
Well, I think it depends on, I'll use that Tampa Bay example. If they could have got rid of Stamkos and automatically became a top 4 team to win, in the odds to win the Stanley Cup, then you could sell me on ruthless roster composition and lack of sentimentality if it means we're going to have a chance to really win the whole thing right now. But all they did, I don't think they made their chances any better. They got rid of Sergachev, replaced him with McDonough. They got rid of Stamkos, replaced him with Gensel. You didn't get any better. They're not beating Florida. They're not beating Boston. They're not coming out of the East. So you crapped on your captain of 10 years and you didn't get any better. That's like a total nightmare scenario. So bringing that back to the Penguins, if you could have got rid of Malkin and Letang and immediately made yourself a legitimate Stanley Cup contender, fine. I can buy your ruthlessness in that scenario. But I don't think that's what would have happened. I think you would have made yourself incrementally better. You know what I mean? Like the team that has the best chance to win the Stanley Cup next year, say it's Florida or Edmonton or whoever, they have like a 12% chance if you sort of break down the Vegas odds. Like that's the way it is. It's like you have at best, you have a 15% chance of winning the cup. And if you trade away your beloved pillars of the franchise to go from having a 12% chance of winning the cup to a 13% chance of winning the cup, it's just not worth it. I'll roll the dice with my guys. I'd rather have Malkin out there than making the mistakes that Malkin's going to make at age 35 than some kid who gives me a 0.5% better chance of winning at the end of the season.
Well, what if that somebody was Trocheck?
Yeah, that doesn't move the needle. If you replace Malkin with Trocheck, are the Penguins cup contenders?
How many all right, probably not, but it would have been a large step in the right direction. Here's a hot take for you. We're talking to Jonathan Bomboli of the Trib. Call now to win 2 tickets to see the Pirates game July 19th, 6:40. Join us for Yinzer Palooza weekend at PNC Park. Celebrate all the great things we love about Pittsburgh. Kick off Yinzer Palooza weekend with a post-game Zembelli fireworks show. Caller number 3 to our friend IT, 412-928-9370. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. The Penguins should have comfortably and would have comfortably been a playoff team last year if their power play wasn't tragic, if it was just bad. I looked it up today. That power play, if Mike Sullivan had resigned in disgrace over that power play, he would have been justified in doing so. The 83-84 Penguins, who lost on purpose to get the first pick, who had 38 points, had a power play that was 5 percentage points higher than the crap they put out last year, with 3 of the greatest players of all time on the ice, 2 of them who can still play, plus Brian Rust, plus Gensel for several months. It was just a joke. I think the Penguins have a chance to be pretty good this season, and it doesn't take a Herb Brooks-like miracle on ice for that to happen. It takes guys that are making tons of money and who have recent pedigree of being very good hockey players to simply live up to expectations. What do you think of that hot take?
And not just live up to expectations, just live up to expectations on the power play. Like they're fine 5-on-5. Like listen to this. I'm not doing stats on the radio, but I think this is basic enough that it'll come across. Goals for last season. The Penguins finished 19th in the league in goals for. But if you just take 5-on-5, they finished 6th in the league in goals for 5-on-5. So think about how much that power play dragged down their production. It was 6th best at 5-on-5, and it was 19th best in all situations when you add in the power play.
It was one of the worst units in the history of the league, not just the Penguins, the history of the league. But go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, so when you're saying to yourself, because, this is I think there's a question it's like the question for the offseason about the Penguins is, they missed the playoffs by small margins the last 2 years. Can you reasonably expect them to get better next year and get into the playoffs? And the key is right there, is the power play. And if it just has to be decent. It doesn't even have to be great. And you're right though. The blame, I said before about how, I was sort of lamenting how we're going to, spend the winter being angry. The one thing that we weren't angry enough about was this power play. Because when you're looking, these are, all-time great players. It's the coach's responsibility to get, to put these all-time great players in positions to succeed. Everybody failed. Everybody, top to bottom. So you got a new coach running it. I mean, David Quinn is not known as a power play guy. I mean, he's not, EJ from back in the day or Joey Mullen. Joey Mullen was always known as a power play guy. David Quinn's not that. But he does have, experience with Karlsson. And look, I'm just going to say it. The easiest way for this team to show market improvement and be in contention, I used to think it was goaltending because I think that's just how the NHL works. But the goaltending was perfectly fine last year on balance. I mean, there's nothing to write home about, but they had the 13th best save percentage in the league. You can win with that. The answer is fix your power play. If you fix your power play, all of a sudden your soft rebuild, you look real smart because you're going to score some goals and win some games. After they got bunting, the power play did get a little bit.
Yes.
If you want to try to have some optimism. Last 10 games of the year, it hit at 18%. Not that 18% is something to throw a parade about, but it's more respectable.
Well, the big thing there is, the same guys are going to be on the power play who apparently, not apparently, I think it's very clear, who want to play their own way in their own positions and really aren't very coachable in that regard, regardless of how we feel about them, how, they're great ambassadors for the Penguins and they're all-time greats, and they did deliver Stanley Cups. The reality is they haven't been very coachable at times. And so that is my concern is, I think that they could be better. I think they should be better. But will they be better? That's the question that you have to ask. Are they going to be willing to maybe listen to some different ideas about how they could be better, or are they going to be stubborn sort of the way they are? And if they are, there's not a whole lot Mike Sullivan can do about it, right?
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about, you sort of accept the pluses and minuses of guys, you just, that's you. If you want the game-winning goals in the third period, sometimes you got to live with the minuses, right? The minuses with these guys, with Crosby, Malkin, Letang, is they are intractable on the power play. They're tough to coach on the power play. And I mean, we saw, Karlsson trying that pass to the side of the net for the deflection for Crosby. last year, just over and over and over and over again. When it worked occasionally, it was great, but it didn't work very often. And it's like, you got to try something different, man. If last year's performance doesn't sort of motivate everybody involved to try different things, then nothing ever will. Because that performance last year, I mean, any person would look at that and be like, we got to do something different. So, and then they didn't over 6 months. So, the easiest path to getting better is make your power play better, but it's not an easy path because those guys, have to buy into it. They have to have it. You have to present them with a plan that they like, and then they have to buy into it.
I guess in the end, I'm just not giving this GM, this coach, and these players the benefit of low expectations, in the frame of a, quote, soft rebuild this season. They don't deserve it. They're making too much money. They have too much pedigree. There's a lot of teams that would like to start a season with Chris Letang, Erik Karlsson, and Marcus Pettersson as their top 3 defensemen, a goalie who's made 2 All-Star games in the last 4 years, and Sidney Crosby up front, to go with guys who are making lots of money. Brian Rust was good. He lived up to his money. Raquel was hurt. He's a good hockey player. He's a $5 million player. Play like it. They got a bunch of role players who should be good. Lars Eller was good. Kevin Hayes just had 18 goals a couple years ago. Bavillier's had 4 seasons of 18 goals. He's only 27. I'm not going to buy into this crap. I'm not going in saying, they probably won't be pretty good. No, nor should they be. They're softly rebuilding. Get the hell out of here with that. They're making all kinds of money, and they've had recent success. Everybody on their roster has had a season or many recently where they've been good.
But the reason they deserve the low expectations is because they're old. And that's really the only reason. I mean, you look at who wins in the NHL. It's not 35-year-olds. So they are underdogs in that sense. Don't you think, Joe?
Their goalie's not old.
That's true.
Pettersson's not old. Karlsson and Letang are at an age when defensemen should still be very good. But yes, I do hear that. And Crosby's still a top 10 player in the world. Raquel's not old. Rust isn't old. Drew O'Connor could be a good player. And what about the $27 million bust that Kyle Dubas signed? What the hell is going on with that guy? He was plus 40 in Colorado. He was plus 34 in New Jersey. He comes here and he's Sven Butenshawn. What is the deal with Ryan Graves, and whose fault is it?
Well, I mean, nobody forced Dubas to sign him. So, I mean, that Dubas has to wear that one. But if you look at their depth chart on defense, they got to get him straightened out. It's not like they have other choices. I mean, P.O. Joseph was the stopgap last year, who played because Graves couldn't figure it out. Well, P.O. Joseph's gone. And Matt Grelchik isn't, he's not a top 4 guy. I mean, he's a guy I like on my bottom pair, but they didn't replace P.O. Joseph in the top 4. It's Graves' job. He's got to get it. They're counting on him to be able to play like a top 4 defenseman.
We have to go.
That is a huge strike against Dubas, that signing.
Yeah, I mean, is he that bad? I mean, is Ryan Graves just a horrible hockey? To me, it's like being in a band. I was in the band. I played the trombone, and I couldn't play. And then we went and played in, like, these contests, and it was obvious that there was a guy there who's faking playing the trombone. How does did he faked it through Colorado and Jersey? He put up those numbers even though he stinks? How is that possible?
I mean, it's like styles make fights. Guys play in different systems, and sometimes they work for your system, and sometimes they don't. But it shouldn't be that drastic. I mean, you should have, guys that are slightly better in one system than another, but they shouldn't be unplayable in the Penguins.
No. What is he turned into Hans? He turned into Hans Janssen overnight?
If you think about it, though, the signing of Jari and Graves could be the beginning of the end for Kyle Dubas.
Could be.
And those are two. That's two not huge, but big contracts.
Yes.
That you sign for guys that have, at least at year one of the experiment, it's not gone well for either of them.
Yeah. Teams that are rebuilding don't have Ryan Graves and Tristan Jarry signed to $54 million in contracts. How about those guys play well? How about that as an answer? I have to go, Jonathan.
Okay.
We'll see you, man.
We love you, and we'll have you on again. Say goodbye to City Limits and especially IT when you leave.
Okay. See you guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Jonathan.
Bye, Jonathan.
The Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing HVAC provider for over 50 years. We have a treat for you next. What's coming up at noon again, City Limits? I keep forgetting. The quiz show.
The quiz show.
First, we're going to talk a little Pirates. There's a trade rumor out there, and my caddy from yesterday.
We have Zangrilli.
Your caddy has not responded yet.
Oh, he hasn't responded?
He has not responded.
He's probably on the course.
Yeah.
Zangrilli will be on at 1.
Later in the show. That's all happening today. But first, what's happening is Slice of Broadway Pizza. Goodbye.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
I'm Austin Bechtel with your fan headlines. Pirates lost yesterday to the Cardinals in the first of a 3-game series against St. Louis, who the Pirates are currently trying to chase down in the wild card standings. Buccos are 4 games back of St. Louis in the wild card and 3.5 back of San Diego. It'll be Jared Jones Day today for the Pirates at 6:40 against St. Louis. Game 2 of the 3-game set before 4 at home against the New York Mets. 5:45 is where you find the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show with Dan Zangrilli right here on The Fan. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Paul Alexander every Saturday at 7 a.m. for Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Paul will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. The Going Low Show is powered by Bowser Chevrolet and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Islands Venture, Shanapin Country Club, Butler's Golf, Hickory Heights, and Western PA Golf Association. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Phantom Fireworks, lighting up backyards of America from coast to coast. Visit your nearest Phantom Fireworks store today. Click fireworks.com for showroom specials, coupons, and a location near you.
4th of July closing in, and you love America, so you want to celebrate. And you need beer to celebrate. You need beer. So the best prices around are at Hampton Beer Outlet. So go there. Miller Lite 24-pack cans, $19.99. Make Ultra 24-pack cans, $19.99. Yuengling Traditional Lager 24-pack cans, $17.99. And Busch Light 30-pack, just $19.99. So for all your July 4th party needs, drive a little, save a lot at Hampton Beer Outlet. That's Route 8 in Hampton.
You've been walking around and tripping on those things for years. You want freedom? You want space to move? You want peace of mind? You want to book us online. 2menandajunktruck.com. I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Clouds and sun this afternoon, the high 89.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half.
9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring today. Robert Half is here to help. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com today.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to hims.com/joy. Through HIMS, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to hims.com/joy. That's HIMS.com/JOY.
Hey, what are you doing up on the step stool?
About to clean these light fixtures. The whole family's coming over, and if there's even a speck of dust in the house, my abuela will find it.
Here, I got a Swiffer duster to help with that.
A Swiffer what?
A Swiffer duster. It has this cool extendable handle that reaches 6 feet to get high and low, with fluffy dusters that easily trap and lock dust.
So, no more step stool?
No more step stool.
Easily trap and lock dust from hard-to-reach places with the Swiffer duster. Love it or your money back.
DQ presents Picture This. Picture the DQ freezer, home to all the Blizzard flavors of the past. Picture it opening to bring back the salted caramel truffle blizzard for a limited time. Picture that salted caramel truffle blizzard in your hands. It's all yours. No, really, it's all yours. This treat is too good to share. Everyone will have to get one for themselves. Hurry in to get this flavor before the DQ freezer closes. DQ, happy tastes good.
Around here at Wrangler, we are all excited for spring. The longer days, the warmer nights. When you've got your pick of shorts and jeans, either works just fine. Blue skies, open roads. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Save on O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner. Get 2 cans of O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner for just $8. Valid in-store only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. I still have no idea what kind of NBA player he'll be, but Bronny James remains a very impressive young man. At yesterday's intro press conference in L.A., Bronny said all the right things again about working his way into the league, about handling all the hate, about being LeBron's son. The James family's done well. I'm Andrew Bogish.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their valuable tools, but to protect their professional reputations. For pros, the WeatherGuard badge makes a statement about what drives them. It says, "Bring it on. Been there. Done that. We've got your back," without saying a word. And the folks at WeatherGuard, they're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. See what it means to be driven at weatherguard.com.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Head to the mountains to win big and have a blast at the Casino at Nemacolin. Newly renovated, the Casino at Nemacolin features 26 table games, 500 slots, and new high roller lounge for the bold. Tickle your taste buds at the Royale, the new dinner restaurant, or stop by the bar for a bite to eat. Dining is available 7 days a week. On Friday and Saturday nights, stop in for live music with no cover charge. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Must be 21 and over with ID to enter the casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Join Mark Patrick Seminars Lose the Weight, Stop Smoking Early Bird Special, $49.99. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel Pittsburgh and Greentree, or Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center in Churchill. Weight loss 5:30 p.m. Stop Smoking Seminar 8.
Have you been told that you need a spinal surgery for a bulging, herniated, or degenerative disc? Hi, I'm Dr. Rafferty from the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh. I would like to offer you a complimentary second opinion. I'll be happy to personally evaluate your MRI to see if you can avoid that surgery. Give our office a call today or go to PittsburghDiscInstitute.com. Call 412-906-9600. 412-906-9600.
Pittsburgh's a great place to ride a bike, but sometimes cars don't pay attention and bicyclists get hurt. If that happens to you, call Goodrich & Geist, the good guys.
Look at your cup holder. It's empty. And you're feeling thirsty. Head to a nearby convenience store and fill it with a Pepsi Zero Sugar, Mountain Dew, or Starry. Grab a delicious, refreshing Pepsi for the road.
When life spells heartburn, how do you spell relief? R-O-L-A-I-D-S.
What about when life spells spicy wings?
It's still R-O-L-A-I-D-S. Rolaids, powerful heartburn relief. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
So what do we think here about Henry Davis? What are we looking at here? A guy you would trade, a guy that's leaning toward bust, or is that grossly unfair because he's only had 310 Major League at-bats. I see where Destiny's Child wrote today that Davis, thankfully, is asymptomatic after apparently having more symptoms from that concussion he got. He didn't have a second one, but he was having problems, and now Todd Tomczyk, their medical guy, director of sports medicine, said he's asymptomatic. Where are we at with Henry Davis, Paul? Where are you at?
I'm in the extreme minority. I trade him.
Yeah?
I trade him. I think his value is still reasonably high because he's a young guy with a pedigree, and he's a former first overall pick. I at least explore the idea of trading him, and because you got Andy Rodriguez, and I know that there's the idea that Andy Rodriguez, coming off a major injury, you never know what's going to happen. I just feel like.
Well, I am worried about that because it was Tommy John, and it seemed like his strength last year was throwing people out.
Yeah, I get it. Let me ask you this, though. Is Henry Davis, is there anything that you've seen from Henry Davis that makes you believe that there's not always going to be one issue after another with this guy?
Yeah, I saw the 2 home runs off Ohtani last year. And I see a guy who, and I know there's a huge gap, bigger than ever, between AAA and the majors. But I see a guy who, in AAA, has absolutely hammered the ball. Like he's got 1,094 OPS in his AAA career, which I think is only 129 at-bats. So, yeah, some glimpses, but believe me, I'm worried about him. I've also seen a guy who looks overmatched at the plate at the major league level, who looks like he's trying to live up to every expectation that would surround a number 1 pick with every swing he takes.
Right.
But still, the numbers are undeniable in AAA. Like anybody else would look at this and say, well, that guy's a great prospect. And he only has 300 at-bats. Having said that, Paul, I would be on board for trading him in the right trade. I think you're right about that. You may want to trade him before it becomes clear that he is a bust. You know what I mean?
Well, that's all. I'm just saying. Like I look at it.
I just think he could still be a really good player.
I do too, but and I was looking this up just because it was one of those things where. He's missed a lot of time with injuries, even in the minors. He's been on and off the injured list, and that has hurt his production. But my thing is, you look into the infield on the very same team, and you've got a guy in Ke'Bryan Hayes who also had, a number of injuries that held him back and hampered him and seemed to be, and guess what? It seems like he's going to be a guy who the Pirates are going to have to worry about his back for the rest of the contract.
Yeah.
My thing is, I understand why people don't necessarily want to give up on him. By the same token, I think that you really basically have to look realistically at his last 4 or 5 years and it suggests to me that there's always going to be some issue that holds him back. Like I don't know that he'll ever be a guy that can catch 130 games or 125 games.
Yeah, that part for sure.
What I mean?
But I draft a guy number 1 overall for his bat, and he's only 24, by the way.
Right, he's young.
And if you were to tell me, hey, here's a guy who's 24 years old, I didn't know who it was, and here's his AAA numbers from his career. He's only played 100. He's only had 129 AAA at-bats, but he's got over 1,000 OPS at AAA, 500 almost slugging percent. He crushes the ball at AAA. No, it's over 600 slugging percentage. I would say, well, I'm sure that guy's one of their top prospects, and they expect big things of him. It's just been that this tiny, tiny sample size still in the major leagues, it's been a disaster. It has. I'm not sure about Henry Davis, but I'm not willing to give up on him unless it's for the right deal. Limits, where do you stand on Davis?
See, I still like Davis, and I still think that there's pop in that bat, and maybe I buy into the fact that he was the first guy to ever hit 2 home runs off of Shohei Ohtani in the same game. The potential is there. I'm at the point, though, where I'm okay moving him off of catcher and try to find an actual position for him to play, because it seems like that's just too daunting of a responsibility for him to both catch and be able to hit at the major league level. So whether it's first base, right field, that's probably has to be the move as well to help his hitting.
I mean, guys make career. That very few people rocket through the Pirates system the way that this dude did. Look at Termarr Johnson, who, by the way, just dropped out of MLB's top 100 prospects. Did you see that?
Yeah, on Baseball America. He's on MLB Pipelines, but Baseball America only has Bubba Chandler and Braxton Ashcraft.
Why do you think that? Why do you think? Because he hasn't hit well.
He's been struggling.
But see, this is my problem with all these prospect lists. You're ranking guys based on what their potential is, right?
Potential mixed with production, I would say.
I guess so. But to me, this guy was ranked so high early on.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden he has a bad stretch of games and he drops out of the top 100.
Termarr Johnson and
top
Anthony
100
Solometo.
Across baseball.
I get that.
Yeah.
That's my point.
And the Pirates only have 2 in the top 100.
According to Baseball America, yeah, MLB Pipeline, all 4 are in the top 100.
I mean,
led by Chandler.
Who are the 4?
Chandler, Anthony Solometo, Termarr Johnson, Braxton Ashcraft.
So my point is, he's the Pirates' second prospect according to most lists, and he's not in the top 100.
It's a little troublesome, but it is
troublesome. And what's funny is we were talking about the other day. We were talking about this, because he made the future All-Star game, didn't he? He was one of the 2 guys named to the Futures All-Star game.
Yeah, him and Chandler.
So here's the thing. If he's one of the 2 guys named to the Futures All-Star game and he's dropped out of the top 100, I think the discussion, absolutely the discussion has to be, he's not untouchable.
One correction, Ashcraft's not on the MLB Pipeline. It's just the 3, Solometo, Johnson, Chandler.
Thank you, City Limit.
Do you know what I mean? He's not untouchable in my mind anymore.
Absolutely not. How do they have no hitters in the top 100 prospects in baseball after 5 years of tanking?
They drafted pitchers high. And, I mean, Davis has graduated. Nick Gonzalez has graduated.
Who?
Nick Gonzalez.
And who else?
Davis. Graduated from the prospect list in the last year.
Shouldn't they have more?
They should. Should be able to find somebody in the second, third round.
Yeah, especially because you're drafting high in every round. Plus, you're signing international prospects every year, and they like to tout how much money they spend there, right?
This Charles McAdoo.
They have their own academy, do they not? For
they
international
for international.
Latin America?
And they've signed a lot of highly talented international guys, according to international scouts. And those guys are in the back end of this list. Nobody knocking down the door of even being in high A.
Right. Plus, they've traded for all kinds of prospects. So where is anybody who's a hitter on their top prospect list other than Termarr Johnson, who's dropping?
The next closest is Mitch Jebb, the shortstop, second baseman who's in Greensboro. Hit .297 last year in Bradenton. He's hitting .220 this year. Does not have a lot of power. Basically, is just a hit to all fields guy. Was a second-round draft pick last year out of college.
This is a disaster, Paul.
Yeah.
We have to go.
Well, again, your point is the best point that we've made on this show in a long time. I didn't realize that. They've been, the rankings. They've been stockpiling guys for 5 years and don't have a single hitter in the top 100.
It's amazing. I mean, it truly is amazing.
You know how hard that is to do?
And they're in desperate need of bats right now. And we're making the Josh Palacios caper into they're waiting for Willie Mays here. That's what we're waiting for? Is Josh Palacios?
Liover Peguero?
And Liover Peguero. 2 guys who profile as career utility men.
I mean,
I think Peguero could still be a starter Better than Triolo. I thought he was going to win the second base job instead of Triolo, and we've seen what Jared Triolo became once he's had regular at-bats.
And yet he
to
stays
Connor
here
Joe.
all year. And yet Olivares just stays here, just continues to be in the middle of their lineup somewhere. His last extra base hit, you were still in high school. I have no idea what is happening here. What has Ben Cherington done? What has he done?
I mean, it's amazing. In my mind, it's
fireable if it doesn't
I was
get
gonna
things
say,
don't improve a
borderline,
lot.
It's not good. For sure, it's not good.
All right, we have a quiz show coming up. Fan and the Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball softball showcase. Parents, coaches, email us at yousports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team, and the Fan may make a stop to your field. Details at 937thefan.com. Century 21 Fairways Real Estate. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Yes, we have all kinds of treats coming up, starting with the quiz show. I believe it's tied 1-1. City Limits and IT have put all kinds of work into this. Our baseball coverage today on the Fan presented by...
Wait, the quiz show is 2-0.
Me, you?
Me.
It is 2-0, Paul. Yeah, it's not 1-1. It's 2-0.
What?
I won the first one, and I destroyed you in the second one.
He destroyed you in the second one.
I remember he had a great game, didn't he?
He did.
I need a comeback win today.
He pitched a perfect game.
Our baseball coverage presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile. You can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. And Fan Weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's the Chevy Summer Drive at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. High of 91 today with sunny skies. Let's talk a little Gina Giampietro, one of my personal favorite topics. Peter recently decided to sell his home in Moon Township and wanted to work with a top-notch real estate agent. He contacted Gina and her team and said he was very impressed with Gina's exceptional dedication, commitment to help him sell his home. Peter said Gina always went the extra mile and was available whenever he had any questions. Peter said he'll enthusiastically recommend Gina to anyone that's thinking about selling their home. He knows what he's doing there, old Peter, because he can't lose and neither can you. Gina will sit down with you. You agree on a price and a deadline. Deadline passes, home isn't sold. Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental. Call the only agent I would trust if I needed to sell my home in Pittsburgh. Gina Giampietro of RE/MAX Select Realty. Call Gina at 724-602-9752. Google Giampietro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now
Only two Pirates in Baseball America's mid-season top 100 prospects list. Bubba Chandler ranks 51st overall as the number one ranked prospect according to BA in the Pirates system. Braxton Ashcraft ranks second at 97. Anthony Solometo and Termarr Johnson have fallen off the list, but Johnson and Solometo do rank in the top 100 on MLB Pipeline's list. More 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Hello, we're on track to hit the 90-degree mark for the sixth time this year today. Temperatures are already in the mid to upper 80s, and I have Pittsburgh hitting 90 today for the high. We may even hit 91. Skies will turn mostly cloudy after 2 o'clock with the storm chance coming in after 4 this afternoon. Lightning, downpours, and strong winds are the biggest concern with any storms both today and tomorrow. And First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting, PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number one Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan. Where the average Joe can buy like a pro. CGR
Big things are happening at CGR Wholesale Roofing and Siding Supply Center this summer. Here with Patty Byrne. Patty, tell us about the big announcement.
We just finished our beautiful new showroom, making CGR your destination to see your projects come to life. Our displays feature Trex and TimberTech decking, Montgomery trusses, West Virginia metal panels, and much more.
That's great, Patty. And you also carry Owens Corning Duration shingles in all the beautiful colors, plus Provia siding that's made right here in America. And everything is on display to make it easy to finalize your project.
Plus, CGR Wholesale hands down has the best customer service around.
No doubt about it. Stop by and check out that new showroom on Route 51 South in Ross Raver, or check them out online at cgrwholesaleroofing.com.
Stop on down or get delivery at CGR Wholesale.
Catch 2024 NFL Walter Payton Man of the Year Cam Hayward, host Doran Dickerson, and many more celebs smashing softballs for charity at the 4th annual Three Rivers Celebrity Softball Game presented by the Corey Firm at Wild Things Park Saturday, July 13th. Tickets are available now.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? X marks the spot. Now through July 7th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet for $25 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. And for just $15 a month, add the new Stream Saver. That includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix. All your favorites, all in one place, only from Xfinity. So go ahead and binge some shows, stream some movies, and save some money all at the same time. For more watching and less spending, X marks the spot. Switch to Xfinity, the network made for streaming, and bring on the good stuff. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Currently $80 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity Internet or TV, and price subject to change.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-973-7809 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-973-7809. That's 800-973-7809. What do you have to lose? Call 800-973-7809. Again, 800-973-7809.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-786-9300. 800-786-9300. 800-786-9300.
Do you know what the scariest sound to hear on a factory floor is? Silence. That means something somewhere broke. Production has stopped, and now you're paying your workers to wait while the team troubleshoots and tries to fix the problem. Finally, there's a proactive way to reduce equipment downtime, thanks to MaintainX. MaintainX is the asset management system that brings your maintenance downtime to zero. MaintainX lets you build preventative maintenance schedules, manage work orders in real time, and access the data you need to make better decisions. Downtime equals death in the production world, so make unplanned downtime a thing of the past. Try MaintainX for free. Control the daily operations of your business and transform your maintenance program by going to maintainx.com. That's maintain and the letter X.com.
This is Chris Muller with a message from Paige and her entire Awaken 180 team. They want to wish all our 93.7 The Fan listeners a happy and healthy Independence Day week. Having a party? Find your free recipes at Awaken 180 on all social media channels.
Where two rivers converge, a third emerges. Stronger and more united than ever before. And a community, hard as steel, built over generations, rises for the new day ahead. Vibrant, dedicated, innovative. Today, we have a chance for a brighter future right here in Pennsylvania. U.S. Steel and Nippon Steel coming together as one. U.S. Steel's partnership with Nippon Steel means no layoffs, means no plant closures, means $1.4 billion in new investments for the future. And best of all, it means U.S. Steel's headquarters will stay right here in Pennsylvania. Built for innovation, built for Pennsylvania, built for generations to come. The U.S. Steel and Nippon Steel partnership is the future of American steel.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
4th of July just around the corner. It's time to celebrate. And for your celebration, you need beer, so you got to get to Hampton Beer Outlet for the best prices around. Miller Lite, 24-pack cans, $19.99. Mick Ultra, 24-pack cans, just $19.99. Yuengling Traditional Lager, 24-pack cans, $17.99. How about that? And Busch Light, 30-packs, just $19.99. So for all your 4th of July party needs, just drive a little, save a lot at Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8. In Hampton.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines. Powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
I'm Austin Bexel with your fan headlines. Pirates tonight against the St. Louis Cardinals. Looking to try to stack some wins after losing yesterday and losing 2 out of 3 in Atlanta. 7-4 was the final yesterday against the Cardinals. As Mitch Keller gave up 6 runs, 5 of them earned through 5 innings, and the Pirates lost it by 3 runs. Jared Jones will pitch tonight opposite Miles Michaelis. 6:40 first pitch, 5:45 is where the North Shore Tavern leadoff show can be found, right here on 93.7 The Fan. You can listen then, and you can also listen on your Odyssey app. More at 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Now, more Joe. Joe. The Joe Starkey Show is on. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
You know what that sound means? It's time for a quiz show, hearkening back to the days of Starkey and Malsey. An entire universe has waited for the renewal of the quiz show. They got what they wanted 3 weeks ago. I guess Malsey and I, our little reunion there at the Green Tree Volunteer Fire Department, kicked this off. And since then, we've had 2 quiz shows of our own. It's become a Wednesday staple. Paul's winning 2-0. I thought he played a great game last week. Some unbelievable answers. Paul, you should be very proud of yourself.
I think it turned out pretty well for me last week.
You were really good. What's the rules again here, Malsey?
There are 7 questions.
City, whatever your name is.
The first 6, thank you. First 6 questions are worth 1 point.
Uh-huh.
The final question is worth 3 points.
Let's do it.
First question to you, Joe.
I get the first one. All right.
Yeah, because Paul's won the first 2 games, so we'll throw you a bone.
And if we both get it wrong, then the next guy, the next round gets a clue, right?
Correct. There's a clue involved.
Yeah. Okay.
Joe.
Yes.
Which Pittsburgh Steeler was featured and won the title on Dancing with the Stars in the mid-2000s?
Thank you for asking that question. The answer is Hines Ward.
Hines Ward is correct.
Yeah, baby. How about that, Paul? Now you're playing from behind, big boy.
I mean,
now I got a lead. I can start dumping and chasing a little bit.
I mean, you know.
I needed that one.
Could you put it up on a tee anymore for a guy?
All right, Paul. Let me put one on a tee for you then to start.
You're going in order, right? You're not just throwing out the easy ones. You have a list of questions, right?
The questions get harder and harder as we go.
Okay.
Paul, what was the Pirates' theme song during their run to winning the World Series in 1979?
We Are Family.
What is happening here?
That was the equivalent of we faced off, and I shot it down the ice, and your goalie swung and missed. That was that. That was that.
You can ask me next what the nickname of the 3 pro sports teams in towns are?
Actually, yes.
I say Mario, what's his last name? I say Sidney, what's his last name? What's happening here?
Joe.
Yeah.
What former Steeler appeared in multiple different movies, most notably the 2006 film Failure to Launch?
Failure to Launch? Multiple movies?
No.
Former Steeler?
Yeah. No, now the questions aren't that easy anymore, huh? Had to warm you up to the quiz show.
Wait, I'm struggling. Terry Bradshaw.
Yeah.
Oh, my. Terry Bradshaw is correct.
Yeah,
I can't believe you guessed and got that.
Yeah.
It was an easy question, but I'm thinking.
I had no idea.
I knew
that
it was
answer.
in movies, but I didn't know
Failure to Launch. Of course, that was Matthew McConaughey and
Cameron Diaz.
No, it was Jessica Parker. What's her name?
Raquel Welch.
What's the text in the
Rachel
city
Ward.
lady? No, Sarah Jessica Parker.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I remember that movie.
Yeah.
I don't remember him in it.
Yes, he's the dad.
Is he any good? He put out an album once, a country album.
It's not a bad movie, but go ahead.
We thought that the Dancing with the Stars one was going to stump you a little bit, but I think this one might. This is a question from our dear friend IT. Which 3 NHL logos, Paul, have teeth in them? We'll do individual points. If you can name one and Joe can name one, we'll hand out points based on if you can get the logos.
Teeth?
There are 3 NHL logos that have teeth in them.
All right.
The Sharks.
The Sharks is correct. Now, Paul, since you got one, you can keep going.
That's not fair. I guess
it's Paul's question.
Oh,
You're right.
God.
I'm sorry. There's got to be a time limit here. Limits. Live up to your name, will you? 5 seconds and then do a buzzer.
5 seconds.
The Panthers.
The Panthers is incorrect. Joe, to you.
Oh, my God. The Predators?
The Predators is correct.
And do ducks have teeth? Do ducks have teeth, Paul? Do Kraken is a fish? The Kraken.
The Kraken is incorrect.
Who? Oh, Paul goes.
Paul goes.
Yeah. Teeth?
Teeth?
There's one other logo with teeth. Are you ready for
Now,
your hint?
This is why you guys get the bit. No. Yeah, he does get the hint.
Paul, you get the hint.
Yeah.
Western Conference.
That makes it very interesting. Do ducks have teeth?
Teeth.
Well, you guessed ducks, and ducks is incorrect.
I didn't guess ducks. I guess predator. Did I guess ducks?
Yes.
I guess
you
Kraken.
did.
Well, yeah.
I give up. I can't think.
How about the Blackhawks?
The Blackhawks is incorrect.
All right, give me one more guess. I can't think of teams in the West. Do the Blues have teeth?
Canadian team.
Canucks.
Vancouver Canucks, Joe, is correct.
Do I get credit for that? Because I got one wrong before that. I don't feel like I deserve credit for that.
That's fine. You want to split the points then?
Yes, 1-1. My turn.
Joe?
Yes?
Who was the first Pirate to hit 50 home runs in a season?
Holy horse follicles. Ralph Kiner.
Oh, man. Ralph Kiner is correct.
Yeah, baby! What's the score here?
We thought that one was going to maybe get you, and you'd go like Paul Wehner or...
Have you ever seen the Ralph Kiner hand statue over at PNC, Paul? Looks like Thing from the Addams Family. All it is 2 hands. That's the statue.
Oh, yeah. I have seen that.
So you split the first 2.
Yeah.
You split on the 4th question. Paul won, then Joe won. And then, Joe, you took the 6th question. So, Joe.
Yeah, I'm up 3-2.
Currently up a point, yes.
Okay.
All right.
It's Paul's turn to go first.
Go ahead.
As we got through this, I realized, saying to IT, that this question is too easy that he picked out. But I will ask it anyway.
Of course, Paul gets it.
Paul, which former Steeler was cut 3 times, 4 times, including
James Harrison?
Yeah.
My God. So easy, you don't even have to finish the question. This is ridiculous. Well, this was always coming down to the 7th question,
It always
wasn't
does.
it? All right. This is it, Paul.
And I think this one's going to get you.
Winner take all.
Nolan Gorman hit a grand slam last night for the Cardinals against the Pirates.
Yeah.
How many, Joe, of the 4 Pirates who have hit grand slams this season can you name?
Okay. How many of the 4 Pirates who have hit grand slams this season can I name? I give you a number. How does this work again? If I say 2, then Paul's got to name 3, correct?
Correct.
Is that right?
So you can say I can name 2.
But
Paul
then
can
then
say
I have
prove
to-
it, or Paul can say I can name 3, and you can
That's it.
say prove
That's
it.
the little twist.
You played this game for how many years?
Yeah, it's a brain teaser. The game itself is a brain
Yes.
teaser. So if I say 2, I can name 2 of these 4. Then the ball's in your court, and you can either say, I'll give you 3 and win, or Joe, you name 2, and you win. You know what I mean?
No, it's your question.
I told you. The answer itself is a brain teaser. I mean, the format. The format is a brain teaser.
Joe, how many can you name?
Well, once I say the number, then it's in Paul's court.
No, then you have to name that number.
No, I don't.
Yes,
no,
you do.
Paul, you can either say I can name, like if Joe says he can name 2, you can either say I can name 3 or tell Joe to prove it.
Right. You can either give me a prove it, name the 2, or you can say I'll name 3 or more. Then the ball's going to be, but first I have to say a number.
Go ahead, say a number.
How many of the Pirates? I can name 2 Pirates that hit grand slams this year.
Paul?
So,
can you name 3, or do you want Joe to prove it?
So, okay. I'll name 3.
All right, go.
Prove it, Paul.
Prove it, Paul.
Oliveira, Sawinski, and Reynolds.
Oh, my.
Good night.
Damn it.
Paul wins again. 3-0. He's going to try to sweep you next week, Joe. Can you name? Now, you know the funny thing is, who did Paul not name that's hit a grand slam? His favorite Pirates player ever.
Henry Davis.
Close.
Rowdy.
Close. Not close.
Michael Taylor.
No.
Triolo.
No.
Grandal.
No. Yeah, same position.
The human rain delay.
No.
Joey Bart.
Yes.
Joey Bart. That's right. I forgot about
Joey
him.
Bart.
I will say this. In that particular case, it's an advantage that you took 15 minutes to figure out what the question was and how to answer it. Because
Paul thought about it.
And listen, I was able to sit and look, my screen, I'm actually, I didn't, it's not about looking it up. I was able to think about it.
Yeah.
And I was able to say, I know Sawinski hit one. I know Oliveira's hit one. And I was going to go with either O'Neal, Cruz, or Reynolds. And I said,
Reynolds just hit one, didn't he?
Yeah.
Well, wait a second. But the, I don't know.
He said Reynolds.
The format of the final question is flawed and confusing. Something doesn't seem right.
The Texans are really upset about the teeth question. They said that the Blackhawks have teeth. Incorrect. I looked up their logo. They don't. The Wild have teeth. No, it's like a little stream in a forest that is not teeth. And the Coyotes no longer exist.
The Wild was one I was actually thinking about.
Who was the answer?
Guessing.
The answer was the Canucks, the Predators, and the Sharks.
What's the Canucks logo? It has teeth in it? You sure about that?
Yes, there are teeth. I see teeth in the Canucks logo.
What is it? What is the logo?
It's a C.
I was
like the Canucks, like a hockey stick.
Yeah.
And like
the hockey stick has teeth. Oh, the fish has teeth.
And the fish has teeth.
All right.
I was going to guess the Wild because I didn't know what is the Wild. Is that like a?
I don't know.
Is that an animal or is that like a?
It's just a. I don't know what the hell it is. I'm down 0-3 now because of you.
Don't blame me for this.
Yeah, they're terrible questions. And the last, I don't know how to answer the
blame
last one.
Blame IT for half the questions.
How did I get Molsey on that one? Because the question came to me, it was like name 7 of something, and I said I can name 3, and then Malsey, in all his bravado, said I can name 4. So, okay, so I guess this was the way to do it.
This is the way to do it,
Because
yes.
I said I can name 2, and then Paul either says I can name 3 or makes me name 2.
This is exactly how Craig did it.
All right, you're right.
For the final question.
I apologize for those insults.
I accept your insult apology.
I'm just angry I lost again. All right, Paul.
Maybe you'll come back like the Oilers.
Could be. Dan Zangrilli is up at the top of the hour. Let's talk some Pirate trade rumors. Why don't we do that for a while? Are they going to do anything? Let's talk about the Palacios mystery. What happened last night?
Wait, I need your vote, Joe.
Yeah.
The Pittsburgh Riverhounds are, they're starting a women's professional team here.
Yeah.
Here are the 4 choices for the names. They're going to allow fans to name the team.
The Lady River, or the Women Riverhounds?
Here they are. The Pittsburgh Confluence.
Uh-huh.
The Pittsburgh Renegades.
Yeah.
The Pittsburgh Riveters.
Riveters?
Or the Pittsburgh Strikers.
What? Who put Riveters out there?
I would say Confluence probably is the best of that group, and I don't like any of them really. But
City Limits, did you hear this? Are you listening?
Yes.
What were the 4 nicknames? Wrong. Go ahead, Paul.
Riveters, Confluence, Strikers, and Renegades.
Riveter. The Pittsburgh Riveters?
Yes.
What's a riveter?
I have no idea.
The Confluence, the Strikers, and the what?
What was it? The Renegades.
The Renegades, the Strikers, the Confluence, and the Riveters.
It's going to be the Renegades.
I'd go back to the old ABA days and name them the Pittsburgh Condors. Would be unbelievable. Would you agree with that, Paul?
Yeah, but it's a different sport. How about the Pittsburgh Triangles?
How about the Pittsburgh Kickers? Pittsburgh Triangles. That was the name of the...
was that tennis?
Yeah, World Team Tennis.
World Team Tennis with Vitas Gerulaitis?
Yeah.
How come Vitas Gerulaitis is never put on those lists of greatest Pittsburgh athletes? He won a championship, for God's sakes.
Yes, he did, Limits. He won a championship here. So did Connie Hawkins. How about the Pittsburgh, what was their name?
The Pipers.
The Condors?
Yeah, the Condors.
Yeah, I guess I'll go with the Pittsburgh Confluence. How about the Pittsburgh Soccer Club? By the way, the Utah...
I would like that.
The Utah team, the Washington football team should have stayed the Washington football team. That's a great name. The Utah Hockey Club is incredible. They don't need a nickname.
I like the Yeti better. The Utah Yeti.
After the little things that you drink hot stuff out of?
Yeah, what is that?
Or the Snow Monster.
What?
A Yeti is like a snow monster. Have you ever seen it?
Oh, I thought it was a little thing that kept coffee.
Well, it also, it's the same name, but different meanings.
Just keep them the Utah Hockey Club. I think that's tremendous, Paul.
That is
UHC.
I like your idea. The Pittsburgh Soccer Club.
I think that would be great.
Or better yet, how about what was the name of the lacrosse team we had here? The Pittsburgh Crossfire.
That's a good name.
Or the Pittsburgh
Crossfire.
Yeah, or the Pittsburgh Bulls was another. Or the Arena League team was the Pittsburgh Gladiators, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, and the one, whatever basketball team that was with Pittsnoggle was the Pittsburgh Explosion.
Yes. Or better yet, the CBA team, the Pittsburgh Piranhas.
That was a good name.
Yeah. And I used to love going to those games. And, of course, the star of those teams was Jarvis Bassnight from UNLV.
Oh. That would have been a great question. Who was the star of the Pittsburgh, what were they called?
The Pittsburgh Piranhas.
Piranhas. Jarvis Bassnight. What a player he was,
Would you have gotten that right?
I would have, because I went to just about every game.
I feel like I've answered more questions correctly than Paul, but he's answering the big ones.
Well, I did give you first crack to answer the last question.
You cheated.
By giving you the chance to answer it first?
No, by giving him the question, the theme song of the 79 Pirates.
Yeah, but yours first one was a layup.
You got the Dancing with the Stars one.
That's a lot harder.
And you also got the failure to launch one, which was obscene for a second question. That was obscenely easy.
Yeah,
I didn't know the answer to that.
You're right. Did IT make all those up, or did you help him?
IT made about 6 of them, but I approved of most of them.
He's doing really well in his internship, isn't he?
He is.
Limits?
He is. He's doing a lot.
Paul is bursting with pride over this.
He's responsible for the quiz show, the podcast.
He does the podcasts. Yep.
He does a very nice job, very fine job. He gets an A+ in my book.
Yes, he does. Coming up, Dan Zangrilli on Pirate Rumors, but that won't stop us from talking about him next. And what about this Palacios mystery from last night? What happened here? We'll talk about it next, plus assorted little items from throughout the sports world that we haven't gotten to yet. First, JP Roofing and Siding. Well, let me tell you first, fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. This is the story of a man and his mustache, a heartwarming story that began somewhere around Turtle Creek, if I'm not mistaken. And now it's all through Pittsburgh, all through Western Pennsylvania. It's JP Roofing and Siding. JP and his mustache went into business together, a 50-50 partnership some 43 years ago today. And now look, it's a platinum preferred company. It's nationally recognized. They've been out to my house 4 times. They've done everything they said they would do each occasion. I never worried about it again, so I can speak to personal experience. But it's more than just what Joe does with roofs and with siding. It's what he does in the community. Just a good man who lives up to his word, and that's do good work. 412-829-7711. $500 off right now. Any roofing or siding installation. That's 412-829-7711.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
The official Zoo Crew Pitt alumni team for the TBT is finalized. Nellie Cummings and Nike Sabandi, who were on the last Pitt team to make the NCAA tournament 2 years ago and won 2 games in the tournament, are on the team, including Jared Wilson-Frame, Ryan Luther, Michael Young, Jamel Artis, Lamar Patterson, DeLon Blair, and Dustin Sleva round out the team. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Paul Alexander every Saturday at 7 a.m. for Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Paul will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is powered by Bowser Chevrolet and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Hickory Heights, Shooters Golf, Southwest Greens at PA, Cedarbrook Golf Course, and Old Stonewall Golf Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Sounds like you heard about a July 4th sale. It's a great chance to red, white, and do that job you've been putting off. Like an oil change with full synthetic motor oil. Right now, you can get 5 quarts of Pennzoil Platinum with an STP extended life oil filter for just $34.99. Save on oil, wash and wax, and more this weekend at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Summer's just getting started, so fill your cooler with the smooth and refreshing taste of Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. It tastes like real iced tea because it's made with real brewed tea. And with a 5% kick of alcohol, Twisted Tea is perfect for the beach, the lake, or wherever you're hanging out and day drinking with your friends. Look for the bright yellow cans. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
The preceding message has been made possible by Bell's Oberon American Wheat Ale. It's officially Oberon season. America's definitive wheat beer is made with only the finest wheat malt, hops, Michigander water, and Bell's signature house ale yeast. Oberon is easy drinking and refreshing, citrusy and slightly hazy, sunshine in a glass. Oberon pairs well with baseball, softball, golf, other sports, picnicking, tailgating, and sitting by the pool. Look for it wherever good beer is sold. Reach for the sun with Bell's Oberon. Cheers.
For more than 70 years, business owners, facility directors, and loss prevention managers have entrusted the security of their property and their employees to Guardian Protection. If your business needs access control, surveillance cameras, intrusion detection, or a fire alarm system, rely on Guardian, Pittsburgh's hometown security expert. For a no-charge security evaluation of your business, visit guardianprotection.com/fanbiz. That's guardianprotection.com/FANBIZ.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their valuable tools, but to protect their professional reputations. For pros, the WeatherGuard badge makes a statement about what drives them. It says, "Bring it on. Been there. Done that. We've got your back," without saying a word. And the folks at WeatherGuard, they're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. See what it means to be driven at weatherguard.com.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. I still have no idea what kind of NBA player he'll be, but Bronny James remains a very impressive young man. At yesterday's intro press conference in L.A., Bronny said all the right things again about working his way into the league, about handling all the hate, about being LeBron's son. The James family's done well. I'm Andrew Bogish.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their valuable tools, but to protect their professional reputations. For pros, the WeatherGuard badge makes a statement about what drives them. It says, "Bring it on. Been there. Done that. We've got your back," without saying a word. And the folks at WeatherGuard, they're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. See what it means to be driven at weatherguard.com.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? X marks the spot. Now through July 7th, get 300 megabit Xfinity internet for $25 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. And for just $15 a month, add the new Stream Saver. That includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix. All your favorites, all in one place, only from Xfinity. So go ahead and binge some shows, stream some movies, and save some money all at the same time. For more watching and less spending, X marks the spot. Switch to Xfinity, the network made for streaming, and bring on the good stuff. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Currently $80 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity Internet or TV, and price subject to change.
As a contractor, you need a brand you trust to bring homeowners the quality they deserve when building or remodeling. 84 Lumber carries hardy exterior products that are built to last in the Pittsburgh climate. They can withstand harsh weather conditions and resist damage from moisture, fire, pests, and more. James Hardy and 84 Lumber also offer support and education for pros, providing you with a service like no other. Hardy products are available at your local 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest location and learn how it's possible to build your business with James Hardy.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Protect your car from bugs, UV rays, and rain, and keep it shining all summer with savings on unlimited washes. New members who sign up for WetGo Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45+ convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. If you're planning a vacation, don't let burglars throw you a curveball. Defend your home with Guardian Protection and travel worry-free. Visit guardianprotection.com/fan. Experts at UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute are pioneering new, minimally invasive heart surgery techniques, including robotic surgeries, which means less pain and shorter recovery times. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
Paul, what has happened here with the Pirates? What happened last night?
Well,
I mean, really? Palacios is on his way up, and Jack Sawinski has a good game, and now he's not on his way up anymore? Is that really? Noah Hiles seems to buy into that theory to a certain extent. What else could it be?
Well, I thought you meant what happened last night with respect to Mitch Keller.
Yeah, that's a good question, too.
And quite frankly, I think the explanation for that is very, very easy. Very easy.
What?
Pony, before the game, tweeted, "I've got a feeling Mitch Keller pitches a complete game tonight."
Yes. I agree. It's exactly why. Retweet and everything.
The pony curse?
The pony curse lives again. Strikes another day.
So he does ask an interesting question a couple of tweets later. April 25th was the last time the Pirates had a winning record. Will we see them get above 500 again this season?
That's a good question.
That's a good point.
I got asked that in the mailbag.
And I didn't mean to hijack the whole thing with Sawinski, but I thought when you first said what happened last night, I thought we were going to go with Keller. But with Sawinski thing, if that's the case, it's absolutely the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
I mean, if you're dead set on either bolstering Sawinski's trade value, and that could be real. Like if Jack Sawinski went on a home run tear right now, coming off a 26 home run season, somebody might perk up and say, I want that guy. We think that guy will give them better instruction than the Pirates did. He could be a 30 home run guy, whatever. If it's that, or you just want to stick around and see if Sawinski gets hot, I don't agree with that necessarily. But okay, then call up Palacios anyway and DFA Olivares. Or something. Or Michael A. Taylor. I mean, I would rather the Pirates do anything than the status quo at this point.
Right.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah. I agree 100% with that. I mean, to me, my thing is, I think that the problem with the Pirates is they've got a lot of guys who seem to be able to flash for a short period of time.
Yeah.
And the Pirates get their hopes way up. And they say, we're going to stick with this guy now the rest of the year.
Yeah. Or they just figure that's good enough and we don't have to pay him either.
I mean, honestly, if they fall a little bit further out and they decide they're going to be sellers, they need to be sellers.
It's sort of like Penguins purgatory, isn't it?
All right. I mean, don't go all the way.
Do something other than this.
Save money so that maybe, theoretically you can spend money on free agents either in the offseason or whatever, right? So gather as much money as you can gather and also try and get prospects back so you can, have more bullets in the gun to, go out next year or chips, trade chips or however you want to say it, to go out next year and go get players. My thing is, if you're going to go with the plan that we're going to sell a little bit and then try and bring back guys who maybe are just on the verge of being major leaguers.
Yeah.
You're wasting our time. Like, to me, if that's the plan, Joe, I hope Rowdy Tellez hits 50 home runs in the month of July so they can trade him for something and save $2 million and maybe, get something back for him. Chapman, we've talked about, you save what? $10.5 million, so you'd probably save about what, $5.5 million or something like that. Trade him. Perez, what's he making? Like $8 million or $5 million? What's he making? I don't even know what he's making. $5 million, I think, maybe, or whatever. Saving half of his salary. Gonzalez, I know, is $8 million. Saving half of his salary. You got all that money. Put it away for next year to go get some other players and see if you can get some prospects back for them. And quite frankly, the one thing that I've heard that I don't like, and I would not like, a number of people seem to want them to trade Mitch Keller because he's going to have, he's going to go from like $5 million this year to $15 million next year. If you trade Mitch Keller, what are we talking about here?
I mean, for me, if you got an everyday player who was the hitting equivalent of Mitch Keller, I've been talking about that all year. I wouldn't object to that. I would object to Mitch Keller for prospects, that type of deal, just to save money. But if you're going to go out and get a 26-year-old, like if they had traded, let's say Arias had years left on his deal, you want to make that deal. Okay. Keller for Arias. If Arias had years left,
and then basically
I'll talk.
You're banking on one of the two young pitchers in Altoona or whatever being ready for next year.
Yeah. All right, we got some calls here. 412-928-9370. I guess I'm sympathetic to Pirate fans, and I myself am I find myself irritated. Like, do you think that you're fooling me or fooling people by throwing out Connor, Joe, and Olivares in the middle of your lineup every day?
Yeah.
Or all the time that Grandal is still a viable player and a major league player? His average is headed back towards zero. Who else?
But he's hitting the ball hard, Joe.
Jared Triolo. I mean, what are we doing?
Here's what I'm going to.
And they've been gifted. They've been gifted by the baseball gods this year. It's a very rare situation in that they have elite pitching, starting pitching, and a pretty good bullpen when it's healthy. They just need to scratch out some offense, and they could be a real problem for teams if they get to the playoffs. The problem is they're not trying to get to the playoffs. They're not trying.
Well, no. And I'll tell you one thing, too, Joe. Palacios, right? Would it have been the worst thing in the world to DFA Michael A. Taylor?
No.
If you decided last night while you're sitting in your office, wow, Jack Sawinski has 3 home runs, or not 3 home runs. He has a 3-run home run and had 3 hits. Let's give him another day or two because he is young, and let's see what happens. Well, what would be the problem with saying, Michael A. Taylor, nice knowing you, you're now Michael DFA Taylor? Like, what would be the problem with that?
Right, I know. Nothing would have been the problem with that.
That's what bothers me about it. It's not like you didn't.
City Limits, why aren't you piping up today?
I'm also angry about
it. You're a legitimate Pirate fan.
I'm going to the games this weekend.
What are you going to watch Connor Joe bat third every day again?
At this point, I'm more excited for my Hawaiian shirt on Saturday than I am to see Bailey Falter pitch against the Mets because of Grimace, the Pirates need to bring out. I don't even know. What would be the equivalent? The Burger King guy to throw out a first pitch and try to spark the offense? Like the Mets have been changed?
It's insulting to the fans to do nothing. It really is. Nobody's asking you to trade all of your top 5 prospects and make crazy trades all over the place. Okay, this isn't 3 a.m. talk radio where people call in and say, let's bring in Aaron Judge for Jared Triolo. They're talking really about one deal, where you sacrifice one prospect when you've just had 5 years to build up your prospect pool. You can't get rid of one or two.
I don't think it would be too much to pay for Taylor Ward from the Angels, who has a couple of years left of team control after this year. He has more home runs than anyone on this team, and he'd be like top 2 in RBIs. And he's not going to command much because he's not the talent of a Guerrero or a Luis Robert, but is still a
Go ahead and command
player.
Much. Command a top prospect. Or
can give up a Thomas Harrington for him or a Silameto for him, and you have him for a couple more years.
Would you give up Thomas Harrington and Mitch Jebb?
Yes. Yes, I would.
I ain't giving up Mitch Jebb.
Yes, you are. Come on.
Yeah, I am. I don't even know who he is.
He's a shortstop, and what's hilarious is he's like, say, and you know, I at the risk of having, at the risk of having fact check guy tweet us and text us, I'll state that I'm not looking at the list specifically, but let's say he's the 6th rated prospect in their system.
Yeah.
7 and 8 are also middle infielders, and like 10, like 4 middle infielders all clogged up in like, you know, a 5 ranking spot. So you can get rid of 1 or 2 of them. You'll be okay.
Yeah, and I love the argument that says, well, one guy doesn't make a difference. Really? I mean, they're going to be playing a bunch of low-scoring, one-run games, and if they were ever to get to the playoffs, that's exactly what you're going to see. You're telling me one guy couldn't win a couple games for you, and a couple games might make all the difference. Let's go to the lines. City Limits, who's up?
Let's begin with JD in Baldwin.
Hi, JD. What's up?
Paul, Joe, how you doing? The one thing I wanted to mention here with all these potential moves for the Pirates, whether it's AAA or whatever, where is the Pirate attendance for 2024 versus last year? My gut tells me with the great pitching staff, the great young arms we have, that attendance is up, and maybe even can look into the crystal ball to find out what future ticket sales are. I think that's going to play a role in what Bob
Where are you from, JD?
Carrington to do.
Where are you from?
Baldwin.
You sound like one of the Kennedys. One of the political Kennedys from a long. Doesn't he sound kind of like JFK? Listen to this guy, Paul.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds almost like a Boston accent. What is happening here?
No, just Baldwin. That's as far north as I go.
That is not a Baldwin accent. You're from Baldwin, aren't you, City Limits?
Yes, that's a Baldwin accent.
Keep soliloquizing, JD. Say something else for a while.
Maybe he's from Boston near McKeesport.
Go ahead.
No, that's not Little Boston. No, I'm just thinking if Bob Nutting knows what the bottom line is going to be this year and future ticket sales, and it's going to be far exceeding 2024 from what we had in 2023. We may be talking about nothing. They may not make any moves at all. It's because he's going to tell Ben Cherington not to do it. Not that these moves that we're talking about here wouldn't make sense. Even the move today, okay, so let's just say that, yes, they're keeping Solinsky because of last night. What about Michael A. Taylor? I know he just had a baby, but, is that good enough to keep him on the team? Send him down or DFA him, whatever.
This guy's an unbelievable public speaker, Paul.
Yes.
JD from Baldwin. I don't even know what he just said. I was captured by the tone, by the ability to string words together, which clearly I don't have right now. This man's a poet, City Limits.
You left him speechless, huh? He left you speechless.
He did.
Yeah.
What did he say?
Basically the equivalent of you can make a move, but is the front office really going to greenlight it? Which I think, by all accounts of what Cherington and Nutting have said, seems like a good possibility that they will. But if they lose a series to St. Louis, don't at least tie the Mets in a 4-game series, or beat Milwaukee, it's not going to happen.
Next.
Here's Ed in McMurray.
Hello, Ed.
Hello, how we doing today?
Good.
Okay, you guys are hitting all around what is really wrong with the Pirates. Not that there's one thing wrong with the Pirates. It's development. They haven't developed a hitter in 15 years. The last one was Andrew McCutchen. Anybody else close? You had your Pedro, who had the one year with the big home runs, and you had Josh Bell, who was okay, but they're not paying the development people. And the people that are going to take the 18-year-old kid or the 20-year-old or 21-year-old kid from college and develop him into what the Dodgers, the Yankees, those teams do. They have development systems. And just to highlight how bad their development system is, Rowdy Tellez, he goes back to his 10-year-old hitting coach. Mitch Keller goes to Driveline to find his answers for his pitching woes. You have Key. He goes to the Double-A hitting coach who they fired because you can't do that. I just don't get it.
Man,
and then
I
you
don't.
have these guys at the major league level that, okay, you have Jack Sawinski, right? He's hit more home runs than everybody in Pirate history in the first 2 years. So would you take those 26 home runs and that 800 OPS from last year and let him strike out instead of trying to get him to hit the ball the other way? Or Triola, who hits the ball the other way, but that's not good enough. They have to have him hit for power. So now he hits 209. Leave these guys alone. They're at the big league. They got there for a reason.
Thank you, sir. It's hard to argue with the development side of it.
Right.
The Pirates don't have one player with the team right now that's a homegrown, legitimate, established impact hitter. Not one.
Right. Well, I mean,
not one.
The closest you got is Nick Gonzalez, but
yeah,
I don't know
that's
what
the closest you got.
I don't know what to think of him. Well, I don't know what to think of him yet.
That's
I
why.
think he's good. I think he'll be an okay hitter.
Might be.
There's the thing. I think he's going to be the kind of guy that is their second baseman for a lot of years.
Maybe.
But I don't know that he'll be a star.
Next.
We got two of Paul's favorites coming up. We'll start with Anthony in Oakland.
There we go.
Hi, Anthony.
You know, fellas, I'm tired of being lied to. 2 weeks ago we heard the urgency in the owner's voice about looking at this offense and wanting change, and it sounded like an edict to me that they were really going to do something. But the general manager has done nothing. The offense, they talked about maybe organically. Well, organically, it's just as putrid as it's always been, and now they're falling out of this thing. And it's an embarrassment to call themselves a major league organization, to be quite honest with you.
Well, I mean, again, Anthony, and hello, how are you doing, and all that good stuff. Well. No, you're absolutely right. I mean, I think that the thing that is probably the scariest is that, as Joe just said, they've been for 5 years stockpiling all these prospects, and forget about spending money. They don't do a very good job of even developing guys right now.
No. And you know what they should have done? This is why you go to an organization for the history of doing it very well, like the Tampas or the Dodgers. That's where you get your assistant. That's where you get your GM. That's where you get your hitting coach. That's where you – why do they – I mean, they bring this guy in from Boston. Well, when Boston had a problem, they could buy them way to wins. The Pirates can't. So if you don't draft and develop, for 30 years they've been in the bottom of that. This is the results, fella. So it's what's happening for me. Latrobe can't come fast enough. Thanks.
Man, I thought for sure this would be the year, and it still might be, where the Pirates stay relevant beyond Latrobe. But man, they're teetering. All right, Dan Zangrilli, top of the hour. Keep the calls rolling in. We'll include Dan. Maybe he can help us answer some of these. He's used to that. People calling in, ripping the Pirates, and him answering their questions. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge. Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. I want to ask Dan about some legit trade candidates, guys who might be realistic for the Pirates, what he thinks of them. We'll ask him for his opinion on Henry Davis. We gave ours.
Yeah, I was going to say the top 100 prospect list, this is according to MLB.com.
Yeah.
Tamar Johnson's still in the top 100, but here's the thing. Skeens and Jones obviously just got called up. If you add those two, and the Pirates would have 4 pitchers in the top 100.
And some others knocking on that door.
And they have one hitter, and it's Tamar Johnson, and his stock on this list went from 50 to 77. So obviously, clearly, people are starting to fall out of love with him.
Not exactly a hitter's factory.
No.
The Pirates organization. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's the Chevy Summer Drive at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. High of 91 today with sunny skies. Limits, I'm depressed all of a sudden, and I can't figure out why. Yes, I can, because of the topic of conversation and the fact that I'm coming down from a giant keg of coffee. Who are you on the phone with? What is he doing, Paul? Why is he always abandoning us in the middle of the show?
Well, he's actually answering the phone, so he's doing his job.
Who's on the phone?
Somebody who wanted to present a nickname for you, Joe, that I don't think you'd like. So that's why I was on the phone saying, okay, thanks.
Tell me about it during the break.
Will do.
There was one other thing that came to mind, but I forgot. Dan Sangrilli's up next. Oh, are you nervous for the hot dog eating contest at 3 among the producers?
Have you seen the updated odds by Pony in this imaginary sports book that is actually real? There
Who's
was actually somebody confabulating it. Nick Callis is the favorite.
Heavy?
Heavy. Well, not heavy.
No pun intended.
Donnie is also close in the race.
Yeah.
Callis is plus 150. Donnie is plus 200. Seth Lundy, which I guess is Seth Davis, is plus 400. T-Bird is plus 600.
Yeah.
Seth Myers, not to be confused with Sean Myers, his actual name, is plus 1,000. Intern Dom is plus 1,500. I'm plus 3,000 in the hot dog eating contest, according to these odds.
That's because the hot dog weighs more than you. What are you?
Does.
Are you $1.40 right now?
Yeah,
What you
about
should do,
$1.40, 145. Yeah.
Since you're plus 3,000, you should bet, somebody. You should bet $100 on yourself.
Yeah.
And then do everything in your power just to stuff them in, even if you have to throw up afterwards, so you can win the money.
Are you going to try and win?
I'm going to try, depending on how
ferociously,
it goes.
Competitively?
I'm going to definitely hit the over.
How many hot dogs can you eat in it? What is it, 10 minutes?
Yeah.
10 minutes?
I know I can eat at least 3. I've never tried to eat more than that.
Try.
So I'm going to attempt.
All right.
And if I fail in the attempt, then I fail in the attempt, but I give it my best effort.
JP Roofing and Siding, 43 years ago, Joe Potocznik began his business, launched it, him and his mustache together. There was a grand opening. Not many people attended, but they sure would now. 43 years later, Platinum Preferred, nationally recognized company, not just for the work he does on houses, but for his work in the community with veterans groups and such. That's what Joe does. That's who he is, a good man with good people working around him, such as his friend A-Rod, one of his top lieutenants. What a man he is. Pretty good golfer, too, I might add. They've been out to my house 4 times, we're up to now, because I've had various issues with a pretty old house, and they identified the problem quickly every time, and then they fixed it. And then I never thought about it again, and I'm imagining that's what you want when people come out to the house for repairs or for preventative measures. $500 off right now, any roofing or siding installation. Give them a call at JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Paul, I think you'll like this one. California Governor Gavin Newsom, Super Bowl champ Marshawn Lynch, and the agent, Najee Harris's agent, who called out Paul before due to the Little Birdie tweet, Doug Hendrickson, are all joining forces on a new weekly podcast called Politickin'. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number 1 Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store. Getaway Bar and Grill, located on the backside of Brookline. Every Saturday, enjoy $3 Blue Moon 16-ounce drafts and Blue Moon light cans. Getaway Bar and Grill, 3049 Sussex Avenue off McNeely, just on the backside of Brookline.
And they're off. The race for small business loans is underway. Out of the gate, it's Monster Bank, followed by Nickel and Dime Bank. Nickel and Dime is moving on the inside, now followed by Excessive Fees Bank. But wait, Owners Bank is pulling out of the pack, and it's Owners and Monster out in front. Down the stretch they come, pulls up lane as Owners Bank crosses the finish line. Magnificent!
Faster business loans, lines of credit, and small business credit cards. We move faster. Owners Bank. All business, no BS. Owners Bank is a division of Liberty Bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Introducing Lumi for Men, and we named him Mando. I'm Dr. Shannon Klingman's brother, the inventor of Mando Whole Body Deodorant for pits, packages, and feet. Because we all know our pits aren't the only places we get odor. Mando Whole Body Deodorant is different from anything you've tried before. It stops odor before it starts, powered by our acidified technology. Mando controls odor anywhere you have it. Her patented whole body deodorant formula has over 200,000 five-star reviews. And because Mando has a 60-day stink-free guarantee, you can try Mando risk-free. Give Mando whole body deodorant a try today and smell like the stink-free man you were intended to be.
There's a special offer for listeners. Use code 555 and get an extra $5 off a Mando starter pack that comes with a solid stick, cream tube, 2 free products of your choice, and ships free with code 555. Go to shopmando.com, code 555, for an extra $5 off a Mando starter pack. That's shopmando.com, code 555.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Have we been tricked, burdened with debt, and made to feel like we have no other options? And with prices skyrocketing all over the country, credit card debt, medical bills, and other unsecured debt that were once manageable now feel impossible to pay back. So how do we fix it? With accredited debt relief, you can consolidate your debt into one affordable monthly payment, which could save you hundreds of dollars a month. No matter if you have $25, $50, or even $100,000 of debt, a debt specialist can create a personalized plan customized to your budget. Accredited Debt Relief has helped over 300,000 Americans to get out of over $1 billion of debt. And you could be next. With an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau and thousands of 5-star reviews, Accredited Debt Relief is committed to helping those who feel tricked get out of the never-ending cycle of debt. Call 866-491-0944 to start your free consultation today. That's 866-491-0944. 866-491-0944. Program and services not available in all states.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Jump into summer this month with Sun Chevrolet and the Chevy Summer Drive with plenty of great incentives through July 31st. 2024 Silverado LT Crew Cab, up to $7,500 in rebates with Chevy Loyalty, GM Trade Assistance, and a Costco membership. Must currently own a 2010 or newer Chevrolet model. Must trade in a 2010 or newer car or truck. Must be a Costco member as of April 30th this year. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevy has so much more in the lot right now, especially a great selection of the 2024 Chevy Trax. And remember, Sun Chevy carries all major brands of tires, custom wheel packages, and a full line of GM accessories in their parts department. But the biggest benefit of all, their people. Over 500 years of combined experience serving their customers. They'll keep your GM vehicle looking and running like new. Or shop their online catalog at sunchevy.com. Visit Sun Chevrolet on Route 19 in McMurray, 5 miles south of South Hills Village, and at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevrolet. Find new roads.
A stacked July at Wild Things Park continues July 5th through the 7th with weekend fun and high-level baseball. Enjoy fireworks, Jimmy Buffett night with a Hawaiian shirt giveaway presented by Coons Floor Sanding and Finishing, and Superhero night with a Kids Coin Bank giveaway presented by Chrome FCU and a Blueprints Kids Eat Free Sunday.
When you use Bounce dryer sheets and your clothes look amazing, it's the sheet. Less static in your life? Yeah, it's the sheet. Smelling fresher than ever? It's the sheet. Oh, so soft fabric? Ooh la la. It's the sheet. Less wrinkles on your clothes? You know it's the sheet. Bounce dryer sheets. More freshness, more softness. Less static, less wrinkles. It's the sheet.
This is Chris Muller with a message from Paige and her entire Awaken 180 team. They want to wish all our 93.7 The Fan listeners a happy and healthy Independence Day week. Having a party? Find your free recipes at Awaken 180 on all social media channels.
It's July 4th week. You want to celebrate. You need beer, so you got to get to Hampton Beer Outlet for the best prices around. Hi, it's Crowley. Miller Lite 24-pack cans, $19.99. Mick Ultra 24-pack cans, $19.99. Yingling Traditional Lager 24-pack cans, $17.99. And Busch Light 30-packs, just $19.99. The best prices around, the best customer service. For all your July 4th party needs, just drive a little and save a lot. At Hampton Beer Outlet, that's Route 8 in Hampton.
Summer's here and Tri-State Office Furniture is turning up the heat. Discover new deals and inventory to create an office that inspires your best work. Free design services to customers, 45 days of free storage so your furniture is ready when you are. Plus, project management services ensure a hassle-free upgrade and handles every detail from delivery to installation. Stop by the showroom, visit online at tristateofficefurniture.com or give them a call. 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
I've been asked 1,000 times, did you plan on becoming the largest injury law firm in the world? And the answer is no. When I started, there were just 2 of us. Today, Morgan & Morgan has almost 800 lawyers alone. No injury firm in the country has anywhere close to that. We set out to be focused on our clients and to have a commitment to trying cases and winning. And when you have those results at trial, you're able to settle most of your cases quickly and fairly. Reputation matters. We grew like this because we worked hard and so many former clients referred family and friends. And what I believe is the main reason is we delivered for our clients a lot. Hard work and client satisfaction was our plan. It worked. Hope is not a plan. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Injured? The choice is easy. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official personal injury lawyers of the Pittsburgh Penguins.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
I'm Austin Bechtel with your fan headlines. The Pirates were reportedly going to call up Josh Palacios after yesterday's game to play against the St. Louis Cardinals, but now the reports have been shot down, and Palacios is not expected to be recalled by the Pirates. Buccos lost 7-4 yesterday to the Cardinals in the first of a 3-game series. 3 hits for Jack Sawinski, including a 3-run home run to help the Pirates put 4 runs on the board. His 3-run shot plus an Andrew McCutchen solo home run amounted for the 4 runs. Jared Jones will pitch tonight, 6:40 first pitch. North Shore Tavern leadoff show here on The Fan begins at 5:45 with our own Dan Zangrilli, who joins us next. More at 937thefan.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Hey, yo, what's up, y'all? I'm your host,
Joe. Back to more of the Joe Starkey Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Help me, Dan, please. I can't take it anymore.
Man, imagine how that guy feels today. Because you know what, Dan? Nothing's changed since he called you that night.
That was on Mother's Day. I remember it well. Daryl.
I don't think they've had a 3-game winning streak or losing streak since that day, if I'm not mistaken. Since before that day. What is happening
Their
here?
Their last 3-game losing streak was like May 5th, 6th, and 7th. The last 3-game winning streak was May 5th, 6th, and 7th. Their last 3-game losing streak was 7th, 8th, and 9th, or 7th, 8th, and 10th. Or something.
They were swept by the A's.
It's incrinculant, Dan. And is something going to change? It appeared so last night. It appeared that Palacios was coming up, and then he wasn't. What happened there, and what is happening in general?
Yeah, it's a good question, and I wondered about it aloud as I signed off the air because that's when Noah's report first came about.
Yeah.
And I was just thinking of, corresponding moves that could have been made, and as you kind of look up and down the roster, you're thinking, well, the only move that could be made would be Palacios for Sawinski, who had just finished a 3-for-3 night and looked really good. And I, for a moment on the air, was pausing, thinking of other ways that logistically you could get somebody in or out. You're not going to send Olivares out or cut ties there because he's a right-handed bat, hits well at home, and
He's a right-hander. I don't know about the bat part, but go ahead.
At home against left-handed pitching, he's very good.
He doesn't have an extra base hit in a month and a half, Dan.
At home,
a month and a half, home or away. No extra base hits in a month and a half.
A month and a half?
He hasn't had over a month. He hasn't had an extra base hit.
You said June 26th, right?
Yeah, okay, a month and 6 days, 7 days.
That's June 26th is like last week. Not saying that's good.
It was May 26th.
No,
May 26th.
May 26th.
That changes the algebraic equation here.
Home, away, or he doesn't hit at home, and he doesn't hit away. That doesn't leave many other places not to hit.
And listen, I'm not dying.
He stinks.
I'm not dying.
What about Michael DFA Taylor? DFA him. What about anybody? Connor Joe, do something. Somebody do something here, Dan. Please.
So Josh, Daryl, Josh Palacios, is he the answer to all the problems?
No,
but it's different. It is different. It is different, and you throw it up against the wall at this point to see if it sticks.
Josh Palacios. Okay.
He
looks like Willie Mays around here.
Is Barry Bonds compared to Michael B. Taylor?
I'm not arguing against the fact.
Michael F. Taylor.
Michael F. Taylor.
Michael Z. Taylor at this point.
Right.
So, I mean, you asked what happened, and I'm assuming maybe Suwinski was earmarked to go down.
Yeah.
And then he has this good game, and you're thinking, oh my gosh, well, there it is. He's on time. And sometimes it only takes one swing from a guy to go from being absolutely dog-do to being the dude. It could be one swing where everything clicks. It could be one foul ball back to the screen, one barrel, and all of a sudden everything changes, and that jumpstart stuff. So maybe I'm just saying, is to your question, that's what gave them pause. Other than that, that's just me speculating.
Why not just DFA Taylor then?
Because there's obviously financial ramifications. You've invested over $4 million there. You hope that he hit 20 homers last year. You're going to be uber patient because I don't think you really have any other choice or any real legitimate alternative. And then there is a defensive variable here as well. He's very good defensively. And I'm not saying that the Austin Hedges scenario applies, but it sort of does, albeit a watered-down version. When Bailey Falter's on the mound and there's tons of fly balls at PNC Park, and a method of Falter's success is to be able to get fly ball outs. Taylor's part of the equation there. I'm not saying that he deserves this endless runway, but you ask the question, why not?
They all seem to have endless runways.
Because
they're on an endless runway here.
What are the alternatives?
Palacios is one.
Okay, over Michael A. Taylor defensively? I don't know, man. Is he measurably that much better when you look at the totality of everything?
How often does Michael A. Taylor make a play that no other center fielder could possibly make?
I mean, he's
good in center field, I'll grant it, but not good enough to make up for being one of the worst hitters in the game.
Right, and I mean,
and Suwinski's one of the worst hitters in the game.
Sure.
And Palacios
who plays center? He had 3 hits last night.
Who plays center field? I mean, everybody looks at this one-sided. That there is the whole defensive part of the equation. Just it doesn't exist.
You're only sending one of the two out.
Who plays center field?
You're only sending one of the two out. So
okay.
The other guy.
So
if you're sending Taylor out, then you're Suwinski, and if you're sending Suwinski out, then Taylor. But here's the thing.
So Suwinski's playing against left-handers all the time.
What about Olivares?
What difference does it make? Neither can hit either.
It may. I mean, you're looking at Suwinski.
Make a trade.
Too.
I would right now, I would sign up for Reynolds in left, Olivares in center, and
Olivares in center.
Right.
Paul,
Why
that's
not?
insane.
Who cares?
That's just
No.
Again,
no.
Olivares
What's
in center?
insane is running out lineups day after day after day with Connor Joe
Olivares
and
in center
Olivares
is
in the middle of
lunacy.
it. In the middle of your lineup. That's insane.
Acquire Jacob Stallings and put him in center field.
Okay.
At that point.
What I'm saying is it doesn't matter.
How about Grandal in center?
You're talking about one
Grandal
run.
in center might be better than what they have now.
You're talking about one, point half a run over like a 30-game period.
You're painting a picture
Really?
where it's, well, what are they supposed to do? My answer would be
something.
Something!
My point is very simple. You're talking about saving a half a run every 35 games or something. I'm talking about a guy who might get a hit more than once a week.
This is enacting what fans are feeling.
No doubt. I got tears in my eyes again. I maintain that this is probably as ticked off as fans have been since I've been doing the job of Pirates pre and post with my pickaxe and shovel, probably since late 2012, when that epic collapse and August and September were just, I just think of Kevin Ory and I just looking at each other like, oh my gosh, what is happening here? This is wild. Like, I think fans are legitimately just foaming at the mouth, ticked off, more so than they were in 2016. I'm going back to late 2012 during that collapse.
And if you think it's bad now, right?
Oh.
If you think it's bad now, let us get to the trade deadline and Destiny's Child's predictions come true. This place will it'll be like the old days, like when I started on a fan, I'd be late night after Pirate games. Basically, my entire show was this. 412-928-9370. What'd you think of this debacle tonight? And then I'd have 3 or 4 hours of people just calling, screaming and yelling. If they do what Destiny's Child said they're going to do, which is, trade guys away and retool with prospect types, I don't know if that's going to go over very well this year.
So, but here's the other side of it, because I agree you've got to do something. You can't just sit on your hands, whether that's internal or external. But there also is a bit of a corner that you are painted into here. That's reality. I mean, and you have to acknowledge reality, and that is that the cost is astronomical. So are you willing to pay an astronomical cost for something or someone that may not move the needle as much as you think it's going to move the needle? Because I think their problems are actually far greater than, okay, we're going to go get 1 bat or 2 bats, and it's going to all of a sudden just lift this ship up, and they are going to smoothly sail into the postseason.
I don't think people are that naive. In fact, it would still be a struggle to get into the postseason. But the notion that the Pirates, once in the postseason, would be a major problem because it's a completely different sport once you hit the postseason is not crazy. That's A. And B, do you think the price for a soon-to-be 3-time batting champion, Arias, do you think that was prohibitive? Mm-hmm. The Padres didn't even trade one of their top 10 prospects.
Right. They should have done something along those lines, candidly. But in credit to Padres for being proactive, as the Pirates, who are now, I think, in a situation where they're trying to be reactive.
And exactly my point with what I've said all along, right? It feels like they're trying to run out the clock so they can get to the trade deadline and say, well, this isn't our year. Next year we're going to do. We don't want to unload all of our chips and our bullets. Listen, I think that I get what people are saying. I understand, that this idea that, well, they're probably more than 1 player away. Then go get 2. Or go get 3.
And are those 3 players out there and available that are going to move the needle for you that do justify the cost? Ben Cherington has come out and he has said that he is willing, and the Pirates always should be, in a position to trade minor leaguers for major leaguers. But you don't just do deals to do deals, because that's just the definition of stupidity. At the end of the day, well, we did something to say that we've done something.
No,
that's caving to pressure.
You don't want to do that.
Fan and media alike.
No,
correct.
You need a hitter. So if I tell you give up 1 of your really good pitching prospects for Cody Bellinger.
Oh, well, that changed.
And tomorrow night's game, he runs out to center field for the Pirates.
Well, number one, that's a hypothetical that doesn't exist and will not happen, but I would do that hypothetical, sure.
Why won't it happen?
But why are we talking about the Phillies going after Cody Bellinger, not the Pirates? And you see trade packages that include a couple prospects for Cody Bellinger.
Right. And there's obviously a big financial element that they're not going to pay that price for Cody Bellinger financially, not prospect-wise, but financially.
Even as a rental?
Probably not. Unless
then that's a crying shame.
Well, what is he making? He's making over $20 million,
which is now less than 10, or would be at the time of the deal.
Yeah, and do you think that they're going to onboard that? I don't
know.
Well,
you could offset it by trading a guy like a Chapman.
Or Chapman, Trey Chapman.
You could help to offset that. But if we're talking, they're not even willing to spend $10 million on a chance to legitimately get in and make some noise, then then we might as well not even have the conversation. Then what are we talking about?
Yeah.
What are we talking about? We're talking about running out Connor Joe and Olivares and Sawinski and Taylor every day and Grandal and having this ridiculous lineup every single day.
It's a shame.
There's no hope if you're not willing, because that's still a pittance by major league standards. $10 million the rest of the year, especially when your payroll's already a joke. You can't add $10 million to throw out Cody Bellinger. It's a non-starter. Then you might as well not have a franchise.
And what's the Bellinger? He's done at the end of the year?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe so. But him or another similarly priced rental who could fix a problem, and then I would argue,
will that and let's say, okay, let's go with your hypothetical.
Yeah.
Let's say Bellinger's in this lineup.
Yeah.
How much do you think it moves the needle collectively when you have 6 other holes in your lineup? Because I look at this lineup every night. I write it into my scorebook.
Yeah.
And I play the game that everybody else is playing.
Yep.
Boy, somebody there in the 5 hole. Luis Robert there. Jazz Chisholm there. Maybe if you get all 3, or maybe if you get 2. You still, I think, for me, are further away than you are closer.
No, listen. No one move is going to make you the 27 Yankees, but in a race where it's clearly, by nature of how it's going now, going to come down to a game or 2, maybe a hit or 2, one guy could make all the difference.
And as the Pirates objectively, I hope, look at this. Are they better than St. Louis? Are they better than San Diego? Are they better than New York? Are they better than San Francisco? Are they better than Arizona? All of the teams that are in front of them. Because remember, they're not only running their own internal scenarios and projections of what they could potentially be, they're also running scenarios like, oh my gosh, when or if Goldschmidt and Arenado go off because they've been having terrible offensive years in St. Louis, what is that going to look like? They're running the projections on the match, and they probably look at it objectively and say, boy, the math isn't mathing for us.
I would reframe
what
the
if you
question.
bring in Luis Robert and Jazz Chisholm and Vladimir Guerrero?
Do they have, even with their deep farm system, Paul, enough to do that? That's, I mean, literally just that's emptying the tank. Is this the year to empty the tank?
Why not? You've got 3 stud pitchers who are healthy.
And by the way, and that's a good point that you make, we're assuming, okay, that all of those guys are going to be viable and able to pitch in and through October. But you also have the conundrum, we need them on a regular basis to be able to pitch to and through September. On the heels of them skipping Jared Jones, he of 86 innings accumulated, 125 as his career high.
You know what, Dan? It sounds to me like we should just say the hell with it. Why do we care? Why the hell would we care about a team that is more interested in innings pitched and more interested in keeping all of its bullets in the chamber and all the other crap down there?
So you just want to throw caution to the wind.
No, the hell
throw caution to the wind.
You know, you've sold me on this.
Throw caution to the wind.
Trade them all. Perez, gone. Gonzalez, gone. Keller, gone. Trade them all. Get rid of them all. Get more prospects. 5 years from now, we're coming. We're coming, baby. 5 years from now. I mean, what are we doing here? We've been doing this for 5 years. Yeah. We're worried about that. You don't even know. Again, knock on whatever the hell this is. I don't even think it's wood.
Formica.
Formica.
I think it's Formica.
Formica.
Corian.
I mean, Paul Skeens, God forbid, he's a power arm. He's a power pitcher.
Is this
How
Corian?
many of those guys have we seen over the course of time have to have Tommy John or whatever? Jared Jones I'm saying, I mean, at some point you have to say, maybe, just maybe, we're going to take a shot.
Dan, let me ask you this. At what point do you say that? Do you see anything on the horizon that's going to make the Pirates line up to the point where you say, yeah, we're better than – so in other words, you have to consider yourselves already better than the competition, not we're trying to be better. You have to have all your pitchers aligned and healthy without limits on them. You have to always keep in mind the financial constraints. It sounds like you're asking for a perfect scenario before the Pirates finally add and go for it. And I don't know if that's ever going to happen, particularly number one, which is your top 3 pitchers all healthy and at the height of their powers. I don't know if that's ever going to happen again. Go ask Cubs fans about Pryor and Wood.
And that's called life as a small market team, number one. Here's what has screwed them royally, is the lack of development success or the ability to unlock Brian Hayes, and Jack Sawinski, and Henry Davis. Those three guys.
Yeah.
Those three guys have had an incredible drag on this season. And whomever is to blame for them not realizing their potential, for them, that's three internal guys that have allegedly power, pretty good hit tool, and one was taken 1-1. Those are internal guys or guys that you expunged some serious trade capital to acquire. And they have not even given you 15 cents on their potential dollar. That's the tragedy here. That is what has upended this season and has screwed the plan up.
No doubt.
So that's where it's at. So to go out and to try to atone for that with throwing darts recklessly, blindly, and then just purging your farm system to
that's not what I'm asking for.
I mean, that's sort of a Paul.
Here's my question.
You just said go get
DEFCON. He went DEFCON.
You said Robert Chisholm and Vlad Guerrero Jr.
Go get him.
Well, okay.
Go get him.
I'm asking for one.
Go get him.
And that's not going to move the needle enough because these three other guys stink, Joe.
What three other guys?
Zawinski, Hayes, and Henry Davis.
Let me ask you a question. If
they screwed it up, so you can't add the one guy, Paul.
Under my scenario, let's say you get rid of your top 10 prospects is what brings those three guys back, right? Okay. If I told you you could choose your top 10 prospects or a World Series ring this year, but you're going to have 3 or 4 struggling years after it, what would you take?
I would obviously take the World Series.
Absolutely.
But
take a shot.
That is. I mean, do you throw Hail Mary passes on every play?
No.
But
again, we're talking about the Pirates. They've thrown in probably the last 20 years, or actually probably the last 30 years, they've thrown one Hail Mary. And it was the Hail Mary they threw to the wrong guy.
Why can't you hope that Brian Hayes, you just mentioned Arenado, like he's definitely going to get going. Why won't Hayes get going?
Oh, that's a great question. Something that the Pirates don't even have internally, and that's the issue.
Yeah.
That's the issue at hand here. Not, they're not going to go out and get this. No, look at the issues before them that are fixable, the rhetoric from the general manager, which is real. The best way we have a chance to improve is with our own guys getting better. That's what the Pirates have to do. That's the recipe. The only way to survive as a small market organization. And if you can't do the ABCs, 1, 2, 3s, I's dotting, T's crossed, blocking and tackling, well, guess what? You have abjectively failed. You have failed.
That was
and they are failing
how come the Brewers,
before our eyes. They are failing before our eyes.
How come the Brewers can go out and get players in the same market? No difference in the Pittsburgh.
Because they are adding supplemental pieces to an already strong core because they've already done the basics of developing their own.
But they still go out and get a CC Sabathia when they need one.
Those are supplemental guys.
They spend more in the first place.
They do.
Which
$40 million more.
Further strengthens my argument for why you want to use your prospects to go get guys who are already established. Because you clearly can't develop them the right way.
That's a good point.
So what the hell difference does it make if you are winning Baseball America championships every single year if you can't do anything with them? So why not go out and get guys who are already established and stop playing games and pretending like you have an idea of what you're doing, bringing these guys up?
Because you're putting a roof on a home that doesn't have a foundation. Your plan is you're putting a roof on a home, and you're putting window dressing and shutters on a home with no foundation.
I disagree because I think that if you add 3 hitters to this lineup, you change things completely.
Then you have no core foundation because you have
3 good hitters to add to 2 or 3 other guys that are pretty good. You got 6 or 7 good. Go look at major league lineups and tell me how many guys, how many outside of Baltimore have more than 6 good hitters. Most of them don't. So my point is, if you can score a few more runs every night with your pitching, you can get to the playoffs. And if you get to the playoffs, we've already established you got aces. You can get to where you need to get to.
All good organizations, and any that are healthy, viable, that have any chance of really winning, they have to do it from within. Big market, medium-sized market, small market. The teams that are in contention and doing it right, if you look at their organization top to bottom, most of it is from within. External acquisitions, be it free agents or trades that you make, are supplemental, complementary accoutrements, if you will.
The Cubs, when they won the World Series, their entire pitching staff was bought.
who I mean, you'd have to name the rotation.
Arrieta was the guy.
Arrieta
Chapman
was their guy.
the closer.
Chapman was the
Hayward was a key. He was a huge, big-time free agent.
They bought him. They bought.
And then they hit on some of their own guys too. They hit on
Bryant.
Rizzo and Bryant for sure. Baez,
they
people
bought
like
the
that.
two,
Hendricks.
the two pitchers they bought from the Red Sox, who were part of the Red Sox winning teams. I forget what their names
now
are.
we're comparing Chicago to Pittsburgh.
But my point is, you're telling me that I'm saying that was a team that had a whole lot of pieces that were bought.
The Pirates are going to be, if they're going to win, they have to be like Milwaukee. They have to be, to a degree, like Cincinnati, which I think is actually further ahead than they are, even though they're having a disappointing season. They have to be more like Tampa Bay, Minnesota, Baltimore. Those are the organizations that the Pirates have to be like. And if you look at all of those organizations, they are mostly built from within and from the ground up. Even the Atlanta Braves, if you want to take a organization, for me, that's the one that I look up to and am more envious of than anybody.
I mean, when you look at when the Pirates won in 2013, they had a core of McCutchen, Alvarez, Walker, eventually Garrett Cole, but that team goes nowhere without their two best pitchers were A.J. Burnett and Liriano. Their entire bullpen was fueled, and that was really, in the end, what won them tons of games that year was Grilly, Melanson, and Watson, all from the outside. So you better have a lot of outside help if you're going to win.
Yeah, and you can go get outside help, but not until you've got your foundation built. And I'm not sure they've properly assembled the foundation.
Well, the foundation is Jones, Keller, Skeens. That's the foundation.
Well, and we're talking about offensive. Well, you need to do that with offensive pieces,
Find
too.
a way, man. You got the pitching. Find a way with the offense.
I understand that, and that's why I
Michael
go back.
A. Taylor ain't working. Get him out of here.
That's why I pin it on the development of Hayes, Sawinski, and Davis. Those three, if they realized at least some of their potential, this conversation would be different, and they would be looking at these outside acquisitions again as complementary pieces.
You could get a really good player, a Cody Bellinger, to play center field with one big prospect, and then you could fix your catching situation for the rest of this year with a guy like Elias Diaz or Stallings at a very not at a prohibitive price. Those would be two pieces that you could take care of.
You're not a fan of Joey Bart?
And what does it mean, though? What does any of that mean, though, without Hayes, Sawinski, and Davis?
Get Sawinski out of here. Yeah, if you have Cody Bellinger,
so now you've created
like
another hole. So
he already is. He is a hole.
If you go get Stallings, you don't need Davis. Stallings is a better hitter than Davis, and he's a better catcher than Davis. You're actually improving on Davis.
No doubt. But those would be, again, complementary pieces. You have to get the foundation right.
What
to
does
me,
that even mean?
To me, the foundation is Jones, Keller, and
pieces.
Skeens.
What are we talking about?
That's your foundation. Then you're going to have to live with Cruz, Reynolds. Tellez has gotten hot. And if you bring in a bat or two, then all of a sudden you're talking 5-6 guys, like Paul said, who then you're starting to piece together a lineup that isn't great, but way better complements your pitching. Let's continue this conversation.
Of course, like I said, this all sounds like what I said yesterday. In the military, they say hope is not a method.
Plan. I agree.
And that's what they're selling, and that's what you seem to be signing on for. Hope.
No, I'm saying that they have needed to much better improve from within.
But they didn't.
But they didn't.
So what's plan B?
They've screwed up.
What's plan B? Sit here and watch it? Sit here and watch the fire?
You have to make some serious change, I think.
The house is burning, and Ben Cherington is sitting in the fire truck watching it.
Right.
And he's got you mentioned all those teams, he's got better high-end pitching than any one of them.
Mm-hmm. I think it's a philosophy change.
All right, let's talk about that. Fan Twitter, that was good stuff, wasn't it? Limitless Wonder?
That was incredible. Some people on the text line were saying the best segment in years.
At least we brought some life to a lifeless situation, which is Ben Cherington sitting in a room somewhere watching this happen.
Someone's got to turn the lights on to make a deal. I mean, it's basically the double-edged sword that you guys were talking about.
Will a deal move the needle? Ask yourself that question. Will it move the needle?
I don't think the needle needs to be moved much. They're hovering around 500.
That's
They're barely
disagree.
out of wild card,
That's
and
where
they
I
have the
disagree.
horses at the most important position.
And you're assuming that the horses are still going to be in the race August, September,
I mean,
and then
it's such
through
a
October.
defeatist attitude to assume they're not.
This snuck up on them. They weren't ready for this.
Well, I think that, Dan, that's why you go get a Taylor Ward or a Brent Rooker or somebody with multiple years of control.
I'd take a
so
Jim
you can
Rooker
continue
at
to
this
go
point.
go for it next year.
Put him in the lineup, even though he's a pitcher. All right, we have to go. The whole show's almost over. Fan text line.
Wait, we were still on?
Brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates Personal Injury Law Firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Social media's biggest loser, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. That would be Donnie Football, who's lost half of his being, although he's going to make that back up with a bunch of hot dogs today that he's going to eat. The hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And yes, city limits the 50-minute mark, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge. Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Dan Zangrilli and Tex in the city next.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates Cardinals tonight, 6:40 first pitch here, right here on the Fan, beginning at 5:45 when Dan will have the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
His brother-in-law is playing hockey with Mr. Larson, and you can count on me waiting for you in the parking lot.
I got to be honest, my heart would be going a little bit, especially if I thought the guy could kick my ass if I get out into the parking lot after thinking it's a done deal once the
And
locker
he's got
room
weapons.
nonsense.
He's got sticks and skates and whatnot.
Exactly. That would make me nervous.
He just has a skate in one hand and a stick in the other.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's.
Do you know what the scariest sound to hear on a factory floor is? Silence. That means something somewhere broke. Production has stopped, and now you're paying your workers to wait while the team troubleshoots and tries to fix the problem. Finally, there's a proactive way to reduce equipment downtime, thanks to MaintainX. MaintainX is the asset management system that brings your maintenance downtime to zero. MaintainX lets you build preventative maintenance schedules, manage work orders in real time, and access the data you need to make better decisions. Downtime equals death in the production world, so make unplanned downtime a thing of the past. Try MaintainX for free. Control the daily operations of your business and transform your maintenance program by going to maintainx.com. That's maintain in the letter X.com.
If you owe $25,000, $50,000, even $100,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, you may be feeling overwhelmed, filled with anxiety, even embarrassed. Well, stop. That's right, stop. It's not your fault. Life happens. People lose their jobs, get sick, get divorced, and many other things that can lead to financial stress. So, don't feel bad about it. Do something about it. And join the over 300,000 people who worked with accredited debt relief to pay off their debt. A company with an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. They're here to help people just like you. Get out of debt faster and feel the relief that comes with financial freedom. So stop delaying. Make the call to learn how much they can save you. Time and money. There's no pressure, no obligation, just a call. Call 877-272-8115. 877-272-8115. That's 877-272-8115. Program and services not available in all states.
With Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, you can check if you're paying too much for home insurance, because giving you options is the right thing to do.
Oh, you mean like when I let someone with less groceries go ahead in line? Sure, there's a part of me that thinks, if you only need 3 things, maybe go to a convenience store next time. And now they're sifting through coupons and my frozen foods are about to be not frozen.
But still, it's the right thing to do. So compare rates with Progressive's Home Quote Explorer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
The best things in life, they come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 tacos. And now for a limited time, get our best deal of the year. Buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage as Big Wireless, now with 2 months free. Proof the best things in life really do come in twos. Visit consumercellular.com or call 1-888-FREEDOM. Second and third month of monthly base service fee waived for new customers with the purchase of a phone and activation by July 31st, 2024. Taxes, fees, and third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
As you know, summer is right around the corner, and for most people, that means more activities, more golf, more biking, more of whatever you love to do. But if you're dealing with aches and pains, your more could become less. This is why I'm here to tell you about Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that helps fight pain naturally. For instance, I was sent Relief Factor to try, and I've been taking it every single day. I'll tell you what, I feel the difference every day. You see, instead of masking your pain, Relief Factor's formula is designed to help reduce or even eliminate it. It's 100% drug-free, and it's been a game changer for so many people. So let's get after it this summer. Let's feel good. Let's do more of the things that we love to do. Don't let pain keep you down. Give Relief Factor a try and save on your first order. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Help fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. These products and statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition. This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. If you missed it this morning, we got the least surprising Woj bomb ever. Free agent LeBron James has agreed to a 2-year, $104 million max deal to return to the LA Lakers, end of quote. No way. Shocking, right? I'm Jim Rome.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks. We make buying metal online easy, so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. The InventHelp databank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380. Again, 1-800-217-4380.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system. This station is testing its emergency alert system equipment. The EAS will provide timely emergency warnings. This station serves the Pittsburgh Extended Operational Area. This concludes this emergency alert system test.
Hey, it's Jason Mackey. I love talking sports with you, but I'd like to talk to you about where I got my start, Westminster College. I was a student athlete on the Titans baseball team and graduated with a degree in broadcast communications. It's a place that means a lot to me. Not only did I learn from great professors, I got hands-on experience in media that prepared me for the career I have today. 300 beautiful acres in New Wilmington, just an hour from Pittsburgh. 98% of students receive financial aid. Visit westminster.edu to learn how real experiences lead to real success.
Starkey here. You know how much I love Shooters Golf and Event Center in Wexford. The Baranowski family-owned Shooters, also Barry's Pub, the original North Park Lounge in McCandless, just opened at their North Park Lounge location across from La Roche University. The Chillin' Drive-Thru. Specialty coffees using La Prima's coffee from here in Pittsburgh. Energy drinks, refresher drinks. The food is delicious. Egg sandwiches. I've tried almost all of it. Wraps, salads. So check out Shooter's new concept, Chillin' Drive-Thru, open 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. every day, located at the North Park Lounge in McCandless.
15 packs of Pepsi products, 2 for $14. Save $1 on 2 gallons of milk, just for Par Mar Rewards card holders. Dan's angrily inviting you to download the Par Mar Rewards app today. And remember, if there's not a Par Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
Old Man Winter here. One more snowstorm and...
Not a chance, Mr. Winter. It's spring.
It's also time for the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, where you can get great deals on all our award-winning Hyundai models, all backed by America's best warranty. Hurry in. These deals won't last at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR or up to $1,500 bonus cash on the Hyundai Tucson. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offers end soon. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
What's Cooking brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim
Thank you,
Hester,
Mr. Hester.
very kindly. Fan Weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. This Chevy Summer Drive at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms, conditions, sunchevy.com. High of 81 today, sunny skies. We have to run. Get ready for the PM, guys. The hot dog eating contest, all hell breaking loose. Good night, Paul and Limits.
Now, Good night. Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now over.
Pirates Cardinals tonight. Jared Jones on the mound, 6:40 first pitch. North Shore Tavern leadoff show at 5:45. More 93.7thefan.com.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books with BetQL. The Phillies bring the best record in baseball into Chicago for their matchup with the Cubs. Philadelphia will send Cy Young contender Zach Wheeler to the mound, while the Cubs counter with their ace of the staff, Shota Imanaga. The Phillies are just 9-8 overall in Wheeler starts this season, but the BetQL model is riding with the best team in baseball. Their 5-star best bet is grabbing Philly on the money line over the Cubs. I'm Michael Jenkins. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL, and download the BetMGM app today.
Celebrate July 4th with savings at Lowe's. For a limited time, save on the essentials you need to make your garden pop for summer, like Miracle-Gro 25-quart potting mix. Get 2 bags for just $16. And get up to 40% off, plus save an extra $50 on every $500 you spend on select major appliances. Hurry, these deals won't last long, because Lowe's knows summer savings. Valid through 7/10. Miracle-Gro excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Appliance savings vary based on purchase amount, excluding supply. See Lowe's.com for more details. While supplies last.
Does your job require you to be on your feet all day? Teachers, postal carriers, salespeople, and restaurant staff. Many of us need our feet to get us through the day. I'd like you to hear from Donna. She's a nurse and a real customer of the Good Feet store who wanted to share her story.
Oh, I have to tell you, I have struggled with pain in my feet. I was diagnosed with plantar fasciitis. I work in a hospital. I'm a registered nurse, so being on my feet, walking throughout the hospital during the day, I am free from any type of pain. And after working a 12-hour shift, I go home and my feet do not hurt.
Whether you're a nurse like Donna or anyone wanting to enjoy work without your feet getting in the way, come see us today. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. The only place to get the Good Feet solution is at the Good Feet store. Come in for a free test walk today.
Thanks for calling 1-800-GOT-JUNK. This is Sarah. How can I help?
I've been thinking.
What have you been thinking about?
I decided I should declutter more often because it's an important part of a balanced and healthy life.
Have you ever noticed that 1-800-GOT-JUNK has a question mark at the end of it?
Yes, I have noticed that.
We make junk disappear.
All I have to do is point.
All you have to do is point.
Can you come right now?
We're on our way.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
We all know there's an advantage to playing at home, being the home team. LGKG has been your home team for personal injury cases for over 90 years. We know how to present your case. We know what works. We know how to win in Western Pennsylvania. Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
O'Reilly. Protect your vehicle's engine with Syntec and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Syntec Full Synthetic Motor Oil is formulated for today's engines to protect against wear and deposits. Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select filter for just $33.99 in-store only. Limit supply. Learn more at O'Reilly Auto Parts. O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Catch 2024 NFL Walter Payton Man of the Year, Cam Hayward, host Doran Dickerson, and many more celebs smashing softballs for charity at the 4th annual Three Rivers Celebrity Softball Game presented by the Corey Firm at Wild Things Park Saturday, July 13th. Tickets are available now.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. You know, I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cashback you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. You know, basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
As school messes return, rest easy. Clorox has got your back to school.
Oh, no. I'm back. That messy science experiment. And I brought baking soda, cornstarch.
And you're due tomorrow, right? Well, at least I stocked up on Clorox disinfecting wipes, because you're not messing up my kitchen counters like last time.
Ooh, smart. Got any food coloring?
And off to the store we go.
Stock up on Clorox disinfecting wipes that clean 3 times better than wet paper towels and kitchen grease and soap scum. Use as directed.
Jump into summer this month with Sun Chevrolet and the Chevy Summer Drive with plenty of great incentives through July 31st. 2024 Silverado LT Crew Cab, up to $7,500 in rebates with Chevy Loyalty, GM Trade Assistance, and a Costco membership. Must currently own a 2010 or newer Chevrolet model. Must trade in a 2010 or newer car or truck. Must be a Costco member as of April 30th this year. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevy has so much more in the lot right now, especially a great selection of the 2024 Chevy Trax. And remember, Sun Chevy carries all major brands of tires, custom wheel packages, and a full line of GM accessories in their parts department. But the biggest benefit of all, their people. Over 500 years of combined experience serving their customers. They'll keep your GM vehicle looking and running like new. Or shop their online catalog at sunchevy.com. Visit Sun Chevrolet on Route 19 in McMurray, 5 miles south of South Hills Village, and at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Chris Muller here, fresh from the Awaken 180 open house at their new location in Mars, and let me tell you, the vibes, absolutely electric. And what really blew me away was meeting listeners who've shed 30, 40, 50 pounds or more, and they were thanking me and Donnie. It gave me a new perspective on what it really means to share our success stories. Feels like we're changing lives because we are. And I also realized something huge. Keeping the weight off wasn't just a phase for them. It was a total lifestyle overhaul. Like this one listener, she was inspired by her husband who lost 50 pounds with Awaken 180. She didn't even think he needed to lose it, but after she saw his transformation, she went for it and dropped over 45 pounds herself. That's incredible, right? The real kicker for me was seeing how the Awaken 180 coaches interact with clients. They're reviewing results, planning next steps. It's more than motivation. It's a personal connection. They're genuinely invested in our success just as much as we are. Working with Awaken 180 feels like teaming up with a friend because, well, you are. Team up at awaken180weightloss.com.
The Lindy Group is the paving industry leader in high-quality asphalt, concrete, paving, and utility services. Active in Pennsylvania, Ohio, and West Virginia, Lindy employs diverse teams of people in all trades and operations positions. Put your skills to work in an environment where smart thinking, high-quality craftsmanship, and attention to detail are recognized and rewarded. Build better with Lindy and learn more about us at www.thelindygroup.com. Pat Bostic here for PGT Trucking. As a player, you want the most advanced equipment to keep you safe on the field. As a professional driver, safety behind the wheel should always be a priority. PGT Trucking has invested in over 200 new trucks and is hiring drivers for both regional and local flatbed routes. Begin your new career with the leader in the flatbed trucking industry. Great pay, top benefits, and new equipment. Visit pgttrucking.com. That's pgttrucking.com.
It's the great taste of Germany right here in the Bird. Hopper House Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant starts with a wide selection of traditional beer brewed right on site, with seasonal selections every month. And during these hot months, pick up the Hopper House 32-ounce crowlers all month long, great for vacations, weekend outings, or get-togethers. Hopper House Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant in the Southside works. No matter the occasion, everyone loves it at our house.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. Get 6 times longer lasting freshness plus odor protection with Downy Unstoppables in-wash scent beads.
4th of July closing in, and you love America, so you want to celebrate. And you need beer to celebrate. You need beer. So the best prices around are at Hampton Beer Outlet. So go there. Miller Lite 24-pack cans, $19.99. Make Ultra 24-pack cans, $19.99. Yuengling Traditional Lager 24-pack cans, $17.99. And Busch Light 30-pack, just $19.99. So for all your July 4th party needs, drive a little, save a lot at Hampton Beer Outlet. That's Route 8 in Hampton.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Middle game of a 3-game set between the Pirates and Cardinals. The Bucks have lost 3 of 4 to St. Louis to start the year. Jarrett Jones will be on the mound, 6:40 first pitch, and the leadoff show comes your way at 5:45. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's Pony and Muller.
Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, it is a special edition of Pony and Muller. We have a historic event that is less than an hour away, and that is our inaugural 93.7 The Fan hot dog eating contest. Producers only. Time to shine for the guys behind the scenes. Their 15 minutes of fame. Less than an hour away. It's Judgment Day for these fellas. All the little things that need to get done, the T's that need to be crossed, the I's that need to be dotted, taking place right now. And before you know it, we will have a new tradition born, the hot dog eating contest. So many ways to consume it. You can listen to it here. You can go to 937thefan.com, get it there. You can go to our YouTube page, 937 The Fan, watch it there. We're also going to have it live on Instagram at 3 o'clock.
At 93.7 The Fan.
Yep.
My neighbor, Chris, I walked out onto the deck this morning.
They're buzzing, Chris. The folks
he was
are
asking
buzzing.
me, he's like, how can I watch this? I said, got a YouTube page, got an Instagram feed, all of it. My mom, as I walked out the door, my mom and dad watching the boys today. I tell her, yeah, we're doing a hot dog. She goes, what are you guys even talking about this time of year? I said, we're having a hot dog eating contest in the middle of the show. She said, how can I watch or how can I listen? I said, listen,
there is a palpable buzz and there is a fascination
with
this.
And much like with any big event, right, any race, because that's really what this is. It's both a marathon and a sprint. Oftentimes, like with the Kentucky Derby, what's one of the first things you hear about day of? Track conditions, right?
Yes, there is a development.
We've got a big development that is the equivalent of track conditions here.
And those are big dogs.
Oh, girthy
massive
dogs.
wieners.
Yes, huge wieners.
Yep.
Yes, the Sins brand, apparently, of hot dog, because these bad boys are quarter pounders. These are quarter-pound hot dogs.
We got the Hawk Tua brand of hot dogs for this one.
I saw the hot dogs that you posted that our pal Chef Homer is purchasing because he's cooking this all.
And right now they're being cooked outside here in Green Tree.
Very talented chef. So these guys are going to be eating some of the highest quality you can eat, but these are at least, because I look at like the calorie counts whenever you see one of these, they are at least double the size of your average hot dog.
The odds makers had to lower the numbers on hot dogs consumed by each contestant immediately after that picture went out.
It reminds me of Steelers-Bills before the game got moved to a better weather day when you couldn't get low enough for the over-under.
The total, because of the wind, we thought it would favor the Steelers because it would just be a run and defense game. It would neutralize the air attack of the Bills.
People thought that over-under couldn't get low enough till they decided to move the game. Same kind of development here.
Big hot dogs.
We've got...
I think that favors Harry Callis. I'm going to come right out and say it. He's a big man. He's large and in charge.
It's a sheer space, how much space do you have?
But I think that some will look at it and there will be a fear factor right away because the dogs are so big.
Yeah, like it's a slow track. It's a muddy track.
I can't run on
this.
Yep.
Well, I don't think Harry's going to have any such problems, but I do think the over-under, Greg McAtee, traffic over there at AM.
Saying Callis would put down at least 20?
If anybody hits 11, I will be highly impressed.
Callis has their strategy has been discussed plenty amongst the producers on how to handle this.
Mm-hmm.
Callis is the plus 150 favorite according to a local bookmaker. This is what he said
right
this
now,
morning.
Walking through the halls with hot dogs and a heating plate.
This is what he said this morning about his strategy for today.
I want to go in there like, you know what? I absolutely need a meal. I need to eat something, and that's when I'm at my best. So maybe I'll have like an apple juice or something like I usually do in the morning. Just gonna skip the Pop-Tarts, skip the oatmeal shake. I'm not doing any of that. Just gonna go just with some liquids, and then we'll see.
But a lot of water too, though. That'll help. A lot of water.
I hate it for him. If I were betting on this, the short odds already scare me off. There's not enough value in Callis. And hearing this empty stomach approach, just the apple juice diet before.
I will say I think.
How about a light breakfast?
I think he's trying to stretch his stomach with all the water. I know it goes to your bladder.
But apple juice, Chris?
I know.
Apple juice makes you go to the bathroom.
Like number one.
Maybe number two.
I've never heard of apple juice having a laxative effect here.
You don't think?
I've just never heard of that being the case.
Look it up.
I know coffee has a laxative effect.
I don't think he's a coffee drinker.
If he was, can you imagine what would come out of him?
But the same thing. I mean, if he's drinking all these liquids, he might have to pee himself during the event. I don't think that's a smart strategy.
So at first, I would have thought that's a bad strategy by him, just like you did, because I told him last Friday, you can't go in on an empty stomach. But then we've had Kobayashi documentaries going in the back instead of Pro Wrestling Today or anything like that. And Joey Chestnut, the man who dethroned Kobayashi and established himself as the GOAT of competitive eating, his apparent strategy for the Nathans was 3 days out, he would eat some salmon. That for some reason, that was it. 2 days out.
Nice lean protein.
2 days out, liquid diet. Day before, full fast into the day of.
Oh.
So this is a man who has wolfed down, I believe, 70 hot dogs in 10 minutes.
Well, Callis has also made it personal with one of the other producers who's in this event.
Dom DiTomaso is somebody that I'm not actually a huge fan of right now because this dude was saying that, remember last year, and I have not let this go. Last year, this man said that it would be better for the world if I were sacrificed to aliens.
Did you say that? That it would be good for all of mankind and humanity to...
For Harry to be sacrificed to
the aliens came down, we gave him as our, please leave us alone, you can have Harry Callis, you can have a feast of Callis. Did you say that?
No, what I said was...
leave the planet, take the Callis.
No, I said, because the conversation was, I thought Matt Cole would get eaten by aliens if they came to Green Tree. And I said if Matt was smart, he would feed Callis to the aliens, and then they would get full and wouldn't eat Matt. So that's what I said.
So you're saying Callis could have fed an entire invading alien force?
And he also didn't know that this was going to stick in Callis's craw for a year.
You want to talk about Michael Jordan's chip on the shoulder, bulletin board material? He sounds pissed at you, Dom.
So Callis is going empty stomach. Dom went to a gas station last night and ate a bunch of hot dogs with all kinds of toppings and is having gastrointestinal issues today. The very thing that we thought was going to hold Callis back in this event is something that Dom is dealing with.
Well, Dom is
why Dom's odds have been lowered to 15-1 to win.
Dom is physically the Kobayashi of this. He's the smallest guy in it, and I will say this about...
Is he smaller than Seth? Because Seth is a gamer, my friend.
Well, Seth,
he got here an hour ago. He was the first producer to show up.
He would kick Dom's ass.
He's got a headband on. He's got the water all set up to go.
He's got his big Philadelphia Eagles Kelsey shirt on.
Yep. He said I was pissed off that Callis never mentioned me this morning when he was talking about the contenders and the guys that could knock him off.
What are his odds? What's Seth's odds?
He's 4-1.
Man, I love that.
That's a nice ticket.
It's a very nice ticket. You put a 25 spot down on him, you're bringing home $100.
Why did you go with the gas station hot dog the night before approach? What got into you?
So my thought was if I practiced the night before, I would know what I'm getting myself into. And I actually...
The time for practice was weeks ago. This is like cramming for a test.
Right.
You don't practice the night before for this. The time to prepare for this contest was when it was first announced.
You might have hot dog fatigue because of all the practicing you did last night.
You were putting pickles on hot dogs last night.
It's fatigue, and I'm telling you, no joke. My stomach just feels horrible right now.
But is it nerves?
No, it's like there's like acid reflux going on. It's
but you
bad.
also, he's not telling the whole truth. It wasn't just you cramming hot dogs. You were eating all kinds of junk last night.
And so
what else did you do?
So we went to this gas station. I ate all the hot dogs. I then went and played soccer for about 2 hours, and then went and had ice cream after.
Ice cream?
Yeah.
That's why you're not
so like a bunch
good.
of hot dogs, work out hard, and then wash it down with ice cream.
We've got an apple juice verdict to go back to the Callis part. Jeff in South Park, apple juice will absolutely give you the runs.
See?
Never knew.
Donnie, who did the morning show, and that's why you're not hearing his voice, but he will be here ready to go. Couple things with his strategy for this. Number one, the workout strategy. He said, I'm going to do a big workout to give myself a big appetite.
Pretty good idea, man. He's going to be
See,
ravenous.
I have the exact opposite. Workouts make me tired and lethargic afterwards where, like, I'm spent. I don't want to eat a big meal after I've just pumped iron.
I've experienced what you're discussing or describing there where I'm like, actually, I have no appetite. But more often than not, that feeling passes within like 20 or 30 minutes. Like if I go on a fairly long, fairly hard-paced run, 30 minutes after, I'm like, I don't want to eat anything. I want to rehydrate. But then the hunger hits. So I do think there's something.
So it's a timing thing
Yeah,
for
I do
him.
think there's something to that for him. And he's going to have the only definitive emotional moral support here of anyone.
Sarah's coming.
His girlfriend Sarah is
I don't
coming.
agree with that move, Chris.
Pure performance pressure.
Do you feel like Rocky fought better with Adrian in the house?
Didn't he banish her from ringside in
That's
some of
what
these
I
fights?
mean.
But he won in Rocky IV with her. No, wait, was she there in Rocky
Jack
IV?
Hillgrove is here. Get in here, Jack.
Yeah,
'cause
Jack remember he was having crappy training, and then Adrian came with him in Rocky IV, and he won.
Jack Hillgrove is so excited for this event. He texted me weeks ago and said, whatever I can do to be a part of this, please include me in the hot dog eating contest. I know I can't participate because I'm not a producer, but I want in some capacity, and that's why he's here as the official timekeeper, and he'll also be tracking.
Hold on, Jack.
hot dogs
Switch your
consumed.
mics. You're on the wrong mic. No. You can swing this one over. Get on that one. There we go.
I'm never usually over
You
on this
could
side.
not wait to become a part of this event.
I'm fired up.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm
And you've
fired
been
up.
here for 3 hours, actually. You got here before Chris and I today. You're so elated to be a part of this.
And you have, I think, the toughest. At first, I thought you had a very ceremonial job, and my worry was that because you're so eager, you try to over-insert yourself into the proceedings. But now the more I think about it, you probably have the most important job here. In a very chaotic room over there, you've got to keep an accurate
I'll be dialed
count.
in. I'll be dialed in.
Like I'm taught, you have, to your credit, you have gone over what constitutes a completed hot dog. Heck, we all agree on the air. If a hot dog, the last bite has been consumed and it's being chewed, while the timer goes off for 10 minutes, that hot dog counts.
If you get the hot dog, the last bite or the last
Into
piece
your
in
mouth.
your mouth before zero,
And you don't
you're
spit
allowed
any
to
of it
chew
out, yes.
it and finish
You can
it.
chew it
Yes.
out on your own terms.
Yeah, and that could, like, if it's the total 7, then it becomes 8.
Correct.
After, yeah.
That's correct. So that could decide this thing.
It could, absolutely.
But if you try to stuff an entire hot dog in your
and
mouth,
you puke, you're disqualified.
or you just can't chew the whole thing up, you spit it out, that doesn't count. You're
now,
back
you've
to that
known
number.
Donnie for years going back to your college days. What do you make of bringing the girlfriend in here as part of it? I know beforehand you weren't really keen on it.
It's a bold move on Donnie's part.
I agree.
But knowing Sarah, she's a delight.
She is.
I think she wants to be here just to take it all
Do you
in.
think she's going to
Is she going to be turned on by it, you think?
I doubt it.
Do you know what a hot dog eating contest look like? Or looks like?
Well,
excuse
Zangrilli
me?
said he stopped eating hot dogs.
Turned on by it? What's wrong with you?
Dan said he went to the Nathans and it grossed him out so much he hasn't really liked hot dogs since. There is a small part of me that's scared that that's going to happen to me today. That we're going to watch this animalistic, primal
Is it really going to be
contest.
that way? Dom's going to be there opening mustard packets, like gently.
Are you
putting
really going to
toppings
put
on these
condiments
things.
on your hot dogs?
I was thinking about it. Probably not.
Why?
It's going to waste time.
Who's going to be
You're
the
not
most...
allowed to put the condiments on before it starts. You have to.
Yeah, no, you have to
That's
waste your own
stupid.
time.
What do you mean it's stupid?
Stupid.
If we want to put condiments on, we should be allowed to do that before. It's part of the prep.
No,
absolutely
not.
not.
No. There's no prep. You just eat.
Is there a Nathan's rule for condiments? Like, has that ever been established?
I think those guys are all so business oriented. No
I
one
think
puts them on there.
I think they'd scoff at the very idea of condiments.
Chestnut,
They'd look at you
Chestnut
as
holds
a
out,
joke.
Chestnut holds out a cup of water and says, "This is the condiment."
412-928-9370. If you have any advice on the combatants today, how you think this hot dog contest will go, who do you think will win and why? If you have any experience in eating contests and you want to lay it on us, 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. I believe the best call will win tickets to Friday, July 19th, Pirates-Phillies. That could be a Paul Skeens game, 412-928-9370. Pirates and Cardinals tonight. We'll get to that soon enough, but we got a hot dog eating contest in 45 minutes. Here's the headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates will look to rebound from last night's 7-4 loss to the Cardinals. Pittsburgh hosting St. Louis again tonight. 6:40 right here on 93.7 The Fan or the free Odyssey app. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show is at 5:45. Jared Jones will get the start for Pittsburgh tonight. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
How many Rock and Roll Hall of Famers have been on the Talk is Jericho podcast with me, Chris Jericho? Well, gee, let's see how many I can name off the top of my head. Metallica, Kiss, Slash, and Duff from Guns N' Roses, Angus Young, Brian Johnson from AC/DC, Chad Smith from the Red Hot Chili Peppers. You want more? I got so many more, but I'm all out of time right now. So come rock with me, Chris Jericho, on Talk is Jericho. Listen to and follow now on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Doran Dickerson here, and I'm sitting here with my good friend Jake, owner of Southside Plumbing and Heating. Jake, you've been doing this for a little while, haven't you?
Well, Doran, we've been in business for generations, building an unparalleled experience in top-notch customer service and solutions for our customers.
Oh, wow, so you really know what you're talking about, huh?
Exactly. We don't just hide behind a family name. We are family-owned. That's why we are not just another transaction, and our customer satisfaction matters to us on a personal level.
Give them a call today, 412-431-7455. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Do you know what the scariest sound to hear on a factory floor is? Silence. That means something somewhere broke. Production has stopped, and now you're paying your workers to wait while the team troubleshoots and tries to fix the problem. Finally, there's a proactive way to reduce equipment downtime, thanks to MaintainX. MaintainX is the asset management system that brings your maintenance downtime to zero. MaintainX lets you build preventative maintenance schedules, manage work orders in real time, and access the data you need to make better decisions. Downtime equals death in the production world, so make unplanned downtime a thing of the past. Try MaintainX for free. Control the daily operations of your business and transform your maintenance program by going to maintainx.com. That's maintain in the letter X.com.
If you live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Butler, or Beaver counties, guess what? You're eligible to join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Great rates, including their ultra-competitive HELOC product at just 3.99% for 6 months. Terms and conditions at allegiantfcu.org.
Summer's here, and Tri-State Office Furniture is turning up the heat. Discover new deals and inventory to create an office that inspires your best work. Free design services to customers, 45 days of free storage, so your furniture is ready when you are. Plus, project management services ensure a hassle-free upgrade and handles every detail from delivery to installation. Stop by the showroom, visit online at tristateofficefurniture.com, or give them a call, 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
The preceding message has been made possible by Bell's Oberon American Wheat Ale. It's officially Oberon season. America's definitive wheat beer is made with only the finest wheat malt, hops, Michigander water, and Bell's signature house ale yeast. Oberon is easy drinking and refreshing, citrusy and slightly hazy, sunshine in a glass. Oberon pairs well with baseball, softball, golf, other sports, picnicking, tailgating, and sitting by the pool. Look for it wherever good beer is sold. Reach for the sun with Bell's Oberon. Cheers.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild and Soak Zone with over 40 family-size rides and attractions like Splashtastic Slides, Wave Pool, and the Lazy River of Soak Zone. Get the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
Your bathroom's got to go, the vanity's decayed, and toilet's really old. The bathtub's giving way, give Bath R Us a ring. Call morning, noon, or night. You do not have to wait to get your bathroom right.
Call Baths R Us for your free estimate and enter to win our Christmas in July $15,000 bathroom remodel with an additional $1,500 off plus low to no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate or go to bathsrus.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. 20 minutes away from the first ever Fan Hot Dog Eating Contest. The Golden Jug is here, ready to go to the winner, along with a $500 cash prize. Some of our listeners think that Austin should have better than 30-1 odds now that there's a jug up for grabs because of the drought and the cold streak he's got going on.
But that would suggest that he is not, in fact, good at grabbing a jug or jugs.
Well, he was telling Joe that he's got some irons in the fire.
Well, good for
off
him.
the air today. Is that like back in high school when you'd say, "Oh yeah, I have a girlfriend. She's lives in
Canada.
Sweden."
Yeah, she's a Canadian girlfriend, or she lives in Ohio. Yeah, she would come and hang out, but she doesn't really think you guys are cool enough. I described you guys to her. Yeah.
Let's hear from some of our listeners on this. Starting with Ethan in Plum. Hello, Ethan.
How you doing? How are you?
Hey, man.
Pretty good. How are you?
Good.
Good. What do you got for us?
I'm thinking about how many hot dogs I can eat in a minute. I'm going to say between 13 and 15.
In a minute?
In 15 minutes.
It's 10 minutes.
And they're
10
quarter-pound
minutes,
hot dogs.
They're gigantic hot dogs. They're the opposite of Kenny
Pickett
dogs.
If these hot dogs had a theme song, it would be bow chicka bow wow.
Yeah, these are big dogs, Ethan.
I could put down about 8 to 9.
8 to 9.
You think that would be enough to beat Harry Callis and Donnie?
I think I think that there's a chance 8 to 9 gets it done here.
Is this really a two-horse race? Is this just like how
I think Seth's being just remarkably overlooked here.
Remarkably overlooked? He has the third best odds.
But you just called it a two-horse race.
Well, that's what the listeners think. The listeners think it's Donnie versus Callis.
They shouldn't. I just saw T-Bird walking by, drinking water, all business.
Really?
Yeah. You know what?
He has horrendous odds.
T-Bird is like our second in command.
6 to 1.
Chief engineer to our chief engineer, Vic. T-Bird might be stressing over the engineering setup here, and a stress kind of situation would make me hungry.
A stressful leader, yeah.
Yeah?
Eat your feelings. Well, he might smoke a lot of pot beforehand. We talked about that. We're not, like, drug testing these guys.
Would that be the ultimate PED for this? I said prednisone. Hillgrove, you ever been on prednisone?
No.
Gives you a big case of the munchies.
Seth said he's prescribed it. He could take it beforehand. More reason to like him.
I have a question.
Oh, my God, dude. If he's on prednisone, that feels like
along with that killer instinct he's
that feels like throwing a little bit of Winstrol in Barbaro.
Yeah,
there.
Jack, you have a question?
Yeah, I don't think we've talked about this, and I think it potentially could play a huge factor. What's the bun situation like?
Normal buns, I would think.
I'm not. That's a
because
but if the buns are there to accommodate a bigger than normal hot dog, that's more starch, more bun.
I think we could run into a situation where some guys have more of a problem with the bread than the.
I don't even think there's a question of that. I think
bread's
you're right.
always
I think the bread is going to be the problem.
But here's why.
That's why Seth has already gone with the dunk it in water approach.
Oh man, he is a driven, serious individual. I like Seth.
It was the first time I met him today.
He is a driven.
He's been here longer than anybody else. He was doing push-ups in the back to get up for this.
What'd you say his odds were? 4 to 1.
4 to 1. You gonna bet that?
You
gonna do your boy Donnie like that?
I'm partial to Donnie.
I feel like this is gonna be
odds.
2 to 1.
I don't like that for Donnie. I don't think that's good odds. I don't think that's enough juice for the squeeze there.
Is anybody going to address the elephant in the room that Jack very well could be in cahoots with Donnie?
Cahoots?
In what way? How would that tag team work?
Well, apparently Jack is counting the hot dogs. I could see him like...
What if Jack paid him to take a dive?
Well, hold on, though. Each plate is going to start with 10 hot dogs.
Yeah.
So...
If the plate is clean, then that's 10.
Yeah, I mean...
And then if we have to go... I'll make a prediction.
How would they cheat? Like Jack puts one in his pocket?
The only text that
Could
Donnie
happen.
has sent me in the last 24 hours was today at 1:43, and it says, and I quote, "Sarah is coming to watch, LOL." So I haven't talked to him about it at all.
If I'll make a prediction right now. I think if there is an empty plate in front of anybody at the end of 10 minutes, that's going to be your winner. I don't think we're going to be going to extra dogs.
Maddie's next. Hello, Maddie.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Anytime.
Hey, I think that, and I'm just strategically thinking about this, if you take a nice big hunk out of half the dog and you get it down in about 20 seconds, you're going to average less than a dog per minute. So you might see someone finish the plate and move on to extras. Who knows?
Maddie, these are quarter-pound
So
hot
try
dogs,
to take
man.
the biggest bite possible with each hot dog to start, and then...
Yes, and take about 20 seconds to chew it, and then get the other half down in about 20
Here,
30
I got a
seconds.
text here.
So a 2-bite hot dog. 2 bite per dog.
No way. 2 bites? What are these people, animals? They literal, like, jungle cats?
Well, that's why Charlie Borges had to pull out, because of his esophageal issue.
And now that looks like a prophetic move here. It's a wise move. Zeiss, I've seen the buns. That is a lot of bread to add to already big hot dogs.
Oh!
If someone gets to 8 or 9, it will be an upset.
See, that if the buns match the meat of the dog, I think maybe 6
And what
or
was
7.
Zeiss saying today about
I've
his
already
eating
seen the
skills?
buns, not something Austin says often.
Dom, what was he saying about like the amount of pancakes he's eaten in a sitting?
Yeah, yesterday he said that in his prime, he once ate 30 pancakes in a sitting, 18 donuts in a sitting, 28 slices of pizza in a sitting.
The 30 pancakes blows me away because pancakes are heavy,
They're
man.
heavy-duty eating. Would it surprise you, Pony, to know that fake John N. Robinson has done competitive eating?
No.
He's also apparently very good at it. And he said, if I were in this, I would win. He basically makes it out to be a mental and strategic game, though. It's not about actually like enjoying what you're doing at all.
Here is UPS Nick, the man who went
Provided
and
the
provided the trophy, the golden jug, which hopefully Austin is not in the back right now fondling to get himself ready for today's event. Hello, Nick.
Hey, good afternoon, fellas.
What up, Nick?
What's up, Nick?
How's everybody doing today?
Oh, there's a palpable buzz and there's palpable anticipation
Nick,
here.
what are you thinking? Is Donnie the real favorite in this thing?
See, I originally had Harry Callis. Because, I mean, you heard him yesterday. I'm large and I'm in charge.
He did say that.
So, but now, after hearing this news today, I have to switch it. I got to go with Donnie football. Because with him, getting the good workout in today, I originally said it at Donnie -1.5 with that workout, but now since Sarah's going to be there, Donnie -2.5 without a doubt.
Wow,
Minus
he thinks
250.
he gets a girlfriend bump.
The anti-Adrian bump. You can't win. No,
Yeah.
Sarah's going to be very much cheering him
Then
on.
I've been told Dorn had better things to do, and Crowley didn't want to show up to support Callis either. So I would actually take that as motivation.
Zeiss tweets and says everyone's playing second to Donnie. He's the most competitive of the bunch and has the mental toughness
I don't
to
think
fight
that's
through
true.
and
I think
win.
Seth is the most competitive
But
guy out there.
But I think with Callis, it's like if your dad didn't want to show up for your game, it's like he was embarrassed by how little playing time you got or whatever. I think that's how Callis has got to look at the lack of support from the morning show guys.
Maybe they're just going to pull a fast one on him, and in true Harry Callis fashion, they'll both show up late.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. 93.7 The Fan Eating Contest pregame continues. You want to call in and share your thoughts, 412-928-9370. How many hot dogs do you think you could eat in 10 minutes? What's the correct strategy for these boys? All that coming up, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Cardinals at Pirates tonight, 6:40 from PNC Park. Jared Jones will start for Pittsburgh. And you can listen to it all right here on 93.7 The Fan or the free Odyssey app. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show is at 5:45. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks. We make buying metal online easy so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. And look at you, hands perfectly placed on the wheel. Not like the driver to the right of you who's really going after that drum solo. Save with DriveWise in the Allstate app and only pay a rate based on you.
Not available in every state, subject to terms and conditions. Rating factors and savings vary, and in some states your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. If you missed it this morning, we got the least surprising Woj bomb ever. Free agent LeBron James has agreed to a 2-year, $104 million max deal to return to the LA Lakers. End of quote. No way. Shocking, right? I'm Jim Rome.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks. We make buying metal online easy so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. The InventHelp Databank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380. Again, 1-800-217-4380.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tankless.
Learn about Navient's high-efficiency tankless water heaters, endless hot water, all while helping you save on your energy costs.
Hey, look at this. Our utility bill is lower since we got the Navien tankless water heater.
Who's in hot water now?
We are, all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. And look at you, hands perfectly placed on the wheel. Not like the driver to the right of you who's really going after that drum solo. Save with DriveWise in the Allstate app and only pay a rate based on you.
Not available in every state, subject to terms and conditions. Rating factors and savings vary, and in some states your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
I feel like I'm constantly cleaning hair off my bathroom floor. At least my Swiffer Sweeper makes it easy. Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths have ultra-thick pads to trap and lock hairs, like a hair magnet. And when I'm finished cleaning up my hair, Sweeper takes care of his too. Now the hair is gone, all thanks to Swiffer. Try Swiffer Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths. I promise you'll love them or your money back. And also try Swiffer Sweeper Wet to make quick work of tough, sticky messes.
The light is fading, your hands are sore, and the last tool has been put away. Now is the time to feel the satisfaction that comes with a job well done. But when you get your tools from Harbor Freight, something about the job feels a little different. Your wallet. Because we believe that everyone deserves hardworking tools at hardworking prices. And that's what we have here. So, whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Whether it's expanding your business, upgrading your equipment, or covering payroll, you can score big with SwishFunding.com, the slam dunk solution for your business funding needs. If you have at least $25,000 in monthly revenue and been in business for at least 1 year, qualifying's easier than a layup. We fund up to $5 million in 24 hours. Go to SwishFunding.com, SWISH funding.com, SwishFunding.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Afternoons with Pony and Muller, Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
This is the 93.7 The Fan hot dog eating contest pregame show. In less than a half hour, live from Odyssey, Pittsburgh, this event will take place. It will forever be known, just like Bart Starr in Super Bowl I, MVP of that game, Packers and Chiefs. You're the first one to do it. There's only one first, and you will set the standard and be the guy that will forever be known as the guy that did it before anyone else. So there's a lot of accolades and prestige that come with this.
You made me just think of something. You jogged my memory and other things somebody could have done. It's a risky strategy to be great for this. Who was famous in Super Bowl? Was it 1 or 2?
Max McGee was hungover in Super Bowl I.
And what hits better when you are hungover and finally ready to
Greasy
eat than
foods.
a hot dog?
That's a great point. Well, Donnie went to the Red Hot Chili Peppers concert last night.
But he worked in the morning.
He worked too early. I agree.
Can't possibly have been hungover for work.
Bunch of ways to take part in this. 937thefan.com. You can stream it there. You can listen on the radio like you always listen to us. Also, our YouTube page, 93.7 The Fan. There's a video stream. Our theater looks gorgeous for this. Steven Tyler has performed in there. Taylor Swift, and now Harry Callis will be devouring hot dogs in there.
Steven Tyler has performed in there?
Steven Taylor?
Steven Tyler, like Aerosmith?
Yes, you didn't know that? That's a true story.
No, I believe you. I just must have missed.
Yeah.
Taylor Swift?
Yep. All true. They've all been in there, and now this next event, you can also check it out on our Instagram page, Instagram Live, 93.7 on Instagram. We have been really coming around to our next guest and thinking at 4-1, he has a chance to win this thing because of the dedication he has shown, the $500 prize, the golden jug, and all of the accolades that come with it. And that is Seth Lundy, a.k.a. Seth Davis, who is a part-time producer here and a night producer and for a long time an on-site producer. And, Chris, he's attacked this contest. And he's taking slights. He's even, like Kobe Bryant would do, he's looking for things in his opponents, little potential weaknesses. Mm-hmm. He came in here during the break and said, I don't like where Callis' head is at. He's already sweating.
Seth, you look like I don't know if
you have a headband on. I mean, he's ready to go.
I don't know if you're the most competitive guy here. I think Donnie's pretty competitive. I think Callis is way too much of a born nice guy.
Well, he's too cavalier from the sounds of things. He's counting his chickens before they hatch.
He's
here,
overconfident. Chris. Seth, you look and speak like a man who is just fully prepared for what he's going into here.
Right here? Yeah, for this, of course.
How many days would you say you have spent focusing on this task?
I have watched a ton of videos of Chestnut.
How many
Stoney.
hours?
Chestnut's his muse.
How many hours of videos have you watched?
Probably at least about 10 hours.
10 hours
for the whole week.
Film? You're doing film study.
I watched video. I watched method, strategy. I haven't actually ate a hot dog all week because I didn't want to get tired of it. So I'm like...
Bold strategy, the opposite of what Dom did. Did you like the idea of Dom eating a bunch of hot dogs last night at a gas station?
I didn't like the toppings, but I like the...
What about the buns?
Plot,
the buns, everyone's hung up on the buns. They think it's going to be a very big bugaboo for everyone eating.
Yeah, do you have a bun strategy?
I'm dunking it.
So we have a dunker,
do you think
folks.
you can surmount the grossness factor there?
Dog in one hand. While I'm eating the dog, the bun in the water, soaking, ready to go. I brought my own cup, so because it's big enough to
see what you're
dip
up
the bun
against,
in.
Dom. See what you're up against in here. See what you've bit off more than you can chew in this competition.
This guy's a man possessed.
I'm not denying that. I feel like I'm about to puke right now, man.
Yeah, this is kind of messed up.
I messed up. I screwed up. At least I'm competing, though. Charlie's not even competing.
Oh,
well,
here
Charlie
he is. He's the buck stops here. Dom is deciding he's going to pass the buck.
No, but hold on a second. I don't disagree with him on that because Charlie stormed in because Charlie will be running the board while Dom and Donnie participate. He needs to make sure Mary Hours gets all set up with the anthem and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
And we know Borges has this very rare, it affects like 0.001% of the population, this thin esophagus disease where his dad has to have an esophagus enlargement procedure done once a year, and he thinks he might need at some point in life the same thing. It's a hereditary issue. But he said, if not for my esophagus problem, I'd cook these guys. I'd win the contest. That's real easy to say. You know,
that's like looking at like Usain Bolt sprinting and having like, I don't know, missing several toes on your foot and saying, if I had all 10 toes, pal,
right,
you watch, I'd be, blowing past these guys.
Yeah, so he's talking smack from his ivory tower, looking down on everybody that's in this thing.
I'm watching you, Borges. I'm looking at you right now through the glass. Stop talking trash.
So, Seth, how many hot dogs do you think you ultimately eat here? What's the golden number for you? What are you shooting for?
The goal is double digits.
Double digits?
Yeah.
Even with the bigger hot dogs?
Yeah.
And who do you think
I think if I can get double digits, I have a really good chance of being the top.
And who do you think your chief competition is?
It's going to be Donnie and Callis.
I think if you get to 10, you win.
You think 10?
10. I think if you get to 10, I think you win.
I was thinking before I saw the size of the hot dog, I was thinking 6.
Pony. I'm not saying this because we have started to pick up steam with our guy Seth here, and we think he might have some real momentum. What if he or anybody else does something unheard of, like Tiger at the 2000 U.S. Open and eats like 27?
Then I think we'd have to consider getting them into the real hot dog eating contest next year in Coney Island.
I mean, because if he ate 27 quarter-pound dogs, that's basically eating 55 hot dogs.
Yeah. Like, what if we actually...
What if we see history here?
We breed or we create the next great
eating
champion. Yeah.
Would you go by Seth Lundy, even though that's not your last name? Would you call it your hot dog eating name is Lundy?
Of course.
Here's Curtis on the fan with some takes on this. Hello, Curtis.
How you doing, guys?
Curtis, you sound like you might have been able to throw down some hot dogs in your day. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
How many is your... What do you think you could do in 10 minutes? Quarter-pound dogs.
The quarter-pound dogs, I've done regular dogs. I've done 18.
Oh, man, you sound like you could have won this
All right, so give Seth some advice. You think the dip in the bun and the hot dog in the water is the right way to go?
I have a couple things like somebody said something about the prednisone.
Yeah.
That's not going to work because that's a medicine that has to build up in your system.
So you didn't do it, Seth? Did you do the prednisone?
I have prednisone whenever, because Chris was talking about yesterday. I have it, but I didn't, like he said, I didn't build up.
No performance enhancers from you. You're doing this.
I didn't build up.
Curtis,
I did not, Curtis, I can't believe we got an educated prednisone take out of a caller today.
He's doing it clean, Curtis.
3 kidney transplants will do that.
Okay.
Holy crap.
So anyway, as for the pot, that's a definite, but make sure you smoke sativa, not indica, because you don't want to be falling asleep.
You don't want to be into couch, as they say, Curtis.
And that might be T-Bird strategy. Okay, and then you have another point.
Oh, my God. Donnie just walked in.
So.
Oh, no, his gear.
If you're sitting at home on the couch and eating and watching TV, do you eat much more rather than when you're sitting at the table eating?
Yeah, you do.
TV, your mind's elsewhere. So my thing is, I put a video of something I was really interested in on while I ate, because it's no longer a speed thing now because the hot dogs are so big. It's more of
a focus thing.
So get your mind off the hot dogs. Watch something while you're eating them.
Distract yourself. It's like listening to music when you're running a marathon or something like that. Good advice from Curtis there.
Man, 3 kidney transplants. God bless you, brother.
Yeah.
We have a little bit of news from Sean, by the way.
Go ahead.
So you remember how Callis said that his plan was to drink mostly apple juice? We have been told Callis has already pooped out the apple juice.
How do you poop out apple juice? It's juice, for crying out loud.
Oh, so he tried to cleanse his system before this even started. Well, that might work, Chris.
Not a bad strategy. I'm reeling from Curtis there, man. That was like a very educated phone call.
So we are going to move over to the Bowser Theater here right next door, and we will start the official coverage of this. National anthem, Josh Roundtree, our play-by-play guy, ready to go. He'll have the call. Chris and I will be the color analysts, and at 3 o'clock sharp, our first hot dog eating contest will commence. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy, high of 83 degrees. Let me tell you guys right now about McVeigh. McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They do all 3. Plumbing problems can strike at any time. Your plumbing experts at McVeigh, they can do it all. Skilled technicians here to fix leaks, clear clogs, repair your water heater, stop that running toilet, or clear that sewer line. You can count on McVeigh to deliver honest, reliable, quality workmanship at a fair price. Whatever the plumbing problem, save the day. Call McVeigh. McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, the local plumbing experts you can trust. Call McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, or visit McVeighPlumbing.com.
4th of July, just around the corner. It's time to celebrate. And for your celebration, you need beer, so you got to get to Hampton Beer Outlet for the best prices around. Miller Lite, 24-pack cans, $19.99. Mick Ultra, 24-pack cans, just $19.99. Yuengling Traditional Lager, 24-pack cans, $17.99. How about that? And Busch Light, 30 packs, just $19.99. So for all your 4th of July party needs, just drive a little, save a lot at Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8. In Hampton.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma, call us now. $30 billion was set aside for meso victims, and in most cases, your claim is settled out of court without a jury trial. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I've had a number of health issues throughout my life, but at 39, I was in need of major open heart surgery. I chose the UPMC Heart Team because of their reputation.
UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute has performed more than 20,000 heart surgeries in the last 5 years.
And now, thankfully, as a survivor, I want to instill how precious life is in my students and my family.
Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to learn more.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
O'Reilly. Eliminate carbon and varnish deposits with Lucas Fuel Treatment at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Simply add it to your tank at your next fill-up. A clean fuel system can increase performance and fuel economy. Right now, get 2 bottles of Lucas Fuel Treatment for just $9 and get 2 times O Rewards points. In-store only at O'Reilly Auto Parts. O'Reilly Auto Parts.
You know 84 Lumber for their lumber yards, but did you know they have an in-house kitchen and bath design studio at their Bridgeville and Mars locations? At 84 Lumber's design studio, the goal is to bring your vision to life by crafting a design that integrates your home with your lifestyle. 84 Lumber is passionate about quality materials and outstanding customer service. Whether you're remodeling or starting fresh, trust 84 Lumber for expert guidance every step of the way for your project. Visit the Bridgeville or Mars locations to meet with an expert designer today, or visit 84designstudios.com. Visit 84designstudios.com.
Where two rivers converge, a third emerges, stronger and more united than ever before. And a community, hard as steel, built over generations, rises for the new day ahead. Vibrant, dedicated, innovative. Today, we have a chance for a brighter future right here in Pennsylvania. U.S. Steel and Nippon Steel coming together as one. U.S. Steel's partnership with Nippon Steel means no layoffs, means no plant closures, means $1.4 billion in new investments for the future. And best of all, it means U.S. Steel's headquarters will stay right here in Pennsylvania. Built for innovation, built for Pennsylvania, built for generations to come. The U.S. Steel and Nippon Steel partnership is the future of American steel.
Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from GetGo. Order the smokestack pulled pork sub or sandwich, tender pulled pork and tangy barbecue sauce, plus cheddar, crispy onions, and chipotle ranch. The smokestack will have you coming back for more all summer. Plus, the Roadhog rib sandwich is back. A juicy rib patty with sweet and smoky barbecue sauce, cheddar, pickles, and crispy onions, served on a King's Hawaiian bun. Order the smokestack or Roadhog in the GetGo app before you hit the road. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The wait is over. Dell Technologies Black Friday and July deals are live. Check out incredible savings on select laptops and more, like the XPS 15, powered by Intel Core processors. The XPS 15 brings you the perfect balance of power and portability, plus stellar visuals and immersive sound. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to exceptional tech and electronics, plus free shipping on everything. Don't miss out on Black Friday and July savings at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Join Mark Patrick seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking. Guaranteed early bird special $49.99. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel, Pittsburgh and Greentree, or Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center in Churchill. Weight loss 5:30, stop smoking seminar 8.
Good news, Pittsburgh. July 5th through the 7th, Hawaii's coming back to the North Shore. It's Bucko Luau Weekend presented by Levin Furniture when the Bucks take on the New York Mets. Friday, we're kicking things off with a classic Pirates reversible bucket hat. Saturday, slide in early because the first 20,000 fans take home this year's Pirates Hawaiian shirt. And bring the kids on Sunday for a Pirates Treasure Map beach towel. It's the best party of the year, and it's right here in Pittsburgh. Get your tickets at pirates.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Charlie Borges with your fan headlines. The Pirates are in action later tonight, but the action we're all waiting for is about to begin. The producer hot dog eating contest is next.
More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. It's time for 93.7 The Fan's inaugural hot dog eating contest.
Oh. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? You're welcome.
Powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
The winner of the hot dog eating contest was T-Bird, and hopefully the Pirates are winners later on when they play the St. Louis Cardinals. We'll have the North Shore Tavern leadoff show at 5:45 with Dan Zangrilli. For more headlines, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Chris Muller here, fresh from the Awaken 180 open house at their new location in Mars, and let me tell you, the vibes, absolutely electric. And what really blew me away was meeting listeners who've shed 30, 40, 50 pounds or more, and they were thanking me and Donnie. It gave me a new perspective on what it really means to share our success stories. Feels like we're changing lives because we are. And I also realized something huge. Keeping the weight off wasn't just a phase for them. It was a total lifestyle overhaul. Like this one listener, she was inspired by her husband who lost 50 pounds with Awaken 180. She didn't even think he needed to lose it, but after she saw his transformation, she went for it and dropped over 45 pounds herself. That's incredible, right? The real kicker for me was seeing how the Awaken 180 coaches interact with clients. They're reviewing results, planning next steps. It's more than motivation. It's a personal connection. They're genuinely invested in our success just as much as we are. Working with Awaken 180 feels like teaming up with a friend because, well, you are. Team up at awaken180weightloss.com.
It's the dog days of summer. Baseball is in full swing. And unfortunately, so is your work schedule. Stay connected to your local team, even while you're working hard, with your favorite station on Odyssey.com. Get the best in local sports talk, listen live, or jump back to what you missed with Rewind. It's all here, all just a few clicks away. And I'll tell you something, it makes the workday go that much faster. Listen at work. Visit Odyssey.com today to get started.
The preceding message has been made possible by Bell's Oberon American Wheat Ale. It's officially Oberon season. America's definitive wheat beer is made with only the finest wheat malt, hops, Michigander water, and Bell's signature house ale yeast. Oberon is easy drinking and refreshing, citrusy and slightly hazy. Sunshine in a glass. Oberon pairs well with baseball, softball, golf, other sports, picnicking, tailgating, and sitting by the pool. Look for it wherever good beer is sold. Reach for the sun with Bell's Oberon. Cheers.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Welcome to Staples. Hi, my son's teacher emailed his back-to-school list. He needs crayons and a comp book for every subject. Okay, no problem. With Staples Hot Deals, you'll find super low prices on hundreds of items for back-to-school. Oh, now they're saying he needs folders and glue. You got it. And markers? Of course. Oh, geez. Can we get a cart, please?
Save big on back to school with Staples Hot Deals. Right now, 24-pack Crayola crayons and comp books are only 50 cents each at Staples. Ends 8/24, in-store only, limit 30.
Celebrate July 4th with savings at Lowe's. For a limited time, save on the essentials you need to make your garden pop for summer, like Miracle Grow 25-quart potting mix. Get 2 bags for just $16. And get up to 40% off, plus save an extra $50 on every $500 you spend on select major appliances. Hurry, these deals won't last long, because Lowe's knows summer savings. Valid through 7/10. Miracle Grow excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Appliance savings vary based on purchase amount. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for more details. While supplies last.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. You know, I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cashback you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. You know, basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Don't miss 4th of July savings at Scandinavian Designs. Save up to 60% on select Nordic-inspired furniture and decor. Shop our Cranberry location or shop online at ScandinavianDesigns.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's.
Looking at the Cordell and Cordell traffic cams, things are already backed up on the outbound side of the Parkway East. You start to move slowly from Technology Drive through the Squirrel Hill tunnels. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-345-2789. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-345-2789. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-345-2789. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-345-2789. 800-345-2789 or biglou.com.
Does your job require you to be on your feet all day? Teachers, postal carriers, salespeople, and restaurant staff. Many of us need our feet to get us through the day. I'd like you to hear from Donna. She's a nurse and a real customer of the Good Feet store who wanted to share her story.
Oh, I have to tell you, I have struggled with pain in my feet. I was diagnosed with plantar fasciitis. I work in a hospital. I'm a registered nurse, so being on my feet, walking throughout the hospital during the day, I am free from any type of pain. And after working a 12-hour shift, I go home and my feet do not hurt.
Whether you're a nurse like Donna or anyone wanting to enjoy work without your feet getting in the way, come see us today. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. The only place to get the Good Feet solution is at the Good Feet store. Come in for a free test walk today.
Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from GetGo. Order the smokestack pulled pork sub or sandwich, tender pulled pork and tangy barbecue sauce, plus cheddar, crispy onions, and chipotle ranch. The smokestack will have you coming back for more all summer. Plus, the Roadhog rib sandwich is back. A juicy rib patty with sweet and smoky barbecue sauce, cheddar, pickles, and crispy onions. Served on a King's Hawaiian bun. Order the smokestack or Roadhog in the GetGo app before you hit the road. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
An over with two aces on the mound at Wrigley. I'm Chris Mack here to help you beat the books with BetQL. Zach Wheeler and Shota Imanaga go toe-to-toe tonight on the north side of Chicago. A pitcher's duel to be sure, but the BetQL model still thinks we'll see offense. BetQL has over 7.5 runs as a 5-star best bet, and they project the number at 8.5. I'm Chris Mack. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
Celebrate July 4th with the hottest deals at Lowe's. Right now, get two select 2 or 2.5 quart red, white, and blue annuals for $10. And buy 2, get 1 free on select paint and exterior stain via Lowe's gift card rebate. Shop these deals before they're gone, because Lowe's knows summer savings. Valid through 7/10. Annuals offer in-store only. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. Paint. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for details while supplies last.
Club Erotica in McKees Rocks has a brand new vibe, brand new lineup of sexy ladies, and brand new ownership. Still open late, still Pittsburgh's premier venue to host your bachelor party. Girls begin dancing at 7 p.m. Mention you heard this on 93.7 The Fan. Get a $5 admission discount.
This traffic report brought to you by Scandinavian Design.
Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Malsey, I'll tell you what this reminds me of right now.
Yes.
It's like what happened with hockey. The season ended so late and went right into the offseason.
No time to digest
Panthers
it.
won the Stanley Cup, had a parade. The next day, guys are getting traded or signed elsewhere.
Yep.
That's where I'm at right now. We just had this iconic moment in station history.
Yeah.
Our first hot dog eating contest. And minutes later, we're back just doing a normal show.
Yeah. No, I'm having that same kind of feeling. And I'd love to talk more about it because we had a staggering upset. The man only known cryptically as T-Bird.
Came out of nowhere. What were his odds? 10-1?
Yeah, Jason and Slippery Rock. T-Bird, the winner, he beats Callis in an upset of epic proportions akin to the Jets over the Colts. T-Bird has legitimized the AFL here.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider. That's where we find Mike Florio. Brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, your hometown roofing expert. Mike, we just had all our producers here at the station compete in a hot dog eating contest. They had 10 minutes to eat as many dogs and buns as possible, and the winning score was 6 in 10 minutes.
Wow. You know, on one hand, that's disappointing. On the other hand, it's kind of refreshing. I'm not a big fan of the organized gluttony and the celebration of human beings gorging themselves with as much food as they can. I don't get it. Although it was comical when Lardass had all those blueberry pies in the movie Stand By Me, I otherwise I'm against competitive eating.
Mike, I am forced to point out, since you're on the video call, you're saying this in response to Andrew's question as he wears a hot dog-themed polo shirt and a large hot dog hat, novelty hat.
Mike, our listener did bring up the Jets-Colts Super Bowl III game as he compared what we just had here to that game. If that's the biggest upset in NFL history, what is the second biggest upset?
Probably the Patriots losing to the Giants in Super Bowl 42.
I like that off the top of your head.
18-0, lost 17-14 when the Patriots had steamrolled everyone all year long. I remember that morning, one of my son's friends said, the Giants are going to win. I was like, shut up, punk. You don't know what you're talking about. So, yeah, that was probably it.
Mike, you know what? The Jets, I have another segue. How bad do you think it's going to get for them this year? I guess Aaron Rodgers has now blamed Robert Saleh as the reason, there was so much commotion, or there's something out there.
I was wrapped up in all this hot dogs hijinks. I didn't see that story.
He missed all that time, and then his people are starting to get out ahead of it and make it seem like Robert Saleh is the reason this is a story. Bottom line with that team and with that player, do you expect it to actually hold together here for an entire season, or do you think this is going to be ending in fireworks and before Week 18?
I saw Rodgers somewhere talking about the 2024 season, presuming he's going to play 17 regular season games. The guy's played 4 snaps of regular season football since January of 2023. He's 40 years old. One of the things that makes his game unique, his mobility. Your muscles can still generate the same force, but the fibers are more inclined to say, no, not today. Not today, old man. Tendons, ligaments, you get injuries that are the product of having a body that is 40 years old. And, other than Tom Brady, a lot of guys just fall off the cliff when they get to 40 at the quarterback position. So this idea that he's going to play all 17 games, I'll take the under on that. If that's available on DraftKings, FanDuel, or wherever, I'll take the under on Aaron Rodgers playing 17 games. The other thing is the Jets completely bungled the absence from mandatory minicamp. By calling it unexcused, that was one of the biggest mistakes any team made the entire offseason, because Rodgers eventually is going to show up for a training camp press conference, and we saw him take a flamethrower to the Packers 3 years ago. He's probably pissed off. Hey, I've been telling you guys for months I'm going to Egypt. I've been telling you when I'm going to Egypt. And you're making me look like I'm selfish, like I'm stupid, like I'm putting myself ahead of the team. I suspect he's probably pissed off that they allowed this to become a big deal. And he's either going to say so directly, or you're going to see these reports where he's blaming this person, blaming that person, blaming the other person for the team basically being a mess right now.
Mike, let's get into the DirecTV NFL Sunday Ticket lawsuit. That shock. I think the NFL was surprised they lost in court this first go-round. There's clearly going to be an appeal that might get dragged out for a while, but you've got obviously a law background. Put it in terms that our listeners can understand in ways that it will affect them or concern them moving forward, what happened in court last week.
Well, here's the most important thing that fans/consumers need to know. For 30 years, since Sunday Ticket first premiered, the NFL has been screwing you, all of you, because what the NFL did, it required DirecTV and now YouTube TV to charge a price so high, it was calculated to get you to say, man, I'm a Steelers fan living in Miami, and I'd like to watch all the Steelers games, but I can't really afford to do this, so I'll just watch the crappy old Dolphins on the local CBS affiliate when I'd rather be watching the Steelers. That's what they did. They jacked the price up so high that the most passionate and loyal customers paid more than they should, and a significant percentage said, too rich for my blood, I'll just watch whatever games are available on my local affiliates. They were trying to preserve the billions they get from CBS and Fox by keeping that price so high. Regardless of what the judge does with the verdict, and it's ultimately more than $14 billion they're going to have to pay, regardless of whether the Supreme Court throws them a lifeline and throws the thing out 4 years from now, the message to all the fans out there they've been screwing you. They've been screwing you, and I'm the only one that's willing to say it, and I don't know why that is, and I may not be alive for much longer because of it, but they've been screwing you for 30 years.
Mike, is that in writing that they had in the course of this trial, that they found that in writing there were communications from NFL executives essentially saying what you just said in writing? About as far as pricing it a certain way where everyone knew what they were trying to do tacitly with that pricing plan.
What happened was something that I experienced back when I was practicing law, and the last 10 years of my practice, I represented individuals who had their rights violated by major companies, usually because they were fired from their jobs, and I would try to prove the case. And usually how it went was like this. You put all the management people on the witness stand. Oh, we didn't know. We didn't consider those illegal factors. No, we didn't. So you prove it with all these other documents and emails and other communications and other evidence that they're full of crap. That's exactly what happened here. All the NFL's witnesses got on the witness stand and said, no, we don't have any side deals with the networks. No, we don't care about this. We don't care about that. And they have document after document that shows that CBS and Fox didn't like Sunday Ticket. They didn't want it to be priced at a level where more people would do it. They didn't want to lose audience to Sunday Ticket. And that the NFL considered alternatives that they ultimately said, no, we're not going to do that. Like getting rid of it altogether and putting all the games on TV. Like on a Saturday when you see all the college games on, you go from FS1 to ESPN2 to this channel, that channel. They thought about doing that, selling the out-of-market games game by game to individual cable channels. ESPN was going to buy the package and charge $70 for the full season for all teams. The NFL said, no, we don't like that. So what they say and what they proved in their documents were two different things. And the jury obviously believed the documents.
So how does this change now once this is resolved? What does it mean for NFL viewers? How do you think the NFL then evolves based upon this news, Mike?
Well, they got a decision to make. And part of the decision is, if we don't change our ways right now, we're going to have even more money that we're going to have to pay in the future because the invitation is there. This case doesn't cover the 2023 season. There could be a class action ready to go against the NFL for the pricing of Sunday Ticket on YouTube for last year. For this year, I got my notice last week, $389 for the full year, and I'm already paying $73 a month for YouTube TV. So they still have ongoing liability. Now, if they ultimately win, if they ultimately get the Supreme Court to go their way, it all goes away. But the reality is, and this is why the NFL doesn't like to go to court, it doesn't like to have its dirty laundry aired out there for us to see. We all understand, or we should understand, that they've been screwing the consumers. And if they can be shamed publicly, maybe they'll realize we need to come up with a better way to do this and stop screwing the fans that, football is family. Sure. Football is business. They say football is family because it's good for business to say football is family. And ultimately, it's about business. And they've been in the business of screwing their fans for 30 years.
Mike, how does it affect the on-field product with all the loss of revenue if they're going to eventually have to pay off $14 billion? Salary caps and everything else.
The $14 billion comes from the owner's end. It doesn't come from the player's end. So they won't lose anything. The only potential loss comes from changes in the revenue stream if they have to price Sunday Ticket at a more reasonable amount. But you know what? At the end of the day, does anybody really think the NFL isn't going to continue to make more and more? Anytime there's a fork in the road, what happens? The NFL makes more.
Aren't they just going to make it an 18-game season, Mike, to come up? Isn't that going to hasten an 18-game season?
That's one of the things we wrote this week. So thank you for reading ProFootballTalk.com and allowing our thoughts to kind of seep into your brain and influence you. Because, yes, I think it makes it more likely that the NFL goes to the union and says, hey, look, our revenue may go down if we change how we price Sunday ticket. This is where we got to work together. So we need to have 18 games. Maybe we need to have 19 games. Eventually, they're going to have 20 games. I don't know that I'll live long enough to get to 20, but I think eventually there's going to be no preseason. There's going to be 20 games. And when they have threats to their revenue, let's just give more, because we can make more if we give more.
Mike, thank you for giving a very serious interview to a guy in a hot dog shirt and a hot dog hat. We'll talk next week.
For some reason, I want hot dogs right now.
See you, Mike.
See you guys.
There you go. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Is it hard to take the whole thing seriously right now with my garb, with my getup?
I actually felt bad that I didn't find some gimmicky novelty stuff to wear. I did have 2 of the hot dogs after we were done just relaxing.
So did
style.
I. Tremendous.
Very easy to eat hot dogs when you're not on a timer. I think the timer causes problems for people.
If you were in the competition, do you think you could have beaten T-Bird 6?
See, that's right. In my mind, I'm saying absolutely, because I ate 2 and I feel good. But if
he felt good after 6.
If the timer's working against me, am I going to cave to the pressure? I think the answer might have been yes.
We'll be right back. Quick timeout. Here's a headline from Dom.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Cardinals at the Pirates tonight. Jared Jones will get the start for Pittsburgh, and hopefully he performs better than I did a little bit ago. You can listen to the game at 6:40 right here on 93.7 The Fan or the free Odyssey app. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli starts at 5:45. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Malsey.
Thank you, Intern Dom. I want to tell you about Universal Windows Direct right now. As a matter of fact, that's what I want to do because it's getting hot out there. It's going to be, I think, 90 tomorrow. It's going to be a very hot day. It's going to be a very hot rest of the summer, bottom line. And you don't want your air conditioner, which is already working hard enough, to have to work even harder because your windows are leaching cold air out because the seals aren't good. If that's happening, call my friends at Universal Windows Direct. They're going to get your windows in your house right. Their window systems last up to 5 times longer, and they just perform better. And Universal backs them with a true lifetime warranty. That means as long as you own the home and then 20 years to the next homeowner. Right now, you can call them, 412-545-6003. For every 2 windows you buy, you get 2 free, and there's no limit, plus 0% financing. Yes, 0% financing for 60 months. Restrictions apply. Go to UWD.com, and like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. Proud partner of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And we cut to size. Because just like taxes and BS, we think metal is better when cut. Metal Supermarkets, the convenient stores for metal. Find a store or shop online at metalsupermarkets.com.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. I know I went hard on the Lakers earlier this morning saying I wanted nothing to do with their circus. Yeah, well, I'm not the only one. Klay Thompson. Klay's old man, Michael Thompson, is a former Laker player and a current all-time Laker honk and broadcaster. So no, it's not just me hating on the Lakers. Klay Thompson wanted nothing to do with the Lakers. I'm Jim Rome.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. Wounded Warrior Project was created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war, whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
O'Reilly.
Don't miss out on summer brake deals at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, get 15% off a set of Brake Best Select, Select Pro, or Import Direct brake pads and 2 rotors. Restore quality braking and improve stopping performance with parts and advice from the professional parts people. Save money now when you visit O'Reilly Auto Parts or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Ew, gotta get rid of this old Backstreet Boys t-shirt.
Tell me why.
Because it stinks, boys.
Tell me why.
I've washed it so many times, but the odor won't come out.
Tell me why.
No, you tell me why I can't get rid of this odor.
Have you tried Donnie Rinse and Refresh? It doesn't just cover up odors, it helps remove them.
Wow, it worked, guys.
Yeah.
Downy Rinse and Refresh removes more odor in 1 wash than the leading value detergent in 3 washes. Find it wherever you buy laundry products.
This is attorney Craig Fishman. Injured? Our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. Call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. Shenarovich, and Fishman. We got your back, not your wallet.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild and Soak Zone with over 40 family-size rides and attractions like Splashtastic Slides, Wave Pool, and the Lazy River of Soak Zone. Get the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
Floor is silence. That means something somewhere broke. Production has stopped, and now you're paying your workers to wait. Tries to fix the problem. Finally, there's a proactive way to reduce equipment downtime. Thanks to management system that brings your maintenance downtime to 0. Maintain X lets you build preventative maintenance schedules, manage work orders in real time. Better decisions. Downtime equals time, a thing of the past. Try Maintain X for free. Control the daily operations of your business and transform your maintenance program by going to maintainx.com. That's maintain in the letter X.com.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Thanks for calling 1-800-GOT-JUNK. This is Sarah. How can I help?
I've been thinking.
What have you been thinking about?
I decided I should declutter more often because it's an important part of a balanced and healthy life.
Have you ever noticed that 1-800-GOT-JUNK has a question mark at the end of it?
Yes, I have noticed that.
We make junk disappear.
All I have to do is point.
All you have to do is point.
Can you come right now?
We're on our way.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
It's the City of Pittsburgh Independence Day celebration. Enjoy free family activities, musical entertainment, fantastic food, and much more at Point State Park July 4th, beginning at 4 p.m. Hop across the river to the North Shore for more fun, including music on the PNC Great Lawn, food vendors, and the Remax Hot Air Balloon. The day's main attraction, Fireworks, begins at 9:35 and is heard exclusively on 100.1 FM KDKA radio. For details, go to 937thefan.com.
A stacked July at Wild Things Park continues July 5th through the 7th with weekend fun and high-level baseball. Enjoy Fireworks, Jimmy Buffett Night with a Hawaiian shirt giveaway presented by Coons Floor Sanding and Finishing, and Superhero Night with a Kids Coin Bank giveaway presented by Chrome FCU and a Blueprints Kids Eat Free Sunday.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
We're seeing a couple spots of congestion on the outbound side of the Parkway West. First one is from the county jail through the tunnels up Green Tree Hill, and then again from 79 through Ridge Road. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
All right, Pirates and Cardinals tonight. First pitch will be at 6:40. Jared Jones on the mound. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Okay, let's go, come on! Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Phony and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram and Peters. I just posted the video on X of the final minute of the Fan hot dog eating contest. I had not seen this. I only watched it live. You can go back and listen. Can you go back and watch on our YouTube page? I'm not really sure how that works.
So Instagram. So here's the best way to do it, I would say. Instagram Live, I think, was Craig, our boss, manning his phone and having it streamed directly.
Yep.
If you follow at 93.7 The Fan on Instagram, I know that Instagram Live videos then can be put back out. You know what I mean? You can watch the rebroadcast. So that would be, I think, the easiest way to do this.
And that had the audio with it, too?
It should, because Craig was, like, right in there Gonzo style filming this. I'm telling you what, man, Paul Alexander, we had a great gallery. Tamira Rush from News Radio 1020 KDKA.
My wife showed up to give moral support to all the contestants.
Tamira, your wife, Sarah, Donnie's girlfriend, Alexander was in there like at a boxing match, a very interested observer. Two things I noticed very quickly, Pony. They'll tell you, whenever a boxer gets hit hard and they're actually hurt, they'll do the bring it on. That's like a bravado thing. And whenever a boxer shakes their head no, they're actually not hurt. They actually really aren't. T-Bird was shaking his head no when we were trying to exhort him and say, are you down and out here? He kept saying no. He was brushing dirt off his shoulder. And I saw Callus, attitude-wise, change dramatically with about 2 minutes to go.
I don't know if you've seen the video that I just posted, Dom, but just look at Callus's body language.
Terrible.
He looks like a defeated man.
He also sat when he should have stood.
I didn't even think about that.
T-Bird stood the whole time. T-Bird, Donnie, and a couple others. Sean, don't call me Randy Myers.
All of the great competitive eaters stand.
Yeah, they don't sit. You got to be, like, active.
If
look
you
at him,
put
man.
Seth Lundy's technique and dedication and the craft,
yeah.
If you inject it into Harry Callus, I think Callus runs away with it.
I'm not sure he does, man. I think Callus bit off more than he could chew.
Well, but I'm saying if he stood up, if he had prepared better, if he had done all those things leading up to it properly, he would have won.
He had very bad eating technique. He was going almost for laughs. Like, he has these big hands, and he's just like he's double-handing hot dogs.
He needed to eat a half a hot dog in a minute to tie.
And he couldn't do it.
T-Bird, and he couldn't do it. And in this video, you just see him shaking his head. I don't have it. I lost it. It's reminiscent of. I have not watched the Buster Douglas Tyson fight in a while.
Mm-hmm. I love that fight.
But it's like the underdog, at some point in the fight, it clicks. Hey, I can actually win this thing. And that's what T-Bird played with. And Callus, once he hit the wall, it occurred to him, I'm actually going to lose. I'm not invincible.
Do you know what happened?
I am not an immortal.
Here's where it happened. In the Tyson-Douglas fight, Tyson finally catches him and he knocks him down, but he gets saved. He beats the count, gets saved by the bell, right? The next round, Douglas comes out and just starts whooping him, just firing at him.
So it's like the knockdown didn't even affect him.
T-Bird took an early knockdown because Callus got out there like 2 hot dogs to none, I think, almost everybody.
He set an electric pace.
And then T-Bird just very quickly ran him down.
Yep.
Impressed T-Bird, and T-Bird already sent us his Venmo to collect.
Oh, he wants the $500, as he should.
Right.
He won it fair and square.
I have a suggestion for next year. Now, it can be a fake one of these. We'll give him the money the real way, whoever the winner is. We need to get a fake 93.7 The Fan massive check like in Happy Gilmore. Fan Industries. It doesn't even have to have any of the stuff a real check has. It just has to look enough like a check, and we just have $500 hot dog champion in it.
I honestly think Austin is celebrating his 3 hot dogs harder than T-Bird's even celebrating the actual victory of the competition.
So I think there are 3 big winners here and 3 losers.
The listener, number 1, big winner.
Well, okay, then 4. But of the contestants, listener's the biggest winner. Then obviously T-Bird, he won. Then I do think Bechtold goes in there as winner number 2 because he beat the number people set for him. And that was a number set when we thought it was just the regular size hot dogs. He ate the equivalent of about 6.
Yep.
And then the third winner is intern Dom, who, if you're not going to win and you're actually going to embarrass yourself, you might as well make a bit out of it.
Do it in style. He put his sunglasses on.
Yes. Dom did a phenomenal job. Gentili was watching on the stream and said, I am a fan of this guy now. I am a fan.
So making a complete mockery of the competition.
Here's what I genuinely believe. Here's what I genuinely believe about Dom. I actually think his stomach was hurting, and he was like, I'm going to show up and do this. I'm not going to back out, but this is my way around it. I'll put on the sunglasses. I'm too cool for school, and then I'm going to calmly eat exactly 1 hot dog in 10 minutes. A pace my 2-year-old, by the way, could outdo.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. Low of 71 degrees. All access with the DD next hour. Pirates and Cardinals, taking a look at that. More reaction to our first ever hot dog eating contest. We have posted videos of what went down, the incredible finish to what was a record-setting day. Massive ratings coming in based on what we see on YouTube and Instagram for this thing. And streaming numbers. We know our boss loves streaming. Yes, content.
Content is king.
All right. Timeout. We're right back. It's the PM team.
Join Mark Patrick Seminar's Lose the Weight, Stop Smoking Early Bird Special, $49.99. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel Pittsburgh and Greentree, or Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center in Churchill. Weight loss, 5:30 p.m. Stop Smoking Seminar, 8.
No one likes a bully.
That's why it's important to step up, stand up, and speak up against them. I'm Larry Kelly.
I'm Joe George.
Western Pennsylvania guys, injury attorneys from LGKG. We don't get pushed around.
As our client, you won't either.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. Not a rate based on Terry, who keeps and makes the car behind them. Oh no, they're about to. Save with DriveWise and the Allstate app and only pay a rate based on you.
Not available in every state, subject to terms and conditions. Rating factors and savings vary, and in some states your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
As school messes return, rest easy. Clorox has got your back to school.
Oh, no. I'm back. That messy science experiment. And I brought baking soda, cornstarch.
And you're due tomorrow, right? Well, at least I stocked up on Clorox disinfecting wipes, because you're not messing up my kitchen counters like last time.
Ooh, smart. Got any food coloring?
And off to the store we go.
Stock up on Clorox disinfecting wipes that clean 3 times better than wet paper towels on kitchen grease and soap scum. Use as directed.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, Pittsburgh homeowners. To build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel City.
You're on the air. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
For those that are just getting in their car now and missed it, we had a shocking upset in our inaugural hot dog eating contest. T-Bird, a guy who very few of our listeners know because his job is to show up when we do remote broadcasts. So when we're not in studio, we're at the casino, or when we did our 26-hour broadcast, he was on site. That's his job.
He's an engineer.
He very rarely gets on the air. just lurking.
Well,
just
you just
in
kind
the
of
shadows.
You just kind of inserted him into this contest to make sure we had a correct number of people.
That's a great point. He was a filler.
He's kind of like an alternate winning the U.S. Open in golf. Somebody who doesn't even qualify technically, but then he fills in as an alternate.
Yeah, he just was there to fill a spot. I didn't actually think he had a chance to win the damn thing.
But with a minute left, it was obvious he was going to. And me, Paul Alexander, and others in that room saw it. He finished. He had one bite left, and we're all like going, come on, keep going, T-Bird. He had eyes on Callis. He knew Callis was technically tied with him, and he knew Callis wasn't finishing that sixth hot dog.
To use another golf analogy, not every guy does this. I don't know what your take on it is, but some will just not look at the leaderboard and they'll just concentrate on their own game.
He looked.
He knew what he had. He knew the score he had to beat, and that affected his strategy. Rightfully. Remember Jean Van de Velde when he played 18 at the British Open?
Needed a double bogey to win.
Didn't look at the leaderboard and just tried to play it straight. He might have played it more. He would have played it more conservatively had he known where he was relative to everybody else.
3 shots clear, yeah.
And that's what T-Bird did. He looked around and knew, okay, this is what I have to do, need to do to win. Callis now on Twitter moments ago, as I lay down for this indefinite nap, I am happy I didn't throw up and that my heart is still beating. What a day. So that is his silver lining. That is the consolation prize. He thought he might blow chunks all over the nice Bowser Theater where we hosted this event.
Or cease to exist.
Or have a heart attack and die.
You know who I think was a very unthreatening second place? And I hate to say this because he is our guy. I feel attached to the hip to him. Donnie Football never threatened. You're right. He got 5 down. He was never a threat to win. At no point did I feel like Donnie had a shot.
And we were the closest to him where we were broadcasting from.
Yep.
I kept looking over. He's wearing that Hulkamania shirt. When is he going to Hulk up? When is that big surge going to happen? Did you not think? What are you laughing at? More commentary?
No, I'm laughing at, I believe it's, I don't want to get the name wrong here. Is it Sky, I think? We have Sky. She is one of our, promo/sales assistants. The graphics she did for the hot dog eating contest that just has both of our faces on hot dogs that was whipped up makes me laugh every time I look at it. Anyway.
The picture of T-Bird holding 6 in one hand, the paper 6 with 6 finished hot dogs.
And a trophy.
And the golden jug is reminiscent of Wilt Chamberlain after his 100 points.
Yeah, we need Caleb, our guy. Caleb, you know the Wilt Chamberlain picture. If you can Photoshop 6 and a trophy into that basketball in that Wilt picture, I think it would be perfect. I think that would be good. Yes.
Is Donnie taking a victory lap here on Twitter? 5 Johnny Sin-sized dogs, and I didn't spit up my 5th dog like a certain heavy favorite morning show producer.
Well, he spit up his 6th dog, not his 5th.
Yeah. T-Bird takes the upset.
The fact that if Callis had won, maybe Donnie takes a victory lap, I was a strong second, but T-Bird is the guy who won here. I don't know how I feel. Is Sarah proud of Donnie here? Do we think?
I think so.
Because this is a Waking 180 Donnie, a different Donnie.
Right. He didn't embarrass himself. Well, let's get Jack Hillgrove back in here. Come in here for a minute, Jack. Jack was the official timekeeper. There was some discussion, at least in intern Dom's world, that he might be up to shenanigans with Donnie trying to inflate his numbers and screw around with things.
Very funny that this is Jack's official, this is his orientation day, even though he's done several things for the station already, and you get thrown right into this cauldron.
Jack prepped this event like he would helping his grandfather call a Steelers game. It's incredible.
I was fired up to be a part of it.
You know what? I'm going to give Jack a ton of credit, too. He's another one of the winners coming out of this. I wondered how much he would treat it like a joke or like a serious thing.
He was all hands on deck,
All hands on deck. He's looking at the phone. He's giving us 3 minutes left, 2 minutes left. He's bellowing out 5 minutes left. I thought he was aces as a timekeeper.
Do you agree with the commentary that Donnie put up a respectable number but really was never a threat to win?
I think he was a threat to win. I talked about it with you guys before.
No, but I mean, in the event.
Once it got going, I never felt like he had a shot. Watching him go, I didn't think he had a chance.
I kind of had a feeling he was going to save some stuff for the end, and he did. He kind of shot his way all the way up into second place. I think everybody deserves a hell of a lot of credit.
Oh, my God. Here we go with this.
No, I'm serious, because there's except for you,
What
Dom.
is this, AYSO here? Everyone gets a trophy and everyone gets an orange slice.
AYSO?
Or whatever, ASO, whatever they call that. American Youth Soccer Organization. That's not a thing?
But there are people online and on social media, giving our guys a lot of slack for the amount of hot dogs that were eaten. They were big hot dogs.
Oh, wait a minute. I didn't know about that.
Double every single person's total because
Time
those
out
were
a sec.
the
Time
amount
out.
of meat of 2 hot dogs.
You're telling me that we're getting murdered by listeners for the performance of the producers here?
Yeah.
Every single producer's total, everything you saw in there, double it for real for like the Nathan's-sized hot dogs.
Yes.
The only difference being, okay, they're eating
How about
extra
bun
buns.
intake? Do you think we had bigger buns?
No, that's the only reason you could maybe say it was actually like reasonably accurate count-wise, because if you're doing Nathan's dogs, you're eating, if say twice as many buns, 12 hot dogs for T-Bird, he's eating 12 buns. We all know the buns are where you get caught up in this.
All right, so let's say this is a teacher grading her class. I want you to grade each person's performance in the hot dog eating contest. T-Bird.
A+.
Yep.
A+.
Easy. I mean, just a clinic he put on.
Callus.
I'll go A-.
I got to go lower than that. The expectations were so high. He's the favorite.
I'm going C+.
Really, that low?
Yes.
He basically just threw in the towel with about a minute to go. He just said he was Roberto Duran. He said no mas.
When you come on the air and say, I'm large and I'm in charge.
That's a good point.
There was a lot
He announced his presence with authority, and then he lost.
All right, I'll go down to a B. I thought it was still impressive. I mean, he came out hot. He just didn't finish as strong, obviously. I'll go B+.
Callus saying things like, Jason and Slippery Rock, I think Callus will be very overrated in this eating contest. That was from Zeiss. Callus responded to that with, Chris Muller witnessed with his own eyes what I can do. I'm not worried about miscellaneous opinions, except those were small convenience store hot dogs. He got beat. Size did matter for Callus.
Oh, yes, it did.
It's eating. It's eating hot dog.
Yes.
And I'm large, and I'm in charge.
You were in charge until you weren't, pal.
How about
C+ is an accurate grade.
How about Donnie?
B-.
Yeah, I was going to say B-. It works.
Because he's new Donnie. He's Awaken 180 Donnie. He's, what, 50 pounds down now? I think at
Yeah, Jack, you knew pre-Awaken 180 Donnie in college. You think the college Donnie would have won this thing?
Yeah.
If he's doing wings, does he win this thing?
Well, wasn't double stack Donnie pre-Awaken Donnie?
Yeah, that's a good point.
I think that gets it done, too.
I'm giving him a B-, though.
Yeah, I think B- is right on.
It was respectable. Like, he shouldn't hang his head in shame, but
B- is above average.
I did think that he was going to have a closing...
A kick.
Finish there, yeah.
And here comes Chedrick.
Right, Jack? He's at 4, but here he comes. He's been saving something.
I thought with 2 minutes left, he'd be at 4, and then at 30 seconds left, he'd be at 6, and he and T-Bird would be dueling in the sun.
Well,
since T-Bird's attention was focused down table the other direction, here comes Donnie sneaking up on him.
It's also no coincidence that the guys that finished 1 and 2 were 2 of the guys that were standing. Sitting was a horrible decision by
Callus. He's going to be kicking himself for that for years to come. How about Seth Lundy's 4 performance? I give it a C.
I go C+.
Given all the prep he told us he did, he got the least out of it in many ways.
And then
he barely beat Bechtold, and he did 10 hours of film study.
Right.
He said he was watching Kobayashi videos like they were next week's opponent.
And obviously, reeling, I mean, he rips ass in front of all
Oh, my
of
God.
us.
I walked out. You guys were in the small kitchen. I walked up to say what's up and say something, and I go, who busted ass? And he goes, that would be me.
He let out an audible belch about halfway through that made
did.
Donnie turn his head.
Yeah, I thought he was having a medical emergency after that burp.
You know that look that Donnie gives with his eyes?
Oh, you
get
looked
all...
so concerned, Tom. You looked like you were ready to call 911. You were leaning back with the sunglasses on, taking dainty little baby-sized bites of hot dog. Chris isn't kidding. I am convinced that his kids would have done a better job in this contest than you.
Yeah, if I don't tell them that there's a timer, Ace and Lennox both just dust you in this thing.
You're getting an F from me.
I'm actually giving Dom an A. Because he entertained me the most. He just sat there calmly eating 1 hot dog the entire time.
Man, you want to talk about it?
He was the eye of the hurricane.
Okay, Great Austin.
D.
A-.
Really?
I'm giving him an A.
Yeah, because Bechtold beat the expectations, and they were quarter-pound dogs.
He just kind of went about his business, though. I didn't love how interested he looked the whole time. I thought he was just kind of disinterested.
Well, he started off, and I thought he was doing the whole, like, I'm just enjoying a free lunch.
Yeah, he kept saying, I didn't love that.
He started to push towards the end. I think he ate 1 hot dog in the first 5 and then ate 2 in the last 5.
It may be the least.
The expectations were non-existent, and he exceeded them.
Then he beat 2 people, and one of them was Sean Randy Myers, who, I mean, was invisible. You want to talk about not making a dent in this competition whatsoever.
He was wearing a Ken Griffey Jr. jersey.
Yeah, you wear Ken Griffey Jr., you're like, hey, I'm wearing a GOAT jersey here. I'm playing for keeps.
Name me a crappy Seattle Mariner. He was more like Mike Zunino.
was like Jose Vitro out there.
Richie
Vitro
Sexton
was pretty nice when he was with the Expos.
It was like Dan Wilson out there.
I'm going to say something about Buhner, but then I'm going to want to do the bit from Seinfeld.
Why? Because he has one ball?
No, the old like Frank Costanza.
Oh.
He finds out he thinks George is dead, and then he's got Steinbrenner on the line. He goes, "Why'd you trade Jay Buhner?"
We'll go all access with Aditi next. You can text us on the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line first. An intern Dom headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Cardinals and Pirates tonight at PNC Park. Jared Jones will get the start for the Buccos. Cardinals won yesterday, so Pirates look to win Game 2 of this 3-game series. First pitch is 6:40 right here on the Fan or the free Odyssey app. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show with Dan Zangrilli is at 5:45. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Malzy.
Thank you, Dom. Let's talk about Awaken 180 weight loss. Kind of an appropriate time, given what just went on about an hour ago here. But I was at the Awaken 180 open house last Tuesday, new location in Mars. It was awesome. It really was. It was very cool to see a bunch of different things, not just the people who came up to me and Donnie Football and told us that we were the kind of the inspiration, the tipping point for them to try Awaken 180, and then finding out how much weight they had lost. I mean, it was always at least 30 pounds. They always said they felt so much better. It was just very cool to see. I mean that very genuinely, to know that you made a difference for somebody. Even better to hear from these people that keeping the weight off, in their cases, was just a lifestyle thing. It wasn't like a chore. It was just, this is how I eat now, and I'm happy with it, and I feel better because of it. And then I got to see how the Awaken 180 coaches interacted with the clients. So super positive at all times. They were always reviewing results. They were making plans for the next steps. If they were troubleshooting, if people were maybe hitting a small plateau one week, they were finding out ways to get around that and get them back on track. Just very cool, like you were working on weight loss with a friend. Basically, because you are working with a friend when it's Awaken 180. What are you waiting for? Team up at awaken180weightloss.com.
Phantom Fireworks, lighting up backyards of America from coast to coast. Visit your nearest Phantom Fireworks store today. Click fireworks.com for showroom specials, coupons, and a location near you.
Head to the mountains to win big and have a blast at the Casino at Nemacolin. Newly renovated, the Casino at Nemacolin features 26 table games, 500 slots, and new high roller lounge for the bold. Tickle your taste buds at the Royale, the new dinner restaurant, or stop by the bar for a bite to eat. Dining is available 7 days a week. On Friday and Saturday nights, stop in for live music with no cover charge. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Must be 21 and over with ID to enter the casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ready for all those warm weather get-togethers? Fill up your grocery basket at Giant Eagle. Giant Eagle's Deals for Days program features more than 1,000 deals on your favorite items, so you can save more on what you like most. Barbecue parties, graduations, communions, they're all easier to plan when you buy a Giant Eagle. These low prices are available for a limited time at your Giant Eagle and Market District, so save today. Find more information on Deals for Days at gianteagle.com.
Are you currently seeking a career that offers great pay, outstanding benefits, and endless opportunities for growth and advancement? Pat Bostic here for PGT Trucking. This Pittsburgh-based trucking company is looking for professional drivers to operate their new state-of-the-art trucks for both regional and local routes. Throw an audible on your future. Apply at pgttrucking.com. Safety is their driving force. That's pgttrucking.com.
The best things in life, they come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 tacos. And now for a limited time, get our best deal of the year. Buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage as Big Wireless, now with 2 months free. Proof the best things in life really do come in twos. Visit ConsumerCellular.com or call 1-888-FREEDOM. Second and third month of monthly base service fee waived for new customers with the purchase of a phone and activation by July 31st, 2024. Taxes, fees, and third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to hims.com/joy. Through HIMS, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to hims.com/joy. That's HIMS.com/JOY.
Cloudy with showers tonight, the low 71.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half.
9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring today. Robert Half is here to help. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com today.
We're seeing a couple spots of congestion on the inbound side of the Parkway West. First one is from Robinson through Boyce Road, and then again from the top of Green Tree Hill down into the tunnels. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
The PM Team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
4:15. Time brought to you by Gina G. and Petro of Remax Select Realty. I can tell you another guy getting rave reviews in all this. Josh Roundtree for his play-by-play work on the hot dog eating contest. Jermichael Finley from next door over at KDKA AM, overnight producer who is one of these play-by-play nerds, just loves the play-by-play art of it and cares about it immensely.
He cares more about the way the play-by-play man or woman does the game than the game itself.
Saying Roundtree did a great job. It reminded him of Joe Tessitore calling the final round of a heavyweight boxing match. That is high praise for Josh. It really did show his versatility. If I were applying, if Josh is going to maybe apply for the Penguins job if they don't simulcast it, which would be a disgrace.
Correct.
But they actually open it up to
qualified
candidates. He should include and say, hey, I know that you're going to laugh at this, but I've got hockey, I've got football, I've got basketball, I've got baseball, and I've also done competitive eating. I can do it all.
I don't mean to hot dog, but
seriously.
No, he came in there and he lent an air of professionalism to what could have been perhaps a sideshow event, but he gave it a veneer of authenticity.
All access with Aditi. Aditi grew up in New Jersey. Did you ever think of driving up to Coney Island to go to the hot dog eating contest back in the day, Aditi?
No. Where did you get this outfit? Like, where does one acquire a hot dog shirt and hat?
You like that?
Are you having a hard time taking him seriously with that hat on?
Florio gave me straightforward answers with the stuff on, so I would expect the same from you.
But that's who Florio is, and I'm just curious as a reporter, because I am insatiably curious, where do you get a shirt that looks like this? And for those who are listening and can't see, it is blue with a whole variety of hot dogs all over it.
Yeah.
And it has a collar and buttons.
It looks like a gimmick, one of those gimmick golf shirts that you would wear to around a golf. Aditi,
hot dog with mustard on it.
Aditi, correct me if I'm wrong. If he wore that at Fox Chapel Golf Club, they'd toss him out. The shirt, I mean, right? They'd be like, sorry, sir.
I don't really know. I can't actually tell you. Although last night when my husband took my 8-year-old for some rounds of golf, he told my son that he had to tuck in his shirt, that those were the rules.
Pony, is
I
your
don't really
shirt
know if
tucked
that's.
in?
I don't tuck in my shirt when I go. I don't know. Not always.
Aditi, if you were...
I'm sorry, but I'm just...
Focus on
again,
me.
you're not
Focus
answering
on
the
me.
question. Where did you get this?
Oh,
Where did
Amazon.
you get this?
My wife did all of it. Amanda went online. I said, I need a hot dog shirt. I need a hot dog hat. And she took care of the rest. Yeah.
Amazon solves all sorts of problems, doesn't it?
And something happened where she was nervous. It's not going to be there in time for it. I've got to cancel this order and schedule another one, and they'll overnight it thanks to Prime. Yeah.
That's a lot of work.
That's a great helping
Hey,
hand.
Aditi, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Now, I know you're a vegetarian, so you wouldn't eat hot dogs. But if Aditi was very hungry and there was one food she could eat the most of, what would it be? You're just starving, and it's something
You're in an eating contest, and you get to name the food.
Correct.
I mean, it would probably be something like grapes or cherries or cucumbers.
I said
or
blueberries,
watermelon.
so I'm with you. I mean, I gave the same kind of answer.
pounds of blueberries do you think you
something
could eat?
with a high water content. So
That's-
cucumbers, watermelon, something like that.
That's thinking,
It doesn't
Aditi.
fill you up enormously.
That's thinking on your part. That's a very good thought. Pony's blueberry one, I think, is almost a joke, though, because you could
No,
eat,
it's serious. I'm
you
serious
actually have
about
to
it.
chew grapes at least. You
But
can
are they the
basically
big,
swallow
juicy
blueberries.
blueberries or the little ones? Yes, and you do need to chew them.
No, they're the smaller ones now because I've really...
Oh, here we go.
The GMO thing is freaking me out. These GMOs scare me.
You were scared of nitrates, and you just ate 2 hot dogs after the competition.
I wanted to get into the spirit of the thing. I made an exception. No, but you look at... we got strawberries from a local farm, what they looked like, and then we got strawberries from the supermarket, and I thought to myself, these strawberries from the supermarket, they're not supposed to look that big. They're putting something
yes,
in there.
except that sometimes they're grown in absolutely ideal conditions, like in a greenhouse, and that is just different when you can control the soil, the temperature, the watering, everything, as opposed to out in a field. So it's not necessarily always additives.
So will you spend the extra $1 or $2 to get all your produce organic? Do you do that?
No. Look, I fed my kids dirt when they were babies. It builds an immune system.
Wait, you did?
I mean, inadvertently.
Oh.
It's not like I took a
Do you have a
backyard?
Here's some dirt, kids.
I thought she meant it.
Like, if like something falls on the floor, you know what I mean?
Yeah, agreed.
You have to build an immune system.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's A+ parenting 101. Do you have a backyard garden or anything? Because I'll agree with Pony on this much, and I bet you will too. We got the little orange like cherry-sized tomatoes, the sugary, they're the sweet ones, and then regular grape tomatoes. They are. I chopped up a bunch of that stuff and put them in a salad that had like store-bought ingredients otherwise. You can literally taste in a forkful of salad which stuff grew in your backyard versus which stuff you bought at the store. It's that much better.
But also a lot of it has to do with the freshness, right? Like,
well, that's what I mean. I had just picked them from my backyard.
I literally just picked mint from my backyard and put it in a glass of water, and it's completely different than like going and buying that packaged mint at the grocery store.
By the way, Stella took her first fall, like legit fall, where there was blood. On Sunday, we were at a neighbor's house, and we were on their patio, and she was at a table and a chair, and we just she went to reach for something. She thought she missed the table.
Oh, no.
And then went down. And so you have that momentary freak out, and she ended up being fine. She cried for like 5 seconds. There's a little bit of blood, and then she was right back to normal.
Which parent freaked out more, you or Amanda? I already know the answer because you're hesitating.
I think I did, but I kept it to I internalized it. Like, I'm pacing, but I'm not screaming or saying we need to go to the hospital.
So when Nico was, I don't know, maybe like 6-ish months old, he was on the bed. Maybe it was less than that. He wasn't mobile. So he was like 4 or 5 months old. He wasn't moving yet. He wasn't like rolling. I don't even really remember how old he was. But anyway, he was small. He wasn't rolling. We plopped him on the bed. And he somehow decided to take that moment to start rolling, and he rolled himself off the bed. So he falls, and it's like for a minute because he's so scared, and then he was fine. But I and my husband were both totally freaked out. Oh my goodness, his kid fell off the bed. We called the pediatrician. They are not alarmed unless it's a fall of significantly greater
like 3
than
feet
from a bed to the floor.
Okay, so that is
Onto
a pretty significant fall. Yeah.
It was the whole. I feel like, am I going to get in trouble? Is DIFUS going to call me? Is there DIFUS in Pennsylvania?
Like Children Youth Services?
He's almost 9. He's great. He's awesome. There's nothing wrong with him.
Stella got stuck between the couch and the nightstand once, and like almost rolled over and was like kind of like wedged there. And I'm like, oh my god, if that wasn't there, she would have fallen off.
I never told you this story, Pony. My sister Aditi is 9 years younger than I am, and we had like at my mom and dad's house, we had just like a cement block floor of their basement, even though it was like semi-finished. And my mom, I guess when my sister was 4 or 5 years old at most, told her to like throw down this little squishy football so I could put it away where we put all our sports stuff. Little kid propels herself with the ball down the steps. I am down there. My mom, obviously she's fine. She's married. She's a lawyer. She's the smartest one of all 3 of us kids. My mom, I think, thought she was dead. Because I'm the first one on the scene. I'm like 13 maybe. I see that she's crying, which even at 13 you know is a good sign. Called the pediatrician, and you'd think after the kid falls down steps, that's like a real big deal, right? They're just like, don't let her go to sleep for a while and make sure she doesn't throw up.
Because concussions, yeah.
Otherwise, we're good. We don't really want to see you. Like, is she still? Did she cry for a little bit, and then did she stop? My mom's like, yeah. She was like, the pediatrician's like, yeah, probably good then. Just don't make sure she doesn't throw up or go to sleep for a couple hours. That's it.
You know, so when I was pregnant with Nico, Jason McCourty, who I've known forever and ever, you know Jason McCourty, of course. He was a cornerback for a long time in the league, the Titans, the Patriots, the Browns for a season. He one of the stars of Good Morning Football, whatever. So I've known Jason since he was 17, 18 years old. I was pregnant with Nico, and I don't know if Jason had 1 or 2 at this point, but he at least had 1 child. And Jason sends me a text, and he says, okay, this is the best advice you'll ever get. You can't break the baby. And it was just like, I might have told Pony this, all the angst and the nervousness and what do you do? And he was just like, you can't break it. It doesn't break. And so I was like, all right, there you go. And that's kind of to your point. The pediatrician never really panics.
One bit of football business for you.
Only one.
Yeah, I always think it's interesting sometimes how the people that really study.
I always think it's interesting sometimes, always and sometimes.
Yeah.
It's the hot dog hat, Aditi. Cut him a break here. It's cutting off the blood flow.
I meant to space the last two words out so it didn't negate one another. The way fantasy football people study actual football, because it's gotten so granular for them, it's gotten so in-depth for them, there's so much big money stakes involved. These people that do it for a living really, really break it down. And there's this guy named Scott Barrett who has over 100,000 Twitter followers and has a big following. He's one of these professional fantasy football people. And he said of the Arthur Smith offense that it is, quote, a sloth-paced World War II era level of run-heavy offense. That's bad for pass catchers, but could be great for their running backs in Pittsburgh. You've known Arthur Smith for a long time. What's your reaction to that opinion?
I mean, I think that that's a little bit simplistic. And again, I think this is one of those things that has sort of a fantasy bent and not necessarily a real life win bent. Like if the goal is winning, then you win. And you don't really care if you throw the ball 70% of the time or you run the ball 70% of the time. You want the W. It's not about the numbers. It's about the letters, the W. I would say, has Arthur Smith generally leaned more run? Sure, he has. He also had Derrick Henry for a long time as a play caller. So wouldn't you lean heavy run right there? But I also think there's huge opportunity. I mean, look, this is something I said to Pat Freiermuth myself, and I'll say it again, and I think we've talked about it a lot. I think he's really set to have a monster year. I think Connor Hayward could have a big year. I think this is a play caller who is going to get the ball in the hands of guys who can make plays and is not a slave to any one idea. I don't think that Arthur Smith is going to sit here and say, okay, we need to run the ball 75% of the time, and if we get off of that 75%, I'm going to bring it back to that. Although I'll tell you an interesting story. This is kind of related, but not really. Todd Haley told me once that every Friday he used to say to Mike Tomlin, how many points do we need? And based on that, he would sort of figure out a plan of, okay, where should we sort of be, run or pass? And if you remember the best Todd Haley years, they could throw the crap out of the ball down, Juju Smith-Schuster, that whole slew of group. They could also run the ball really well behind Le'Veon Bell. And he used to have Randy Fichtner up in the box, kind of keep him on track, like at the end of the first quarter. Okay, where are we run and pass? Where are we run and pass in the second quarter? Just to kind of get a sense. Now, as the game unfolded, you never have to stay a slave to whatever it is that you decided. But I always thought it was interesting that the offensive coordinator is kind of going into the game thinking, what are we going to need this week? Or what do we think we're going to need this week? And in that same vein, I think Arthur Smith is a smart enough guy. You know, there are certain teams that you don't want to get into a shootout with. So you're just not going to throw the ball as much. But it doesn't mean that he can't throw the ball or that he won't throw the ball. I think it's a lot more contingent on what Russell Wilson does than what Arthur Smith does on how this team throws the ball.
The Wild Things made it official. Aditi back. I can't believe it. They must have run out of options for the Aditi Paul Zeiss managerial tandem at the celebrity softball game a week from Saturday. It went so poorly last year. I thought they would at least break you two up, Aditi. I thought maybe.
What are you talking about? I didn't have any actual game role. So 2 years ago, I got to play. I played second base
for Zeiss, and it was a disaster. You guys got mercy ruled in the game.
Yes, but that's because Cam Hayward totally loaded the team. I mean, one side was all the professional athletes, and although we did,
you know what I hear? I hear excuses. I hear excuse making. I hear all that.
Whatever.
Weren't you the pitcher for Cam's team, Pony?
That's all I'll say.
I was, yeah.
We had the better time 2 years ago.
Yes, because you stole a bottle of liquor and you guys were enjoying yourselves and prioritizing that over the actual competition. Let's tell the real story.
And last year, if you recall, I didn't get a jersey. I was the official MC. I didn't get to be with a team. And, you know, it's all about this idea of getting to be with a team.
Didi, don't let a man wearing a hot dog hat lecture you on competitiveness.
Seriously. Tony, what's your role? What are you doing?
I think I'm coaching a team, but that has not been announced yet. So maybe they just want me to play.
Then you would would be coaching team offense.
Mm-hmm.
So we are combatants then. It is our wits versus your wits. Is that how that goes?
Yeah, I think the last time we did this, the final score of the game was 17-2.
Did we only have 2 runs in that game?
You're not disputing the 17. You're merely saying it was a little bit better than it looked.
It was a bloodbath. Kenny Pickett and Mitch Trubisky both hit home runs. It was a bloodbath. That's what I remember.
Aditi, we'll talk next week. Thank you.
Bye, Aditi.
Bye, guys.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. An intern Dom debrief is 60 seconds away, but first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Cardinals and the Pirates meet in action tonight at PNC Park, 6:40. Jared Jones will get the start for the Buccos, and you can listen to all of it right now, right here on 93.7 The Fan or the free Odyssey app. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show is at 5:45. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Do summer projects your way with 4th of July savings from the Home Depot. With free delivery on over 2 million items, you can make the most of summer grilling and dig into gardening. Plus, get same-day delivery on thousands of products like power tools and storage to tackle any last-minute garage project. Summer your way with 4th of July savings from the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Order select and stock items by 4 p.m. subject to availability.
Don't miss out on summer brake deals at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, get 15% off a set of Brake Best Select, Select Pro, or Import Direct brake pads and 2 rotors. Restore quality braking and improve stopping performance with parts and advice from the professional parts people. Save money now when you visit O'Reilly Auto Parts or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
That music means it's time for a Donnie football debrief, and it is brought to you by Saloni's Italian Bread, except Donnie hosted the morning show and then came in second in the fan hot dog eating contest. So we have intern Dom on hand instead.
The debrief, July 3, 2024. So, I got 3 things here for you guys that could be of interest, or not, but I think they're interesting. So, Pony, A, B, or C? What do you want to do first?
B.
All right. The Athletic put out a story with the title, "Is it college football playoff or bust for Penn State and James Franklin in 2024?" Now, I'll tell you what their verdict is after I hear your verdict.
If it's anything other than no, then it's just complete BS from State College, and they're trying to set a low bar before the season. What's that?
Isn't the question, is it college football playoff or bust for them?
Correct.
Sorry.
Yes.
Yes, again, the hot dog had going to my brain.
I wasn't going to call him out, but
Anything other than yes.
I try to make my co-host look good when I know he misspeaks.
Anything other than yes is complete BS.
I agree with that. They expanded this thing. Penn State was always in that, next 2 to 5 teams that was right on the precipice of getting in but didn't. Now the playoff is 12. They are, I say a lot that they have an overinflated opinion of where that program really is, but that's because most Penn State fans think it should be like a top 4 or 5. It's definitely a top 12. They should absolutely make it every time.
It's not a new starting quarterback. Aller is back, even though I thought he very much underachieved last year and didn't look the part. But the physical raw tools and talents are there. He kind of looks like Trevor Lawrence with his arm strength and the way he moves around, even though he didn't show it on a game-to-game basis. You don't play Ohio State and Michigan in the regular season. You play those Pac-12 teams that came over shore. USC doesn't have the greatest quarterback of all time, according to Dom, Caleb Williams, anymore.
Correct.
Michigan lost Jim Harbaugh. Ohio State loaded up. Ohio State probably spent more in free agency than the Steelers did.
They're under the most pressure of any team in college football.
I agree. So I would say Ohio State is an obstacle. Washington's coaching staff left for Alabama, and all their best offensive players are now in the NFL. Their wide receivers and quarterback. Be the second best team in the Big Ten, and that will guarantee you a spot in the college football playoff. So please tell me they agreed with us.
So the Athletic said that not only does Penn State need to make the playoff, but they need to win a playoff game for the season to be a success. They also said Drew Aller?
Yep.
Will be one of the 2 best quarterbacks in the Big Ten. Now, Malsey, let me ask you.
Mm-hmm.
If it was still a 14 playoff, would you still say that it's playoff or bust?
No,
or the
because
fact
I don't think that they're there as a program. I think that they're outside that window. You know, it's a game that I think is going to be a potential stumbling block for them because it happens right before Ohio State and it's on the road. Wisconsin. Camp Randall, late October. You never know. You could get a freak snowstorm out there. They're going to be singing House of Pain. That, I think, is a game I would have circled if I were a Penn State fan, and I would be ill at ease about that game.
I want to go to a Penn State game.
You've never been?
Mm-mm.
I'll say this. For all I rag on, I never cheered for the program, they do create a true electric factory environment there. The whiteouts under the lights are pretty wild.
Yeah.
They are pretty wild.
I had so much fun the night before the Penn State-Ohio State whiteout game 10 years ago that I
did not make it
urinated in a bed. The night before.
Yeah. And wasn't that right?
I had to try to cover it up.
That was very early in the Amanda relationship, was it?
It was, and it was at a bigwig's house. And then I also, the night before, got into a massive argument with him, and he stormed off and went to bed.
The bigwig?
Yes.
Was it a Penn State bigwig, obviously?
No, it was someone in the vet community.
The veterinary community?
Not vet as in like war vet. No.
Veterinary.
Yes.
Like animals.
Yep. Yeah, in her line
How
of
do
work.
you get into a bigwig argument with a veterinarian? What did you say?
I don't even really want to rehash it right now because it's just going to upset listeners. So I don't even want to go there.
I can't wait till you tell me this off the air and I get
all right,
really
I'll
mad
do
at
it.
you.
I don't care. It was about a lot of the Paterno stuff.
Oh, okay. Move on. I thought it was about animals. Move on.
And the guy got so mad he just left. And then I was downstairs in this massive house with her and another one of her friends. And the guy looked at me and he said, well, that didn't go that well. Yeah, I would agree.
Did you think Amanda was going to dump you after that?
No. No, we used the guy's hot tub and continued to have drinks.
Is it because you felt like she was on your side and felt like you were firmly
I
in
do
the right?
actually. I do actually think that contributed. That helped.
Man,
not the best time to make that point or
That's
argument.
on brand for you to get into a huge argument like that. But anyway.
So we'll save the best one for last.
All right.
No, why don't you do the best one next?
Yeah, because we might not have time for the last
do the next
one.
Good call. There's a new podcast out July 15th. Have you guys heard what this new podcast is?
Is it the Hawk Tuba Girl?
It's not the Hawk Tuba Girl. July 15th.
Is it your boy Ryan Seacrest?
No, it's not Ryan Seacrest. There's a football spin to this. The podcast is called Politickin', okay? 3 hosts. Marshawn Lynch, Doug Henriksen, who is the agent that had a problem with Zeiss because he's also Najee's agent.
Okay.
3rd host, Gavin Newsom. And they are
Do you
hosting
know who
a podcast.
Gavin Newsom is, Pony?
Yeah, he's the governor of California, and he's the guy that might replace Biden if he gets forced out of the race. Does that sound right?
The first part's right. I don't think he would be the guy this time.
Oh, really? You think?
I just think it'd be Kamala Harris.
You think Harris? Okay.
But is that not the oddest combination of 3 people
What's
you have
Beast
ever
Mode
heard?
doing? Well, no, isn't it that the guy's Beast Mode's agent, the random guy no one's ever heard of,
Correct.
and that he and Newsom are buddies? This just feels like getting Marshawn involved for clout.
It also
I
just
don't like
it also
It's
just
cynical.
feels like everyone feels the pressure to do a podcast now.
Did you
Yeah,
see?
they need to get into the real radio business like we do so they can do very dignified things like have hot dog eating contests.
Well, our company, Odyssey, has a new podcast about the Golden Girls.
I'd actually listen to that before I listened to this one.
Agree.
I probably would too.
Which one of the Golden Girls like to get after it?
All of them?
Well, yeah, but which one was really known for
B.
being
Arthur?
very promiscuous on the show? They would always intimate that she was having lots of...
Blanche?
Blanche, yeah.
Was it Blanche?
Yeah, Rue
Which-
McClanahan.
Oh, okay, thank you, Rue McClanahan. How about that oldest, the one who was like the mom on the Golden Girls, man?
She was the best.
I liked her.
She wasn't taking crap from nobody.
She's got to have been dead for 35, 40 years, right?
I don't think so.
Really?
I think she had more staying power than you.
How about Betty White from that show? She basically got
99 years
she got
old.
way out ahead of her skis and assumed she'd see 100.
Mm-hmm.
Au contraire.
I read an article that said she was very difficult to work with on that show.
Betty White?
Yeah.
A diva?
Huh.
Yeah.
I like Dom. Look at how diverse this guy is.
This just
in his downtime, he's reading about like the Golden Girls behind the scenes.
It's much more on brand for him, I think, than him being really up to date on sports. He's got 2 sports opinions. One is that Mike Tomlin is the greatest coach in any sport ever, and 2 is that Caleb Williams will be the greatest athlete of all time.
Do you think you would have done better in the sports trivia game that Donnie played with Harry Callis this morning?
Yes.
Do you know the questions?
I listened to it live.
Crap. Okay, forget it.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy, low of 71 degrees. All right, coming up, what did happen today with our fan hot dog eating contest? We had a massive upset. Jeff Hathorn live from PNC Park. All that and more to come. It's the PM team.
Summer's here, and Tri-State Office Furniture is turning up the heat. Discover new deals and inventory to create an office that inspires your best work. Free design services to customers, 45 days of free storage, so your furniture is ready when you are. Plus, project management services ensure a hassle-free upgrade and handles every detail from delivery to installation. Stop by the showroom, visit online at tristateofficefurniture.com, or give them a call, 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. I know I went hard on the Lakers earlier this morning saying I wanted nothing to do with their circus. Yeah, well, I'm not the only one. Klay Thompson. Klay's old man, Michael Thompson, is a former Laker player and a current all-time Laker honk and broadcaster. So no, it's not just me hating on the Lakers. Klay Thompson wanted nothing to do with the Lakers. I'm Jim Rome.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. Wounded Warrior Project was created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war, whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
O'Reilly! Don't miss out on summer brake deals at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, get 15% off a set of Brake Best Select, Select Pro, or Import Direct brake pads and 2 rotors. Restore quality braking and improve stopping performance with parts and advice from the professional parts people. Save money now when you visit O'Reilly Auto Parts or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I was in shock. How can I be this athlete and end up with a full blockage in my left artery? UPMC was the only one that was doing robotic heart surgery for my particular needs.
UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute is pioneering minimally invasive techniques for robotic cardiac surgery for faster recovery times.
6 weeks after surgery, I'm able to teach martial arts and I'm able to be an athlete again.
Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to learn more.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Every year, almost 30,000 babies in America are born with birth injuries. It's every parent's worst nightmare. If your child suffered a birth injury, please call our firm to find out if we can help.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
It's July 4th week. You want to celebrate. You need beer, so you got to get to Hampton Beer Outlet for the best prices around. Hi, it's Crowley. Miller Lite 24-pack cans, $19.99. Mick Ultra 24-pack cans, $19.99. Yingling Traditional Lager 24-pack cans, $17.99. And Busch Light 30-packs, just $19.99. The best prices around, the best customer service. For all your July 4th party needs, just drive a little and save a lot at Hampton Beer Outlet. That's Route 8 in Hampton.
That broken old piano that's been taking up space in your basement since who knows when. We can help with that. 2menandajunktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Wet Go Car Wash. Protect your car from bugs, UV rays, and rain. Keep it shining all summer with savings on unlimited washes. New members who sign up for Wet Go Unlimited today get their second month free. You can wash your car as much as you want at 45+ convenient Wet Go locations. Sign up right now, getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wet Go Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. So right now, what are you waiting for? You can start a plan with Wet Go for as low as $17.99 per month, and that second month is free. Undercarriage wash, underbody protectant, sealer, wax, making sure your car looks fantastic, and every time you go through, you are saving money. You're getting a better deal every time you go because you're only paying that one-time price once a month. So sign up now, getgocafe.com/unlimited, and experience the Wet Go Car Wash for yourself. It's Wet Go.
Another day is here, and you're ready for it. What to wear? Check. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Check. Planning for what's next and how to save for it? That's where Bank of America can help. For your financial to-dos, Bank of America has experts ready to help get you closer to your goals. Get started at one of our Greater Pittsburgh Region financial centers or 24/7 in our mobile banking app. Find a location near you at bankofamerica.com/talktous. What would you like the power to do? Mobile banking requires downloading the app and is only available for select devices. Message and data rates may apply. Bank of America N.A., member FDIC.
Your bathroom's got to go, the vanity's decayed, and toilet's really old. The bathtub's giving way. Give Bath R Us a ring. Call morning, noon, or night. You do not have to wait to get your bathroom right.
Call Baths R Us for your free estimate and enter to win our Christmas in July $15,000 bathroom remodel with an additional $1,500 off plus low to no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate or go to bathsrus.com.
Look at your cup holder. It's empty, and you're feeling thirsty. Head to a nearby convenience store and fill it with a Pepsi Zero Sugar, Mountain Dew, or Starry. Grab a delicious, refreshing Pepsi for the road.
Hi, Discover. It's Jennifer Coolidge, and your cashback match has inspired me.
Great. We love doubling the cashback you earn at the end of your first year.
I'm doubling everything now. I'm double dating. I'm double dipping.
Discover cashback match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
DQ presents... Picture this. Picture the DQ freezer, home to all the Blizzard flavors of the past. Picture it opening to bring back the salted caramel truffle blizzard for a limited time. Picture that salted caramel truffle blizzard in your hands. It's all yours. No, really, it's all yours. This treat is too good to share. Everyone will have to get one for themselves. Hurry in to get this flavor before the DQ freezer closes. DQ, happy tastes good.
When you use Bounce dryer sheets and your clothes look amazing, it's the sheet. Less static in your life? Yeah, it's the sheet. Smelling fresher than ever? It's the sheet. Oh, so soft fabric? Ooh la la. It's the sheet. Less wrinkles on your clothes? You know it's the sheet. Bounce dryer sheets. More freshness, more softness. Less static, less wrinkles. It's the sheet.
Hey, Crowley here. Let's talk about pickles. Are you in a pickle? Not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle. That's right, with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They are a platinum certified contractor with Atlas shingles, plus all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas shingles and a lifetime Scotchguard guarantee against black streaks. Don't wait. Call the pickle today, 724-515-5551. Callthepickle.com.
They say health is wealth, and I could not agree more. That's why if you or somebody in your life is living with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor. And I'm telling you, I can feel the difference. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that helps fight pain naturally. Naturally. Now that's a big deal. Developed by doctors. Relief Factor's unique formula of ingredients all work together to help support your body's response to inflammation. Instead of masking pain for a couple of hours, Relief Factor actually helps reduce or even eliminate your pain for good. Whether it's neck, back, joint, or muscle pain, if you're looking to feel better, live better, give Relief Factor a try. In 3 weeks, you will know if it's working because you'll feel it. For instance, I was sent Relief Factor to try, and I've been taking it every single day. I'll tell you what, I feel the difference every day. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Save on your first order. Don't let pain tell you how to live. Fight back naturally with Relief Factor. These products and statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Phantom Fireworks, lighting up backyards of America from coast to coast. Visit your nearest Phantom Fireworks store today. Click fireworks.com for showroom specials, coupons, and a location near you.
As a contractor, you need a brand you trust to bring homeowners the quality they deserve when building or remodeling. 84 Lumber carries hardy exterior products that are built to last in the Pittsburgh climate. They can withstand harsh weather conditions and resist damage from moisture, fire, pests, and more. James Hardy and 84 Lumber also offer support and education for pros, providing you with a service like no other. Hardy products are available at your local 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest location and learn how it's possible to build your business with James Hardy.
Summer. What's not to love? Well, maybe not the scorching temperatures. Every day can't be 75 degrees with a breeze. So I went to Kohl's and stocked up on looks that'll keep me and my husband cool all season long. I got 20% off already great prices on linen dresses, cute jumpsuits, and comfy polos. Plus, I saved $15 because I spent over $75. And I earned Kohl's cash. So bring on the summer heat. We're ready to weather it in style. All thanks to Kohl's. Select styles. Offers end July 7th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Hey, Pittsburgh homeowners. To build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel.
Things are starting to back up on the outbound side of 28. We're seeing some congestion from the north side through the 40th Street Bridge. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
There is treatment for neuropathy. I'm Dr. Dawn Spalla. At Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine, we treat neuropathy patients daily. No drugs, no surgery, just relief. Call 724-224-2224 for a free consultation in our Sarver or Brackenridge locations.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
All right, Pirates, to win the series against St. Louis, got to win tonight, and then tomorrow, 12:35. It's a Jared Jones start after he had his spot in the rotation skipped in Atlanta to get him some extra rest before taking the mound tonight. Bucks 3.5 games out in the wild card race. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. It's more Pony and Miller.
Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
1 minute to go! 1 minute to go! T-Bird with 5 and Callis with 5. Donnie just behind with 4. Seth, not the basketball analyst, Davis has 3.
T-Bird is looking down at Callis and observing him where he's at.
With 2 massive bites from Callis. My word! T-Bird asking for the clock.
T-Bird drops number 5 down. He's on his 6th.
Oh, T-Bird the first to 6. He's the gouger of Georgia Hots. T-Bird!
Callis forced to dig deep. T-Bird must need to prepare another dog. He needs to prep a dog.
I might throw up.
Callis shaking his head no.
Seth Davis.
9, 8, 7.
Here they come. 6 for
He still has a bite left. Callis, get there.
Hit a wall. It's over. And wins. T-Bird wins. The footlong finisher. The Wehner whisperer.
Down goes Callis. I think he just lost his lunch.
Callis has thrown up.
Yeah, history was made. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. First annual hot dog eating contest. It was everywhere. 937thefan.com on our YouTube page. Video live there, Instagram live. And that's how it sounded on our station at around 3:15 today with Josh Roundtree, who applied for the Steelers play-by-play job. Did not end up getting that opportunity. If only they had heard that call before moving on to other applicants. I don't think Rob King would be considered a favorite for that gig.
Ton of drama, and Josh captured the spirit of the thing.
Maybe they'll change their mind. I know Art's son Dan will listen to the show. I think he might hear that and call up their radio partners and say, hey, Have we really done our due diligence on Josh
Roundtree?
Roundtree?
Circle back around to this Roundtree character. Josh was overcome with emotion at the start, but like any composed professional, he got himself together and delivered a boffo call.
Jack Hillgrove was a big part of this as the official timekeeper. You heard him screaming and counting down the seconds there and keeping track of hot dogs. His grandfather, Bill, I mean, obviously everyone knows him for all his great play-by-play work with Pitt and the Steelers. Mm-hmm. He got to start playing jazz records. So, not everyone needs to have this cookie-cutter background. I thought Josh showed his versatility as a sportscaster and broadcaster today. You know what I think would appreciate the job that Josh did more than anybody else? Lanny Fratteri.
That's a good call.
Because Lanny is someone, every assignment, whether it's the Pony League World Series or the actual World Series, he treats it like it's the biggest broadcast of all time. When Roundtree sat down between us, he had notes. He had made a play-by-play board.
Correct. He had nicknames. He had nicknames for people. He had, I think, odds. He had stuff in bold. Like, he had his entire sheet was, like, well indexed and organized to make for easy reference during this. You know what he did? He got caught up in the emotion and the fun of the event, but he never let that really affect or take over his call. He was always extremely focused on the task at hand.
Do you think we walked over his call too much? Did we give it enough air? Did we give it enough room to breathe? I think in the
first minute or two, we needed to let him establish the scene more, but it's only a 10-minute contest, and I think you and I rose to the occasion as the minutes grew small, really. Because I feel like I was the first person in there to notice that T-Bird had suddenly taken quiet command of the entire thing. We all sort of saw Callis flagging at the same time, but I noticed T-Bird was
huffing and puffing,
there.
and he had a dejected look on his face.
Yes, you saw the body language was terrible, too.
I thought I was large and in charge, and I don't have it today. It's not my day. I thought this was a shoo-in. I thought you watched him eat 4 hot dogs last week to prepare for this.
It took him 3.5 minutes.
What?
Yep. He ate 4 hot dogs in 3.5 minutes.
And after that display, you were thinking to yourself, there's no way he loses.
Yeah, but he got done in because they were quarter-pound dogs.
Well, here was Callis after his defeat. Callis, you were the favorite. Hi. Hello.
Hello.
Your signature.
Not your usual dapper hello.
Oh, man.
Because you're hurting right now, aren't you?
I didn't throw up, but I did spit out the hot dog I had in my mouth. That's what that was. Yeah, I thought, would it be better to win $500 in a trophy or, throw up on social media? So I chose to just settle down and.
You chose dignity over money.
Yeah.
Now you made a good point after he made those comments. The fact that there were so many women who were watching in person.
Mm-hmm. Your wife.
Yes, Donnie's girlfriend.
Tamira.
So many producers and reporters on the AM side, our promotion staff, Amanda Siley King, who was a few months pregnant. She's giving birth next month, I think, Chaluch. Okay, 8 months pregnant. There you go.